Only after standing at the highest peak, tasting the smoke and fire of human life, and experiencing the myriad facets of the world, can one truly live clearly understanding that life is simply about 3 meals a day and the 4 seasons. The greatest happiness is having your loved ones close by. It has nothing to do with wealth. Liu Hai was the founder of Hengshi Group in southern China, a man who had traversed vast horizons, riding the winds of reform and opening up to amass a personal fortune worth tens of billions. Recently, someone had written a biography about him, portraying his entrepreneurial journey as heart-wrenchingly difficult and heroic. A month ago, Liu Hai was diagnosed with late-stage liver cancer. The news sent shockwaves through society because he had never married and had no children. Internal strife erupted within the company, everyone eager to seize his fortune now that he had no heirs. Everyone wanted to wipe him out. Even the janitor came forward claiming, after checking the family tree, that they were distantly related 500 years ago. Even stray dogs seemed to feel a sudden kinship with him. He saw through their true faces. Now, on the brink of death, executives gathered once more outside his hospital room. Everyone knew that for years, Liu Hai had trusted only his secretary, Xiaoyun. They sent her in to extract his final words. Xiaoyun brought in the biography written about Liu Hai. Lying in bed, he glanced at it and shook his head. This was written by a sycophant. In that era, as long as you had guts, even a fool could make money. Our wealth was merely the dividend of the times. How could it be as hard as he wrote? If I had a chance to be reborn, I'd rather stay by her side, wake up in the morning to see the wisps of smoke rising from village rooftops, sit together in front of our thatched cottage at dusk, watching the sky turn crimson with sunset. In autumn, we could fully enjoy the vibrant red maple leaves on the mountain behind. Though hunger was common back then, we lived freely and clearly. That kind of life was the most authentic. Xiaoyun was puzzled. Why do rich people always yearn for such simple, plain lives at the end? A change of heart? Isn't being rich great? After a pause, she asked, Boss Liu, is the her you mentioned very beautiful? Very beautiful. The lard rice balls she made were especially fragrant, something I'll never forget for the rest of my life. A gentle smile spread across Liu Hai's face. Lard rice balls? Xiaoyun said. Won't that cause the 3 highs? The news says eating lard leads to high cholesterol and lots of fat. You don't understand a thing. Liu Hai rolled his eyes. Something the Chinese people have eaten for thousands of years. How has it become rubbish in your young people's eyes? Do you know how wonderful it was back then just to have a taste of lard? Knowing her boss had a bad temper and fearing a scolding, Xiaoyun quickly changed the subject. The entire group envies that woman, who captured the lifelong longing of such a great man. I believe you must have treated her very, very well back then. Treated her well? Liu Hai closed his eyes, his thoughts drifting back to that impoverished era. In 1978, Liu Hai's father, Lu Jun, brought home a girl the same age as Liu Hai. He arranged for his eldest son, Lu Jun, to marry her in a sham wedding. Lu Jun refused, quarreled with his father, and ran away from home. 3 months later, news came from afar Lu Jun had died in a fight. A few months later, his father died of guilt and depression. From 1979 onward, only 3 people remained in the household. Liu Hai, his sister-in-law Dong Xinyu, and his younger sister Lu Qing. Liu Hai believed Dong Xinyu had caused the deaths of his father and brother, so he harbored resentment toward her, becoming lazy, idle, and a petty thief. It was entirely Dong Xinyu who worked the few acres of land allotted to their family after the household responsibility system was introduced, tirelessly supporting the 2 siblings. Xiaoyun, noticing Liu Hai had suddenly fallen silent, panicked. Could Boss Liu have passed away just like that? Outside, many were anxiously awaiting the final words regarding his fortune worth tens of billions. If she failed to obtain them, they would fire her. Cautiously, she extended a finger toward his nose to check for breath. Many people outside are hoping for my death, aren't they? Liu Hai suddenly spoke. Xiaoyun jumped in fright, quickly lowering her head. Boss Liu, I'm sorry. No need. Liu Hai's voice was already weak, barely clinging to life. Xiaoyun, how long have you been my secretary? 3 years, Boss Liu. Liu Hai looked at the young woman's timid demeanor. She would never know that the only reason he had chosen her as a secretary was because she looked exactly like Dong Xinyu. 3 years. Just a flick of the fingers. Turn on the voice recorder. I'll dictate my last will. Xiaoyun hesitated, instinctively glancing at the executives outside. Their hearts pounded, each one anxious like ants on a hot pan. She took out the voice recorder and turned it on. Liu Hai said, from today onward, you are the chief officer responsible for handling the company's assets. I'm giving you 100 million, but you must do a few things for me. First, fire all the ungrateful bastards at the door and pursue legal action for their embezzlement of company property. For anyone who can be sentenced to a year, spend some money to ensure they rot in jail. These damn dogs, whatever they've swallowed over the years, I want them to spit it all back out, clean and clear. Second, package all my personal assets into a charitable foundation dedicated to aiding farmers. The company's legal team will assist you. Don't be afraid he won't betray you. Because I gave that kid $200 million. He said from now on, I'm his father, and he'll visit my grave every Qingming festival. Xiao Yun stood frozen, staring in disbelief at Liu Hai, who was hanging by his last breath. But boss, Liu, go announce it. I'm tired. I want to sleep. Liu Hai closed his eyes. An image of Dong Xinyu working in the fields appeared in his mind. When she looked back, she was so beautiful. Outside, the executives clearly heard Liu Hai's words. Terrified, they rushed into the room. Chaos erupted in the ward. Cock-a-doodle-doo. A rooster stood on Liu Hai's body, crowing toward a row of thatched cottages. Liu Hai woke up dazed, heavily slapping his head. Verdant green mountains surrounded him. Wisps of smoke rose from the low thatched roofs in the distance. After scanning his surroundings, he suddenly jolted awake. Reborn? Seeing several large roosters walking around him, Liu Hai's mind exploded. This is Panxing Village? Is this Panxing Village in 1981? On this day in 1981, he and Yang Sangwa had sneaked to a neighboring village in the morning, stolen a chicken, stewed it, and drank some alcohol. The more he drank, the more he brooded. So he rushed to the field. Trick Dong Xinyu was working in to go into the back mountain with him. Just then, several villagers saw them. This was 1981, and rural thinking was extremely conservative. Though everyone knew Dong Xinyu was only a nominal sister-in-law, how could a younger brother sleep with his sister-in-law? Unthinkable. The village erupted. Gossip spread like wildfire. Unable to bear the shame, Dong Xinyu made her last meal at home around 2 p.m. Lard rice balls left warming in the pot. She tidied the house from top to bottom, then walked to the back door and jumped into the Hongqi River. He clearly remembered that day. He slept at the foot of the mountain, woke up, and began planning to steal and stew those roosters that night, only to be found by villagers who said Xinyu jumped into the river. At that moment, he felt the world spinning, his body swaying. For the rest of his life, he carried guilt and regret. With no time to marvel at the miracle of rebirth, Liu Hai shot up and sprinted toward the spot where Dong Xinyu had jumped into the river. Is this 1981? Is this the 1981 when you're still here? Liu Hai desperately wanted to confirm this. 1 minute, 2 minutes. After crossing a ditch, he indeed saw two people standing on a bridge over the Hongqi River. One of them was the person he had yearned for his entire past life. Dong Xinyu. Chapter 2. The Vengeance Unleashed. How dare you contemplate jumping into the river? Who are you trying to frighten? Do not feign innocence. This is certainly not the first time you have engaged in such clandestine affairs. I have long suspected that you and Liu Hai have been entangled together. In a previous life, Liu Hai had believed that Dong Xinyu had leapt into the river to end her own life in solitude. However, that was far from the truth. On that fateful day, after tidying her home, she intended to call Liu Hai to dinner. As she passed the bridge over the Hongqi River, she encountered Wang Taohong, a notorious gossip with a grudge against Liu Hai. Wang Taohong subjected her to a torrent of humiliation, ultimately driving Dong Xinyu to the brink of despair, compelling her to jump into the raging waters below. At that moment, Dong Xinyu felt utterly cornered. Her head bowed in sorrow as she gazed at the tumultuous flow of the river beneath her. I did not, she murmured, her lips trembling as she bit them, tears streaming down her cheeks. She dared not reveal the truth, for if she were to claim that Liu Hai had deceived her, Wang Taohong would waste no time in alerting the authorities to imprison him. Conversely, if she denied it, the villagers would forever whisper behind her back, leaving her unable to lift her head in pride. Overwhelmed by despair, her delicate visage turned towards the abyss, a single tear cascading into the roaring waters, one leg dangling precariously over the edge. Just as she teetered on the brink, Liu Hai emerged from behind and seized her, pulling her back with urgency. Do not jump. I will marry you. I will marry you with great fanfare. He then pivoted and delivered a forceful kick to Wang Taohong, sending her soaring through the air with a resounding crash as she landed unceremoniously in a heap. But that was not the end. Liu Hai grasped Wang Taohong's head, intending to slap her, but upon seeing her face smeared with filth, he found himself unable to do so. Instead, he forcefully rubbed her face in the muck. Did you think I was unaware of your constant bullying of my precious Xinyu while I was distracted? What were you thinking? Did you not consider the consequences once I learned of your actions? Dong Xinyu stood frozen, bewildered. Had he just referred to her as his precious? Why in the past? Had he often turned a blind eye while she was tormented? How could he utter such affectionate words? This was 1981, an era when interpersonal communication was remarkably reserved and implicit. Terms of endearment like precious were seldom heard. Liu Hai, having returned from a rebirth, casually tossed about modern phrases, leaving Dong Xinyu utterly flabbergasted. Moreover, in her memories, Liu Hai had always harbored resentment towards her arrival, believing she was responsible for the deaths of his older brother and uncle Jiamin. Yet now, witnessing Liu Hai's furious retaliation against Wang Taohong, was he truly enraged on her behalf? With a gasp, Wang Taohong could no longer withstand it, retching in disgust. As she caught her breath, she feared Liu Hai would strike her again and quickly fell to her knees. Liu Hai, I admit my wrongs. I sought revenge against you, but I never anticipated she would truly jump. A sharp slap from Liu Hai interrupted her. Dong Xinyu, unable to bear the scene any longer, watched as Liu Hai, with a semblance of calm, held Wang Taohong's head firmly and turned to Dong Xinyu, asking, Are you unwell? Dong Xinyu's delicate brows furrowed in concern. Please, do not strike her. Liu Hai released Wang Taohong, saying, Do not be anxious. I shall take my time with you. I possess an abundance of time. And do not presume that today's events have concluded. In his previous life, he had believed that Dong Xinyu had leapt into the river out of despair. However, upon his rebirth, he realized that it was this woman who had come to humiliate her, ultimately driving Dong Xinyu to her breaking point. Even if Liu Hai were to live for decades, the mere thought of it made his lips tremble. An endless fury burned within him. He could not allow the Wang family to suffer a tragic fate in this life. How could he justify his rebirth otherwise? This was not simply a matter of pride. He could not remain composed when it came to this vendetta. Wang Taohong finally gasped for breath, retching violently. No one had anticipated that she would endure this today. Her stomach churned intensely, and she hurried towards the riverbank to cleanse herself. Yet, Liu Hai could not contain himself and delivered a sharp slap, reminding her, Do you remember what I said? Wang Taohong, sobbing, thought to herself, I truly regret this. I am sorry. She refrained from speaking, overwhelmed by her discomfort. Tears and snot mingling in her despair. She would rather Liu Hai toss her into the Hongqi River. Upon receiving her response, Liu Hai released her and grasped Dong Xinyu's hand, commanding, Come with me. What are you doing? Dong Xinyu's mind struggled to comprehend. Liu Hai declared, I must provide you with an explanation regarding today's events, a resounding one. Why? Dong Xinyu yearned to break free from his grasp, feeling uncomfortable with their overt display of connection, especially with the villagers likely to gossip behind their backs. Liu Hai, exhibiting an unyielding dominance, remained silent. He understood that if this matter was not resolved today, there would surely be others who would insult Dong Xinyu in his absence. Thus, he intended to publicly affirm his stance regarding her. As they walked away, Wang Taohong leapt into the water, terror-stricken, washing herself while retching and crying out in despair. How inhumane! You wretched fiend! Why not just finish me off instead of tormenting me like this? In this era, most lived in a state of perpetual hunger. Even when one vomited, there was little to expel. Wang Taohong had truly heaved up her bile. On the Hongqi River bridge, a few passers-by began to notice her, pointing and whispering, Has this woman been beaten? Certainly. Just look at her wailing. She deserves it. Her foul mouth has finally caught up with her. How revolting. Dong Xinyu had not anticipated that Liu Hai would lead her to the village broadcasting station. Upon seeing Liu Hai arrive, the station master, Zhang Xihai, exclaimed in shock and promptly leapt out of the window, his movements fluid and swift, evoking a sense of sympathy. Liu Hai had grown up alongside Yang Sangu, and in the past, due to their envy of his 6 years of elementary education, they had frequently dragged him to the cotton fields and beaten him. He held a deep-seated fear of them, and upon seeing Liu Hai, he assumed he had come to exact revenge. After jumping out, he hurried to the nearby village secretary's office to rally support. Liu Hai tightly grasped Dong Xinyu and, standing before the microphone, declared, I am Liu Hai from the 7th villager group of Panxing Village, and I wish to ask my fellow villagers to witness this moment. I solemnly promise Dong Xinyu that within a month, I will proudly bring her through the gates of the Liu family. The betrothal gifts shall amount to 3 turns and 1 sound, 36 legs, without exception. His boastful words had barely left his lips when Zhang Xihai, accompanied by the village secretary, Xiao Guomin, appeared at the entrance. Xiao Guomin, with a furious expression, interrupted him. Chapter 3. a man's gambit. Upon seeing Xiao Guomin, Liu Hai's demeanor shifted, revealing a complex array of emotions. Xiao Guomin, a close friend of his father, Lu Jun, had once confronted him harshly after Dong Xinyu was fished out of the river in a past life. It was Xiao who had dragged him from Yang Sengu's home, forcing him to kneel beside Dong Xinyu's lifeless body. He had slapped Liu Hai twice, pointing at her corpse, saying, "Though she never entered your Lu family's doors, you cannot disregard her as your sister-in-law. For 3 years, has she not supported you? The funds for your sister's education were earned from the toil of her hands. Open your eyes and see how many patches adorn her clothing. What kind of life did she endure while living with your family? Did you know she is actually younger than you by half a year? What wrong has she done to your Lu family? I could strike you senseless for your ignorance." That reprimand had jolted Liu Hai into realization. Without Xiao Guomin's intervention, he would never have understood Dong Xinyu's worth, nor would he have amassed his subsequent fortune of billions. Upon seeing Xiao Guomin, Dong Xinyu immediately withdrew her hand and coldly told Liu Hai, "Have you not caused enough trouble? Return home and spare yourself further embarrassment." She then politely addressed Xiao Guomin, "I apologize, Uncle Guomin, but, Xinyu, do not speak. I am asking him how he intends to gather the betrothal gifts." Xiao Guomin interjected, unwilling to let Liu Hai off the hook so easily. Besides wanting to seize the opportunity to educate his late friend's son, he had also heard of Liu Hai's reckless behavior earlier that day. He had witnessed the sacrifices Dong Xinyu made for the Lu family, and he was determined to demand an explanation on her behalf. Liu Hai nodded. "Within a month, I will earn the money to prepare. Uncle Guomin, you shall preside over this matter." Xiao Guomin glared at Liu Hai. "Very well, I shall remember this. Now tell me, what if you cannot gather the funds? Then you may send me to the police station, thus clearing Xinyu's name." Liu Hai replied without hesitation. "Liu Hai, what are you doing?" Dong Xinyu, alarmed, interjected, but Xiao Guomin cut her off. "All right, it is settled then. If you are a man, you must follow through." "Absolutely." Liu Hai's face bore a determined expression. A man reborn with a fortune of billions should be able to gather the betrothal gifts. Otherwise, he might as well dig his own grave. Xiao Guomin approached the microphone and announced, "I am Xiao Guomin. You all heard our conversation, and the entire village bears witness. Should Liu Hai fail to present 3 turns and 1 sound, 36 legs, and ceremoniously marry Xinyu into the Lu family within a month, the villagers of Panxing shall collectively deliver Liu Hai to the police station, ensuring Xinyu's honor is preserved. Although in name, Xinyu is the wife of the Lu family's eldest son, she has never truly entered their home, a fact well understood by all. Should I hear anyone dare to utter a single disparaging word about her in the village, I, Xiao Guomin, shall be the first to take issue with you." Xiao Guomin's words reverberated through the village, igniting a fervor among the villagers. Can Liu Hai possibly provide the dowry of 3 pieces of gold? If he can, I will drink every last drop from the Hongqi River, let alone drinking the water from the Hongqi River. I would stand upside down in my own latrine and eat excrement if he could truly offer such a dowry. He is utterly deluded. Upon hearing this, 2 villagers were incensed and began to curse into the broadcast. "You too, I will remember this." As they raged, a figure emerged from a nearby haystack, a skinny man with disheveled hair and squinty eyes. Upon seeing him, the 2 men fled in terror, for this was Yang Sandog. The village secretary had condemned these 2 on multiple occasions, labeling Liu Hai as a bull's head and Yang Sandog as a venomous snake. Together, they were the malevolent spirits of Panxing Village. Liu Hai's specialty lay in stealing chickens, while Yang Sandog excelled in pilfering dogs. A classic duo, particularly as Yang Sandog could not tolerate anyone speaking ill of Liu Hai behind his back, fearing a beating from him. At that moment, Yang Sandog had uprooted a mound of earth used for planting sugarcane from a villager's property, gnawing on a piece while muttering about the dowry of 3 pieces of gold. What is Brother Hai thinking? How many dogs must my brother and I steal to gather that amount? No, as brothers, we cannot allow ourselves to be humiliated. Since the entire village has announced it, we must uphold our dignity. Gnawing on the sugarcane, Yang Sandog made his way home, contemplating how to scrounge up some money. With good intentions, Xiao Guomin proposed a request for a month's duration, allowing Dong Xinyu to reside in his home. First, it was to protect Dong Xinyu from the villagers' scorn. Second, since it was a grand affair to marry her, he needed to act as her family, as her relatives were scattered far and wide, making it impossible for them to come. Liu Hai readily agreed. After he left, Dong Xinyu cast a lingering glance at Liu Hai's retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Once he was out of sight, the girl looked at Xiao Guomin with a pitiful expression, asking, "What about Liu Hai's meals?" "Ah," Xiao Guomin sighed, "you have spoiled him. If a grown man cannot even manage his own meals, what need is there to discuss a dowry? If he starves, then he deserves it." This time, Xiao Guomin was resolute. If he did not push him, this boy would surely be useless in the future. Dong Xinyu said nothing, lowering her head in a sorrowful manner. Yet the moment she recalled Liu Hai's previous endearment, the term treasure, a shiver ran through her frail body. He called me his treasure. Was he serious? How utterly embarrassing. Liu Hai returned home to his two modest earthen brick rooms, the roof still thatched with straw, and within, many items were remnants of what Dong Xinyu had salvaged over the years. Upon inspecting the rice jar, he found it contained only a handful of rice. The memories of those years flooded Liu Hai's mind, particularly the scene where Dong Xinyu borrowed rice from others when their own supply ran out. Clutching a basin, she endured various humiliations in silence, her head bowed in a posture reminiscent of a beggar. Liu Hai felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Fortunately, he had been reborn, granting him the opportunity to amend the past. He calculated the costs. A bicycle, a sewing machine, and a watch amounted to approximately 400 yuan, while 30 pieces of furniture, including a dressing table and cabinets, totaled a little over 400. Additionally, he needed to make 2 new outfits and arrange a banquet with 10 tables for the wedding, which would likely cost over 100 more. There were also expenses for sweets and other items. If Liu Hai desired a splendid wedding with Dong Xinyu, none of these elements could be overlooked. On his way home, he roughly estimated that he would require at least 1,000 yuan. In the current state of state-owned factories, workers earned barely 30 yuan a month. Moreover, in the countryside, 1,000 yuan was a considerable sum. Upon returning home, with 2 pork oil rice balls warmed by Dong Xinyu in his hands, Liu Hai fell into deep contemplation. How could he possibly gather this 1,000 yuan within a month? His gaze suddenly shifted to the small dried fish that Dong Xinyu had hung out to dry outside. Chapter 4. Preparing to make money without hesitation, Liu Hai dashed into the kitchen and rummaged through the cupboards until he found a small bottle of red oil. Dong Xinyu's mother hailed from Sichuan, hence she was skilled in making this delectable condiment. It enhanced the flavor of any dish it accompanied. Every month, Dong Xinyu prepared a spicy mix with the red oil to toss with dried fish, which she would then send to her sister Lu Qing at school. In his previous life, Lu Qing had deeply missed Dong Xinyu, recalling the taste of the dish prepared by his sister-in-law. He had established a spicy fish food factory that became a nationwide sensation. Liu Hai understood a vital principle. Processed foods with unique flavors more readily entice people to part with their money. Panxing Village, nestled against the mountains, boasted exceptionally pure water, and a type of fish known as silver fish was largely unappreciated at the time. Due to their small size and lack of meat, they were often disregarded. Yet, in his past life, they were considered top-notch ingredients for spicy fish dishes, fetching prices as high as 200 yuan per pound decades later. Dong Xinyu spent her days catching these overlooked fish, and their home was filled with plenty of dried fish that remained. Liu Hai was not inclined to wait. He quickly gathered the dried silver fish prepared by Dong Xinyu, along with rapeseed oil, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and other ingredients. The cinnamon and bay leaves had also been painstakingly collected by Dong Xinyu from the back mountains. He blanched the dried fish and set it aside, then heated the rapeseed oil with the aromatic spices, simmering gently to create the red oil. After an hour, the oil was ready, and he proceeded to fry the dried fish. He worked tirelessly until dusk, using up all the rapeseed oil and producing about 10 pounds of fried fish. After tasting it, he realized he had replicated at least 80 to 90% of Dong Xinyu's flavor, which was more than sufficient. The next step was selling the product, a matter he had contemplated long ago. He decided to sell it in front of the county's state-run restaurant. In that era, those who dined at state-run establishments were primarily local officials, the only ones with the financial means to indulge in peculiar and exotic flavors. This was merely the first step. The second involved distributing the product throughout the county via the state-run restaurant. Woof woof. Shut up, you dead dog. Hi go, are you home? Liu Haigang placed the spicy fish jerky, weighing over 10 pounds, into the basin when he heard the voice of Yang Sengu outside. A wave of excitement surged through Liu Hai at the thought of this brother, although both of them were somewhat despised in the village during this period. The bond between Yang Sangyu and him had been forged through the crucible of bullets. In 1993, a group of fierce individuals from the south arrived on Huanghe Road in Zhonghai. They were a formidable presence, causing the Cultural Square gang to struggle for recognition in the securities market. Liu Hai had already become one of the leaders of the Cultural Square gang, riding the turbulent waves of Huanghe Road alongside Yang Sangyu. At that time, Liu Hai employed numerous strategies, leading to significant losses for the Southern gang. Ultimately, the Southerners sought assistance from the local mafia to retaliate against him. On that fateful day, in an alley on Huanghe Road, Yang Sangyu took 4 bullets for him, ultimately sacrificing his life, a haunting memory that Liu Hai carried from his previous life. He rushed out, only to see Yang Sangyu dragging his old mother dog over, cradling 2 puppies in his arms. Liu Hai could not help but run over to embrace him, giving his back a hearty pat, thinking to himself that in this lifetime, they would enjoy life together. Yang Sangyu was momentarily taken aback by Liu Hai's exuberance. Liu Hai suppressed his elation at their reunion and curiously asked why he had brought his old dog. Yang Sangyu snapped back to reality, handing over the leash and the puppies to Liu Hai. After some playful banter, he pulled out a handful of money from his pocket and shoved it into Liu Hai's hands, followed by a gold ring that had been part of his mother's dowry. "Aren't you marrying Xinyu? That scoundrel Chi Matsi looks down on you, claiming that if you produced the dowry, he would lick a latrine upside down. I brought this from home, Brother Hai. You should sell all of it in the county tomorrow. I've calculated that this isn't enough, but if I work diligently, I can bring back a few dogs from other villages each day. By the end of the month, it should be sufficient." It dawned on Liu Hai that this guy had probably heard the broadcast and even offered up his own puppies to help him out. This was Yang Sangyu. Whatever concerned Liu Hai was his utmost priority. Although he was a rogue, his actions stemmed largely from a lack of proper guidance. There was something endearingly innocent about him. In Liu Hai's previous life, he had only one such brother. With a bitter smile, Liu Hai handed everything back to him. "Brother, you arrived just in time. Come here, I want to show you something." "What is it?" Yang Sangyu asked, curiously trailing behind him. Upon entering the house, he gazed at the large basin of spicy fish jerky and exclaimed, "Xinyu is coming back soon." However, something felt off. Xinyu never made this much at once. Typically, she would only prepare some fish jerky sparingly, as it consumed quite a bit of oil. It was only when Lu Jun returned from County No. 1 high school that she would make a batch for him to take to school. Yang Sangyu was aware of this. Liu Hai chuckled and asked, "What do you think of the taste of Xinyu's dish?" "Of course, I think it's far better than what the chefs at the state-run restaurant prepare," Yang Sangyu replied. Xinyu is quite skilled. If her spicy fish jerky were sold in a state-run restaurant suddenly, Yang Sangyu's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Brother Hai, you're not thinking of speculating, are you?" Liu Hai remarked that speculation and profiteering were not truly applicable here, as this item does not belong to categories 1 or 2 of agricultural products. Thus, we are free to trade it. Tomorrow, let us gather at the entrance of the county state-run restaurant to sell it. What nonsense about categories 1 and 2? Yang Sangyu, with his squinty eyes, scrutinized Liu Hai, sensing an unusual aura about his friend today. If one were to describe it, it would be akin to the cultured demeanor of Zhang Sihai from the broadcasting station, his speech imbued with an air of intellectual sophistication. Liu Hai spent considerable effort explaining matters to him, and subsequently returned all the items he had brought along, which required yet another round of persuasion. Ultimately, Yang Sangyu furrowed his brow, questioning whether this venture could truly yield profit. "We shall find out tomorrow," Liu Hai replied. "If it proves lucrative, I shall gather Chi Matsi and Zhang Sihai's cronies to catch silverfish in the irrigation ditch." The two settled on a time, and Yang Sangyu took his leave. As dawn broke the next day, around 4 in the morning, Yang Sangyu, carrying a table, and Liu Hai, cradling a basin of dried fish, set off early for the county town. Dong Xinyu had not slept well that night, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of Liu Hai's intentions to marry her, leaving her feelings in disarray. Upon returning home in the morning and finding no one there, she felt a sudden wave of indignation. "Am I truly mad for believing you might change for the better?" she mused, suspecting he had spent the night drinking with Yang Sangyu again. In a gloomy mood, she went to the kitchen to fetch a hoe for the fields, only to discover that all the oil had been depleted. Sinking to the ground in tears, she lamented, "Liu Hai, are you trying to drive me to despair? That oil was meant to last half a year. You haven't sold it, have you?" "Wah wah wah. Xinyu, are you home?" came the voice of Aunt Xiang, her neighbor, from the doorway. Dong Xinyu quickly rose and wiped her tears, calling out politely, Aunt Xiang. Did Liu Hai bully you again? Aunt Xiang inquired. No, Aunt Xiang. Is there something you need? Xinyu never spoke ill of Liu Hai in front of others. Aunt Xiang, momentarily awkward, quickly regained her enthusiasm. Oh, it's nothing. Do you remember the relative I told you about? The one who works as an official in the county? I mentioned your situation to him, and he doesn't hold any prejudices. He is currently in the village. Perhaps you should meet him. Who knows, it might lead to something. Chapter 5. Winning hearts through strategy. As Liu Hai walked, he calculated the costs of the spicy dried fish. 10 pounds of silverfish and dried chilies, which Xinyu had sun-dried herself, so he only accounted for labor. The largest expense was 4 pounds of rapeseed oil. 2 pounds were used to make red oil, while the other 2 pounds were used to fry the dried fish. At the market price of 50 cents per pound, 3 pounds of oil would amount to 2 yuan. With evaporation considered, the 10 pounds of dried fish combined yielded approximately 12 pounds in total. Weighing all factors, he decided to set the price at 3 yuan per pound. However, selling by the pound might invite disdain, as 1 pound of pork with skin sells for around 1 yuan. Who would buy spicy dried fish at 3 yuan? A capitalist would weep at the thought of such profit margins. Thus, he devised a plan to sell it by the tael, making it 30 cents per tael, a price that sounded less daunting and more palatable. Furthermore, given the robust flavor of the product, it pairs well with meals and alcohol. Purchasing 2 taels might lead one to consume a pound of baijiu. The concept seemed promising, yet upon arriving at the county, positioned at the entrance of the state-run restaurant, both Liu Hai and Xinyu shouted until their throats were hoarse, but not a single soul approached. Across the way, the restaurant's director, Xinyu, rubbed his well-worn forehead, stifled a yawn, and emerged from his office. With a hint of irritation, he called out to the service staff, who were snacking on sunflower seeds, asking what those 2 rascals were hollering about, as they had been disruptive since morning. The attendant in a white coat promptly stood up, selling spicy dried silverfish. It was baffling which village had gone mad for money, pricing it at 30 cents per tael, equating to 3 yuan per pound. Even someone who had been repeatedly struck on the forehead by bricks wouldn't be foolish enough to make such a purchase. Indeed, they had just been in our restaurant attempting to peddle their wares, wanting us to sell this spicy fish. Insanity. We are a reputable state enterprise. Why would we sell your spicy dried fish? Xinyu, intrigued, disregarded the chatter among the attendants and approached Liu Hai and his companion. Upon closer inspection, he indeed found it to be silverfish, and his expression reflected a hint of disdain. You're selling it for 3 yuan a pound. Xinyu, having shouted all morning without a single inquiry, was incensed. Who sells it for 3 yuan a pound? It's 30 cents per tael. How is that not 3 yuan a pound? Xinyu looked at him quizzically. Xinyu insisted. We're clearly selling it at 30 cents per tael. How can that possibly translate to 3 yuan a pound? You, bald fellow, are deliberately causing a ruckus, aren't you? Xinyu retorted, frustration bubbling within him. Liu Hai, noticing the escalating argument, hurried over to apologize. I'm sorry, my brother hasn't had much education and struggles with mathematics. Brother Hai, this bald guy is causing trouble. Enough, say less. Liu Hai shot him a glance, prompting Xinyu to fall silent. With Xinyu quieted, Xinmu's temper flared anew. Not only had his disrupted morning resulted in poor rest, but to be insulted as bald when he still had a fair amount of hair was too much to bear. He pointed at their spicy fish, declaring loudly, if you manage to sell even a tael of this today, I will lick the grease bucket clean at our restaurant. Who were these young fools? Truly outrageous. He stormed into the state-run restaurant, met with disdainful glances from the staff at the entrance. In these times, even the waitstaff at state-run establishments felt a sense of superiority, as they were employed by the government. Liu Hai recognized Xinyu. In a previous life, he had become the production manager at his sister's factory. Thus he knew that at this juncture, he was the director of the state-run restaurant. He would need to rely on him to help promote the spicy dried fish, so he spoke a few kind words behind his back. Once Xinyu departed, Xinyu, feeling dejected, squatted on the ground lamenting. The people in this county truly lack discernment. Such a delicious product, yet no one wants it. Liu Hai pondered for a moment and said, Brother, we must employ some clever tactics. Otherwise, we won't sell even a tael today. What tactics? Xinyu asked, gazing at Liu Hai. Liu Hai then whispered a plethora of ideas into his ear. After a brief moment of surprise, Xinyu exclaimed, Will that work? Let us try it. All right, let us go all in. Xinyu promptly slipped into the adjacent alley. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, He swaggered over to Liu Hai's stall. Grabbing a piece of spicy fish jerky, he took a bite and immediately exaggerated his expression, exclaiming loudly, "How did you make this? It's utterly delicious." Indeed, a few middle-aged passers-by, preparing to enter the state-run restaurant, paused and cast curious glances in their direction. Liu Hai, blushing, replied, "My ancestors used to cook for the Empress Dowager. It's a family secret recipe." I remarked, "This unassuming item is so delectable. I'll take 2 taels." "Certainly." Liu Hai quickly fetched a scale, and the curious middle-aged men approached, intrigued by the appealing appearance of the fish jerky in the bowl. One of them chuckled and asked, "Young man, may I sample the flavor?" Liu Hai feigned busyness, saying, "Of course, feel free to try. I want to hold back, then." The middle-aged man replied with a smile, taking a piece of the spicy fish jerky and putting it in his mouth. In an instant, he was taken aback. Gesturing to Lao Yang, "You all should taste this. It pairs wonderfully with liquor." The others wasted no time, each sampling a piece, nodding in agreement and savoring their fingers. The man named Lao Yang inquired about the price. 3 mao per tael, Liu Hai replied, wrapping 2 taels for Yang Sangu while appearing quite busy. At that moment, several more people began to gather, also eager to taste. The atmosphere suddenly became lively. Lao Yang looked at the others, suggesting, "How about we enjoy this with some erguo at lunchtime?" "Sure, I'm all for it." The group erupted in laughter. Lao Yang added, "Start with half a jin for me. Young man, give me 3 taels. This flavor is impressive. Also, 2 taels for pairing with drinks." Thus, Liu Hai's stall became a sensation. Upon witnessing the bustling scene, Yang Sangu nearly burst into tears. He could no longer pretend and hurriedly rushed out from the alley to assist. Remarkably, after a morning of no attention, within less than half an hour, 12 jin of fish jerky were sold out completely. Liu Hai collected a total of 36 yuan. Holding the 36 yuan, he breathed a sigh of relief, feeling overwhelmed. There was no time for contemplation. The pantry at home was devoid of rice and oil, so he needed to procure supplies quickly and return, promptly departing with Yang Sangu. Meanwhile, in the state-run restaurant, Shin Maokai was initially in the office. County Chief Yang Xinyu summoned him over, and he stood before Yang Xinyu, feeling somewhat anxious. Yang Xinyu smiled and reassured him, "Don't be nervous, old Shun. I just bought this fish jerky by the roadside. Give it a try." Shin Maokai recognized it as the mixed fish sold by those 2 young men and hesitated slightly. However, with his superior speaking, he dared not be negligent. He pinched a piece and put it in his mouth. Instantly, his expression changed dramatically as he savored it, repeatedly confirming the flavor. "What kind of oil is used for this fish jerky? It's incredibly fragrant." Chapter 6. Profits made, time to buy for sister-in-law at that moment. Shin Maokai was utterly astounded within. Yang Xinyu smiled and remarked on the delightful flavor, noting that this dish pairs splendidly with liquor. The essence lies in transforming waste into treasure, as they have ingeniously crafted a main dish from the humble silver fish. Lao Shun, in 2 days, a businessman from Hong Kong, will visit Yinshan County for a family reunion. The county faces some challenges in catering, and I believe this dish could be quite fitting. Silver fish is a local specialty, and its spiciness could represent our Yinshan County. Please get in touch with that young man and have him prepare some for the occasion. With that, Yang Xinyu rose, prompting the others to follow suit, chatting as they exited the state-run restaurant. At that moment, Shin Maokai grew anxious. Once they had left, he hurried outside only to discover that the 2 young men had vanished. Suddenly struck by a thought, he turned to one of the waitstaff and asked, "Did the 2 young men initially intend to sell their dried fish at our state-run restaurant?" The waiter nodded, confirming, "Yes, director." "Did they mention which village they are from?" Shin inquired further. "They were driven away as soon as they entered," the waiter replied. Shin Maokai, standing at the entrance, berated the 2 waitstaff vehemently, leaving them unable to lift their heads in shame. In a fit of frustration, he summoned all the personnel from the restaurant, instructing them to search the vicinity urgently. For those 2 young men could not have wandered far. "If we fail to locate them, I shall hold you accountable," he declared, hastily joining the crowd. Meanwhile, Liu Hai recalled that since Dong Xinyu had come to their home, she had hardly tasted meat. The only time the aroma of meat wafted through their home was when lard was being rendered. Even that was used sparingly, as they typically consumed the more economical rapeseed oil. Liu Hai often finished off the oil residue from the lard, leaving Dong Xinyu with no opportunity to sample it. Prior to her arrival, he had prepared various tickets, and with 36 yuan in hand, he promptly purchased a substantial piece of meat weighing 5 pounds. The vendor assumed that a celebration was in order, for it was uncommon for a household to indulge in such extravagance. The price of lard was somewhat elevated, at 12 yuan per pound, and Liu Hai purchased 5 pounds, spending a total of 60 yuan. As their rice supply had dwindled, he bought 10 pounds for 14 yuan. With plans to continue preparing spicy dried fish, he realized the household's rapeseed oil was exhausted. Thus, he bought 20 pounds at 50 cents per pound, totaling 10 yuan. After acquiring these items, Liu Hai recalled a moment when Dong Xinyu had gazed longingly at a pair of rubber sandals at the township supply store. Each summer, she would weave grass sandals at home, wearing only those. He could never forget the disdainful words of a fellow villager who had scoffed. What's so appealing about that? If you can't afford it, don't stare. Move along. Dong Xinyu had remained silent, her head bowed, clearly heartbroken, especially considering her previously comfortable life in the capital. Gritting his teeth, he rushed to the county supply store and spent 4 yuan on a pair of rubber sandals adorned with plastic flowers. After these purchases, he had a total of 36 yuan remaining. He turned to Yang Sanggu, inquiring what he desired, only to have the latter shyly smile and express a wish for some liquor. Liu Hai purchased 2 bottles of fragrant snow wine produced in Hangqing, each weighing a pound. For the modest sum of 2 yuan, 1 bottle was given to Yang Sandog, while the other was intended for the village secretary, Xiao Guomin. He then procured a basket to carry these provisions home. The county town lay approximately 20 li from the village, and it took the 2 men 2 to 3 hours to return. Upon arrival, Yang Sandog was eager to resume his quest for dried silverfish, brimming with determination, while Liu Hai busied himself with preparing a meal at home. In the fields, there were chili peppers planted by Dong Xinyu. Liu Hai stir-fried fatty pork, which rendered its lard, then added lean meat, green chili peppers, and garlic. Soon, the enticing aroma of meat wafted through the thatched cottage, detectable from afar. He also stir-fried 2 green vegetables, intending to fetch Dong Xinyu from the fields for dinner. He understood her nature. Even though Xiao Guomin had requested her to stay at their home, the virtuous Dong Xinyu would never neglect her own household. As he returned, he noticed clothes drying at the entrance, undoubtedly washed by Dong Xinyu that morning. However, just as he was about to step outside, he spotted 2 jars wrapped in rubber bands and a few apples in the room. "Do we have guests?" Liu Hai murmured as he headed to the fields, eager for Dong Xinyu to try on the newly purchased rubber shoes, which he had brought along. March and April marked the season for planting cotton, and upon reaching the fields, Liu Hai noticed Sister Xiang and a bespectacled young man conversing with Dong Xinyu. Yet, Dong Xinyu, with her head bowed, shed tears onto the ground. Seeing Sister Xiang, Liu Hai's mood soured abruptly. In his past life, Sister Xiang had persistently urged Dong Xinyu to leave their family, offering to introduce her to suitable suitors. However, Dong Xinyu had never entertained her suggestions. Initially, Liu Hai dismissed her meddling until he saw on television in 1993 that Sister Xiang had been arrested, accused under the guise of matchmaking for trafficking women. In essence, she had sought to profit by introducing Dong Xinyu to others. Observing her current demeanor, Liu Hai feared no good would come of it. From a distance, he frowned and chided, "What are you doing?" Upon noticing Liu Hai's approach, Sister Xiang instinctively recoiled, offering an awkward smile. "Ah, Liu Hai, you're here. Xinyu, do consider this carefully." She hurriedly attempted to pull the young man away. To Liu Hai's surprise, the young man remained rooted in place, forcefully shaking her off. He scrutinized Liu Hai with a furrowed brow. "So, you are Xinyu's uncle? Is there a problem?" Liu Hai mirrored his frown, fixing his gaze on him. The young man, sensing Liu Hai's defiance, chuckled mockingly. "What gives you such confidence? I've heard of your antics in the village. Previously, I was in the county and couldn't touch you. But I will soon be transferred to your town, and I warn you to refrain from causing trouble in the village, especially to Xinyu. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." Liu Hai appraised him from head to toe, recognizing him as Sister Xiang's nephew, an ordinary clerk in the county government office, who had previously faced corruption charges in the town. In this era, people are often intimidated by officials. If it were anyone else facing such threats, they would undoubtedly be unable to sleep for days. Yet, Liu Hai, who frequently frequented the office of the provincial secretary in his previous life, found the threats from a mere junior clerk to be inconsequential. Did they truly believe him to be an illiterate fool, easily bullied? The youth assumed he had managed to intimidate Liu Hai, thus adopting a somewhat arrogant demeanor. He cast a glance at Dong Xinyu, who was engrossed in her work, and thought to himself, "I am doing this for your own good. You have not even crossed the threshold of the Liu household. You are under no obligation to support those siblings. Liu Hai paid her no mind and approached Dong Xinyu directly. What do you want? She asked, lifting her head with an expression of vulnerability, her voice barely above a whisper, laden with insecurity. The memory of Liu Hai selling the cooking oil from their home caused her discomfort. Liu Hai smiled as he presented a pair of rubber shoes for her to try on. Both Xiang saw and the youth stared at the sandals in astonishment. Chapter 7. An official? More like an errand runner. Dong Xinyu, somewhat bewildered, asked, Where did you get these shoes? Liu Hai replied gently, I earned a bit of money today with Yang Sandog in the county and specifically bought these for you. Give them a try. His tone was exceptionally soft. The gentleness of Liu Hai sent a shiver down Xiang Sa's spine, for she had never witnessed him treating Dong Xinyu in such a manner. Upon hearing about the trip to the county, Dong Xinyu's heart ached for the few pounds of cooking oil, and tears began to flow. Did you really sell the oil? Enough with the questions. Sit down and try them on, Liu Hai asserted, suddenly adopting a more commanding tone. Fearful, Dong Xinyu obediently sat still. The youth, with a mocking tone, jeered, Have you and Yang Sandog expanded your petty thievery to the county now? Encircling the city from the countryside, are you too? Liu Hai abruptly lifted his gaze, fixing a piercing stare on the youth. What my family does is none of your business. Leave. The youth felt as though Liu Hai's gaze had struck him at his very core, leaving him momentarily dazed. However, once he regained his composure, the indignation of being disrespected by a mere farmer surged within him, causing his body to tremble with rage. Do you know who I am? What I do? How dare you speak to me in such a tone? Liu Hai suddenly stood up. The youth instinctively recoiled a few steps back, having heard from Xiang Sa about Liu Hai's behavior in the village. Steadying himself, he raised his voice. I am Li Ji from the county government office. And so what? Liu Hai replied, a mocking glint in his eyes. Li Ji was taken aback, realizing Liu Hai was not intimidated by his title. I am a proper official of Yinshan County. He reiterated. All right, I understand. The county office serves tea and runs errands. Now, you may leave, Liu Hai said, his impatience evident. It was not that he was overly confident. Rather, in his previous life, he had scarcely regarded such county office clerks. To engage in a petty quarrel with a low-ranking official felt beneath him, especially with a heart worth billions. Li Ji, infuriated, found the cultured demeanor he had just displayed before Dong Xinyu shattered by Liu Hai's disdain, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. Ultimately, he pointed at Liu Hai, threatening, You will pay for insulting a county official. After concluding his words, Liu Hai addressed Dong Xinyu, stating, I have said all that needs to be said. Do not fail to recognize your own worth. Given your current state, my willingness to offer you this opportunity is already quite generous. What? Are you dissatisfied? Come on, let us see your skills. As Liu Hai rolled up his sleeves and approached Li Ji, Xiang Sa, noticing Liu Hai's readiness to engage, quickly urged Li Ji to leave. This ruffian fights without restraint. You, a mere county official, should not stoop to his level. Liu Hai, do not be ungrateful. You should leave. Liu Hai's expression suddenly turned frosty, prompting Xiang Sa to hastily pull the defiant, grumbling youth away. Dong Xinyu lifted her delicate face, gazing at him in perplexity. In the past, had anyone dared to provoke Liu Hai in such a manner, he would have lunged forward, delivering a few sharp slaps to their face in a fit of impulsivity. Yet, astonishingly, he refrained from resorting to violence. What nonsense is this about being an official? He is merely a petty worker, and yet he dares to assert himself over me. After driving the two away, Liu Hai turned back. Dong Xinyu quickly lowered her head. Liu Hai squatted before her, grasping her foot, although she felt a twinge of resistance. Liu Hai's grip was firm and unyielding. Let me change your shoes. Upon noticing the mud and grass clinging to her footwear, Liu Hai felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. Dong Xinyu, fearful of him, resembled a timid kitten, remaining utterly still, scarcely daring to breathe. Seeing Liu Hai hold her foot without moving for a while, she cautiously inquired, What's wrong? Liu Hai's eyes glistened with unshed tears, as his fingers distinctly felt the calluses on Dong Xinyu's feet. It's nothing, he replied silently, proceeding to change her shoes. Dong Xinyu stole a glance into Liu Hai's eyes. What was amiss with him? Why did his eyes suddenly appear so red? Reflecting on her worn shoes evoked memories of the several pounds of cooking oil at home, leaving her with an inexplicable sense of grievance. Did you steal these shoes? No, I earned them. What did you use to earn them? Did you sell the oil from home? Sell oil? What nonsense. I won't tea wear them anymore. You can return them. Remember, Qingqing will be back in a few days. The money from the return should go to her. Don't move. Why can't I move? Liu Hai, what right do you have to be so harsh with me? Dong Xinyu's emotions suddenly erupted, and she stood up, tears streaming down her face. Liu Hai felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Do you realize how much effort it took for me to obtain that oil? Dong Xinyu, wiping her tears, retorted. That was all my hard work. I cultivated it myself. There's no rice left at home, no oil either. When Qingqing returns in a few days, what will we eat? Liu Hai, you never think about these things. I don't want your shoes. They were earned by my oil. She lamented, throwing the shoes at Liu Hai before turning to leave. However, after taking a few steps, she hesitated and returned to pick up the rubber shoes from the ground. Liu Hai was momentarily bewildered by her actions. Dong Xinyu wiped her tears, scrunched her small nose, her tone considerably colder. If I don't take them, you will surely pawn them for drink money. I will sell them myself and save the money for Qingqing's tuition. Also, Li Ji gifted me 2 cans and some apples. You may eat the apples, but you are forbidden from touching the cans. Liu Hai frowned, perplexed as to why she would accept his offerings. Dong Xinyu, with a voice tinged with sorrow, accompanied Qingqing to the town to sell chaff. Qingqing lingered for a long time in front of the canned goods. Having never tasted them since childhood, I'll keep it for her. Li Ji will surely deliver it to me. Why would I refuse? After all, I am not marrying him. This was the sister-in-law Liu Hai recalled, who had probably long given up on him, allowing him to indulge in his reckless behavior outside. Yet, her affection for Qingqing surpassed that of a biological sister. She would undoubtedly reserve the finest goods at home for Qingqing. It was precisely for this reason that in her past life, after Dong Xinyu's demise, Lu Qing never reconciled with Liu Hai, harboring resentment against him for a lifetime and never forgiving him even upon her rebirth. She perpetually yearned for Dong Xinyu, naming her entrepreneurial venture Xinyu Group in her honor. Reflecting on these thoughts, Liu Hai slapped himself in regret. After Dong Xinyu departed, he intended to chase after her to explain. But he understood that deep-seated issues require time to thaw. Upon returning home, he delivered the dishes he had prepared, along with a portion of rice, oil, and meat, to Xiao Guomin's household, even sending along a bottle of liquor, stating it was for Dong Xinyu's sustenance during her stay. He promised to bring more rice, oil, and meat in the coming days. Later that afternoon, he collaborated with Yang Sandog to collect dried fish in the village. Dong Xinyu, however, did not return home, finding it difficult to face her empty house devoid of those few pounds of vegetable oil. It was not that she was overly frugal, but rather a young woman in her early 20s burdened with supporting a family and a high school student, precariously balancing her finances. Essentials such as grain and oil were the lifeblood of impoverished families. Thus, she sought work elsewhere, toiling until 1 o'clock in the afternoon before returning to Xiao Guomin's home. Although she was reluctant to stay at someone else's house, Xiao Guomin was determined to press Liu Hai, compelling her to agree to numerous arrangements. Upon her return, she caught the aroma of stir-fried meat with chili wafting from Xiao Guomin's kitchen, which caused her some distress, as she felt uncomfortable consuming food at another's expense. Just as she contemplated leaving, she heard Xiao Guomin's wife, Xia Helian, call out, "Xinyu, where are you going? Come in for dinner. We've been waiting for you." Chapter 8. Where did he get the money to buy meat? Dong Xinyu felt quite embarrassed, her face flushing as she fibbed. "Andy, I just roasted 2 sweet potatoes in the field, and I'm not hungry." "What nonsense. Didn't I tell you to treat my home as your own? Come inside. Liu Hai just delivered rice, oil, and meat for you to use during this time." Liu Hai sent grain and oil. Dong Xinyu's small face froze for a moment before Xia Helian ushered her into the house. Indeed, she saw a piece of lean meat and a chunk of fatty pork, along with several pounds of rice. At this point, even she had to realize that her few pounds of vegetable oil could not possibly be exchanged for such abundance. Curiously, she inquired, "Did Liu Hai really send this?" Xia Helian, equally astonished, replied, "You don't believe it? Neither do I. I have no idea where that boy managed to acquire all this. Eat your meal first. Don't worry. When your Uncle Guomin returns, I'll have him investigate what that boy is up to." She then noticed the pair of shoes Dong Xinyu was holding. As Liu Hai was replacing her shoes, he inadvertently damaged her straw sandals, which she was reluctant to wear as she had intended to sell them. Xia Helian took the shoes from her hands, her expression grave. "Did Liu Hai purchase these for you as well?" Dong Xinyu nodded, somewhat foolishly. In a hushed tone, she inquired, "Aunt, are these shoes expensive?" With a serious demeanor, Xia Helian scrutinized the design adorned with plastic flowers. I have seen them at the supply and marketing cooperative in town. They cost at least 4 yuan a pair. So expensive. Dong Xinyu was momentarily taken aback. Such a price was beyond the modest means of her few gene of vegetable oil. Xiaohi Lian, still solemn, suggested, "Let us eat first. We can discuss this when your uncle Guamin returns." Yes, Aunt, you must keep an eye on him. I'm afraid he might engage in petty thievery in the county and end up imprisoned. The mere thought brought tears to Dong Xinyu's eyes. Her heart was heavy with guilt towards the Lu family, wishing for their well-being, hoping that none would encounter misfortune. Xiaohi Lian understood the girl's submissive nature and felt a deep compassion for her. She gently patted the back of Dong Xinyu's hand, reassuring her, "Do not worry. Let us eat first." At the county's state-run restaurant, it was now evening. All the waitstaff stood outside, their heads bowed in dejection. Shen Maokai paced angrily, a cigarette clamped between his fingers. "Tell me, who has found those 2 young men?" The waitstaff, feeling wronged, remained silent. Throughout the afternoon, they had been dispatched by Shen Maokai to locate Liu Hai and his companion. Unfortunately, the 2 had seemingly vanished, melting into the crowd, making them impossible to find. Frustrated by their silence, Shen Maokai crushed the cigarette but underfoot and began to berate them. "The state pays you to support this bunch of useless individuals." "Xiaozhong, what were you saying while squatting at the door? You claimed that as a legitimate state unit, you were selling such lowly fish? Your ideological stance is gravely flawed. If this continues, you will find yourself in peril." Xiaozhong, feeling particularly wronged, retorted, "Director Shun, you can't just blame us. Weren't you the one on the street saying that if they sold their dried fish, they'd lick the slop bucket clean? Who could have known their goods would be singled out by County Head Yang? You dare to argue with me?" Shen Maotsai's anger intensified. Reflecting on the past, he realized he had been preoccupied with quarreling with that scruffy-haired individual, leading him to overlook critical matters. The day after tomorrow, the county head would bring businessmen from the port to dine. What would he do if those 2 spirited youths failed to show up? Frustrated, he continued to pace at the entrance, uncertain of how to proceed. A distressed chef spoke up, "Director, this approach isn't yielding results. I recall that the subsidiary food factory previously produced similar dried fish. However, their sales at the supply and marketing cooperative dwindled, resulting in production halting. Perhaps we should seek their assistance?" The suggestion struck a chord with Shun Maokai, who slapped his forehead in realization. "Let us seek out Old Shun. He might have a solution. Now, divide into 2 groups. I will visit Old Shun at the subsidiary food factory tonight, while you all keep a vigilant watch at the entrance tomorrow. The moment those 2 young men appear, ensure they are treated to the finest food and drink. If I had known who among you dared to speak to them with such sarcasm, I would have shown no mercy." Meeting adjourned. With that, I hastily made my way to the restaurant to seek assistance from Old Shun at the subsidiary factory. In Panxing Village, along the village path, Zhang Sihai had just finished his work. This fellow was rather pitiable. The village's remuneration paled in comparison to that of state-owned enterprises, earning merely 15 yuan a month. On ordinary days, this was bearable, but on payday, he was filled with trepidation on his journey home. For Yang Sandog would invariably block his path with 2 ferocious dogs, demanding cigarettes and alcohol. To add insult to injury, he would proclaim, as an educated comrade of the proletariat, "You ought to regard money as mere refuse." Each encounter drove him to the brink of madness. Today, coincidentally, was payday. He had tucked his 15 yuan into his sock, waiting until dusk to return home, hoping that Yang Sandog would be asleep. However, to his dismay, halfway home, he spotted Yang Sandog's figure. With a curse, he swiftly turned to flee, only to find himself cornered by the dogs lurking behind. Thus, Yang Sandog approached and, with a firm grip, clamped his arm around Zhang Sihai's neck and dragged him along. Zhang Sihai was so incensed that tears threatened to spill from his eyes. For every time Yang Sandog seized him like this, 5 yuan from his hard-earned wages would vanish. How shameless. The nation had been liberated for so long. How could there still be brigands like you? Yang Sandog, do you think I truly fear you? Let me be frank. What I fear is your dog. Just wait. I have consulted a fortune teller about your dog, and it has no more than 3 years left to live. After that, you shall pay a grievous price. Today, I shall stand resolute against you and your vile ilk with unyielding willpower. Yang Sandog, uninterested in his tirade, continued to drag him to his home. Hey, Brother Hai, look who I brought. Seeing Zhang Sihai still seething, he gave him a swift kick, sending him tumbling into the kitchen. What are you doing? What are your intentions? Zhang Sihai entered with an air of defiance. However, upon noticing a pot of meat simmering on the stove, his curiosity piqued, and he calmed somewhat. Liu Hai entered with a basket laden with fresh vegetables. "Old Zhang, let us have a drink tonight. Take a seat." Yang Sandog, unable to contain himself, had already settled by the pot, indulging in the feast. Zhang Sihai glared at Liu Hai, his expression darkening. "You usually call me Xiao Zhang. Why the sudden shift to Lao Zhang? What are you plotting?" Before he could finish, Yang Sandog shot him a fierce glare. "I'm apologizing to you today. Now sit down." Chapter 9. Sandog, you are too fierce, so, all right, dog brother. Zhang Sihai, grumbling, fell silent, perching himself beside them with a stiff posture, daring not to utter a word. Liu Hai shot a glance at Yang Sandog. "Why so fierce?" Yang Sandog retorted with a roll of his eyes. "You're often fiercer than I am. Why criticize me? Let Zhang Sihai judge who is harsher to him." Liu Hai felt a bit awkward. "Do I usually come off as harsh to you, Zhang Sihai?" Zhang Sihai felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, nodding with a heart full of unvoiced sorrow, only to quickly shake his head in disbelief. Liu Hai, feeling even more awkward, poured him a glass of wine and expressed his apologies, recalling his youthful indiscretions. This meal was a deliberate attempt to atone for past misdeeds. Confused, Zhang Sihai gazed at Liu Hai, questioning, "You wish to apologize to me? Do not toy with my feelings. Every time you have offered an apology in the past, you have only intensified your bullying." Liu Hai, growing increasingly uncomfortable, suggested they bypass the pleasantries and discuss matters of substance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sihai firmly pressed his foot down, reminded of the wages he had received that day. Liu Hai then inquired about Zhang's monthly salary. "Damn, these two are indeed scheming to undermine my earnings," he bitterly thought. "Brother Hai, do you not know how much I earn each month better than I do? Do not treat me this way, my income is hard-earned. This month, I received a mere $2, and Secretary Xiao has gone to the town meeting today solely to address the village official salaries." "Just answer Brother Hai's question directly," Yang Sanggu interjected. $15. Zhang Sihai replied promptly. Liu Hai grumbled, "Why be so fierce, Sanggu?" Yang Sanggu shot back, "I learned it all from you. You mentioned Zhang Sihai is well-educated and a bit arrogant. He must be dealt with sternly to prevent him from becoming complacent and distanced from the common folk." Liu Hai, momentarily taken aback, softened his tone and asked, "Did you really only receive $2? Zhang Sihai swore, invoking the honor of his ancestors across generations, that if he had not received merely $2 that month, he would not be standing there. He fervently recited his oath, pouring forth with passion and conviction. Of course, if such vows held any weight, his ancestors would have long been standing vigil at his bedside, observing their wayward descendant. Liu Hai and Yang Sanggu exchanged glances, both feeling a twinge of guilt over their past treatment of him. As Zhang's fervent swearing continued unabated, it seemed he might soon be propelled into the realm of American imperialism. Liu Hai hastily suggested, "Let us collaborate to earn money together. If all goes well, we could easily make you $2 a day." Zhang Sihai, momentarily choked by Liu Hai's words, coughed violently before regaining his composure. "You wish to include me in your money-making schemes?" "Indeed," Liu Hai affirmed. "Why? We feel pity for you. It is unjust to have bullied you for so long. We wish to make amends." "I," Zhang Sihai interjected, but Yang Sanggu rapped the table sharply, prompting him to straighten up, sensing they were not jesting. He then inquired earnestly about the specifics of their proposal. What followed was a rather disheartening scene. As Liu Hai requested Zhang to assist in broadcasting a notice for the collection of dried silver fish in the village, Zhang Sihai laughed incredulously. "You expect me to engage in your schemes of speculation?" Bang! Yang Sanggu slammed the table, and Zhang immediately recoiled. Liu Hai then suggested, "Help me negotiate with the village committee to rent the tractor." Zhang's incredulity resurfaced. "You intend to use the village tractor for speculation?" Bang! Yang Sanggu struck the table again, and Zhang quickly acquiesced. Thus, with Yang Sanggu's repeated thumping of the table, Zhang Sihai ultimately reached a friendly agreement with them. Initially, Liu Hai perceived Yang Sanggu as excessively fierce. However, he later realized that although Yang Sanggu's methods were rather crude, they indeed resonated well with Zhang Sihai. Consequently, he ceased to impede Yang's approach. Liu Hai, however, would not neglect Yang. He promised that once Yang had come to terms with the situation, they could collaborate in the village for future endeavors. The purchase price would be 2 dimes per pound, to which Liu Hai generously added an extra dime. The principle of fair dealings among brothers was the foundation of the agreement Liu Hai forged with Yang Sanggu that day. Furthermore, Yang Sanga's assistance in producing dried fish would also yield him a 10% profit share. Liu Hai, having been reborn, did not place undue importance on money. After all, in his previous life, Yang Sangu had shielded him from bullets, forging an unbreakable bond of loyalty. To prioritize monetary gain over such sentiments would render his past life meaningless. Presently, Liu Hai needed to accumulate a bride price, and thus he had no choice but to allocate the profits in this manner. Once their spicy fish venture was firmly established, Liu Hai intended to propose a different profit-sharing arrangement for Yang Sangu. After Zhang Sihai departed, Liu Hai exchanged a glance with Yang Sangu. Yang Sangu suddenly experienced a pang of conscience, questioning whether he had been too harsh with Sihai. He had anticipated Liu Hai would seize the opportunity to admonish him, yet instead, he simply remained silent, focusing on his meal. Meanwhile, Dong Xinyu had another restless night, as Xiao Guomin had not returned home the previous evening. By morning, unable to contain her concern any longer, she set off for home. Halfway there, the loudspeaker announced Zhang Sihai's notice to the villagers about Liu Hai's procurement of dried silver fish, offering 2 dimes per pound for those who had supplies to sell. Upon hearing this, Dong Xinyu hurried home. However, she concealed herself behind the house, secretly observing Liu Hai and his activities. She noticed that Liu Hai had procured a large iron pot and a half-cut iron oil barrel, setting up a stove outside. He poured bucket after bucket of rapeseed oil into the pot, adding the fragrant leaves and cinnamon sticks she had gathered from the mountains and dried. Was he concocting red oil? While she was perplexed by the sight, she heard footsteps behind her. Turning around, she saw 2 villagers approaching with woven bags, likely drawn by the announcement to test the waters and see if Liu Hai would indeed pay for the fish. The young girl hastily pretended not to notice and slipped away down a side path to work in the fields, muttering to herself, "Is he really selling the kind of dried fish I made for profit? How could that be? Such inexpensive items can't possibly sell." Meanwhile, Liu Hai found himself with just over 7 yuan left, enough to purchase around 20 pounds of fish. Yet, this would suffice for now, as they were currently relying on foot travel to the county, which was exceedingly slow. For large-scale speculative trading, they would need to rent a tractor from the village. With the right path ahead, Liu Hai felt no urgency. However, the 2 villagers were somewhat bewildered. They had risked coming to sell dried fish, initially believing Liu Hai and his companion were merely scheming to exploit them. To their astonishment, he actually paid them. After repeatedly verifying the authenticity of the money, one villager, drenched in sweat, looked at Liu Hai and inquired, "Will you continue to buy this in the future?" Chapter 10. In this life, I owe too much. Liu Hai recognized this villager as Uncle Jun. In the village, there exist nefarious individuals, such as the neighbor, Sister Xiang, and the trio of gossiping women. However, the majority are honest folk. Among them is Uncle Jun, who has a son. This diligent couple toils from dawn till dusk, relying on agriculture and living frugally to provide for their son's education. The boy, exceptional in his studies from a young age, eventually gained admission to a prestigious university, fulfilling the hopes of his family. Yet, upon graduation, he faced the upheaval of national reforms, resulting in the absence of job placements. Thus, his talents went unrecognized, leaving him in a quandary, and ultimately, he returned to his hometown. Unable to cultivate the land or secure employment, he succumbed to despair. The villagers mocked him, believing that his education had rendered him foolish. Uncle Jun and his wife, steadfast and self-sacrificing, continued to support their son, but by the age of 60, their relentless toil took its toll, and they both passed away within a year. In a previous life, by that time, he had amassed wealth and returned to rescue his son from the village of Mo Yun. It became evident that his son's future was dictated by social class. Lacking connections, he could not secure a promising job, and it was not that he had truly become foolish from his education. In that past existence, his son thrived within his company, ascending to middle management, earning an annual salary of 1 million. If memory serves, during this phase, Liu Hai frequently pilfered chickens from his household. Observing Uncle Jun, who was only in his early 40s yet bore a face etched with wrinkles and crowned with white hair, Liu Hai felt a pang of guilt for the poultry of such a family. How could he have once stooped to such thievery? After a moment of reflection, he was greeted with a smile from Uncle Jun, who said, "I know you are an expert fisher. During the farming off-season, come and catch as many as you can. I'll take whatever you have." "Really?" Uncle Jun exclaimed, his excitement reminiscent of a child. The current agricultural policy allows for household production. Yet after paying the grain tax each year, Little remains to sustain a family. If there is a student in the household, the family often faces hunger. Liu Hai had created a lucrative opportunity for them, and his heart swelled with joy. However, as he departed, he felt a bittersweet sensation lingering behind him. He suddenly realized that his debts extended beyond Dong Xinyu. They encompassed the majority of the village's virtuous inhabitants. Had it not been for their kindness, his past misdeeds of petty theft would have landed him in the police station countless times. A resolve began to form within him. In this lifetime, he would not only uplift his own family, but also ensure the prosperity of the entire village, except, of course, for the 3 obnoxious women and Sister Xiang next door. After Uncle Jun returned home, it wasn't long before several villagers arrived at Liu Hai's doorstep, each bearing their own sun-dried silver fish. Liu Hai informed them that he had no money to pay today. Yet, the villagers, with their simple smiles, insisted, "We can trust you. Take it on credit. And you can pay us back once you sell it." Liu Hai retorted, "I'm merely a good-for-nothing thief. Are you not afraid I might deceive you?" The villagers reassured him, "It's all right. We believe in you. Even if you were to cheat us, it wouldn't amount to much. We understand that your heart is not wicked. Perhaps the sudden loss of your brother and father in your youth transformed you. But we have watched you grow and know the truth. It's commendable that you are now earnest in your endeavors. If your father knew, he would be exceedingly proud. We support you." Liu Hai felt an even deeper sense of turmoil as he bid farewell to those villagers. Yang Sandog appeared to be moved. His emotions weighed down. "As for the profit of that extra dime, I shall forego it." "What's wrong?" Liu Hai stoked the fire. "It's nothing, just a feeling of discomfort within me. That extra dime, let it go to the villagers." Yang Sandog turned his head away. Liu Hai approached, grasping his chin. "Why are you crying, you rascal?" "I am not," he retorted, still stubborn. "Your eyes are brimming with tears. Get away, who cries among men? I simply feel like a scoundrel. I've decided not to touch the village's dogs anymore. They have their own struggles," Yang Sandog declared. Liu Hai gave him a look, recalling that in the past, they had resorted to petty theft just to stave off hunger. Now that they could earn a living, continuing such thievery would be no different from being a beast. "Let us work hard, and someday we can establish a factory in the village, helping everyone prosper together, though some may need to be excluded." Agreed. The two continued their conversation. During this time, Liu Hai remembered the canned apples sent by his nephew Li Ji next door. He returned them, refusing to accept. Previously, they had brought over 12 pounds, and this time they managed to gather a total of 46 pounds. Thus, the following day began at 4 in the morning. As they carried baskets to the county, when they had come 2 days prior, they sold over 10 pounds, mostly in small quantities. Those who took it home found it more delectable than pork, making it memorable and earning them a good reputation. However, this time they set up in the neighboring market, where there were more people. As soon as Liu Hai and his companion appeared, several previous customers recognized them. Before they knew it, their stall was bustling with activity. Weighing and collecting payments went on continuously. Liu Hai, adept at business, always added a little extra after weighing. A seemingly small gesture that proved to be a powerful tactic in the market. Customers perceived him as honest, appreciating that he not only provided the full measure, but often a little more. With a solid reputation and unique products, how could their business not thrive? Meanwhile, at the state-owned restaurant, Old Shun from the state-owned food factory had prepared a considerable amount of dried silverfish, confidently asserting, "In all of Yinshan County, I, Old Shun, am the first to turn waste into treasure. What difficulty could there be? Can that kid's spicy fish jerky compare to my ancestral recipe? Does he even know the secrets? Try it, Old Shun." Indeed, Shun Maokai and his team found themselves at a loss, resorting to a backup plan of having Old Shun create the spicy silverfish jerky. Shin Maokai took a small piece of silverfish and tasted it, feeling immensely disappointed. Although it was spicy and flavorful, it lacked that distinctive aroma. It was that very absence of fragrance that rendered the two products worlds apart. Yet, he hesitated to voice his critique, as Old Shun was somewhat pretentious and held seniority at the state-owned food factory. To persuade him to join, Shin Maokai had even invoked the goodwill of his father. Just as he prepared to speak, County Chief Yang entered with a group of people, taking their seats at the table. Only one dish remained to be served at the table, and with no time for hesitation, I hastily instructed someone to bring forth a bowl of spicy dried silver fish. Upon its arrival, County Chief Yang erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Our specialty from Yinshan. Spicy dried silver fish. Boss Kai, do give it a try." A middle-aged man, flamboyantly dressed in flared pants, and sporting an extravagant hairstyle. Chuckled in response to County Chief Yang's invitation, saying, "I must certainly give it a taste." Without hesitation, he seized his chopsticks and placed a few pieces into his mouth. However, the moment it touched his palate, his face flushed crimson, and he could no longer endure it, promptly spitting it out. Chapter 11. A complete debacle too spicy. "I simply cannot handle such heat," he apologized to County Chief Yang, suddenly aware of his own indiscretion, and hurriedly attempted to explain. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward, as County Chief Yang's high expectations were met with such a disheartening scene. Nearby, the associates brought by the businessman quickly poured water. County Chief Yang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He recalled that the young man's spicy fish indeed possessed a remarkable heat, yet it was complemented by a subtle sweetness that beautifully balanced the spiciness, making it enticingly addictive. How could it provoke such a reaction as to make someone spit it out upon first taste? Thus, he too picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece. In an instant, he too found himself spitting it out, his dissatisfaction evident as he shot a disapproving glance toward the kitchen. That mere glance sent Shin Mao-Tsai's knees nearly buckling beneath him. The entire state-run restaurant was enveloped in an oppressive silence due to County Chief Yang's mere gaze. Old Shun, standing nearby, wished he could disappear into the ground. It was utterly humiliating for him to have two patrons spit out the dish he prepared. At that moment, a waiter rushed in, drenched in sweat, holding a newspaper-wrapped parcel of spicy fish. "Director, we found it. Those two young men are setting up their stall at the market, and I managed to retrieve it." Shin Maokai felt as though he had grasped a lifeline at the edge of a precipice. He quickly confirmed that it was indeed the same two young men. Of course, the scene is quite chaotic. It was nearly snatched away. "Hurry, get a plate." Thus, the kitchen was thrown into a flurry of activity. Yet Shin Maokai remained apprehensive. After placing it on a dish, he tasted it himself. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Yes, this is the flavor." He hurriedly brought it to the table, cautiously attempting to appease County Chief Yang, saying, "I sincerely apologize. Our waiter mistakenly served the wrong dish. The fish was a new recipe we were experimenting with." County Chief Yang had just managed to ease the tension at the table. And now this. With a slight frown, he remarked, "Old Shun, you have never let me down in your duties. How could you falter so this time?" Shin Maokai hastily offered various apologies. After a considerable time, County Chief Yang finally permitted him to replace the dish on the table. This time, he dared not act recklessly, first sampling it himself. As he tasted the fish, a smile broke across his face. "Ah, Boss Kai, this is the flavor I intended to recommend. I truly apologize for the earlier mishap. The restaurant failed to deliver properly. Do give it a taste." Boss Kai was genuinely reluctant to try again. The pungent, dry spiciness was enough for one lifetime. Yet, out of respect for the county chief, he begrudgingly picked up his chopsticks and took a minuscule bite. Indeed, at the very moment he entered, he paused momentarily, then eagerly picked up several pieces to savor, quickly giving a thumbs up. The flavor was exquisite. Laughter erupted around the table, while in the kitchen, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Throughout the morning, they had been reverently attending to Old Chun, with the assistant chefs speaking to him with utmost caution. But now, who paid him any mind? Especially the chefs, who exchanged glances filled with skepticism, as if to question, "Is this the best you can do, O master of dried fish?" This deeply wounded his pride. Feeling utterly humiliated, he turned away in silence, hands clasped behind his back. A few servers did not spare him a glance, their disdain evident. They had endured his arrogance all morning, expecting some remarkable talent. But the dish he produced made County Chief Yang and the others retch upon tasting. It was no wonder that when the state-owned food factory's dried fish first hit the supply store, no one wanted to buy it. Such words pierced Old Chen's seasoned heart like sharp thorns, shattering his self-esteem. Once he had distanced himself, he looked over at the nearby vegetable market, determined to see what real skill looked like. He, Old Chen, had never lost face like this in Yinshan County, where he had many disciples and followers. Fueled by indignation, he set off to confront Liu Hai and his stall. Meanwhile, at the market, Liu Hai and his companions were experiencing a surge in sales. They had brought a total of 45 pounds of dried fish. Liu Hai, generous in business, always offered a little extra to every customer, resulting in an actual revenue of 44 pounds worth. Priced at 3 cents per tael, that amounted to 3 yuan per pound. Yang Sandog was counting the money, 1 dime. 3 dimes, 2 dimes. Oh no, I lost count, back to square one. 2 dimes, 1 dime. Oh, I'm all mixed up again. Liu Hai stepped aside to buy a pack of Lingji brand cigarettes, priced at 52 cents a pack, about the same as a little less than a pound of pork. Only some officials would smoke this brand regularly. Lighting one for himself, he offered another to Yang Sandog, who was still struggling to tally the amounts. Yang Sandog, feeling overwhelmed, tossed the money aside. Brother Hai, do you think there is still hope for me to go back to school? Liu Hai, cigarette in mouth, scrutinized him with a serious expression filled with doubt. Yang Sandog seemed to catch on. I know what you're implying. Liu Hai laughed heartily. When the chance arises, I'll have Xinyu teach you. He then gathered the numerous tickets and began to tally them up. They had collected a total of 132 yuan. Upon hearing this figure, Yang Sandog was utterly astonished. Damn it, I fetched a full-grown dog for only 4 yuan. And here I've earned 132 in a single day. He mused, is the dried fish from the state-owned restaurant really sold here? Just then, the stern-faced old Chun from the food factory approached. Yang Sandog quickly regained his composure, despite old Chen's fearsome demeanor in the village. Once he tasted the sweetness of selling dried fish, he became as amiable as an uncle. My apologies, uncle, but we've sold out today. Sold out? How much did you sell? Old Chen glanced at the plastic bag in the basket, which still contained some remnants. Liu Hai, with great enthusiasm, offered him a cigarette, estimating it weighed over 40 pounds, though he could not be certain of the exact amount. 40 pounds. A jolt of surprise coursed through old Chen's heart. Back when they sold small dried fish at their subsidiary food factory, it took a month at the supply and marketing cooperative to sell just over 10 pounds. Yet here, at the market, they had sold 40 pounds in less than a morning. Overwhelmed and momentarily speechless, he cast a meaningful glance at the Lingji brand cigarette Liu Hai offered, and the furious energy that had surged within him dissipated significantly. I don't smoke. Thank you, he replied. May I sample the taste of these remnants? Liu Hai smiled and consented. The old man pinched some remnants and placed them in his mouth, momentarily lost in thought. His initial skepticism was completely washed away by the flavor. Unable to resist, he sampled the remnants again and again, confirming their taste. Ultimately, the pride that came with his experience evaporated entirely, leaving him with an unmistakable sense of defeat. He sighed helplessly. This flavor is not characteristic of our Yinshan County. Are you from elsewhere? Chapter 12. My brother is sending me money. A native of the region, Liu Hai's ancestry included chefs who once served the empress, thus imparting a distinctive flavor. As Liu Hai tidied up, he reflected on his newfound wealth and the necessity of visiting County No. 1 Middle School to see his sister. In his previous life, his sister had harbored resentment towards him for a lifetime. This time, he vowed to prevent a repeat of that tragedy. Thus, he did not dwell too much on old Chen's concerns. The old man muttered gravely, So, I have been bested by a palace chef? His spirits lifted slightly. Observing their departure, he contemplated how to leave an address for Liu Hai. You can find me at Group 7, Panxing Village. Liu Hai, I apologize, but I have matters to attend to. With that, he picked up the basket and left with Yang Sandog. Liu Hai recalled how his sister, Lu Jun, would always obediently follow Dong Xinyu whenever they visited the town. Like all children from impoverished families, she would silently gaze at the fried snack stalls they passed. Dong Xinyu would also look at Lu Jun, her expression filled with guilt. Liu Hai had witnessed this scene countless times over the decades of his previous life, and the mere thought of it filled him with deep remorse. The market offered fried oil cakes for 4 cents each. They had not eaten lunch, so they bought 2 each and additionally purchased 4 more, 2 for Lu Jun and 2 to take back for Dong Xinyu. At County No. 1 Middle School, during lunchtime, a girl sat in the corner with an aluminum square lunchbox, eating her meal. The cafeteria had dishes available, but the girl never dared to look longingly at them. Typically, she would eat the small dried fish brought from home, which complemented her meal perfectly. At that moment, a cloud of worry settled over her. She had outstanding tuition fees for the semester, and that day a teacher had informed her to have her parents settle the payment promptly. Lu Jun, lost in thought, felt tears streaming down her face. Memories of her sister-in-law, Dong Xinyu, waking early and working tirelessly, clad in patched clothing, weighed heavily on her heart. Initially, she had wanted to drop out upon entering middle school, but Dong Xinyu insisted, with your excellent grades, I will toil endlessly to ensure you can continue your education. Thus, she achieved the top score in the county's entrance examination, gaining admission to the prestigious County No. 1 high school. The cumulative expenses for the semester amounted to 11 yuan. Lu Jun could not bear to witness her sister-in-law's humiliating attempts to borrow money from others. Consequently, she contemplated dropping out of school. While she was deep in thought, her homeroom teacher approached her, holding a newspaper-wrapped oil cake, its grease seeping through the paper, rendering it particularly appetizing. He placed it before Lu Jun, momentarily taken aback. She looked up at Teacher Fong, puzzled. "Honestly, I have been quite apprehensive about you dropping out," Teacher Fong said with a smile. "Your academic performance is such that you could easily gain admission to a reputable university and transform your destiny. I was also planning to assist you in applying for a tuition waiver, but someone has already come forward to pay your fees." He added, "This oil cake is a special gift for you, and he has left an additional 5 yuan for your living expenses. He assured me that he will ensure you complete your high school and university education." "Is it my sister-in-law?" Lu Jun could only think of Dong Xinyu, and suddenly, the image of her sister-in-law borrowing money filled her mind, causing her great distress. "No, it's not your sister-in-law. He said it's your brother," Teacher Fong replied, chuckling. "My brother? That's absolutely impossible. That scoundrel wouldn't share a morsel with me or my sister-in-law, even if he had food. Ever since our father passed away, he has insisted that I shouldn't waste money on education." "That seems implausible," she continued, incredulous. "Just the other day, he appeared before me, lamenting that he regretted not pursuing his studies." "Teacher Fong, is he still around?" Lu Jun felt goosebumps rise on her skin. "Is he not proud of being illiterate for life? How can he utter such words?" Teacher Fong mentioned that he had just bid farewell at the cafeteria entrance and should be leaving soon. "Thank you, Teacher Fong." Lu Jun was unable to maintain her composure and hurriedly stood up and ran outside. Upon exiting, she spotted Liu Hai and Yang Sandog leaving the school gates. She called out, "Brother," but Liu Hai and the others seemed not to hear her. The young girl clutched a handful of tickets, utterly bewildered. "My brother actually cares about me? Could it be true?" While she pondered this, a male classmate offered her a packet of dried fish. "Try this flavor. Isn't it just like what your sister-in-law makes? My dad just brought it to me, saying it's been flying off the shelves at the market." Lu Jun looked puzzled and took a piece to taste. Her expression changed drastically. "Did you just say this dried fish is selling like hotcakes at the market?" "Yes, indeed. I told my dad I had tried it, and he accused me of boasting." "What about the vendor? Did your uncle describe what he looked like?" "I didn't ask about that." Lu Jun felt a wave of unease. Could it be that her brother had suddenly become enlightened and was earning money? Glancing at the money in her hand, her expression became particularly complicated, tears welling in her eyes. In Panxing Village, after Liu Hai and the others left home, the diligent Dong Xinyu returned briefly to tidy up before resuming her work in the fields. Her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of whether Liu Hai and the others were truly selling the dried fish. Suddenly, she spotted Liu Hai approaching from the ridge. Instinctively, the young girl wanted to flee, fearing Liu Hai's wrath. As they had barely taken a few steps, Liu Hai brusquely commanded her to stand still. Dong Xinyu, feeling a sense of grievance, complied and lowered her head, muttering to herself that she had anticipated he would not change, and indeed he remained as fierce as ever. Liu Hai had returned with a substantial amount of supplies, intended for continuing his small dried fish business. After placing down the basket, he held up 2 oil cakes. Observing her demeanor stirred an inexplicable pang of sympathy within him, especially when he noticed her bare feet, prompting him to furrow his brow and inquire, "Didn't I buy you rubber shoes? Why are you barefoot?" Dong Xinyu glanced at him, continuing her work, thinking how such expensive shoes were hardly suitable for labor. Liu Hai fell silent for a moment, but soon broke into a smile, saying, "I understand you might feel uncomfortable living in someone else's home, but rest assured, during this month, I will bring rice and oil to Uncle Guomin's house. I promise, in a month's time, I will proudly take you home as my bride, if possible. I also wish to build a brick house during this period." The cheeky girl mumbled under her breath, but Liu Hai caught her words and asked, "What did you just say?" Dong Xinyu quickly regained her composure, feeling a bit anxious, and replied, "I didn't say anything." She even insisted she had said nothing. Casting a glance at him, she obediently lowered her head, preparing for reprimand. What she did not expect was that Liu Hai suddenly presented her with 2 oil cakes, saying, "You haven't had oil cakes in a long time, right? I specifically brought these back from the county for you." "These were for me?" Dong Xinyu questioned, puzzled. Liu Hai smiled, placing them in her hands before picking up the basket. "In the days ahead, just patiently await my return to take you home." Chapter 13. Making money together with the villagers. Dong Xinyu held the 2 oil cakes, gazing at Liu Hai's figure as he carried the basket, lost in thought. Had he truly changed? Yet, she hesitated to readily accept the reality of Liu Hai's transformation, for over the years, he had played similar tricks on her, instilling fear within her. Contemplating past events, she even wondered if he had poisoned the cakes, intending to do her harm. Initially, she had considered discarding them. But upon seeing these precious oil cakes, something she had deprived herself of for years, she felt it would be a shame to waste them. If it's poisoned, then so be it, she thought in frustration, and with a fierce bite, she tasted the cake. To her surprise, it was quite delicious. And an inexplicable joy washed over her, reminiscent of her childhood in Kyoto, when her siblings would take her to the alleys for snacks. Lost in her memories, a smile unwittingly spread across her face. As she continued to eat, she curiously examined the oil cake, realizing he hadn't poisoned it after all. With the right path identified, Liu Hai intended to proceed boldly with his plans. Upon his return, he began cooking. He fried fatty meat, releasing some lard. Then stir-fried lean meat before adding water to stew it all together. The seasoning was simple, using Dong Xinyu's homemade spicy pepper paste. And he washed some greens to cook alongside. This straightforward pork hot pot was among the most luxurious ways to dine in the southern countryside at that time. Yang Senggu, feeling unsatisfied, leaped into the nearby ditch and soon emerged with 5 or 6 plump crucian carp. With Liu Hai's efforts, a pot of creamy crucian carp soup hot pot was soon simmering over the fire. 2 pots were set up, alongside a large basket of freshly washed vegetables, and 2 pounds of homemade grain liquor brewed by the villagers were prepared. At 7 in the evening, Uncle Jun and the villagers who had sold goods to them the day before arrived. Upon seeing the 2 extravagant pots at Liu Hai's home, each person eagerly plunged their chopsticks into the pots, exclaiming at the abundance of meat. Yang Senggu, pouring the liquor, chuckled that there was a full 5 pounds of meat, implying they should have something substantial. 5 pounds. The group was taken aback, exchanging glances with Liu Hai. With a smile, Liu Hai offered them cigarettes, stating that he had gathered them to discuss a few matters. What matters? Uncle Jun inquired straightforwardly, his smile radiating the simplicity characteristic of their era. The others echoed his sentiments, encouraging him to speak freely. As Liu Hai contemplated Dong Xinyu and his sister, he observed the sincerity etched on their faces, realizing that this was the true essence of rebirth. Thus, he began to converse with them gradually. Initially, they settled the accounts for the dried fish they had obtained on credit. Subsequently, they discussed the cultivation of silver fish. Currently, silver fish were abundant. But Liu Hai knew that while supplying the entire county was feasible according to his plan, it would be insufficient for nationwide distribution, as the wild silver fish from Panxing Village fell short. Therefore, he needed to broach the subject of aquaculture in advance. In these times, personal aquaculturists were exceedingly rare, so Liu Hai's suggestion intrigued them, and they listened intently. The reproductive capacity of silver fish was impressive. They grew to a manageable size within a few months, making their cultivation potentially lucrative. Moreover, their diet primarily consisted of smaller fish and shrimp, which were plentiful in the ditches, rendering aquaculture particularly convenient. Liu Hai then began to calculate the potential profits, relying solely on mental arithmetic. Yang Senggu was left astounded when he struggled to count to 100. How had Liu Hai acquired such impressive numerical skills, executing mental calculations with such agility? Not only he, but the other villagers were equally bewildered by Liu Hai's rapid computations. Was this Liu Hai still the same scoundrel they once knew? Although they didn't fully grasp the calculations, Liu Hai concluded that, if all went smoothly, each household could expect an increase of around 200 in income by the year's end. This revelation ignited their excitement. Can we really expect such a significant increase? What else is there to discuss? Let's do it, they exclaimed. Yes, we trust you, Liu Hai. Well done. Your father would be so proud to know. Laughter erupted as they raised their cups in a toast. The next morning, after a night of revelry, Liu Hai sat at home planning his next steps. He intended to jot down his ideas on paper, but unfortunately, after searching high and low, he found no pen. Instead, he picked up a twig and began writing on the ground outside his house. The first step remained to adopt a stall model for selling, albeit with a haphazard approach, as the authorities were particularly stringent this year. With a large tree attracting attention, should anyone from the county notice his newfound profits, there would undoubtedly be individuals, cloaked in the guise of justice, ready to report him. Inevitably, one may find themselves apprehended by those opportunistic individuals donning red armbands, which is hardly a sustainable strategy. In the long run, it is essential to seek affiliation with a state-owned enterprise, leveraging its qualifications to establish a legitimate factory, thus enabling the creation of one's own brand. Such endeavors necessitate meticulous planning. Yesterday, Yang Sengu was particularly disheartened, feeling as though overnight the chasm between himself and Brother Hai had unexpectedly widened. Throughout the night, his mind was consumed by the arithmetic prowess exhibited by Brother Hai. It was astonishing. Brother Hai could perform addition and subtraction of hundreds and thousands without the aid of an abacus. Had Brother Hai secretly mastered this skill unbeknownst to him? To unravel this mystery, Yang Sengu resolved to consult Zhang Sihai at the broadcasting station. Every morning, the village holds a broadcast meeting, where either the village secretary, Xiao Guomin, speaks, or the most skilled farmer shares their planting experiences. Zhang Sihai had little to attend to that day. After the broadcast concluded, he brewed a cup of tea and became engrossed in reading the Soviet classic How the Steel Was Tempered. As he read, he suddenly noticed Yang Sengu entering with a furrowed brow. With an exclamation of dismay, he dropped his book and dashed toward the window. Yang Sengu furrowed his brows and shouted, "You're studying how the steel was tempered? Why do you always flee like a mouse at the sight of me and Brother Hai?" Zhang Sihai paused mid-climb through the window and turned back, indignantly retorting, "Who the hell is the mouse here?" Yang Sengu shot him a glare. "You scoundrel! If I don't set you straight today, you'll be climbing the rafters." Zhang Sihai quickly relented. "All right, brother dog." Keeping his head down, he approached Yang Sengu obediently. That night, feeling a pang of conscience for constantly bullying Zhang Sihai, Yang Sengu softened his tone. "Sihai, I'd like to ask you something." "Sure, brother dog. What is it?" "Can you perform mental arithmetic for addition and subtraction within 100 or even 1,000? "I can manage up to 100, but not 1,000. "Brother dog, why do you ask?" Zhang Sihai inquired, his courage wavering. Yang Sengu, feeling increasingly desperate, said, "Let me tell you something, don't be surprised." "Brother dog, if you say not to be surprised, I absolutely want to be." "All right. If I told you that I personally witnessed Brother Hai deftly performing mental arithmetic for addition and subtraction within 100, would you believe it?" Yang Sengu asserted. Chapter 14. Accompanying my sister-in-law to sell pig feed, huh? Just Liu Hai? Yes, what of it? That ruffian. Can he really perform mental arithmetic for hundreds? Zhang Sihai scoffed. Don't even mention addition and subtraction. Ask him to count to 100 and see if he can do it quickly. He is illiterate, boasting without any basis. Yang Sengu, momentarily enraged, retorted, "Do you know that before I came here, I was convincing myself to maintain a decent tone and not bully you when we met? Yet you keep pushing my buttons. How can I cultivate my character in your presence?" Brother Hai was right. If I don't reprimand you, you'll drift away from the masses. You don't believe me? I'll take you to see for yourself. After concluding the conversation, he once again resorted to his usual antics, rising abruptly to seize Zhang Sihai by the neck and making his exit. Zhang Sihai protested vehemently, but Yang Sandog, unfazed, lit a cigarette and swaggered through the village with Zhang in tow. Even upon encountering familiar villagers, he would greet them with a smile. Strangely enough, the villagers seemed accustomed to such scenes, wearing expressions of nonchalance. Upon arriving at Liu Hai's residence with Zhang Sihai in tow, Yang Sandog found no one around. Zhang Sihai remained skeptical of Yang's claims, muttering to himself about Liu Hai's supposed ability to perform mental calculations. Preposterous. Seizing the moment while Yang searched for others, he wandered towards the pond in front of the courtyard, intending to wash his face. However, as he approached, he was taken aback to find the ground covered in writing. Curiosity piqued, he bent down for a closer look, and to his astonishment, he was left speechless. Quickly squatting down to examine the inscriptions more closely, he was increasingly alarmed. Could it be? Was this not the cursive script of Wang Shiji? Had Liu Hai truly penned this? "Dog brother, come quickly." Yang Sandog hurried over, and upon seeing the words, he was filled with excitement, exclaiming, "Look at this, Zhang Sihai. Do you still doubt me? Impossible, utterly inconceivable. This cannot have been written by Liu Hai." Zhang Sihai was utterly taken aback. Soon after, Xiao Guomin, who had been attending meetings in town for 2 days, arrived and was equally astonished by the writing, standing in stunned silence for quite some time. Before long, an increasing number of villagers gathered around Liu Hai's side. In the village, there was a household with a rice mill that offered services to others. Out of sympathy for Dong Xinyu's difficult circumstances, they provided her with some discarded chaff, allowing her to gather it and sell it in town as pig feed. Consequently, every month, Dong Xinyu would push a cart filled with the collected chaff for 10 miles to the town to sell it. On this occasion, Liu Hai encountered Dong Xinyu on the mountain path leading to the town. Her frail figure struggled to maneuver 4 or 5 sacks of chaff along the rugged trail, stumbling all the way. Upon seeing her, Liu Hai immediately jogged over and took hold of the cart's handle. Dong Xinyu, drenched in sweat, felt a twinge of fear upon recognizing Liu Hai. "What brings you here?" she asked apprehensively. Liu Hai replied, "I have no pressing matters today. I'll accompany you to sell the chaff." Dong Xinyu sensed that Liu Hai's intentions were not entirely altruistic, fearing he might want to take the money she earned from selling the chaff. However, seeing Liu Hai walk silently ahead, she was also wary of incurring his wrath. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, she bit her lip and followed behind him. Thus, they made their way to Xia town. In this era, with the recent implementation of household contracts, rural residence permits were highly coveted, leading the youth to fervently engage in agriculture, while the anticipated wave of migration for work was still years away. The town was bustling with activity. After setting down the 5 sacks of chaff, it wasn't long before inquiries began to arise. Just as Dong Xinyu was about to speak, Liu Hai enthusiastically interjected, 8 dimes per bag. If you buy all 5 at once, I'll let you have them for 3 yuan. Dong Xinyu was taken aback. How can you sell them so cheaply? I've collected this for a month, and I still owe 11 yuan for my tuition. She immediately prepared to voice her objections. But Liu Hai cut her off, saying, "Don't speak, just trust me." However, tears streamed down Dong Xinyu's cheeks as she watched Liu Hai sell those 5 bags at a pitiful price. Liu Hai accepted some corner tickets, counted them after dividing, and confirmed with the buyer. Without hesitation, he slipped the money into his pocket and eagerly helped the man load the 5 bags of grain onto his cart. Dong Xinyu felt increasingly aggrieved, her heart heavy with sorrow. Did he really intend to give me not a single cent? Those were all my collected earnings. What about Qingqing's tuition? He must be planning to use my grain money for drinking. With her head bowed, she resembled a forlorn kitten. After sending the man away, Liu Hai turned back to see Dong Xinyu with her head down. Only then did he realize that it was inappropriate to keep the money for himself. He took it out and offered it to her. Dong Xinyu paused, lifting her sun-kissed, darkened yet exquisitely featured face. With tears still glistening on her cheeks, she asked, her voice trembling with uncertainty, "Are you truly willing to give this to me?" Liu Hai glanced at her feet, noticing the freshly woven straw sandals, worn and bloodied from the rocky path. Upon examining her trousers, he noted at least 6 or 7 patches, if memory served him right. This was a pair she had scavenged from outside and had been mending for years. Taking her hand, he placed the money gently into her palm. This 3 yuan, returned to her, filled Dong Xinyu with joy, and fearing that Liu Hai would change his mind, she quickly stuffed it into her pocket. As Liu Hai began to pull the cart away, he noticed she remained motionless and urged her, "Stop dawdling, get on the cart." Why? Dong Xinyu was puzzled by Liu Hai's intentions. He, with a stern expression, questioned her insistently. Why all the questions? Hurry up, we don't have time to waste. We still need to go to the supply and marketing cooperative. I want to go, I don't want to buy anything. What about Qingqing's tuition? Stop whining and get on. Oh, all right. Fearing Liu Hai's wrath, Dong Xinyu hurried onto the cart, sitting stiffly, as if on needles. To her surprise, Liu Hai began to pull her away. What was his intention? Why was he suddenly so kind to her? Was this merely a fleeting calm before the storm? Dong Xinyu remained hesitant to fully trust Liu Hai, feeling as though she was being dragged to her doom. They arrived at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative. Liu Hai took her hand and led her inside, instructing her to sit still. He dashed to the counter, requesting a pair of cloth shoes from the sales clerk. Approaching Dong Xinyu, he knelt to inspect her wounds. He then retrieved an unfinished Lingji brand cigarette, extracted a tobacco leaf from it, and pressed it onto her injury. With tender care, he tore a strip of cloth from his garment to bandage her wound. Dong Xinyu's anxiety about the 3 yuan in her pocket intensified. She felt certain that Liu Hai's sudden kindness was a ruse to steal it away. She clutched the money tightly. Just as Liu Hai was about to fit the shoes onto her feet, a sales clerk shouted from across the room, "What are you doing? Stop right there." Chapter 15. Do not look down on others. The sales clerk approached with an expression of disdain, swiftly snatching the pair of shoes from Liu Hai's hands. With an accusatory finger pointed at Dong Xinyu's dirty feet, she exclaimed, "Are you not aware of your own condition? How can you even think of putting on new shoes with such filthy feet? It truly astounds me how you country folk can engage in such shameless behavior in the supply and marketing cooperative." After a brief reprimand, she cast a scornful glance at Liu Hai before departing. Xinyu was taken aback, quickly rising to grasp Liu Hai's arm, fearful that he might cause a scene. "Let's go, we won't buy them." Liu Hai ignored her, striding directly towards the sales clerk, and boldly seized the pair of cloth shoes, making his way to the counter. The clerk, witnessing Liu Hai's audacity, pointed at him and demanded, "Put those shoes down. This is a state-run establishment. Do not create a disturbance." "What is the price of these shoes?" Liu Hai inquired, directing his attention to another sales clerk at the counter, disregarding the woman behind him. The young lady hesitated momentarily before responding, 1 yuan and 2 jiao. Liu Hai retrieved a stack of bills from his pocket, placed 1 yuan and 2 jiao on the counter, declaring, "I shall purchase these shoes." It took the cashier a moment to regain her composure, to which she replied, "Oh, let me assist you." "There's no need," Liu Hai retorted, taking the shoes and departing. As he passed by the sales clerk, she felt as though she had been dealt a resounding slap, utterly humiliated. He had already paid for the shoes, leaving her without grounds to challenge him. Yet she pouted in discontent, mimicking Liu Hai's tone as she shook her head. What a pretentious farmer, coming to a state-run unit to show off. Who does he think he is? With a disdainful glance at Liu Hai, she returned to her sunflower seeds at the counter. Liu Hai paid her no mind. Once he returned with the shoes, he helped Xinyu put them on. "Are they too tight?" he asked. Xinyu, momentarily stunned, quickly shook her head. "They fit just right. But it's quite extravagant. They are so expensive. Where did you get the money? What's important is that they fit well. You needn't concern yourself with that." Subsequently, Liu Hai and Xinyu indulged in a shopping spree. Since their home lacked electricity, they purchased wires, tungsten light bulbs, and more. At this moment, Xinyu's wariness began to dissipate. She visited the town once a month, and each time she passed the supply and marketing cooperative, she would feel a sense of inferiority, pushing her cart and standing at the entrance, gazing at the goods within. She longed to enter and explore. Yet she hesitated to spend even a single penny, often leaving with her head bowed after enduring the mocking gazes of the clerks. This was her first time observing the cooperative in such a manner. Everything felt so intriguing, and memories of her time in Kyoto surfaced. Recalling moments spent selecting goods with her older siblings at the cooperative, a pure, innocent smile gradually spread across her face. After Liu Hai had purchased a multitude of items, they finally paused before a Panda brand radio. Liu Hai tested it, then looked up at Xinyu, asking, "What do you think of this radio?" Xinyu, puzzled by his intention, replied, "It's wonderful." "What is it?" "Well, which village or household can afford a radio now?" The sales clerk, who had just been embarrassed by Liu Hai's earlier actions, suddenly reappeared beside them. Clearly, there was a vigilant focus on Liu Hai and his companions. Seizing the opportunity to deride and reclaim the dignity that had just been lost, Xinyu felt a twinge of insecurity, instinctively lowering her head as she grasped Liu Hai's arm, preparing to depart. Yet, Liu Hai stubbornly remained, inquiring, "Didn't I mention the 3 turns and 1 sound? With 36 legs, not a single one shall be missing? When this radio sounds, do you truly have an affection for it?" It was then that Xinyu comprehended Liu Hai's motive for pulling her to observe the radio. No wonder he had also glanced at the bicycle, sewing machine, and watch. This was the underlying reason. In truth, her heart was entangled with an indescribable conflict regarding this matter. She had originally intended to leave after Qingqing graduated from university and embarked on her career to seek out her older siblings. But now, with their relationship having evolved, she pondered, "Am I truly meant to marry him? If I do, and we have children, how will I ever find my brother and sister? Are you listening to me?" Liu Hai interrupted her reverie as he noticed her silence. Xinyu quickly regained her composure, feeling somewhat aggrieved as she murmured her liking for the radio, but lamented its high price, Qingqing's tuition fees. "Stop fixating on her tuition," Liu Hai remarked. "Since you like it, I'll come by in a couple of days to buy it for you. So you won't feel so bored at Uncle Guomin's house." The saleswoman, seeing Liu Hai had no intention of purchasing, seized the moment and remarked, "I thought you would, like before," rushed to the counter and slapped down the money. "Could you kindly keep your mouth shut?" Liu Hai interrupted decisively. The saleswoman was momentarily taken aback, believing she had misheard. Trembling with indignation, she retorted, "What did you just call me? You insolent brat. Where are you from? Tell me your address at once. How dare you insult a state employee? And what are you?" "Exactly?" Liu Hai shot back. He had recognized her the moment she appeared. This woman was the very salesperson from his previous life who had scolded Dong Xinyu for merely glancing at the sandals displayed behind the glass. Those memories had etched themselves into his mind for eternity. How could he harbor any kindness towards her? Not delivering a couple of slaps was already showing restraint. The saleswoman, witnessing Liu Hai's disdain for her position as a state employee, prepared to explode with rage. Yet Liu Hai locked his gaze on her and taunted, not convinced. Do you wish to argue? Come on then, insolent woman, let us have a proper debate. What do you mean by what do you mean? She retorted. You throw your weight around. Who gave you the right? This is what the state has provided me, she asserted, to which he replied, provided by the state? Have you no shame? You dare shamelessly declare yourself a state employee, yet you're merely a salesperson. What sort of employee are you? You. What do you mean, you? Am I wrong in my assessment? What contributions have you made for the country? You spend your days snacking and living off others. Where do you get the audacity to look down on people? Liu Hai's barrage of words left the saleswoman's hair standing on end. Just as she had shown disdain towards him, he returned the sentiment with equal fervor. Finally, he pointed to the large characters on the wall that read "Serve the People" and demanded, Now, read aloud your cooperative's motto for me. The woman, momentarily caught off guard, glanced at the wall, realizing her position was untenable, and placed her hands defiantly on her hips, preparing to throw a tantrum. An elderly sales clerk, witnessing the quarrel, hurriedly approached. Young comrade, please do not be upset. Could you kindly explain what transpired? Jinhua, refrain from speaking too much, otherwise the director will surely reprimand you for your inappropriate demeanor. With that, he pulled the woman behind him. Liu Hai, unwilling to engage further, grasped Dong Xinyu's hand and made his way outside. However, midway, he abruptly pointed at the radio. Ensure that this radio is cleaned thoroughly. I shall return to purchase it by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Chapter 16. Even Yang's sandog has changed. This fellow is utterly contemptible. He dares to look down upon individuals from our national institution. Sister Fong, this matter cannot be left as is. Enough. Are you never going to cease? The older sales clerk, observing her relentless provocation from behind Liu Hai, could no longer endure it and rebuked her loudly, drawing the attention of many onlookers. The woman, realizing Fong was genuinely angry, quickly closed her mouth, fear glimmering in her eyes. The elderly clerk, with a stern expression, warned, This is my final warning. You would do well to refrain from standing at the entrance with an air of superiority. Should the director catch you again, I shall no longer intercede on your behalf. The young comrade's criticism is not unfounded. Among the many employees at our supply and marketing cooperative, who does not know you to be the laziest? You rush to claim credit, yet flee at the first sign of trouble. The elderly clerk continued to scold her mercilessly, disregarding her dignity in front of the crowd. The woman did not dare to raise her head, her previous airs of authority before Liu Hai shattered completely. Yet, with her head bowed, she cast a defiant glance at Liu Hai's retreating figure, muttering to herself, I shall see if you truly return to purchase that radio by the day after tomorrow. I await your arrival. Liu Hai placed all his purchases onto the cart, insisting that Dong Xinyu remain seated, unwilling to let her walk. Perhaps due to guilt from a past life, now reborn, he cherished her immensely, fearful that she might injure her feet again. Dong Xinyu felt particularly uncomfortable, burdened with numerous questions for Liu Hai at that moment. Why was he suddenly so kind to her? She could hardly believe his goodwill was without ulterior motive. Additionally, where had he acquired such wealth? Was he genuinely selling dried fish? She glanced at the cart, laden with goods, feeling a pang of sympathy and a sense of injustice, lamenting the unnecessary expenditure, pondering how much better it would be to use that money for Qinchin's tuition. By this time, they had reached an uphill stretch, and Liu Hai began to struggle with the cart. Ultimately, his foot slipped, and he found himself kneeling on the ground. Dong Xinyu snapped back to reality, quickly dismounting the cart. Are you hurt? Liu Hai felt a scrape on his calf, causing him some pain. Yet, he replied, No, you should get back on the cart. I can walk on my own. Get on the cart when I tell you to. Don't ask so many questions. Do you not see how your feet are? Up you go. Liu Hai admonished. Dong Xinyu, startled like a frightened kitten, promptly climbed back onto the cart. The beautiful and clear almond-shaped eyes, filled with a hint of fear, gazed at Liu Hai as she timidly remarked, I worry you may tire. Why are you being so harsh with me? Liu Hai turned back to glance at her, realizing his tone had been too severe. With a gentle smile, he reassured her, It's nothing. I am not fatigued. Please remain still. I fear your wound may become inflamed. After catching his breath, He resumed pulling the cart. Dong Xinyu dared not move again. Thus, Liu Hai guided Dong Xinyu through Panxing Village, where many villagers cast curious glances and whispered among themselves. Have you noticed? Liu Hai seems to have transformed into a different person these past few days. Indeed, I was just thinking the same. Not only has he changed, but even Yang Sandog, who associates with him, has altered. Can you believe it? Yesterday, Yang Sandog unexpectedly brought his puppy to my house, claiming it was a return for the time he had touched my dog. My word, I was so frightened that I didn't dare return home for several days. Yang Sandog returned your dog? This spells trouble. Liu Hai came to repay me this morning. What on earth is happening with these two troublemakers? A voice interrupted their conversation from behind. The group turned to see Li Xiu'er, Wang Taohong, and Zhang Erfeng, the infamous trio in the village, known for their incessant gossip and for having faced Liu Hai's wrath upon his return. After receiving a harsh beating from Liu Hai, they had been too afraid to leave their homes, remaining in seclusion until today, when they gathered and concluded that Liu Hai would likely not seek revenge, allowing them to venture out once more. However, upon stepping outside, they were met with the sight of Liu Hai pushing Dong Xinyu home. Everyone knew the trio wielded considerable influence in the village. Anyone who crossed one of them would soon find themselves besieged by all three. Thus, within moments, they pretended to head to the fields, hastily departing the scene. Among them, Wang Taohong had particularly high cheekbones and a slender frame. Her husband had met an untimely demise in his 20s, and her tongue was as venomous as her reputation. Watching Liu Hai and Dong Xinyu as silhouettes against the setting sun, she scoffed. How shameless to dally with one's brother-in-law. Disgraceful. Li Xiu'er joined in with her disdain. The village chief has truly lost his wits. How can he support such behavior? It tarnishes the social fabric. Indeed, to marry so openly and brazenly. What a joke. Liu Hai, of all people? It's not that I look down on him. If he were capable of such accomplishments, Lu Jiangwo wouldn't have lost his wife young and failed to reach 50. An unworthy cause. Zhang Erfeng's sharp tongue was equally unforgiving. The trio lacked the courage to confront Liu Hai directly, resorting instead to whispering curses behind his back. After a round of denigrations, their spirits lifted slightly. As they continued their tirade, a figure appeared at the end of the road, a person with a military backpack. Wang Taohong paused in surprise before rushing towards him in sheer delight. Xiao Gang, you're back. My dear son, I find myself reminiscing about you. Upon your return from the military, why did you not take a moment to inform your mother in advance? Upon seeing the young man, Li Xiu'er and Zhang Erfeng were filled with joy and hurriedly approached. Hai Gu, our position is in jeopardy. Liu Hai intended to leave directly after escorting Dong Xinyu back to Xiao Guomin's home, but upon noticing the blood trickling down his calf, she insisted on tending to his wound with some grass ash before allowing him to depart. It was already evening when Yang Sandog, while processing the small dried fish he had retrieved that day, spoke gravely. Liu Hai was also busy with his tasks and, raising his head, exclaimed, What do you mean our position is in jeopardy? Did you not beat that scoundrel Wang Taohong a few days ago? A flicker of hatred briefly crossed Liu Hai's gaze. He had been preoccupied with earning money and had momentarily overlooked the three gossips who had caused Dong Xinyu's demise in his past life. Suppressing his anger, he replied, What of it? Suddenly, Yang Sandog appeared melancholic. Wang Taohong's son Guogang has returned from the military. Damn it, I cannot contend with him. Chapter 17. The return of the former village bully Guogang? A figure immediately surfaced in Liu Hai's mind. The son of Wang Taohong. He was a few years their senior and had previously been a ruffian in the village. 2 years prior, his mother had leveraged some connections to have him enlisted in the military. According to the trajectory of the past, at this moment, he was not returning from a regular discharge, but rather fleeing after having killed someone in a brawl with comrades. If events unfold as expected, he would soon be taken back by the military. However, in the meantime, he was bound to seek trouble with them. Liu Hai pondered, continuing with his tasks. If he comes looking for trouble, can the two of us not handle him? Though he spoke with bravado, he knew that this scoundrel fought with ferocity. Yang Sandog sighed. All right, you are right. If he dares to lay a hand on us, we shall retaliate fiercely. Moreover, I must ask you honestly, were those words on the front yard today penned by you? He gestured towards the front yard, where the incident had sparked considerable discussion in the village. Did Liu Hai actually write so beautifully? They had mocked. What a joke. It's akin to a pig attempting to climb a tree. Liu Hai thought for a moment. What words? I did not write anything today. Damn, that is a relief. Yang Sandog exhaled deeply, primarily concerned about not creating a rift with his brother. Let us deliberate on how to deal with Guigang. At the home of Wang Taohong, she had never been one to adhere to reason, displaying extreme domineering tendencies. Even within her household, she would often hurl insults at her husband while working in the fields, exhibiting a particularly uncouth demeanor. Eventually, her husband could no longer endure it and drank poison. To this day, she showed no signs of remorse, frequently cursing her deceased husband for being heartless and abandoning them. With her son's return, she resumed her usual tirade, lamenting how her husband had died young and how difficult it had been to raise him alone. As the night deepened, the two women sat at the table, and Guigang could bear it no longer. With a sharp clatter, the chopsticks struck the table, signaling an end to the endless complaints. Wang Taohong, fearing her son, quickly sealed her lips. After a brief moment of awkwardness, Guigang resumed his meal, devouring his food with a voracious appetite. I do not wish to constantly hear you lament about how difficult life is. In this day and age, which family finds life easy? Who hasn't endured hardship? Wang Taohong, eager to appease, replied, Yes, my son, you are absolutely right. Why have you returned so suddenly? Is everything well in the army? She inquired. Nothing much, Guigang replied, continuing to eat as if he had not feasted in ages. Is Lu Jun back? Lu Jun? Wang Taohong chuckled. What nonsense. When you entered the army, we heard news from afar that he died in a brawl. Dead. Guigang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What about Dong Xinyu? Is she still in the village? Do not mention that shameless girl. She has gotten together with Liu Hai. Isn't she Liu Hai's sister-in-law? How did they end up together? Wang Taohong vividly recounted the recent events. Guigang remained silent, as if contemplating a scheme. Eventually, he set down his chopsticks, stood, and made his way indoors. I see. I'm a bit tired after rushing back. I shall retire for the night. Wang Taohong sensed an air of unease surrounding her son, and, feeling unsettled, asked, Xiaojun, do you have something on your mind? Why do I feel something is amiss? Bang. Before she could finish, Guigang slammed the door shut. What on earth is wrong with this child? Wang Taohong murmured, troubled. As the night passed, Liu Hai and his companions continued to boil red oil. They had collected a substantial amount, over 100 pounds. The two were busily occupied. Once the oil was ready, Liu Hai entrusted the task of frying fish to Yang Sanggu and proceeded to the village committee. The village had several tractors from the production team era that lay idle, and Liu Hai sought to rent one from Xiao Guomin. They conversed in the committee office for quite some time. Throughout the discussion, Xiao Guomin scrutinized Liu Hai with a furrowed brow. The previous day's revelation of Liu Hai's literacy had struck him as peculiar, and now Liu Hai presented himself in an unfamiliar light. Once a slothful individual, Liu Hai now articulated his vision for a prosperous future, suggesting that spicy dried fish could lead the villagers to wealth, with aspirations to expand beyond the province and sell nationwide. It felt like listening to an incomprehensible scripture. Regardless, as long as this young man could reform his ways and abandon his past misdeeds, Xiao Guomin would overlook the transformation. Ultimately, Xiao Guomin retrieved a piece of paper and hastily drafted an agreement. Sign this. The rent is 10 yuan per month, and the oil is your concern. I hope you do not sell it. The tractor is a communal asset belonging to the state. Liu Hai had expected to negotiate extensively to secure the rental, but was taken aback by Xiao Guomin's unexpected willingness. He understood that Xiao Guomin was taking a significant risk. If the township government learned of this arrangement and someone decided to make an issue of it, Xiao Guomin could face severe repercussions, potentially losing his position as village secretary. Observing Liu Hai's silence, he remained pensive. Xiao Guomin stared at him, as if awakening to his conscience. If he truly had a conscience, he should work diligently to earn money and bring Xinyu home, lest he disappoint me. He signed. Liu Hai felt a subtle wave of emotion within and nodded in agreement. He inscribed his name and was about to pay the first month's rent when Xiao Guomin stopped him, handing over the heavy tractor keys. I understand that you're just starting out. I will cover your first month's rent. Go on. Liu Hai accepted the keys with gratitude, saying, Thank you, Uncle Guomin. Rest assured, I will not let you down. Soon, he drove the village tractor away. Previously, he had to carry everything on his shoulders and walk 20 kilometers to the county town. Now, with the tractor, his speed of trading would significantly increase. The pace of earning would only accelerate, lifting Liu Hai's spirits as he drove home. However, upon his return, he discovered Yang Sandog bound to a tree in front of his house, shouting curses. Gang, if you have the guts, let me down. Let us settle this one-on-one. You're a soldier, and what kind of cowardly sneak attack is this? Are you even listening to me? Looking at the front yard, Gang held a wooden stick in one hand and a cigarette in the other, casting a dark glare at Liu Hai as he approached. More capable than your brother. Huh. You've even borrowed the village tractor to make money. Come here, I need to talk to you. He gestured arrogantly with the stick, as if he had Liu Hai firmly in his grasp. Chapter 18, Nothing more than this. Liu Hai knew he could not evade this confrontation. He glanced at Gang, but remained silent. He washed his hands in the pond and quietly walked to the tree to untie the ropes. Gang, frowning, demanded, "Did I tell you to untie him?" Liu Hai turned back with a smile. "Brother Gang, you're here about my mother, right? Let us speak civilly. This has nothing to do with Yang Sandog." He winked at Yang Sandog, who, quick-witted, understood Liu Hai's intent and quickly chimed in. "What does this have to do with me? A debt must be repaid to its rightful owner. I don't want to get involved in your grievances." Seeing Liu Hai's stance, Gang ceased to obstruct him. 2 minutes later, Yang Sandog was released, and Liu Hai brought over a stool to sit in front of Gang. He took out a pack of Lingji brand cigarettes and offered one. Gang frowned at the sight of the cigarettes. "So you've really made some money, huh? Spending on cigarettes that cost over 50 cents a pack?" Liu Hai chuckled. "Just a stroke of luck, earned a bit." Gang discarded his own cigarette, lit the one Liu Hai offered, and took a deep drag, exuding an air of disdain towards Liu Hai. He then blew the smoke directly into Liu Hai's face, a gesture full of contempt. Yang Sandog gripped the stool tightly, glaring at Gang, ready to spring into action. Gang, seeing through his intent, warned, "You better not move, with your slight frame. Even 4 or 5 of you wouldn't stand a chance against me. Brother Gang, don't lose your temper. For my brother's sake, let us talk things through. Why stoop to Sandog's level and sully your dignity?" Liu Hai quickly interjected to defuse the situation. Gang cast a sidelong glance at Yang Sandog, then turned his attention to Liu Hai, acknowledging his reasonable demeanor. "I shall refrain from beating around the bush. I am aware that my mother can be quite irksome. You may argue with her verbally, but never resort to violence. If you do, there will be consequences. What consequences do you envision?" Liu Hai maintained his smile. Gang exhaled a plume of smoke directly into Liu Hai's face. "Within 3 days, you owe me 300 yuan as compensation. Furthermore, you are unworthy of Dong Xinyu. I must inform you that I intend to marry your sister-in-law." Liu Hai furrowed his brow slightly, the sum of 300 yuan feeling excessive. "After all, our earnings are hard-won, and such an amount is difficult to procure. Additionally, I have already announced over the airwaves my intention to marry Dong Xinyu within a month. A grand affair to honor my father's wishes. Did you not grasp what I just articulated?" Gang expelled another cloud of smoke. "You do not deserve Dong Xinyu. I am here to inform you, not to negotiate. Do you understand my position?" Liu Hai quickly discerned Gang's intentions. Based on past events, it was likely that Dong Xinyu's father would soon be exonerated. Gang had maintained a decent relationship with his elder brother, Lu Jun, and was undoubtedly privy to his sister-in-law's status. This individual had returned after taking a life, fully aware that he could not absolve himself of that sin. His only recourse was to seek a powerful ally. If he were to marry Dong Xinyu, he could leverage his father-in-law's military connections to suppress his own troubles. However, lacking the funds for the wedding posed a dilemma. He intended to extort money from Liu Hai under the pretext of avenging his mother. In essence, he sought to use Liu Hai's funds to court the very person Liu Hai desired. As for the incident involving Liu Hai's mother, Gang was scarcely concerned. Had he been, he would have sought retribution the previous night. Yang Sandog also grasped this point, his anger now ablaze. After a brief moment of tension, Liu Hai suddenly chuckled. "So, can I interpret this as a complete lack of negotiation?" "Negotiation?" Gang leaned in, fixating on him. "What negotiation?" "I have already stated that I am here to inform you." In a flash, Liu Hai erupted, delivering a resounding slap. Yang Sandog, ever cooperative, seized a chair and smashed it down upon Gang, shattering it to pieces. He then pounced like a feral dog, sinking his teeth into Gang's ear. Liu Hai pressed his knee against Gang's neck, one hand gripping his hair and forcing his face down, while the other hand rained blows upon him. "You inform me?" Slap. "What audacity!" Slap. "Do you know why I struck your mother?" "Because that wretched woman nearly drove Xinyu to despair. I've been preoccupied lately and have not sought her out. Yet you come here to inform me?" Slap, slap, slap. Liu Hai relentlessly pummeled Gang, who attempted to resist but found himself pinned helplessly to the ground. Ultimately, he was left dazed, aware of Yang Sandog still gnawing at his ear. Yang Sandog, are you a dog? Let go of me. Let go of your ancestors. I'll bite you to death. Yang Sandog bit down harder. The situation grew even more infuriating when Yang Sandog's dog, whose arrival was unknown, joined the fray. Upon witnessing its owner biting someone, it unreservedly sank its teeth into Guogang's leg, shaking its head violently. The pain was unbearable for Guogang, who quickly begged for mercy, exclaiming, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please, stop. You two are like mad dogs. Liu Hai retaliated with a punch to his face, causing blood to spurt from Guogang's nose. Noticing Guogang's inability to resist, he forcefully pulled Yang Sandog away. Guogang lay motionless on the ground, while Liu Hai and Yang Sandog resumed their seats. Liu Hai remarked, since you have already heard about my altercation with your mother, you must also be aware of the deeds Yang Sandog and I have committed in the village. We are two brothers with nothing to lose. If you wish to engage in this game, I can assure you that we have plenty of ways to deal with you. I am establishing the rules now. It is best not to entertain thoughts about Xinyu, or I will ensure your downfall is quite severe. Guogang's appearance on the ground was a pitiful sight. Blood continued to trickle from his nose, and his face was bruised from Liu Hai's blows. After a while, he regained his composure, sat up, and wiped his nose. You have some skill, huh? After years apart, you dare to lay your hands on me. Liu Hai glared at him. I wouldn't mind exchanging blows with you once again. Do not think that I fear you just because you possess some fighting prowess. From this day forth, my brother and I will carry a kitchen knife daily, ready to face you whenever you dare to confront us. Guogang felt a twinge of fear at the thought of Liu Hai and his brother wanting to engage him in a fight. After all, he had escaped, and he couldn't afford to attract the attention of the police. Otherwise, he might find himself behind bars indefinitely. Realizing he couldn't press Liu Hai, he decided to seek out Dong Xinyu and persuade her to marry him. Do not rush. You will pay for this, he threatened. Get lost, Yang Sandog shouted, grabbing a chopping knife and glaring menacingly at Guogang. Terrified, Guogang fled without a second thought. Turns out he is just a coward. Yang Sandog spat after Guogang left, discarding the knife. Chapter 19. I, too, wish to marry Dong Xinyu. Do not underestimate him. This fellow is far from simple. Although they had driven Guogang away, Liu Hai remained on high alert. Yang Sandog spat, determined to confront him until he truly feared for his life. Curse it. Hanging me from a tree, this grudge is set, he muttered, returning to his business. Liu Hai lit a cigarette, lost in contemplation. Wang Taoyong thought to herself that with her son back, the vendetta against Liu Hai would surely be settled. She spent the entire afternoon in anticipation. To her dismay, her son stormed into their home, not only failing to exact revenge, but also receiving a thorough beating, filling her with indignation. She stood at her doorstep, cursing loudly that she would seek out the police. She proclaimed, my son is a soldier. Liu Hai is assaulting a soldier, which is a particularly heinous act. In 1981, having one person in the military brought honor to the entire family, and Wang Taoyong was not wrong, given Liu Hai's violent attack on Guogang. Should this reach the police, it would undoubtedly escalate into a significant matter. However, Wang Taoyong did not anticipate her son's sudden volatility. He slapped her hard enough to turn her head, shouting, if you dare go to the police, I swear I will kill you. Wang Taoyong was left dumbfounded. I never anticipated that my son would turn against me, covering his face in disbelief, feeling as though I no longer recognized him. Once she had calmed down, Guogang, with a sullen expression, asserted that I should refrain from concerning myself with his affairs. Furthermore, I intend to marry Dong Xinyu. Marry whom? Wang Taoyong thought she must have misheard. Marry Dong Xinyu. Prepare the betrothal gifts for me. I shall go seek a proposal from Xiao Guomen. Are you out of your mind? Do you not know that Dong Xinyu has an affair with Liu Hai? You wish to wed a woman of such disrepute? Xiaojing. Think this over carefully. As a soldier in the army, there are countless suitable women. Why pursue this one? Bang. Wang Taoyong received another slap across the face from her son. Enough with the nonsense. Hasten to prepare the betrothal gifts. I shall give you 3 days. Do you comprehend? Wang Taoyong did not expect her son to strike her again, and her emotions crumbled as she clutched Guogang, wailing and lamenting, becoming a source of laughter in the village. Similarly, the news of Guogang's intention to marry Dong Xinyu quickly spread throughout the community. At that moment, Dong Xinyu was laboring in the fields. Upon hearing the news, she felt a deep sense of aversion. Night had fallen. Although Liu Hai had delivered grains and oils to Xiao Guomin's household, this Na'vi girl felt uncomfortable dining at others' homes. Therefore, she typically returned late to avoid mealtimes. At this moment, she unearthed a sweet potato from the ground. Digging a small hole nearby, she gathered some twigs to ignite a fire. Placing the 2 sweet potatoes into the flames, resting her chin on her hand as she awaited their cooking. The firelight cast a rosy glow upon her small face, and she gently patted her flat stomach, feeling a pang of hunger. After about 10 minutes, unable to bear her hunger any longer, she quickly retrieved the sweet potatoes with a stick. Just as she was about to blow on them, Liu Hai approached and snatched the sweet potato from her hands. Inhaling its delightful aroma, without uttering a word, he peeled it and took a bite, savoring a taste that he could not return to from his past life. At that moment, as he relished the flavor, he felt an unparalleled sense of contentment and tranquility. Tears brimmed in Dong Xinyu's eyes as she watched Liu Hai devour the sweet potato, murmuring in discontent, "Why does he eat so greedily? I am so hungry." Sighing, she resolved to roast another one. Deeply frustrated, Dong Xinyu picked up her hoe and prepared to return to the fields. Liu Hai observed her, asking, "What are you doing?" "I'm hungry. You ate mine." She shot a small glare at the sweet potato in Liu Hai's hand. Liu Hai took a hearty bite in front of her. "Is this what you eat every day in the fields? How annoying. I'm so hungry, and you enjoy it so much." Dong Xinyu, feeling glum, fell silent as she dug for more sweet potatoes. Liu Hai set down his bag and took out an aluminum lunchbox. "What are you doing?" "You've eaten my sweet potato. I want to dig for more." Dong Xinyu continued to grumble, not turning around. "I brought it for you. You're being fierce with me." Dong Xinyu, feeling aggrieved, tossed the hoe aside and turned back, momentarily taken aback. "What are you doing?" "Knowing you would be too shy to eat at Uncle Guomin's house, I specifically brought this for you. It's getting late. Hurry and eat. And I'll take you back to Uncle Guomin's house shortly." Liu Hai placed the aluminum lunchbox aside. Dong Xinyu walked over, opened the box, and was immediately taken aback. It was filled with large pieces of pork belly, her favorite dish. Instinctively, she looked up and asked, "Did you poison it?" "Hurry and eat. Stop dawdling," Liu Hai replied. Discarding the remnants of sweet potato skins beside him, he plopped down in front of Dong Xinyu. Naturally taking her foot and removing the cloth shoes he had bought for her the previous day, carefully inspecting her wound from yesterday. "Does it still hurt?" Dong Xinyu felt a twinge of fear and stood still, finding it not painful at all. Liu Hai glanced at the patch of land and asked what they were planning to plant. "Sugarcane. It can be sold for money." "Oh, eat your meal, don't worry. I still intend to marry you. I won't poison you." With that, he picked up a hoe and began to till the soil. Dong Xinyu felt a shiver run down her spine. In the 3 years she had been with the Liu family, this was the first time she witnessed Liu Hai working the fields. She glanced down at the pork belly, wondering if he could still cook, if it was edible. Her stomach growled with hunger, and after a moment's hesitation, she overcame her reservations and took a piece of meat to her mouth. She was instantly stunned by how delicious it was. When had he learned to cook so well? Her appetite surged, and she polished off the entire box of food in no time. Just as she finished, Yang Sanggu and Zhang Sihai arrived, each wielding a hoe. "Hai Gu, you take Xinyu back. We'll handle things here." Without further ado, the two began tilling the soil. After decades of not working the fields, Liu Hai felt utterly drained after just a few movements. If he, a grown man, felt this way, one could only imagine the hardships Dong Xinyu endured over the past 3 years. "Let us put the hoe aside. I'll be back shortly." He squatted next to a somewhat dazed Dong Xinyu and patted her shoulder. "I'll carry you back. I don't want to. If someone sees us, they talk. Who dares to say anything? I'll knock out their front teeth. Now come on, no more arguing." Oh, how fierce he was. Dong Xinyu hesitantly wrapped her arms around Liu Hai's neck. He had thought that carrying an adult would be somewhat burdensome, but to his surprise, it felt remarkably light. He felt a pang of discomfort, and they walked in silence. Upon reaching Xiao Guomin's house and setting her down, Liu Hai said, "If Gui Gang comes looking for you, don't engage with him. He is not as simple as you think." Chapter 20. Zhang Sihai's inner shock. "Oh, all right," Dong Xinyu replied, slightly dazed. "Simpleton," Liu Hai remarked, noticing her sluggish response. "I am not." "All right then, I'll finish the unfinished tasks in the field. Oh, by the way, I paid for Qingqing's tuition, so don't feel any pressure. From this moment on, I will take on the responsibilities of this family." With that, Liu Hai walked away. Had he really earned a lot of money to pay for Qingqing's tuition? Dong Xinyu gazed at Liu Hai's retreating figure, lost in thought. Would he truly change for the better? Though he still treated her sternly, it felt as if he was genuinely caring for her. The previous day, Zhang Sihai could not resist seeking out Yang Sangu. After a few drinks, Yang Sangu boasted, "Do you know how much we earn in a day now? I must tell you, during our last endeavor, we earned over 90 yuan in a single day." Zhang Sihai exclaimed in disbelief, utterly astonished. To persuade Liu Hai and the others to bring their goods to market today, I toiled alongside them throughout the night prior. As dawn broke after that long night, they loaded over 100 jin of dried fish onto a tractor and set off to the county town, returning to the familiar marketplace. Just as they began to display their fish, a throng of eager customers descended upon them. Zhang Sihai, typically not one to utter curses, found himself exclaiming in astonishment, "Goodness! We made 60 cents. Incredible! Someone just spent 3 yuan. Remarkably, we earned another yuan and 20 cents. If this continues, Liu Hai and Yang Sandog are bound to become wealthy. No wonder they aren't stealing my wages this time." They had brought a substantial amount this time, over 100 jin, which resulted in a slower sales pace compared to their previous outing, spanning the entire morning. Liu Hai, displaying his acumen, understood that it wouldn't be wise to set up shop every day. He wanted the county residents to appreciate the rarity of their goods. If they were always available, the allure would diminish, leading to a phenomenon akin to scarcity marketing. After tallying the sales, they collected a total of 318 yuan. The cost for the dried fish was 32 yuan, while the canola oil cost 24 yuan. The wood and spices for frying were sourced from their own hillside, incurring no expense. Thus, their net profit amounted to 262 yuan. Liu Hai allocated the 32 yuan cost to Yang Sandog, and then shared 10% of the profits, 262 yuan, with him. As Zhang Sihai observed them dividing the profits in small increments, he grew increasingly anxious. "Brother Hai, won't this get us into trouble?" Liu Hai chuckled, assuring him that they were not dealing in first or second category agricultural products, thus falling outside the realm of regulation. "Goodness, you know about such matters?" Zhang Sihai shivered. Yang Sandog, after tossing the basket into the tractor, playfully wrapped an arm around Zhang Sihai's neck, asking, "So, are you considering joining us? By heavens, you are tempting me to commit a crime. I refuse to partake." Zhang Sihai was still somewhat timid. This was an era where the cautious perished from hunger while the audacious thrived. Such conservative thinking had caused many to miss out on substantial opportunities. Liu Hai reassured him, "No worries, we will give you time to contemplate. Now, let us treat you to a meal at the state-run restaurant." Grasping the heavy handle, he inserted it into the tractor's ignition, took a deep breath, and with his biceps taut, he cranked it several times until the tractor roared to life. Yang Sandog hoisted Zhang Sihai onto the tractor. The market was conveniently located near the state-run restaurant, and they arrived shortly thereafter. Liu Hai parked the tractor across the street. Upon entering, the waitstaff recognized them immediately and treated them with utmost courtesy, as instructed by their director, Sun Maokai. Once seated, Liu Hai ordered a selection of dishes, including a beef hot pot, ensuring 2 jin of braised beef, priced at 27 yuan. This was the most expensive and renowned dish at the state-run establishment, typically reserved for esteemed guests. Additionally, a few small dishes were ordered, along with several packs of cigarettes, though no alcohol was consumed. After some back and forth, when the waiter calculated the bill, it astonishingly amounted to over 8 yuan. Zhang Sihai, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is this your version of luxury? A single meal has devoured half a month's salary." Yang Sandog, somewhat exasperated by his disposition, remarked, "If you find it unbearable, you are free to leave." Frustrated, he thought he had brought him out to experience the lifestyle of capitalism. Yet here he was, judging them through the lens of the proletariat. Zhang Sihai, feeling a cloud of discontent settle over him, sensed that his steadfast proletarian heart was beginning to crumble, silently contemplating a decision of sorts. Nearby, another table had already been served a considerable array of dishes. In this era, being able to dine in a state-run restaurant was a privilege reserved for those who had fared relatively well among the common populace, a distinct threshold. Yet, even within these establishments, the dining experience varied greatly. Typically, when ordinary workers gathered to treat guests, their table would feature perhaps 1 or 2 meat dishes as the main course, with the majority being vegetarian fare. After all, not everyone was like Liu Hai, a nouveau riche earning hundreds daily, who would dare to spend 10 or 8 yuan on a single meal in such a venue. At the adjacent table, an abundance of dishes featuring 2 meat options as the centerpiece was laid out. Liu Hai and his companions remained unfazed by it. During this time, a waitress in a white coat approached Liu Hai, informing him that their supervisor, Sun Maokai, had gone to a county meeting and was on his way back, emphasizing that he had important matters to discuss with Liu Hai, urging them not to eat too hastily. Liu Hai, in fact, was awaiting Sun Maokai's return, thus courteously replied that they would wait for the supervisor. After dismissing the waitress, Liu Hai and his companions exchanged laughter and banter while waiting for their dishes. Meanwhile, the patrons at the neighboring table gradually arrived. A group of individuals engaged in various pleasantries, their conversations imbued with a sense of pride in front of ordinary folk. It seemed that their entrance into the state-run restaurant, amidst the struggling masses outside, bestowed upon them a feeling of superiority. They felt certain that many were watching them enviously from afar. Their voices were notably loud, as if to ensure that no one was unaware of their dining in a prestigious establishment. From their discussions, it was clear they shared a school bond, and today, a member of the county government was treating them to a meal. Yang Sandog, naturally rebellious, had always harbored disdain for those who thrived on the iron rice bowl. Thus he cast a sullen glance at the dishes on their table. With so many present, it was likely that the entire spread cost less than 5 yuan. Yet they paraded around with an air of pretentiousness. One might assume they were indulging in a grand feast. Liu Hai shot him a disapproving look and advised, "Let us not concern ourselves with how others eat or drink. We must manage our own affairs." Zhang Sihai remained silent. At that moment, a young man entered through the door. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Liu Hai and paused, recognizing him as a petty thief from Panxing Village. How could he afford to dine here? The newcomer was none other than Li Ji from the county office, his expression instinctively sour. Liu Hai and his companions, however, remained oblivious, engrossed in their own conversation. After returning to his desk, Li Ji quickly mingled with the group, and soon about 10 people were seated and enjoying their meal. It was Li Ji who had invited them. However, after a while, he felt a sense of discomfort. Consequently, he summoned a waiter from the state-run restaurant and pointed towards Liu Hai and his companions, questioning how such individuals were allowed to dine there. "Don't say I didn't warn you. I know that person. He's a thug from Panxing Village. Be cautious. He might eat and then leave without paying." The waiter glanced at Liu Hai, puzzled, and remarked, "A thug? That seems unlikely. He appears to be a diligent young man." "Diligent? Are you mistaken? I know him well. He lives next to my aunt's house." Li Ji chuckled, nonchalantly dismissing the concern. One person, noticing Li Ji's preoccupation with Liu Hai's table, encouraged him. "Come on, Li Ji. Let us drink and not spoil our own fun." Another added, "Why are you fixating on a farmer? Let us enjoy our drinks." Li Ji, returning to the moment, laughed heartily and raised his glass to toast with them. Yet, his thoughts remained on Liu Hai, glancing over occasionally. Before long, the waiter brought the signature dish, braised beef hot pot, to Liu Hai's table, leaving Li Ji and his companions astonished. In the years since they began working, they had frequented the state-run restaurant monthly, taking turns to treat one another. Despite relying on the government's stable employment, they dared not order this signature dish frivolously. It wasn't until the pot was placed before Liu Hai and his friends that one remarked, "So, farmers are living this well now?" Another, eyeing the Lingji brand cigarettes on their table, expressed disbelief. "Who are these people? Smoking a pack that costs over 50 cents? Li Ji found it amusing, reiterating, "Didn't I just say? These folks are thugs from Panxing Village in Xia Town. They're up to no good and have no intention of paying. They just ordered without a care." "Shaowen, isn't this under your jurisdiction?" The young man named Shaowen nodded. Li Ji poured him a drink, suggesting, "Help me out later. After all, they're from the county government office and frequently appear before the county leaders. Other minor officials usually give them face." Shaowen promptly raised his glass, saying, "You're too kind, Brother Ji. If there's anything, just let me know." A sly smile crossed Li Ji's face as he added, "If these fellows try to leave without paying, you can ignore the one with the squint and the bespectacled one. But make sure to catch the ringleader and give him a good beating. Keep him detained for a few months if possible, and a prison sentence would be even better." Shaowen hesitated, acknowledging that dining without paying was indeed morally reprehensible, but it hardly warranted imprisonment. "Why is Brother Ji so ruthless?" he quietly inquired. "Is he your enemy?" "How could he be considered my enemy?" "What a joke," Li Ji scoffed, his expression contorted at the memory of Liu Hai's fierce demeanor in the fields, a wave of inexplicable anger washing over him. Yet, he felt that someone like Liu Hai, a mere farmer, did not deserve to be regarded as his enemy, a truth he struggled to accept within himself. The term enemy hardly applies. It is merely that this wretched creature has been wreaking havoc in Panxing Village, engaging in petty thefts. I consider myself to have alleviated the village of a looming menace. Xiaowen did not expose him, instead smiling and conveying her understanding. I know what must be done. Jigu, do not worry. Let us indulge in our libations. Why does everyone fixate on merely a handful of farmers? Another individual chuckled and raised his glass. The group swiftly regained their jovial atmosphere. However, Liu Hai suddenly called out, requesting 2 additional portions of braised beef to be packed, offering to cover the cost. The table fell into a state of shock. Goodness, having consumed 1 serving, he now wishes to take 2 more. That amounts to quite a sum. The ambience within the state-run restaurant turned decidedly peculiar. On Liu Hai's side, though Yang Senga's eyes were not particularly large, he often claimed that they radiated the essence of the universe, enabling him to discern all class enemies in his vicinity. He had long noted the hostility emanating from their table. At this moment, he warned Liu Hai, suggesting that the fellow might harbor a grudge against him. As he had been watching him with a sinister gaze, Liu Hai glanced back, his gaze unexpectedly locking with Li Ji's. Li Ji, taken aback by Liu Hai's sudden turn, cursed under his breath and hastily averted his gaze, feigning ignorance. Liu Hai comprehended the situation, chuckling as he resumed his meal. Swatting away a fly. The sound was not loud, yet it resonated with Li Ji with piercing clarity. Anger flared within Liu Hai, as he questioned whether Li Ji had dubbed him a mere fly. The dozen or so individuals at their table turned their attention toward them, and the atmosphere grew tense. Yang Sengu fixed his gaze upon them, while Zhang Sihai appeared bewildered, sensing an impending conflict and feeling particularly anxious. Suddenly, Liu Hai slammed his hand on the table. What is this? Are we about to brawl? The youth named Xiaowen rose, pointing at Liu Hai, prompting the others to stand as well. Yang Sengu grasped the tractor lever tied around his waist, readying himself. Liu Hai slowly revealed his palm, wearing a puzzled expression as he gestured toward the fly. The individuals at the table found themselves in an awkward predicament, with no outlet for their simmering anger. Li Ji harbored a suspicion that Liu Hai was being intentionally provocative and, feeling particularly irked, warned him, Liu Hai, I know you harbor disdain for me. But heed my warning. This is the county seat, not your Panxing Village. Should you make even the slightest misstep, I will ensure you find yourself behind bars for an eternity. Liu Hai, with a smile, retorted, Is this your territory? Li Ji, sensing the mockery in Liu Hai's expression, responded in exasperation, What of it being my domain? If I permit you entry, you must abide by my rules. At that moment, someone entered through the door, and the companions at the table turned pale upon seeing this newcomer. They wished to caution Li Ji, but seeing the man's furrowed brow fixed on him, they dared not utter a word. Li Ji, still fuming, remarked, Do not mistake your standing. You are but a mere peasant. Spare me the pretense of grandeur. In my eyes, you are no different than the refuse on the roadside. Liu Hai also noticed the visitor at the door, but pretended not to see. TSK, TSK, TSK. What an impressive display of authority. You are merely a minor official in the county government, and yet you exhibit such bureaucratic arrogance. Imagine if you were made the county magistrate. What would you be like then? Ha ha ha, are you frightened? Li Ji, in a fit of desperation, began to speak thoughtlessly. Remember this. You lowly peasants and tradesmen, you are unworthy of dining here. Get out immediately. Ah, what a keen understanding of social classes you possess, Li Ji, interrupted the middle-aged man at the door, his expression darkening. Chapter 22, Director's Son, Why come to my restaurant pretending to be poor? Upon hearing that voice, Li Ji instinctively shuddered and turned around to see Sun Maokai glaring at him. For a moment, his mind went blank, and he was left speechless. Sun Maokai had once been merely a chef, yet he harbored a little-known identity. He was a distant relative of County Magistrate Yang, while others might be unaware. The officials in the county office certainly were not. The other diners at the table fell into a profound silence. Sun Maokai entered with a particularly grim expression, hands behind his back, staring at Li Ji as if to say, What happened to your bravado? Lost your voice. Director's son, do you look down upon farmers? My ancestors, including the forebears of County Magistrate Yang, were all tillers of the soil. Do you dare to disrespect him as well? No, Director's son. It's all a misunderstanding. I truly didn't mean that. Get lost. What are you? A mere errand boy from the county office, coming here to act like a big shot. Sun Maokai was unwilling to waste another moment on him. Liu Hai chuckled and asked, Director's son, How much is the bill for this table? Li Ji felt that Liu Hai was about to insult him and quickly interjected, Liu Hai, what business is it of yours? Who says it's none of my business? Sun Maokai rebuked, turning to the other waitstaff. Little Liu, are you just going to stand by while someone is bullied? The slap of reality struck Li Ji hard. He was left in a daze. How on earth did Liu Hai have such a close relationship with Sun Maokai? He had never heard of this before. Damn. The other waitstaff dared not speak. Liu Hai quickly smiled and addressed Sun Maokai. It has nothing to do with them. I'm asking you how much the meal for this table costs. Sun Maokai frowned, casting a glance that ignited his anger. I ask you, since you're in a state-owned restaurant, can you not order a few meat dishes? Every time you come in, you only order these vegetables. Do you think there are plenty of empty tables in a state-run establishment? The entire table felt utterly humiliated, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to disappear into. Sun Maokai, seeing their silence, turned to Liu Hai and said, at most, it's 2 yuan. The most valuable dish is that plate of garlic pig's head, which we sell for 50 cents. The rest are just 1 or 2 dime dishes. Liu Hai nodded and placed 2 yuan on their table. Little Liu, what are you doing? Sun Maokai questioned, puzzled by Liu Hai's actions. Liu Hai smiled slightly. I'll cover the cost of this meal. Let them go. What a swarm of flies, disturbing my appetite. Li Ji was on the verge of spitting blood in frustration. His attempt to show off had backfired, resulting in Liu Hai's scathing rebuke, a sensation that was unbearable to endure. However, he was also fearful of Sun Tuo. Casting a fierce glare at Liu Hai, we have plenty of time ahead, he declared, preparing to leave. Yet, Sun Maokai called out, wait a moment. Did I permit you to leave? No, Director Sun, I have no conflict with you. Li Jijin lamented, on the verge of tears. Sun Maokai glared at him. You truly have no shame. When others mention settling the bill, you act so ungraciously. They are farmers, and you represent a formal institution. Don't you feel any embarrassment? Pay for the bill and get lost. With that, he thrust 2 yuan into Liu Hai's hands. Do you think it's easy to earn a few coins from street vending? If you have nowhere to spend it, take it. Come to my office later. I need to discuss something with you. He then turned and went inside. Liu Hai, unperturbed, accepted the 2 yuan and smiled at Li Ji. Not seeing you off, county chief? When did I ever claim to be the county chief? Li Hai retorted. Don't let it get to your head, Liu Hai. All right, brother Ji, calm down. Let us go, the others. Sensing Li Ji was about to explode from Liu Hai's provocation, hurriedly pulled him away. Liu Hai paid no further attention to him and followed Sun Maokai to the office in the back. This scene profoundly inspired Yang Sangyu. Initially, he believed that when embroiled in disputes, one should unleash a torrent of fury upon the opponent, ensuring their front teeth were shattered. Yet now, he suddenly realized that Liu Hai's method was quite refreshing. If he were to engage in a brawl, he would only end up infuriated himself. Instead, by delivering a few sarcastic remarks, he could provoke the other party into a frenzy while remaining utterly unaffected himself, coming and going as he pleased. In an instant, his mind was racing with ideas. Across from him, Zhang Sihai appeared perplexed. Bro, do you not feel that Liu Hai has transformed into an entirely different person? Ever since he announced on the radio that he would marry his sister-in-law, I sensed something was amiss, Yang Sangyu replied. But never mind that, let us eat. In the office behind, during the 10 or so minutes that Sun Maokai spent sitting opposite Liu Hai noted that Sun Maokai had combed his hair at least 7 or 8 times. Suddenly, he understood the reason behind the sheen on his forehead. Sun Maokai continued to expound on the county's financial troubles, mentioning the severe triangular debts and how many state-owned enterprises were on the brink of collapse. The atmosphere must change, he asserted. Liu Hai snapped back to attention, offering him a cigarette. It's only a matter of time. The state cannot sustain so many people. What do you plan to do, Director Sun? Will you take over the state-owned restaurant? In the brief discussion of the past 10 minutes, Sun Maokai revealed that he had been approached by the county's State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. They intended for him to take over the management of the state-owned restaurant. He was not at all prepared for this sudden responsibility. What was once a secure government job was now thrust upon him as a contract with profits and losses to bear alone, without even considering the potential for profit. The ingrained fear of losing such a stable position in these conservative times would surely trouble individuals like him for a long while. Sun Maokai confided in Liu Hai. If it comes down to it, and I must manage the restaurant, would you allow me to sell your dried fish there, exclusively? We could share the profits. He had witnessed the popularity of the dried fish firsthand, Possessing Liu Hai's product would bolster his confidence significantly. Sun Maokai retorted, "Will you sell me your little dried fish?" Rest assured, the business of state-run restaurants cannot be monopolized. Liu Hai interrupted with a smile, and it was understandable that Sun Maokai felt disheartened. After all, there was no need to share the spoils with others. It was indeed a whimsical thought of mine. Has Old Chun from the subsidiary food factory approached you yet? The subsidiary food factory? What does he want with me? Liu Hai inquired, perplexed. Sun Maokai explained that their factory was also struggling and was eager to discover new avenues. Old Chun had been diligently striving to secure funds to purchase Liu Hai's recipe. Purchase my recipe? How much are they offering? Liu Hai was somewhat taken aback. Sun Maokai replied, Old Chun has applied for 10,000. Goodness, that would make me an instant millionaire. Is it really worth that much? Liu Hai chuckled, so? Are you considering selling? Sun Maokai felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, who could resist such temptation in these times? Old Chun may be somewhat old-fashioned, but one cannot deny his foresight and determination. With an investment of 10,000, considering the recent explosive market feedback from Liu Hai's product, it wouldn't be long before they recoup their costs. Old Chun must have calculated the economic feasibility. Just as the conversation settled, a voice from the doorway interrupted. If you are willing to sell to me, I would offer you 20,000, along with 1% of the annual profit from the factory. I am in discussions to contract the state-run subsidiary food factory. It seems Old Chun's chances are slim. Chapter 23. Resisting the Temptation of Two Millionaires. Boss Kai? Sun Maokai was quite astonished upon seeing the newcomer, as this was the Hong Kong businessman who had returned to pay respects to his ancestors. Hello, Director Sun. Boss Kai greeted with a smile, extending his hand. Sun Maokai awkwardly shook hands. Dressed in flared trousers and a boldly patterned shirt tucked into his pants, he exuded a distinct Western influence. Complemented by oversized military green trousers and a liberation cap, it was as if they hailed from two entirely different worlds. Yet one could easily perceive a profound confidence radiating from Boss Kai. In the few days since his arrival, the attention he garnered from Yunshan County spoke volumes. After shaking hands with Sun Maokai, Boss Kai turned to Liu Hai. Is this the young man who produces the little dried fish? Sun Maokai was less than pleased, forcing a smile as he replied, Yes, that's the one. Xiao Lu, this is Boss Kai, the Hong Kong businessman returning to pay his respects. Boss Kai, this is Xiao Lu. Internally cursing his luck, Sun Maokai feared that the business of little dried fish would soon fall into the hands of this Hong Kong gentleman. 20,000. Who in this day and age could resist such temptation? Liu Hai, maintaining his composure, smiled as he shook hands with Boss Kai. Hello. Boss Kai. Boss Kai continued. I am planning to contract our county's state-run subsidiary food factory due to your little dried fish. Furthermore, should we reach an agreement, I hope you can join the factory to help manage production, offering you a monthly salary of 100. 100. Sun Maokai nearly blurted out, Boss Kai? Do you really think I am suited for this? What a joke. My position as the director of this state-run restaurant barely pays me over 40 a month. Anxiety bubbled within him. 20,000 for the recipe, profit shares, and a mere 100 as salary. The prospect of selling these little dried fish at our state-run restaurant seems bleak. I find myself at a loss for words. Letting out a weary sigh, I must apologize. I never contemplated selling it, as this recipe holds profound significance for me that transcends monetary value. Furthermore, Director Sun, let us seek another opportunity for collaboration. I believe the winds of change are upon us, and one must seize the moment. I shall take my leave now. Just as Sun Maokai was engulfed in despair, unexpectedly, Liu Hai outright declined to leave. Indeed, this fellow refused. After a moment, Sun Maokai snapped back to reality, elated, proclaiming, I will come to your village in a couple of days. Oh dear, Boss Kai, do not stoop to the level of this lad. We are but simple farmers, uneducated, lacking in the nuances of social interactions, he said. Director Sun, did I ever imply that I would hold it against him? Boss Kai interjected, a smile gracing his lips that concealed a hint of coldness. Sun Maokai, feeling awkward, laughed heartily to mask his discomfort. Indeed, Boss Kai. A magnanimous person like you does not bear grudges against simpletons. After muttering something under his breath, Boss Kai exited the room. Sun Maokai's smile faltered as soon as Boss Kai left. His expression darkened. In the lobby of the state-run restaurant, not long after Liu Hai returned to the table, Boss Kai also passed through the lobby, his demeanor rather unpleased. At that moment, 2 more pots of braised beef were brought over. In these times, with no takeout boxes available, Liu Hai purchased the pots along with their contents, which were covered with newspaper to shield them from dust. He was busy securing the edges of the newspaper with twine when Yang Sangu and Zhang Sihai, having watched Boss Kai's figure disappear, inquired, "Brother Hai, what were you discussing inside?" Once Liu Hai had wrapped up the pots, he requested the waiter to tally the total. "We have no receipt," he noted. The waiter replied, "Without a receipt, it may cost a bit more, as we need to procure another one for the account." Originally, the total was $13.20, but they decided to charge an extra 30 cents. Very well. Liu Hai produced a bundle of coins, counting out $13.50 for the waiter. As he turned to leave, he remarked, "That Hong Kong fellow offered $20,000 for my recipe, which I declined." "What?" Yang Sangu and Zhang Sihai exclaimed in unison, their incredulity evident as they stared at Liu Hai. The waiter, who had just processed their payment, stood dumbfounded at the mention of $20,000. After Liu Hai and his companions exited, Sun Maokai, cigarette in hand, strolled leisurely over. The waiter hurried over, "Director, just now Boss Kai wanted to pay $20,000 for young Lu's recipe?" "Indeed, what of it? He turned it down?" "Absolutely not." Director Sun felt quite buoyant. Although Liu Hai had also rejected him, he had left a door open for future discussions, indicating that there was still hope for the little dried fish to be sold at the state-run restaurant. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but admire this young proletarian spirit, resilient against the sweet-talking advances of the Hong Kong businessman. Such vigor in youth is commendable. Throughout the journey, Liu Hai continued to elucidate his reasons for refusing the $20,000, understanding that Boss Kai, hailing from the port city, could easily discern the market value of Liu Hai's little dried fish. The sum of $20,000 indeed appears exorbitant. However, if the spicy dried fish can be effectively promoted, it may potentially lead to a market worth $200,000, $2 million, or even $20 million in the future. While one might deceive others with such notions, Boss Kai would never have imagined that this young man had actually been reborn and transported back in time, still a tycoon worth billions. The young man's subtle intentions were thoroughly discerned by him. During the explanation to Yang Sangu and Zhang Sihai, Liu Hai went to purchase some fabric, preparing to return to the town and craft 2 skirts for Dong Xinyu and his sister Lu Qing. Thus, amidst the hustle and bustle, they arrived at the entrance of County No. 1 High School. After stopping the tractor, Liu Hai lit a cigarette. In summary, if I were to sell the recipe for the spicy dried fish, I could indeed acquire a significant fortune. But what about the villagers? I wish to earn money to marry Xinyu, to provide a better life for her and my sister, and equally, I aspire to lead the villagers toward prosperity. The tycoons will not consider the interests of our village. Sihai, go to class 43 of the first year and help me deliver this to my sister. Zhang Sihai felt that Liu Hai had truly changed. Previously, he sought personal wealth through the villagers, often resorting to stealing chickens from others. Now, he was contemplating the prosperity of others. He clapped Liu Hai on the shoulder, saying, "Brother Hai, I've come to a realization and want to join you." With that, he hurried off with a pot of braised beef hot pot to the entrance of class 43. When Lu Qing was called out, she looked at Zhang Sihai with confusion. "Sihai, did my brother and Go beat you again? Why are you here to complain to our school?" Zhang Sihai felt embarrassed. Indeed, after being beaten by Liu Hai in the past, he had often reported to Lu Qing and Dong Xinyu. As he noticed many eyes on him in the classroom, he feigned indifference, saying, "Now, even Yang Sangu runs over from afar just to greet me. Believe it or not, I'm about to give him a few resounding slaps." "You?" Lu Qing was skeptical of his claims. "All right, Qing, let us not discuss that. Your brother sent this for you." Zhang Sihai hurriedly handed her the pot. "What is this?" Lu Qing, cradling the pot, was perplexed. "It's braised beef hot pot," Zhang Sihai explained. "Your brother said the school food is subpar and that he would send more in the future. I must be off now." Chapter 24. Did my brother steal someone's cow? Hot pot. What is this? Lu Qing opened the lid to reveal a mountain of beef, leaving her utterly speechless. So much beef. Whoa. Has my brother begun stealing cows from others? Panic surged within her. Previously, he had sent her 2 oil cakes and 5 yuan, lamenting before the teacher that he had suffered due to a lack of education. He had even paid her tuition. This had already left her restless for several nights. Now, suddenly receiving a pot of beef, she simply could not fathom how her brother had acquired such wealth. Feeling dejected, she carried the pot of hot pot into the classroom. In these impoverished times, not only were the villagers suffering from hunger, but but the students at school were no different. As Lu Qing brought the pot into the classroom, the aroma was so enticing that it left everyone in a state of hunger. Even the teacher at the front of the class was unable to suppress his salivation. It was simply unbearable, especially as he noticed Lu Qing with her head down, looking dispirited. Setting aside her textbook, she approached Lu Qing and softly inquired, "What troubles you?" Lu Qing suddenly lifted her small face, unable to restrain her trembling lips as she exclaimed, "Teacher Wang, how many years would someone be sentenced for stealing a cow?" "Woo-woo. My brother must have stolen someone else's cow." In this era, cows are essential for plowing the fields, holding significant importance in farming families. A cattle thief, when caught, faces the harshest penalties, which filled Lu Qing with dread. Despite her brother's reputation for petty theft, he was still her kin, which made her particularly anxious. Stealing a cow? Is there beef in that basin? Teacher Wang gazed longingly at the basin on the floor, his mouth watering. "Yes, a lot of beef. May I take a look?" "Sure." Lu Qing placed the basin on the desk. As Teacher Wang opened it, he immediately recognized it as the signature braised beef from the state-run restaurant. When we dine at such establishments, we can only admire it from afar. Unable to suppress his hunger, he blurted, "Can I taste it?" Instantly regretting his words. He noticed many students casting curious glances in his direction. In an awkward moment, he added, "I just want to see if this beef is indeed stolen." A nearby student questioned, "Teacher Wang, can you really tell if the beef was stolen by tasting it?" This only heightened Teacher Wang's embarrassment. Lu Qing offered a piece of beef to Teacher Wang, bringing it close to his mouth, further enhancing the awkwardness. "It smells divine. This is the flavor of the signature braised beef from the state-run restaurant." Unable to resist any longer, Teacher Wang took a bite. The moment the tender meat touched his palate, a wave of comfort washed over him. Truly, it was the hallmark dish of the state-run restaurant, perfected over decades. After a few chews, he smiled and declared, "This beef is not stolen. It's the signature hot pot beef from the state-run restaurant, rest assured." At this revelation, the classroom erupted in excitement. The signature dish from the state-run restaurant. My father once told me that it's typically served to dignitaries. A hot pot costs over 2 yuan. Ching, you often say your brother neglects the family. Yet, hasn't he brought you such an expensive hot pot? Lu Qing stood among them, dazed by the chatter. Ching brand soap, 59 cents. Songhua River brand laundry powder, 60 cents. This bamboo water kettle costs 2 yuan. And the toothpaste, the enamel cup, and the pork. He even brought a large piece of it. And this Lingji brand cigarette. Aren't they all free? Did that rascal Liu Hai send all these? In front of Xia Guomin, Dong Xinyu, and Xia Helian lay a pile of supplies just delivered by Liu Hai. It was Xia Helian who spoke up. Xia Guomin silently rolled a bit of tobacco, smoking quietly in the corner, while Dong Xinyu wore a worried expression, nodding at Xia Helian. Taking a deep breath, Xia Helian stated, "Old Xiao, no matter how busy you are today, you must find time to see what Liu Hai is up to. Old Liu has only this one son left. I truly hope he doesn't get into trouble." The relationship between the two families has always been exceptionally harmonious. Liu Hai was raised under the watchful eye of Xia Helian, and their lives intersected in profound ways. Liu Jiangwo's youngest son had recently faced the consequences of his actions and found himself incarcerated over petty dealings. Xiao Guomin flicked away his cigarette, and seized a pack of Lingji brand cigarettes from the table before stepping outside. "Xinyu, do not fret. I shall investigate what that lad is up to with his dubious enterprises." "Yes, Uncle Guomin, please do inquire thoroughly," Dong Xinyu replied, her anxiety palpable. It is not uncommon for an individual to amass wealth, yet sudden affluence, coupled with extravagant purchases of everyday necessities, raises concerns for anyone. Though these items are essential, in this era, every family strives to economize. Such reckless spending is indeed rare. Xiao Guomin's composure faltered. However, upon arriving at Liu Hai's home, he discovered that Liu Hai was not present. A passing villager mentioned having seen Liu Hai carrying a basket towards the back mountain. After waiting for over an hour with pressing matters in the fields, Xiao Guomin decided to return later that evening to seek Liu Hai. Meanwhile, Liu Hai was indeed foraging for wild goods on the mountain with Yang Sangyu. They gathered a considerable amount of wood ear mushrooms from decayed logs and an abundance of mushrooms scattered about. The village of Panxing is blessed with mountains and water, with rice paddies sprawling at the foot of the hills. In the warm days of March and April, wild water celery flourished along the irrigation ditches. Yang Sangyu, noticing Liu Hai harvesting this peculiar vegetable, curiously inquired, Brother Hai, what do you intend to do with that? You do not keep pigs at home. In these times, such greens are typically cut for swine, and even mushrooms are seldom consumed, as the villagers yearn for meat, with hunting wild boars being their ultimate desire. Liu Hai crouched by the irrigation ditch, gazing into the crystal-clear water, where he spotted a few small fish darting about, which lifted his spirits. Decades later, not only would such irrigation channels and rice paddies be devoid of fish, but even the nearby Hongqi River would struggle to host a single creature. Tainted by pollution from an upstream paper mill, grasping a tuft of water celery, he cheerfully declared, "This is not meant for pigs. We shall enjoy it ourselves." Eat it ourselves? Yang Senga grimaced. "I would not touch that. You can offer it to Zhang Sihai instead. Such fare is hardly fit for humans." Disregarding Yang Senga's disdain, Liu Hai remained by the ditch and soon collected a hefty handful of the greens. Noticing a hole nearby that likely sheltered a yellow eel, Yang Sengu, with time to spare, decided to dig it out. Moments later, he triumphantly pulled out a substantial yellow eel, weighing at least half a pound. "Brother Hai, wait for me a moment. I shall catch a couple more for our evening repast." He resumed his excavation with zeal. In this era, rural farming relied heavily on organic fertilizers, resulting in an abundance of yellow eels and loaches in the rice paddies. Yang Sengu casually dug a few holes and managed to procure over a pound of yellow eel, all remarkably plump. As they prepared to depart, Liu Hai surveyed his own 3 acres of rice paddies. Dong Xinyu had been diligently working the land, and the seedlings had yet to be planted. He understood that the fate of those crops rested entirely in Dong Xinyu's capable hands. "It is inconceivable to let the fields lie fallow. So I contemplated tonight, when Uncle Jun and the others come to deliver goods, I would spare some money and ask them to assist in the evening." Upon their return, I began to prepare dinner. Yang Sandog skillfully slaughtered the eels, while Liu Hai chopped the purchased pork fat, placing it into the pot. To render lard, one must use a gentle flame. Otherwise, the meat will burn, imparting a burnt flavor to the lard. After placing the fatty meat into the pot, there is a small trick: adding a bowl of clear water, which enhances the fragrance of the rendered lard and results in a wider solidification. These techniques were ingrained in Liu Hai's memory from Dong Xinyu. It is unclear where she learned them. Soon, the aroma of lard wafted from the pot, detectable from afar. After frying the lard, there was no need to wash the pot. I directly added the chopped wild water celery, allowing the fragrant lard to meld with the scent of the celery. A mere sprinkle of salt was sufficient. Nothing else was needed, creating an aroma that made one's mouth water. Next came the stir-fried chili with meat, another dish capable of wafting its fragrance for miles. Yang Sandog had also prepared the eels and had picked a couple of cucumbers and some perilla leaves as well, while Liu Hai busied himself in the kitchen. As dusk approached, Sister Xiang returned home. She had visited her family in the past few days and was thus unaware of the happenings in the village. Upon her return, her sensitive nose immediately detected the enticing aroma of meat, causing her stomach to grumble in protest. Surprised, she wondered if Liu Hai had secretly brought meat from outside. Nearby, Fan Wenjun, Yang Shijian, and several laborers, each carrying a woven bag, were heading toward Liu Hai's home. Fan Wenjun held a bottle of liquor with a newspaper cork. Yang Shijian cheerfully remarked that there was finally hope. He had about 10 pounds this time, enough to earn 2 yuan. "You're not doing so well, Lao Yang. After several days, you've only gathered 10 pounds, while I have 20. "Nonsense. Did you collect that alone? Your entire family was involved." The group erupted in hearty laughter. Their spirits high, Liu Hai's collection of dried fish gave them a glimmer of hope. After catching the silverfish, they needed to dry them. Typically, 2 to 3 pounds of small silverfish would yield a maximum of 1 pound when dried, so it generally took several days to have stock. Yang Shijian calculated that by fishing every night, they could catch over 10 pounds daily, totaling 30 pounds in 3 days, which would yield over 10 pounds once dried. Liu Hai offered them a price of 20 cents per pound, meaning they could earn over 2 yuan in 3 days. With 30 days in a month, that equates to a substantial monthly income of 20 yuan. The village secretary, Xiao Guomin, earned only 20 yuan a month, meaning a household with a laborer could earn an additional salary equivalent to that of the village secretary. For larger families, earning 40 to 50 yuan would not be an issue at all. What a jest! In the countryside, an additional income of 40 to 50 yuan a month would undoubtedly inspire hope. Sister Xiang, overhearing the calculations of these men, grew somewhat anxious. She hurried over and grasped Fan Wenjun's arm, exclaiming, "What are you all doing? discussing earnings of dozens of yuan a month. Is money so easily made? Her eyes glimmered with envy. Fan Wenjun chuckled. Come now, Sister Xiang, you live right next to Liu Hai. Don't you know he has been helping us in the village to earn money these past few days? I have earned a substantial sum, which I am now keeping at home. Indeed, I too have managed to earn a share, and it brings me immense joy to think about the financial stability it affords us. The laughter shared among my fellow laborers is a testament to this newfound confidence in life. As for Liu Hai, the notion that he is the one bringing in the wealth is laughable. He is nothing but a slothful scoundrel. Having watched him grow, I can attest to his lack of ambition. However, I noticed that the smiles on the faces of my fellow workers had faded, replaced by expressions of anger directed at Xiang Sa, prompting me to intervene. My apologies, I recently returned to my family's home and am not familiar with these matters. Could you enlighten us? There is nothing worth discussing with you, Fan Wenjun replied, his brow furrowed. Let us leave. I have no patience for this woman's nonsense. It is no wonder Lu Jiangwo once remarked that she is a source of worry, always whispering behind their backs. The group of men departed in anger, leaving Xiang Sa feeling uneasy. Fan Wenjun is tolerable, but she knows Yang Shijin well. He is inherently proud and has often been dragged into trouble by Liu Hai and Yang Sandok. Despite being significantly older, he has been bullied by Liu Hai to the point where he must call him Brother Hai from afar. His wife despises Liu Hai for being a good-for-nothing rogue. If Liu Hai hadn't genuinely helped them earn money, her husband's cowardice would have prevented any association with him. Feeling increasingly discontented, she stealthily followed them, hiding behind a nearby haystack to observe. She saw Liu Hai busily weighing their catches on a scale. Uncle Jun, 23 pounds. Here are $4.60. Please check. Liu Hai said. All right, thank you, Xiao Hai, came the reply. Uncle Yang, you mustn't let Annie bully you. It's unfair for you to do all the work. She should help catch fish to earn money too. Huh, I dare not. Next time you see her, could you please mention it? Laughter erupted among the group. Yang Shijin, you coward afraid of your wife. Feeling frustrated, Yang Shijin retorted, you know nothing. Fearing one's wife is a sign of love. Liu Hai continued, all right. 12 pounds. Here is $2.40. Uncle Wang, yours is 18 pounds. $3.60. Uncle Zhang appeared astonished, while Xiang Sa was left in utter disbelief. In such a short time, she witnessed Liu Hai distribute a considerable sum of money. What astonished her more was the large stack of bills he held, with several large denominations prominently displayed. How could it be that during my brief absence, this rascal has struck it rich? Where did he acquire such wealth? What purpose does he have in collecting these assorted fish? Xiang Sa's mood plummeted. Her husband earns barely over $1 a day working in the county, and with her tending to several acres of contracted rice paddies, their household is among the most prosperous in the village. In contrast, after Lu Jiangwo's death, the men in that household have been utterly useless, leaving Dong Xinyu to toil endlessly to support the family. Their lives are worlds apart. And now, this rogue has suddenly become wealthy. How could one not feel disheartened? As I was watching, a mix of anger and confusion washed over my face when a somber voice from behind interrupted me. What are you sneaking around here for? Chapter 26. Let us prosper together. The village secretary, Xiao, had startled Aunt Xiang. Xiao Guomin furrowed his brow. What are you doing? Aunt Xiang quickly gathered her thoughts and approached him, saying, Secretary Xiao, isn't that Liu Hai fellow engaging in some underhanded dealings? I just saw him collecting dried fish. Collecting dried fish? Xiao Guomin's expression turned grave, yet he was well aware of Aunt Xiang's character. He promptly rebuked her. What do you know about underhanded dealings? It is up to the government to define such matters, not for you to meddle in. Mind your own household. Others' affairs are none of your concern. With a stern expression, he strode into Liu Hai's home. Humph, aren't you just in cahoots with Liu Hai's father, Lu Jiangwo? Everyone in the village knows that, Aunt Xiang muttered disdainfully. Casting a scornful glance at Xiao Guomin's retreating figure, she had initially intended to return home, but the enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air, a sensory delight she could not resist. Thus, she remained, eavesdropping on the happenings within. However, she did not anticipate that once Xiao Guomin entered the house, Liu Hai would promptly shut the kitchen door. What is this? Not even allowing a glance. Aunt Xiang fumed, cursing under her breath as she prepared to leave. Just then, she spotted her husband, Zhou Yixiang, returning home with some carpentry tools, a pig's lung in hand. This was the most inexpensive edible part of the pig. Zhou Yixiang always brought one home, a token of meat. Upon seeing her husband's offering and recalling the delightful aroma from Liu Hai's house, her anger flared. She incessantly berated her husband for being useless, and he, unable to contain his own frustration, erupted into an argument with her. Inside Liu Hai's home, the arrival of Xiao Guomin made everyone seated by the stove tense, as they were uncertain whether their actions constituted underhanded dealings. Liu Hai endeavored to explain extensively, presenting a newspaper he had brought back from the county, spreading it out on the table. He pointed to an article stating that mixed fish did not belong to the first or second category of agricultural products, and that they could not even enter the gates of the aquatic products supply and marketing cooperative. We are transforming waste into treasure. This cannot be deemed as underhanded dealings. Perhaps our only mistake was failing to issue receipts during the transactions. Uncle Xiao, we had no choice. Money is tight for everyone, and so are the receipts. If we were to collect receipts, our sales would likely not be this good. The year 1981 is not like the 60s or 70s. Back then, resources were exceedingly scarce, and the collective would distribute various receipts to each household. In those times, when one could barely afford to eat, who had money for consumption? Consequently, every household had many receipts left over. However, now that we have adopted a household contract system, life has improved significantly compared to before, so receipts have become scarce. Many people no longer regard receipts as essential for transactions. With a receipt, the price is normal, and without one, the price merely increases slightly. Liu Hai's dealings are perfectly legitimate. After a while of perusing the newspaper, Xiao Guomin suddenly recalled the characters that adorned the front of his house. When did you learn so many characters, capable of understanding what is inscribed here? Liu Hai felt a moment of embarrassment, for he had indeed never attended a day of school, nor had he pondered how to articulate this predicament. Fortunately, with her quick wit, Xinyu had studied in Kyoto and often imparted her knowledge. That would have to suffice, as she was unlikely to expose him, given her compliant nature. Xiao Guomin found Liu Hai's demeanor peculiar, observing him intently for an extended period. He sensed that Liu Hai harbored many secrets. How could someone who had meandered aimlessly for so many years suddenly achieve enlightenment and grasp so much knowledge? Regardless, the most significant blessing was that this young man was gradually improving. Not pursuing the matter further, he suggested they go eat, lamenting that he had never shared a drink with Liu Hai in his life. The atmosphere within the room shifted to one of ease, and soon their glasses clinked together. Dinner extended until 9 o'clock that evening. An intriguing phenomenon emerged. Initially, they were resolute in avoiding the dish of pork fat watercress. However, after Yang Sengu bravely took a bite, his eyes brightened. This dish was no less delightful than ordinary vegetables, indeed quite fragrant. Quickly, others joined in, and the plate of pork fat watercress surprisingly outshone the meat in the pot, vanishing in an instant. Later, Liu Hai proposed spending some money to hire someone to cultivate their few acres of rice paddies, to which Uncle Jun readily agreed to assist by finding someone. Throughout this exchange, Xiao Guomin remained silent, listening intently. As the clock approached 9, the night sky emerged, illuminated by stars, accompanied by the incessant croaking of frogs. Xiao Guomin took the remaining wine with him, not in haste to depart, but instead meandered to the rear of Liu Hai's home, where Liu Hai's father, Lu Jun, lay interred. Feeling jubilant from witnessing Liu Hai's transformation, Xiao Guomin indulged in a bit too much drink. Upon settling beside the gravestone, he poured a portion of the wine onto the ground. He produced some homegrown tobacco, rolled a cigarette, and lit it. Taking a deep breath, he spoke to his old friend. "This wine is for you, Xiao Hai. You've changed. You're now earning alongside Fan Wenjun and the others, which is splendid. Finally, you've awakened. Life is evidently improving day by day, yet you departed so early. You survived the battlefield in Korea, but succumbed to the trials of life." Xiao Guomin continued to smoke, unaware that Liu Hai was watching silently from the window, listening intently, gazing upon his father's grave. He had never imagined that his father had been a soldier in the Korean War. In his previous life, Lu Jun never spoke of his military service. All Liu Hai knew was that his father had served under Dong Xinyu's father. He was entirely unaware of the past. For reasons unknown, he felt a sudden pang of sorrow, reflecting on the image of his father, often sitting quietly on the ridge, gazing silently at the setting sun. He felt increasingly remorseful for his previous life of negligence. Had he, after his elder brother's departure, shouldered even a fraction of the familial burdens, providing his father with hope for his younger son, perhaps he would not have languished in despair. The sins of his past life weighed heavily upon him. Uncle Jun had indeed been quite supportive. In the 3 acres of rice fields, Liu Hai produced a 50-cent coin, as it cost that much to hire labor per acre. During the busy farming season, others were occupied with their own fields during the day. Consequently, Uncle Jun, upon leaving Liu Hai's home, promptly sought out 7 or 8 laborers to commence work in Liu Hai's waterlogged fields. These were skilled hands, seasoned through the rigors of the production team. Thus, by nightfall, they had transplanted seedlings across the 3 acres and returned home after achieving an early day's work. When Xinyu arrived at the fields the following morning, she caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance. It was quite pleasant, and the young girl felt a surge of happiness. For she had bathed the previous day with the soap Liu Hai had purchased for her. The scent reminded her of the aroma she carried while in Kyoto. However, as she passed by her own water fields with a hoe slung over her shoulder, she froze in astonishment. "Who helped me plant the rice?" After inquiring around, she soon learned the circumstances. For reasons unknown, gazing at the lush green seedlings before her brought an involuntary smile to her face. Yet, her joy was short-lived as Guogang approached from the distance. The nearby villagers hurriedly pretended not to notice. Guogang had been the village bully prior to Liu Hai's rise, and though many thought his character might have transformed during his years in the military, no one anticipated his return would bring unrest to Wang Taohong's household, often filled with her weeping and lamentations. Thus, fear lingered among the villagers. In stark contrast to Liu Hai, who had evolved into a benefactor for the village, Guogang remained a wolf in sheep's clothing. Xinyu quickly feigned ignorance and made her way toward the sugarcane field. Guogang, however, was intent on approaching her. Upon reaching her, he lit a cigarette and remarked, $80, right? I'll be heading to see Secretary Xiao to propose soon. I'm somewhat aware of your past with Liu Hai, but as long as you live well in the future, I can overlook that. Despite her gentle demeanor, Xinyu was resolute when faced with matters she vehemently opposed. "I'm sorry, but you should seek someone else. I feel content with my current life." "Content?" Guogang countered. "Just look at your state. Your trousers are riddled with patches, and you've grown so thin and sunburnt. Do you even remember how you looked when you arrived from Kyoto? Once we marry, I will take you away from Panxing Village and back to Kyoto." He had intended to mention that her father was soon to be vindicated, but he feared that revealing this would only further dissuade her from agreeing, given her family's esteemed background that rendered him an unsuitable match. Kyoto? At the mention of this place, the chill surrounding Xinyu dissipated somewhat, and a glimmer of nostalgia appeared in her bright, clear eyes. Meanwhile, Liu Hai had promised to buy a radio for Xinyu to alleviate her boredom, aware that she had long been privy to news beyond Yinshan County, particularly concerning his father's past. In an age where communication relied on shouts and travel was on foot, it was exceedingly difficult to know what transpired thousands of miles away. Thus, the first task of the morning was to purchase a Chunfeng brand radio from the town's supply and marketing cooperative, costing $110. At the moment of payment, he deliberately handed the money to the sales clerk who had previously mocked him. The clerk's face turned pale, unable to believe that this individual had truly come to purchase the radio. It felt as if Liu Hai had delivered a stinging slap, leaving her wishing to vanish into a crack in the ground. After securing the packaged radio, Liu Hai remarked, "Do not forget, without the common people coming in to buy, where does your salary come from? Do not dine on the fruits of the common folk while disparaging them. After all, you are merely a sales clerk. Perhaps you should reflect on your own standing." At that moment, the clerk dared not respond. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by their supervisor, who summoned the clerk to the office after Liu Hai departed. Shortly thereafter, shouts of reprimand echoed from within. The decline of the supply and marketing cooperative is inextricably linked to the transformation of the system and the self-proclaimed leaders within it. With the radio in hand, Liu Hai proceeded to purchase pork, rice, and other necessities in town. He then made his way to the tailor's shop he had visited a few days prior. The proprietor, once an employee of the county's state-owned garment factory, had seen a plethora of styles during her tenure. When Liu Hai had approached her with a multitude of requests days earlier, she had thought him rather peculiar. However, upon crafting the long dress he envisioned, she was left utterly astonished. Seizing the opportunity while Liu Hai was there to collect his garment, she inquired if she might create a duplicate to display in her shop as a sample. Liu Hai, indifferent to the matter, readily consented. Observing his willingness, she graciously reduced the labor cost by 3 cents. Eagerly, Liu Hai returned home, anticipating the moment when Xinyu would don the dress and stand before him. Upon leaving the tailor's shop, he grasped the lever and, with a firm foot on the tractor's head, spun it vigorously a few times. As the tractor roared to life, he leapt aboard and set off, heading directly to Xiao Guomin's home. However, upon arrival, he noticed Wang Taohong lamenting before Xiao Guomin. Xiao Guomin's expression turned ashen, stating, "Your own son is your responsibility. It is not your place to meddle in Xinyu's affairs. Do not presume I am unaware. You are the one who speaks ill of her behind her back. Go home, for I will not entertain this matter." Wang Taohong, sensing Xiao Guomin's ire, hardened her expression. "Xiao Guomin, I know you and Lu Jiangwo grew up together tending to cattle, but you cannot be so biased. Dong Xinyu has not even entered the Lu household. My son can also pursue her. Moreover, it has been 7 or 8 days since Liu Hai's tractor sounded, yet we have no news. I am willing to raise the betrothal gift to 85 yuan. 85 yuan. You truly have no shame. Is that all Dong Xinyu is worth in your eyes?" Liu Hai stood resolutely at the doorway. Upon seeing him, Wang Taohong's demeanor shifted to one of apprehension, and she quickly fell silent. Not addressing her, Liu Hai turned to Xiao Guomin, saying, "Uncle Guomin, I have purchased quite a few items this time. Could you assist me in carrying them?" Xiao Guomin rose, casting a cold glare at Wang Taohong before following Liu Hai. Next, Wang Taohong was rendered momentarily speechless. Over 10 kilograms of pork, grains, oil, rice, and more. Particularly, when Liu Hai brought over that Chuanfeng brand radio, Wang Taohong thought she must be mistaken, repeatedly rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Was this the radio from the town supply and marketing cooperative? "Liu Hai, how dare you steal this? Aren't you afraid? Get lost." Liu Hai's voice was hushed, yet left no room for negotiation, his gaze upon Wang Taohong seething with intensity. Xiao Guomin had already learned of Liu Hai's means of making money the previous night. Thus, he immediately reprimanded Wang Taohong, demanding, "Do you have any evidence to prove that this radio was stolen?" "Secretary Xiao, if you have nothing to say, then keep your mouth shut. You've been gossiping around the village all day. Orphans at 14, widowed in your 20s, have you not reflected upon your own faults? Leave some decency for your descendants. Don't let your only son meet a similar fate." Wang Taohong was silenced by the rebuke, her head bowed in shame, while Xiao Guomin continued his admonishment. A figure rushed in from outside. "Secretary Xiao, hurry to Team 7. That rascal Guogang has completely lost it. He.S. beating Yang Sandog in the fields. It's going to end in tragedy." Chapter 28. Guogang is beaten again. What? How did Guogang end up fighting with Yang Sandog? Xiao Guomin felt an immense headache coming on. He had worried about this ever since Guogang returned. He hastily prepared to leave. But Liu Hai had already dashed towards the kitchen, seizing a kitchen knife and bolting outside. It wasn't mere impulsiveness. Yang Sandog was a brother who had died for him in a past life, and Yang Sandog was no match for Guogang. Without a knife, Liu Hai would stand no chance against Guogang. Wang Taohong was left in a daze. Upon seeing Liu Hai brandishing the knife, she immediately chased after him, hurling insults. "Liu Hai, if you dare harm my son, I will dig up Lu Jiangwo's grave." Ding! Liu Hai turned and swung the knife before Wang Taohong could close the gap. Fortunately, she and T approached too closely. The blade merely sliced through the button of his shirt, leaving Wang Taohong frozen in fear. Liu Hai pointed at her. "You dare to disturb my father's grave, even a handful of dirt? I'll tear down your house. Go ahead, try me. I've never feared anyone." With no time to waste on her, Liu Hai, fearing for Yang Sandog's safety, quickly turned and ran. Xiao Guomin followed closely behind, anxious that Liu Hai might act rashly. However, when Liu Hai reached the scene, the situation left him feeling awkward. A crowd had already gathered at the edge of the field. Uncle Jun and others were present. Several people were desperately restraining Guogang, who was covered in mud, while Yang Sandog sat atop him, pressing his head down and continuously slapping him. "Aren't you tough? Get up then, slap. You think you can compete with me? A toad wishing to eat swan meat? Do you deserve it? Slap. You dare lay a hand on the woman my brother Hai intends to marry? Slap. You've got quite the audacity." Dong Xinyu stood by, utterly bewildered. She had loathed Yang Sandog in the past, as he always dragged Liu Hai off to drink and engage in petty theft, believing him to be the source of Liu Hai's mischief. In that moment, she suddenly realized that Yang Sanggu might not be as she had imagined. Just moments ago, Yang Gang had mentioned taking her to Kyoto, and she had experienced a fleeting moment of confusion, largely due to her intense longing for her family in Kyoto. However, this was merely a brief lapse. Her mind quickly regained its composure. First, Qingqing had yet to complete her university education. Second, she could never barter her future for such an exchange, and she harbored a strong aversion towards this Guogang. Third, she had long suspected that Liu Hai's brother, Lu Jun, might have been the one who encouraged him to run away from home. Lu Jun had a romantic interest in a neighboring village, and upon her arrival in this household, he had exhibited a profound disdain, particularly as Guogang frequently visited their home, his gaze betraying intentions she could easily decipher. Thus, her loathing for him intensified. Furthermore, Liu Hai had begun to change. Recalling the concern he had shown her in recent days stirred an inexplicable sense of reluctance within her. In a fit of rage, Guogang insulted Dong Xinyu, calling her base, which caught the attention of Yang Sanggu, who was fishing in the irrigation channel. He rushed over to engage Guogang in a scuffle. Just as she thought of Liu Hai, she caught sight of him wielding a kitchen knife. Hastily, she approached to restrain Liu Hai, shaking her head with tears streaming down her face. Liu Hai handed her the knife, insisting she not harm him, but rather slap Guogang a few times, urging her to hold her ground. Before Dong Xinyu could react, Liu Hai leapt into the rice field, seizing Guogang's hair and delivering fierce blows. Yang Sanggu, unyielding, jumped up and bit Guogang's ear. Guogang screamed in agony. "Sanggu, you damn biter. Woof woof. Sanggu, move your face aside, or you'll get hit." All right, is that enough, Hai-ge?" Yang Sanggu shifted slightly, but remained reluctant to release his grip. With perfect timing and space, they maintained their positions, delivering sharp slaps. Uncle Jun and the others looked on in astonishment. "I thought these two brothers had retired from fighting," remarked Lao Yang. "Last year, the 7 brothers from the neighboring village provoked them, and it was these two who dealt with them one by one." Uncle Yang nodded. "Indeed. They've fought many times in my fields. Xiaohai and Sanggu always targeted them when they were alone. TSK, these two. Liu Hai and Yang Sanggu are not the strongest fighters, but they are certainly no pushovers. If they lose face in a fight, they remember it. As long as you are alone, these two will appear, lurking until you kneel before them, calling them grandfather, while they take a slap and abscond with one of your chickens before letting you off lightly. Otherwise, how could the surrounding villages fear these two rascals? In this era, with many siblings in every rural household, if your fist lacks strength, who would fear you?" Xiao Guomin approached, and only saw Guogang taking a beating. Noticing the knife was now in Dong Xinyu's hands, he breathed a sigh of relief. Whether intentionally or not, as he ran halfway, he slowed his pace, meandering over without urgency to call Liu Hai and the others to continue their assault on Guogang. He questioned the one who had just shouted. "Didn't you say it was Guogang beating Yang Sanggu?" The villagers were somewhat bewildered. "When I went to call you, I witnessed Guogang assaulting Yang Sandog. As I spoke, I noticed Uncle Yang and a few others covered in mud. Did you just assist Yang Sandog?" I questioned. "Surely not. Weren't you just expressing your disdain for him?" Uncle Yang, feeling particularly guilty, quickly averted his gaze. The villager then turned to the others. "What about you, Jungo?" "I was merely trying to mediate, nothing more," he replied. "Stop the nonsense. If you doubt me, ask Xinyu." Jun Shu turned to Dong Xinyu, who was blinking furiously. Suddenly, tears streamed down her face, yet she burst into laughter. This was the first time she felt the warmth of the village since arriving in Panxing Village. Earlier, when Yang Sandog was struggling against Guogang, those elders rushed over, proclaiming that they were comrades who grew up together, urging them to communicate peacefully and refrain from fighting. On the surface, they appeared earnest, yet beneath, they were kicking fiercely. She saw it all clearly. It was evident they were unhappy with Guogang for insulting her and were seeking revenge for her. Xiao Guomin remained unperturbed, observing the scene where Guogang was being beaten, pondering who could elucidate the situation for him. Meanwhile, Guogang, unable to endure any longer, shouted at Xiao Guomin. "You're the village head. Why don't you call off these rabid dogs? Yang Sandog is about to bite my ear off." Xiao Guomin, with a serious expression, insisted. "I must understand the sequence of events." At that moment, Zhang Sihai, having caught wind of the commotion, rushed into the field, clamping down on Guogang's other ear. "Ah, you scoundrel, Zhang Sihai! Didn't you say you would hang Yang Sandog from a telephone pole and whip him with the steel rod of socialism? Why are you aiding them and beating me?" Chapter 29. Taking Dong Xinyu home. Upon witnessing Zhang Sihai join the fray, Xiao Guomin's expression grew grave. "Can someone please explain what is happening? Why is Zhang Sihai aligning with Liu Hai?" Now, the group understood that their village head was the master of pretense. The villager who had brought him along felt a chill run down his spine. Xiaoji, you must intervene. Guogang could genuinely be killed. Did I ever say not to stop them? Nonsense. Xiao Guomin retorted sternly, glaring at him before shouting, everyone, cease this at once. Finally, Liu Hai and the others released Guogang. Previously, Liu Hai had swollen Guogang's face so severely that it had only just begun to heal. Yet he was now left battered and bruised once more. His ears were bloodied and he felt as if he were floating in a dream. He crawled to the side, trembling in fear of Liu Hai and Yang Sandog. Dong Xinyu hurried over, instinctively asking Liu Hai if he was hurt. Liu Hai immediately noticed something different about Dong Xinyu. Before he could respond, Yang Sandog interjected, sister-in-law, that's unjust. I was the first to be beaten. Dong Xinyu's face flushed crimson, leaving her flustered and unsure of why she was blushing. Go away. Liu Hai kicked him lightly. I'll take you to the clinic shortly. Xiao Guomin approached, and I have come to understand the circumstances surrounding this matter. A village must stand united. Engaging in such brawls only invites ridicule. It is best for everyone to return to their homes and reflect upon their actions. Uncle Yang, unable to contain himself, interjected towards Secretary Xiao. We did not discuss the background earlier. Brother Jun, why are you covering my mouth? Rest assured, Uncle Guomin. We shall certainly reflect upon ourselves when we return home. Liu Hai quickly grasped the situation and prepared to leave with Yang Sanggu and the others. However, Guogang, who had been lingering behind, suddenly burst into laughter. Xiao Guomin, you are blatantly shielding him. How can you, as a secretary, behave in such a manner? To everyone's surprise, Xiao Guomin dropped the pretense and turned to face him directly. Do not forget, I am the village secretary of Panxing Village. I am also Liu Hai's uncle. With his father gone, I am now the elder of his family. You two listen closely. Xinyu can only be Lu's daughter-in-law. And it is not for you to dream of such aspirations. After delivering this statement, Xiao Guomin walked away with his hands behind his back, followed by a few others. Shortly thereafter, Wang Taohong approached, wailing and crying, yet no one paid her any heed. Once they had distanced themselves from that scene, Xiao Guomin pulled Liu Hai and Dong Xinyu aside. After some contemplation, he expressed, Guogang always leaves me feeling uneasy. Xinyu, perhaps it is best for you to return home and refrain from working in the fields. Accompany Liu Hai to sell dried fish. I fear Guogang might take advantage of your absence to commit something extreme. Dong Xinyu flushed slightly, uncertain of how to respond. Liu Hai looked at her and asked, Do you wish to go home? Dong Xinyu, perplexed by her own anxiety, hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. Liu Hai replied, Then let us return home. I assure you that you will have rice and meat for every meal. You shall not go hungry. I will tidy up at Uncle Guomin's place. Please wait for me at home. All right, Dong Xinyu murmured, her voice barely audible. Having experienced such matters before, Xiao Guomin seemed to understand and smiled. Let us go. As they walked, he took out a tin of tobacco to roll a cigarette, but Liu Hai offered him a Lingji brand cigarette instead. Xiao Guomin chuckled wryly. Now that you have some wealth, do not flaunt it too openly, lest you incite envy. Keep this cigarette discreet, understood? Liu Hai acknowledged, understood. Indeed. Guogang was a source of instability, and Liu Hai was eager to act. As they made their way to Xiao Guomin's home, he mused aloud about Guogang's military service duration, estimating he had about a year left until discharge. Suddenly, he darted back, suspecting something amiss, and decided to send a telegram to Guogang's unit to ascertain the situation. Xiao Guomin had also been pondering this matter, and upon Liu Hai's reminder, he diverted to the village militia captain's home to request contact with Guogang's unit. Liu Hai did not take all the supplies. He left half of the meat behind, then proceeded to gather Dong Xinyu's daily necessities, including a radio. Although Xiao Guomin was the village secretary, he faced considerable hardships at home, as his daughter was studying at a university away from the village. Thus, Liu Hai left the remaining meat and oil rice at his house. Yang Sanggu and Zhang Sihai were at Liu Hai's residence. Zhang Sihai suddenly rushed out to help bite someone, which deeply touched Yang Sandog, making him feel remorseful about having bullied him in the past. While washing the mud off his body by the pond in front of the house, he earnestly declared, Brother, I promise I will never hit you again. Zhang Sihai, noticing Dong Xinyu watching from behind, smirked defiantly. Yang Sandog, did you hit me? I simply chose not to hold it against you. I've said it before, I'm just afraid of your dog. If it weren't for that dog, bang. Zhang Sihai, Yang Sandog, feeling frustrated, thought, can't you just stop being so stubborn? Must you provoke me to lose my temper before you behave? Brother dog, Zhang Hai, quickly backed down, offering explanations and flattery. Everything was as usual, yet Yang Sandog's recently awakened conscience was once again devoured by the dog. Dong Xinyu sat at the doorway, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at the two raucous figures by the pond, feeling as though she was meeting Yang Sandog for the first time. With squinted eyes, she found his small face, particularly that messy hair, quite amusing. "What are you looking at? Come in, I have something to show you." Just as she was lost in thought, Liu Hai returned home and walked into the house. "What's wrong?" Dong Xinyu stood up. "You come in," he said, somewhat gruffly. Dong Xinyu felt a bit wrong behind him. However, upon entering, she was astonished to see Liu Hai pulling out a radio. Covering her mouth in shock, she exclaimed, "You really bought this radio? Where did you get so much money?" Her mind immediately recalled Liu Hai's words at the supply and marketing cooperative a few days prior. Liu Hai ignored her, extending the antenna and fiddling with it for a while. Soon, music began to emanate from the radio. By the pond, the banyan tree, the cicadas are chirping, heralding summer, a song from March 1981, evoking memories for countless individuals of that era. Dong Xinyu, clearly curious, sat beside him, her excitement palpable. With this device, she could finally listen to news and perhaps even hear updates about her father in Kyoto. So, with a naive gaze, she asked, "Did you really buy it?" Liu Hai bestowed upon her a gentle smile. "Of course, it's from the little fish snacks you earned. I'm going outside to wash off this mud. You stay here and listen to the radio, and I'll cook afterward." With that, Liu Hai stripped off his upper garment and, accompanied by the music of childhood, dashed outside and leapt into the pond. Yang Sandog, seeing Liu Hai jump in, kicked Zhang Hai into the water and followed suit. Furious, Zhang Hai shouted, "Damn it, Yang Sandog, you've gone too far." Chapter 30. A home filled with warmth before long. The sounds of their playful banter echoed from the pond. Each of them fantasized about returning to the verdant hills and clear waters of their childhood homes, and Liu Hai was no exception, even if reborn decades later. At that moment, he relished the feeling in the pond. In this new life, he vowed not to stray into chaos or excessive toil, but to savor everything his hometown had to offer. Leaving no regrets behind was the true essence of rebirth, for he understood that eventually, he would depart his homeland with Dong Xinyu and Yang Sandog. In the dilapidated earthen brick house, Dong Xinyu was enveloped by the melody of childhood, her gaze fixed upon Liu Hai, who frolicked in the water. A subtle blush crept upon her cheeks. Has he truly changed? Am I truly to marry him? That evening, Liu Hai prepared a meal with exceptional care, for Dong Xinyu had returned home. He busied himself both in front and behind the house, presenting a mound of fluffy rice, braised big-headed carp, freshly caught by Yang Sangu from the pond, its flesh imbued with a delightful sweetness. There was also stir-fried pork with chili and cucumber with perilla. Dong Xinyu felt as though she were dreaming, especially when Liu Hai expertly flipped the wok, leaving her utterly mesmerized. The flavors were exquisite. During the meal, Liu Hai elaborated on the business of selling dried fish. It was then that Dong Xinyu fully grasped that spicy dried fish could indeed be profitable. Yet, she was perplexed. If it was so lucrative, why not sell it every day? Liu Hai, holding a bowl of rice, smiled as he explained the concept of hunger marketing. Their current production was not very high. At most, they could manage over 50 pounds in a day. Selling 50 pounds daily was a different concept than selling 150 pounds every 3 days. If they appeared every day at the same spot, people would consider it mundane, thinking, "I'll buy it when I feel like it." However, if he only came every 3 days, those who had tasted the dried fish would eagerly wonder when he would return. When Liu Hai did appear, it would incite what could be termed as retaliatory consumption, as people would fear missing out on his next visit. Thus, buying in bulk during those 3-day intervals would yield sales just as robust as daily selling, while maintaining the market's anticipation. Dong Xinyu listened, utterly captivated. When had he learned the art of business? She increasingly felt that Liu Hai had transformed into someone unrecognizable. Nevertheless, regardless of how he had changed, his improvement brought her immense joy. Her large, clear eyes were fixed upon Liu Hai, gazing at him in a silly, adoring manner. As Liu Hai animatedly spoke, he suddenly caught her gaze and, unable to resist, playfully tapped her on the head. "Silly girl." Dong Xinyu winced at the gentle reprimand. Lowering her head in a mix of pain and indignation, her voice barely above a whisper, "You're the silly one." I never called you silly," he replied. I am just eating. Liu Hai looked at the adorably clueless Dong Xinyu, filled with immense satisfaction. His motivation surged stronger than ever. That night, Liu Hai borrowed several long benches and a mat from Uncle Jun, setting them up in the kitchen. He layered straw on the mat, then a sheet on top, creating a makeshift bed while Dong Xinyu slept in the room. The following day, he dressed her in the skirt he had made for her, paired with the rubber shoes they had previously bought. Though the girl had always struggled with malnutrition, her long, thick, and glossy hair seemed naturally beautiful. Adorned with a floral headband, her hair cascaded like a waterfall. Beneath her willow-like brows, her large, almond-shaped eyes sparkled with clarity. Beneath her delicate, aristocratic nose lay thin lips, subtly curled at the corners. The moment Liu Hai beheld Dong Xinyu emerging from her chamber, a term from a past life suddenly flickered in his mind: foundational essence. Life may transform one's exterior in myriad ways, yet an individual's essence remains immutable. Dong Xinyu's intrinsic beauty surpassed that of any woman he had encountered in his previous existence. Noticing Liu Hai's unwavering gaze, Dong Xinyu felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Was it truly unappealing? It is most exquisite. Liu Hai chuckled lightly as he prepared to load some goods. Oh, splendid, Dong Xinyu responded with endearing compliance. Seizing the opportunity, she busied herself by igniting a fire to prepare several lard rice balls. At 5 o'clock, Yang Sandu and Zhang Sihai arrived, both fixated on Dong Xinyu for a considerable time. Particularly Yang Sandu, after scrutinizing her for a while, remarked, "Why does this person appear transformed, as if she has stepped out of a painting?" "I assure you, I have not emerged from a painting," Dong Xinyu replied playfully. "Here, Sandu and Sihai, I've prepared rice balls for both of you." "Thank you, sister-in-law," they chorused, accepting the rice balls and savoring them while engaging in conversation. After taking a bite, Liu Hai was transported back to his previous life, where he had expended considerable wealth hiring renowned chefs across the nation, all in a quest to replicate the taste of Dong Xinyu's lard rice balls. Yet, he could never attain such satisfaction. During that time, burdened with guilt, he often visited Dong Xinyu's parents. One morning, her mother prepared rice balls, and upon tasting them, Liu Hai, a grown man, wept uncontrollably before her parents. Realizing only then that although Dong Xinyu was the youngest, she had always been remarkably thoughtful, particularly eager to follow her mother's footsteps in the kitchen, displaying a natural talent for cooking. As Liu Hai navigated the cobblestone path toward the county town, his hand resting on the tractor, he reveled in the gentle, temperate breeze of early summer, filled with ambition. In this lifetime, he vowed to ensure Dong Xinyu lived a life akin to that of a princess. Once again, he found himself at the bustling market, having not visited for 3 or 4 days. Liu Hai and his companions had prepared nearly 200 pounds of small dried fish. In their initial visits, customers purchased merely a couple of ounces, but this time, nearly all transactions began at half a pound. The once crowded market was now nearly deserted as patrons flocked to Liu Hai's stall to queue for the dried fish. Complaints echoed around them. "Young man, where have you been? You've been elusive. Indeed, how can you be so lazy? With such prosperous business, you must come daily, or how will you earn?" "I've been telling my husband about this delightful flavor for our drinks." Liu Hai and his companions maintained an exceptionally amiable demeanor, continuously offering apologies. Though Dong Xinyu appeared somewhat simple-minded, she exhibited remarkable diligence, assisting Liu Hai with collecting payments and making change, as Yang Sandu struggled to keep track. While Liu Hai and Zhang Sihai remained exceedingly occupied, a few individuals were so engrossed in their work that they scarcely had a moment to rest. Oblivious to the presence of Boss Kai nearby, they remained absorbed in their tasks. Alongside him stood a man clad in a polyester suit. After observing for a considerable time, the man in the suit remarked, "Old Kai, is this the dried fish you mentioned? It's absurd, I assent it. Why is it so expensive if everyone is afraid of missing out?" Chapter 31. Business under scrutiny. Boss Kai had returned not merely to honor his ancestors. In truth, he had accumulated substantial debts in the port city, with little hope for redemption. However, his discerning eye led him to believe that significant changes might soon unfold in the mainland, potentially allowing him to turn his fortunes around. Thus, while he was engaged in ancestral veneration, he was also contemplating investment opportunities. The small dried fish had sparked a glimmer of inspiration in him. Yet, Liu Hai chose to ignore him. The man beside him was named Chang Yongda, his business partner from the port city. As they spoke, one of Boss Kai's subordinates brought over a package of spicy dried fish. With a smile, Boss Kai urged, "Do give this a taste." Chang Yongda, somewhat skeptical, pinched a slender piece and placed it in his mouth. After savoring it, he said, "Isn't this just the flavor of Sichuan's red oil? What do you think of the taste?" "It's decent. I've spent time in Sichuan, and if you insist I pinpoint its uniqueness, I can't say it stands out." "Really? You recognize the flavor of red oil, but in Sichuan, this dried fish would likely be unremarkable. Do not forget, we are in Jiangdong. The locals have never tasted red oil, so for them, this flavor is extraordinary." This encapsulates the allure of the current mainland market. With information being scarce, if one comprehends the nuances of the information gap, immense fortunes can be swiftly amassed. Boss Kai brimmed with confidence. Chang Yongda fell silent, but after a while, a smile spread across his face. "Are you considering pursuing this? Others have already paved the way. Why should I not follow suit?" Boss Kai replied, "Can this smallholder economic model compete with the advanced models we brought from the port city?" Soon, the two began to converse earnestly. The production management of state-owned factories was lagging, and everyone was exceedingly conservative. Boss Kai was correct in his assessment. The model from the port city would indeed be a significant breakthrough upon arrival in the mainland. He was on the verge of signing a contract with the county government to take over the state-owned subsidiary food factory, where he intended to sell the small dried fish. Moreover, upon discovering Liu Hai's secret to wealth, he had already dispatched someone to Sichuan to recruit the finest masters of red oil to assist him in its preparation. After their discussion, the two turned to leave. Yang Sangyu, possessing keen eyesight, caught sight of them at that very moment, staring intently as they turned away, remaining utterly still. Amidst the flurry of activity at the stall, Liu Hai noticed his inaction and promptly nudged him. "Stop dawdling and get to work." "Dawdling? Do you think I am sleeping? Look how wide awake my eyes are." "Hai Ge, can't you see?" Yang Sangyu retorted, filled with indignation. Liu Hai scrutinized his gaunt face and realized he indeed was awake. "My apologies. Get back to work. Madam, here are your 5 taels. Please take care." "Ah, thank you, young man." "Not at all, madam. Safe travels." "Sir, how much would you like?" Liu Hai continued his bustling activities. Yang Sangyu quickly regained his composure, yet continued to speak while attending to his tasks. "Hai Ge, don't take this lightly. I just spotted that Hong Kong fellow, accompanied by another person who has been watching us ominously. I suspect they have not abandoned their interest in our business." "I noticed," Liu Hai replied. "Let's finish up here first, then we can dine at the state-run restaurant and see Director Shun." "All right," Yang Sangyu said, casting a peculiar glance at Liu Hai before returning to his work. They had been selling since 6 in the morning, and it continued until 10:30, with their stall bustling with eager customers. As they were a small business, they only dealt with small change, resulting in a rather substantial sum accumulating in their basket. Dong Xinyu was meticulous in her work, bundling the small notes every 10 yuan with fine twine. In the end, to her astonishment, they had counted over 60 bundles, amounting to 600 yuan. 600 yuan. I only make a little over 3 yuan a month selling husks. It would take me decades to earn this amount. She mused, bewildered. Zhang Sihai gazed at the cash in the basket, his excitement palpable. "Damn it. I've never felt money could be so easily earned. I've resolved to stick with Liu Hai and the others until the end." Liu Hai approached from the side and asked, "Are you hungry?" "Starving," Zhang Sihai replied. Liu Hai rolled his eyes, pointing in a direction. "Not you. Go find Yang Sangyu. He's over there." Zhang Sihai looked up to see Yang Sangyu purchasing fried dough cakes. "Wait a minute. Why didn't you call me for the fried cakes?" he exclaimed, sprinting towards Yang Sangyu. Dong Xinyu noticed the fried cakes sizzling in the large iron pan, her stomach growling in response. She touched her belly and watched Liu Hai enjoying a fried cake with such delight, swallowing hard. "Will he buy me one?" Just then, Liu Hai deliberately took a big bite in front of her, his mouth glistening with oil. Dong Xinyu's stomach growled again. "I'm not hungry," she declared hastily. As soon as she finished speaking, Liu Hai held out another fried cake towards her. "I had the boss add your favorite chives while kneading the dough." Dong Xinyu stared at him, momentarily stunned. Liu Hai playfully tapped her on the head. "Silly girl, eat to fill your stomach first. Later, I'll take you to the state-run restaurant for a feast. After that, I might need to discuss some matters with the restaurant director. You must be longing to see Qingqing, right? You should visit her at school." "I'm not silly," Dong Xinyu retorted, accepting the fried cake with a slight frown. Liu Hai tossed the 60 bundles of cash from the basket into a sack, a grand display that left passers-by envious. Dong Xinyu took a delicate bite of the fried cake. In those days, frying was done in large iron pots over firewood. making the cakes particularly crispy and imbued with a uniquely delightful flavor. Decades later, while frying may appear more sanitary, it lacked the essential taste, rendering it rather bland. The mingling aromas of chives and frying created a delightful experience for her, prompting her to indulge in yet another hearty bite. Her small lips were adorned with a glossy sheen, particularly enchanting and adorable, as she lifted her cherubic face to gaze at Liu Hai with an expression of longing. "Then eat more, you fool," Liu Hai responded with a smile. For the first time, Xinyu smiled at Liu Hai, her innocent grin revealing two charming dimples at the corners of her mouth. At 11 o'clock, they were all ready. A few of them hopped onto the tractor and made their way to the state-run restaurant. Once the dishes were served, Hai felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had just seen Yang Sandog paying for oil cakes, which reminded him of the wages he had lost to Yang in the past. Finally presented with an opportunity to recover his losses through a hearty meal, he indulged himself with 5 oil cakes, and Yang Sandog didn't bat an eye. Little did he know, another chance to dine at the state-run restaurant awaited him. As the dishes continued to arrive, Hai rubbed his overfull stomach, casting a disgruntled glance at Yang Sandog, who shamelessly popped a piece of beef into his mouth. The resentment he felt was palpable, yet he lacked any evidence to confront it. Chapter 32, Director's Son. Patting the head and shedding hair, Xinyu appeared somewhat bewildered as Liu Hai noticed her reluctance to pick up her chopsticks. "What's wrong?" he inquired. A hint of urgency crept into Xinyu's voice. "Is it expensive? Should we return a few dishes? We could just buy oil cakes instead." Liu Hai, with a generous heart, picked up a large piece of beef and placed it into her bowl. "I promised you that from now on, there would always be meat in your meals." He then patted the burlap sack beside him, reminding her not to forget that they had come with it to enjoy this feast. "Come on, sister, just eat. Look at how thin you've become." Yang Sandog chimed in. Only then did Xinyu respond with a soft "oh." Sitting up straight with a hint of insecurity, she gingerly picked up her chopsticks, taking dainty bites as if she were a little lamb grazing. Subsequently, Liu Hai requested the waiter to prepare a beef hot pot to take away for Qingqing later. Shortly after, Sun Maokai entered, stroking his polished head. Liu Hai set down his chopsticks and addressed Yang Sandog and Hai. "You two wait for me at the gate of the first middle school. I have some matters to discuss before rejoining you." They nodded in acknowledgement. Once Liu Hai left, Xinyu curiously asked, "What is he discussing with the director of the state-run restaurant?" Yang Sandog pondered for a moment before replying, "I suspect it's about opening a factory." "Opening a factory?" Xinyu inquired, puzzled. Yang Sandog merely nodded, returning to his meal. Xinyu fell silent, her mind preoccupied with this matter. After a while, Xinyu took the money to settle the bill, only to discover the cost was 13 yuan. The young girl felt a pang of regret and timidly asked the waitress, "Sister, could you give us a discount?" The waitress at the state-run restaurant was taken aback. It was quite rare to encounter someone bargaining after a meal in such an establishment. However, upon seeing Xinyu's pitiful demeanor, the waitress felt a pang of sympathy and ultimately reduced the bill by a single cent. Xinyu was elated. For her, saving money was the greatest joy. In the end, Hai drove the tractor, transporting them to County No. 1 Middle School. Meanwhile, in the office, Liu Hai shared his thoughts, while Sun Maokai continuously rubbed his head, visibly conflicted. The smoke billowed as he took deep puffs, and after finishing, Liu Hai noticed that Sun Maokai was about to touch his head again. Impulsively, he remarked, "Director, if you keep touching it, I might end up bald." Sun Maokai's hand froze mid-motion. "Would I really lose my hair?" "Indeed, it seems so. No wonder my hair is becoming increasingly sparse," he muttered under his breath. Yet he quickly shifted his focus back to the matter at hand. "What benefits can this model you mentioned bring to me?" "Xiao Lu, it's not that I'm overly pragmatic. I must bear the risks. If things go awry, you can simply close the factory and run, while the responsibility will rest solely on my shoulders. My entire family is in Yunshan. There's nowhere else for us to go." Liu Hai wasted no time. "First, I will provide you with an annual management fee of 120 yuan for the affiliation. Second, I can grant you the status of a primary distributor for our dried fish, ensuring you have a steady supply at the lowest prices. However, I must clarify that I cannot sell exclusively to you." Liu Hai articulated each point with precision. As Sun Maokai calculated the implications in his mind, the gears began to turn rapidly. Liu Hai intended to establish a factory in the village, but the private sector had not yet been fully opened, necessitating an affiliation with a state-owned enterprise. Unable to find anyone else to affiliate with, His only option was to seek out son Mao Kai, who was on the verge of personally contracting the state-owned restaurant. Liu Hai envisioned placing his factory under the umbrella of that establishment, thus laying out his terms. Son Mao Kai mentally assessed the situation. The annual fee of 120 yuan could offset the rent once I secure the contract. Furthermore, if I could sell the dried fish as well, it would be advantageous. Currently, everyone in Yunshan with a bit of affluence enjoys Liu Hai's dried fish as a complement to their drinks. If the state-owned restaurant consistently provided it, would I not attract patrons for dining and drinking once I take over? After weighing the risks, he took a deep breath. Although substantial, he believed it was feasible. What the hell? Let us take a gamble. Either we strike it rich or face dire consequences. At that moment, Liu Hai finally exhaled in relief, smiling as he reassured. Don't worry, it's not as serious as you think. Even if what we're doing is considered speculative, should anyone investigate us, we will face no repercussions. This was Liu Hai's shrewdness. His continued focus on dried fish stemmed from its classification as a non-regulated commodity by the state. However, if he ventured into other forms of reselling, the potential for greater profits was accompanied by significant risks, especially with the impending year of 1982. Notorious for a nationwide crackdown on speculation, just look at the example of the 8 Kings. As a reborn individual, he aimed to sidestep all risks and earn a secure income for himself and those around him, allowing them to enjoy life. Hence, he would persist in dealing with dried fish in Yunshan, aspiring for grander ventures at least until the latter half of next year. The two swiftly reached an agreement. Within 3 days, son Mao Kai would officially contract the state-owned restaurant, and Liu Hai promised to deliver 300 jin of dried fish, ensuring a constant supply at the restaurant. Regarding pricing, Liu Hai made a significant concession, offering it at 22 yuan per jin. After all, this was not retail. One must provide others with a margin for profit. Or else what incentive would they have to engage in the business? Liu Hai offered him a plethora of suggestions, such as introducing new dishes at the restaurant and providing the waitresses with skirts and stockings to enhance their appearance. He remarked that the waitstaff dressed similarly to doctors in a hospital, which seemed rather unappealing. Director Sun was greatly inspired, lingering at the door after bidding farewell to Liu Hai, gazing at him with a sense of disbelief. How could this young man possess such a myriad of ingenious ideas? So unprecedented that he felt almost otherworldly? Director Sun, it's time for dinner, called a waitress approaching him. Shin Mao Kai instinctively reached for his head. But recalling Liu Hai's comment about hair loss, he quickly withdrew his hand behind his back. After a moment's hesitation, he suddenly asked Xiao Zhang, "If I were to buy you skirts and stockings, would you know how to wear them?" The young woman paused, her face flushing crimson as she nervously looked at him. "Director Sun, what do you mean? Why would you want me to wear skirts and stockings? Won't your wife be angry?" Son Mao Kai felt a headache coming on. What did his wife have to do with this? Let us eat first, and I'll announce something. Upon arriving at County No. 1 High School, Liu Hai found Dong Xinyu already outside. Since it was class time, he refrained from disturbing his sister Lu Qing. As the tractor traversed through Xia town, it was only 3 o'clock. After distributing the money, he took Dong Xinyu to the tailor shop. The shopkeeper, upon seeing Dong Xinyu, could hardly tear her gaze away. "My dear, where did you find such a beautiful wife? Wait, haven't I seen you somewhere before?" Chapter 33, So Big. Dong Xinyu was particularly timid. In the past, when selling husks nearby, she would often glance at this tailor shop. Being in her early 20s, she naturally had an affinity for beautiful clothing. Yet each time she admired the outfits, she would be reminded of the patches on her trousers, leading her to shyly look away. At that moment, she cautiously replied, "Sister, I sell husks over there every month," pointing to a nearby spot. The shopkeeper, upon realizing she was the girl selling husks, was taken aback. "You're that husk-selling girl?" "Yes." "Wow, I always said you had a better foundation than most, and it turns out that a change of clothing transforms you completely." "Really? Why would I lie to you?" The shopkeeper began to circle around Dong Xinyu. Liu Hai remained silent, watching with a smile. This feeling was particularly delightful. Seeing someone he cared for being praised by others could only bring happiness. Dong Xinyu's face was flushed. Typically clad in patched clothing and wearing straw sandals, she would push a cart into town, often feeling insecure and keeping her head down. Sometimes, when selling husks, she would even be chased away like a beggar. Now, suddenly receiving such compliments from the townsfolk made her face feel hot and her heart race. Glancing at Liu Hai from time to time, her eyes pleading for support. After a while, Liu Hai smiled and addressed the shopkeeper. "I'm here again to have some clothes made." The elder sister finally regained her senses, her eyes still fixed on Dong Xinyu. TSK. If only the girl were a bit fairer, her looks would be extraordinary. What garments do you wish to create? Liu Hai began to outline his requirements. Dong Xinyu, listening from the side, felt a chill run down her spine. Liu Hai's specifications were indistinguishable from those of a professional tailor. How did he suddenly acquire such knowledge about clothing design? The young lady watched him curiously. Eventually, Liu Hai unexpectedly added that he would also like a few pieces of lingerie made. Dong Xinyu's face flushed crimson, leaving her momentarily at a loss on how to respond, for she had never worn such garments. The elder sister felt a wave of embarrassment as well, thinking to herself how bold this young man was, openly declaring his desire for women's lingerie. However, after a brief moment of awkwardness, she pulled Dong Xinyu aside, saying, "Come in, I need to take your measurements." Dong Xinyu, visibly anxious, cast a reluctant glance at Liu Hai. He smiled and reassured her, "Go on, I'll wait for you outside." Thus, Dong Xinyu was ushered inside. Before long, the elder sister began exclaiming from within, "You, girl, are so slender, yet how can you be so well endowed? In all my years of making garments, I have never encountered anyone with your proportions. What do you usually eat?" I eat sweet potatoes," she stammered. "Can eating sweet potatoes lead to such size?" The sister continued, "Lower your voice, people will hear us." "Oh, all right, I'll just take your measurements." "Goodness, this is astonishing. I must buy some sweet potatoes myself. I want to eat them in bulk." Liu Hai, a normal man at heart, could not help but swallow hard upon hearing their conversation. Noticing an ice cream vendor nearby, he purchased 2 green bean popsicles, likely the most expensive treat in the small town, costing 4 cents. As he returned, Dong Xinyu emerged from inside, and upon seeing Liu Hai, she sighed in relief. He surely hadn't overheard their earlier exchange. Liu Hai offered her a green bean popsicle, and the elder sister displayed a mischievous smile, raising her eyebrows at the young man, clearly pleased with him. Dong Xinyu quickly comprehended the implications. Fearing the sister's loose tongue would betray her, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Let's go home," she urged. "All right," Liu Hai replied with a smile. After Dong Xinyu left, Liu Hai leaned closer to the elder sister and remarked, "Some things are innate. Eating sweet potatoes may not necessarily be effective." The elder sister playfully swatted Liu Hai, saying, "Just bask in your glory. Go accompany your little wife." "Thank you, elder sister," Liu Hai said cheerfully as he followed Dong Xinyu. Once he had departed, the elder sister hurried to the nearby market, returning 2 minutes later with a large basket of sweet potatoes. Concerned that Dong Xinyu might feel reluctant to work the family land alone at dawn, Liu Hai sought out Uncle Jun, spending 3 yuan to hire several laborers to tend to the necessary tasks on the farm. Now, Dong Xinyu had no choice but to stay at home. She began assisting Liu Hai and the others in frying fish and preparing dried fish, among other chores. It is indeed the essence of Dong Xinyu that has elevated their flavors to a new pinnacle following her personal involvement. However, young Sandog finds himself perplexed by Liu Hai's peculiar habit of sneaking off to the back mountains with Kwang to forage for mushrooms. Upon returning, he does not prepare them for consumption. Instead, he dries them all, leaving Yang baffled as to his intentions. On this particular day, Yang Sandog ventured into town, where Shin Maokai had already formalized a contract with the county. Liu Hai was busy rummaging for snails in the irrigation ditch, taking advantage of the abundant resources available in the waterways at this time. In a short span, he managed to collect a bucket full of snails. The setting sun bathed the fields in a stunning tableau, as a gentle breeze descended from the distant mountains, carrying a refreshing coolness. Upon Yang's arrival, he rolled up his pant legs and leapt into the water, joining Liu Hai in his snail gathering while recounting the happenings in the county. Liu Hai, grasping 2 snails, tossed them into the bucket and remarked, "Next, we shall proceed with formal operations." "Formal operations? Are you truly considering establishing a factory?" Yang Sandog questioned, bewildered. "Where would it be located? Surely not at home." Liu Hai glanced towards Dong Xinyu, who was approaching from the Hongqi River Bridge, knowing she was there to summon him for dinner. After washing his hands and feet, he instructed, "Tomorrow, you must deliver the dried fish to the state-run restaurant. It must be done before their grand opening. As for the factory premises, I will consult Uncle Guamin tomorrow. Now, let us go. Xinyu is calling us for dinner." "Oh, all right," Yang Sandog replied briskly, rising from the irrigation ditch with the bucket in hand. "What are you doing with the snails? Surely you don't intend to eat them. How can one consume such things? In these times, the fields and ditches abound with various edible treasures." If people have the leisure, they often pursue eels or fish. In contrast, snails seem to be overlooked, as households struggle to prepare even the simplest meals, let alone the myriad methods of culinary preparation, thus rendering them largely uneaten. As they walked, Liu Hai plucked tender water celery from the roadside, saying, "I had Xinyu prepare a plate of wild, spicy snail meat. You must try it later." Yang Sandog regarded Liu Hai with a serious expression, questioning whether such a thing was truly edible, marveling at how Liu Hai appeared to have developed an appetite for everything. Little did he know that decades later, these wild delicacies would become sought-after treasures. Just as the two reached the Hongqi River Bridge, a sudden cacophony of sirens pierced the air, and several police motorcycles sped across the bridge. The village atmosphere turned tense in the wake of the officer's presence. Yang Sandog remarked, "What a commotion! Our village has never witnessed such a scene. Who are they after?" Liu Hai, still clutching his water celery, chuckled and said, "Come. Let us visit Wang Taohong's house to watch the drama unfold." "Watch a drama? What on earth?" Yang Sandog responded, perplexed, as he followed behind. Moments later, he was met with a shocking sight. Gui Gang was being forcibly escorted out of his home by the police. Wang Taohong was in a frenzy, wailing and lamenting. "Why are you arresting my son? What has he done? Release my son, why?" The sheer despair was palpable, striking a chord with the onlookers, none of whom could suppress their satisfaction at the unfolding spectacle. As for Gui Gang, he was engulfed in terror, having been dragged out, his trousers already soaked with urine. He gazed anxiously at the villagers, hoping someone would speak on his behalf. Unfortunately, not a single person offered him any support. At that moment, Xiao Guomin had also arrived, and after conferring with the leading officer, the police turned their attention to Liu Hai. "Approach, young man. How did you come to know that he killed someone in the army?" Gui Gang, who had been dejected and fearful, was suddenly taken aback by this inquiry and fixed his gaze on Liu Hai, exclaiming, "You reported me? Mind your tone." A police officer reprimanded, but Liu Hai interjected, "May I have a word with him?" The officer cast a troubled glance at his superior, who nodded in assent, allowing Liu Hai to approach Gui Gang with a broad smile. Gui Gang was taken aback, staring at Liu Hai like a ferocious beast, utterly astonished to discover that it was Liu Hai who had reported him. Simultaneously, a sense of dread washed over him. "How did Liu Hai come to know about my past in the army?" As Liu Hai drew closer, he spoke with a hint of disdain and mockery. "You, a creature beneath contempt, dare to harbor designs against Xinyu? Do you think you are worthy? Liu Hai, I will kill you." Gui Gang exploded in fury. This was the third time he had encountered Liu Hai since returning. The first time, he was brutally beaten. The second time, again, he faced a severe thrashing. Little did he anticipate that this time would lead to his arrest. Initially, he had thought Liu Hai was easy to intimidate, only to realize he had been firmly pinned down by Liu Hai from the very start, never having the chance to rise. He was swiftly yanked away by the police. "Don't move." Liu Hai then turned to the leading officer, stating, "I cannot confirm whether he has indeed killed someone. I merely find him peculiar, suddenly returning like this. Besides, he has been persistently harassing my family, so I reported it to the party secretary, not expecting he would truly be an escapee." "Understood. In that case, let us proceed." The police, wary of lingering too long, hurriedly took him away for transfer. Once they departed, the village erupted in speculation. Gui Gang had killed someone and returned. This little rascal was indeed not a peaceful character even in the army. Wang Taohong collapsed onto the ground in despair, watching the police car drive away. Her husband was gone, and this was her only son. She had been fantasizing about her son securing a cadre position upon returning from the army, envisioning a rise in their family's fortunes. Having a soldier in the family had always granted them a sense of superiority in the village. Yet, unexpectedly, the outcome was grim. Her son was now in custody. Everything was over. That evening, Liu Hai prepared a grand dish of green pepper and river snail meat. Top-quality ingredients never required excessive seasoning. The meal elicited delighted exclamations from Yang Sangyu. "This dish can be enjoyed like this. It's even better than fish." Dong Xinyu quietly savored her meal, feeling a sense of contentment swell within her. Am I truly about to embrace a better life? Throughout the meal, she gazed at Liu Hai, her heart inexplicably filled with joy, a feeling she had never experienced before in her life. During this time, Zhang Sihai rushed to their home, announcing that Wang Taohong had gone mad, incessantly uttering her son's name at the village entrance. Liu Hai merely remarked, "Those who bring misfortune upon themselves deserve their fate. It is of no concern to us." After uttering this, he glanced at Dong Xinyu, who had been intently observing him, caught off guard by Liu Hai's sudden turn. Her face flushed crimson, and she hastily lowered her head. Liu Hai smiled, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. As night turned to day, the village underwent a significant transformation. Last night, Wang Taohong's family sent for her, while the other two gossiping women, upon learning of Liu Hai's involvement, hurriedly packed their belongings and returned to their families. Upon hearing this, Liu Hai merely scoffed, declaring that from now on, there would be no space for them to exist in the village, and they should never return for the rest of their lives. This was spoken in the village secretary's office, where Dong Xinyu was also present. She found Liu Hai's demeanor somewhat peculiar, as if he were enacting revenge on these families, yet she had no proof. In the office, Xiao Guomin sighed deeply, remarking that every village inevitably harbors a few troublesome families. You tend to your own affairs. Now that Gua Gang has been apprehended, I can finally breathe easier for Xinyu. I will strive to earn a decent living and honor your father's wishes by bringing Xinyu home. Dong Xinyu was taken aback when the conversation suddenly shifted to her. Her face a bright shade of red as she muttered, "When did Uncle Jiangwo have such a wish?" Xiao Guomin laughed heartily, saying, "If I were in your father's shoes, I would share the same sentiment." "Very well, Uncle Guomin supports you. That house is just sitting there empty. I will have a word with a few other members of the village committee." Liu Hai sighed in relief, thanking Uncle Guomin. The two then discussed matters regarding the landlord's house before departing. Indeed, Liu Hai had come to speak with Xiao Guomin about the factory. Initially, Xiao Guomin had some reservations. As current regulations deemed hiring more than 7 people as capitalist, Liu Hai intended to open a factory and hire villagers. What if someone stirred up trouble? Yet, upon hearing Liu Hai's plan to operate under the name of a state-owned restaurant, all his apprehensions dissipated. After leaving the village committee, he and Dong Xinyu did not rush home, but instead headed towards the dilapidated house that had long been abandoned. This was the only brick house in the village, once belonging to the largest landlord. During a tumultuous period, the landlord's family fled, and the house had remained vacant ever since. Along the way, Dong Xinyu trailed behind like a little lamb, her head downcast, staring pensively at her chest. "I thought wearing a bra would make me smaller, but instead, it feels even larger." Disheartened, she contemplated for a moment before summoning her courage to quicken her pace and catch up with Liu Hai. "May I discuss something with you?" Chapter 35. Has Brother Sandog also embraced culture? What is it? Liu Hai inquired as he arrived before the landlord's house. The structure was in a state of disrepair and would certainly require renovation, yet it was promising, with several spacious rooms that could accommodate expansion. This was where his thoughts lay. Dong Xinyu's face was flushed with a rosy hue. I pondered, can I forego wearing a bra? Why? Liu Hai turned back, puzzled. Dong Xinyu, feeling a sense of injustice, expressed that it made her appear too large. Liu Hai scrutinized her, and, feeling even more embarrassed, Dong Xinyu hunched her back, attempting to appear smaller. However, Liu Hai callously remarked that it was not advisable to go without, as it would be detrimental to her development. Dong Xinyu felt on the verge of tears. At her age, still developing was quite bothersome. "You wouldn't understand," she lamented. Liu Hai chuckled. "Let us take a look at how we can plan this out. From today onward, your venture as a dried fish seller will officially commence. We will prosper, and before long, you shall become the first 10,000 yuan household in our village." Dong Xinyu quickly interrupted, urging him to keep his voice down. "Once we earn money, let us not inform others, all right?" "I'm afraid." Her voice trailed off. Liu Hai inquired, "What are you afraid of?" "Afraid of being reported," she replied. "No, you needn't worry," he reassured her. "Why not? I'm helping the villagers earn money. Why would they report me?" In any era, one who hoards wealth alone will attract envy and desire to see their downfall. But when all prosper together, those very people will support you fiercely, for they rely on you for their livelihood. Who would dare harm you? They would fight tooth and nail for you. Liu Hai mused, if I didn't understand this after living a second life, then what was the point of living? He chuckled at his own folly. "Let us go?" Dong Xinyu fell silent afterward. She was once again astonished by Liu Hai, as he meticulously outlined a plan for the several rooms, a cafeteria, accounting, sales, production, and more. It was exceedingly detailed, resembling a well-organized state-run factory. When he became passionate, he picked up a twig and began to draw in the dirt, illustrating his vision for the factory. Initially, Dong Xinyu was uncertain if the words she had seen at the entrance of the room were indeed penned by Liu Hai, but now, as she witnessed him writing each character before her eyes, She was left utterly astonished. How was it possible? Hadn't he never attended school? How could he write so beautifully? Surely, I am not dreaming. Sandog would surely be devastated upon learning this. At County No. 1 Middle School, Lu Jun gazed at the braised beef hot pot delivered by young Sandog, feeling a mix of despair and frustration. To be precise, during these past few days, someone from the state-run restaurant had been delivering meals to Dong Xinyu daily, a favor arranged by Liu Hai through Sun Maokai. Lu Jun had unwittingly become a notable little capitalist at school. After all, who else could afford to eat at the state-run restaurant daily? As young Sandog set down the hot pot and prepared to leave, Lu Jun could no longer contain himself. Sandog, why doesn't my brother come to see me? In recent encounters, Liu Hai had been notably absent from Lu Jun's sight. This unfortunate twist of fate had placed immense pressure on Lu Jun, who feared whether his brother had strayed onto a dubious path. Otherwise, how could he suddenly be so affluent? Young Sandog replied, Brother Hai is quite busy every day. Aren't you about to have a holiday tomorrow? When you return home, you'll understand the situation. I'll come by tomorrow with a tractor to pick you up. Lu Jun felt particularly discontent, as if overnight, everyone had transformed. Not only has that scoundrel elder brother changed, but even Sango has transformed. Just moments ago, Sango inquired whether her elementary school textbooks were still around, expressing a desire to study. This is my Sango. The same young Sango who once took pride in his illiteracy. When his father sent him to primary school, he would bring firecrackers to detonate in the girls' restroom. He was determined to cause such chaos that the school ultimately had to expel him. Now, he speaks with a heart full of remorse, declaring his intention to start from the first grade. Most astonishingly, he claims that my brother has inspired this epiphany in him. The change is profound, leaving an unsettling feeling within me. Observing Lu Jun's silence, Sango suddenly reassured her, saying, Rest assured, everyone's life will improve. He then asked, Is anyone bullying you at school? Lu Jun, burdened with her thoughts, replied, No, that's good. Remember, if anyone bothers you, tell Sango, I'll deal with them. He then excused himself, stating he needed to return home to tidy up. I'll walk you out, Sango, Lu Jun said, her emotions tangled. She had once despised young Sango, just as Dong Xinyu did, believing he was the one leading Liu Hai astray into drinking and mischief. Yet, when he expressed his willingness to protect her, it warmed her heart. Perhaps she had indeed misjudged Sango. At the school gate, Sango departed on his tractor, leaving Lu Jun, who was sensitive by nature, feeling a pang of melancholy. Just as she was about to return, a girl approached her, asking, Is that your brother? Lu Jun smiled and replied, He grew up wearing the same pants as my brother, so he can be considered my brother. How come? Oh, it's nothing. Is she bringing you food again? Yes. What does your brother do to afford such luxury, having the state-run restaurant deliver meals to you at school? Is he a local official? Lu Jun felt a twinge of wariness. In these times, possessing wealth comes with its own dangers, making one an easy target. She resolved to discuss this with her brother when she returned home, insisting they should refrain from having the state-run restaurant deliver meals, as it was too ostentatious. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Lu Jun hurriedly departed. The girl, who had been jovial just moments ago, suddenly wore a scowl behind Lu Jun's back. Another girl leaned in, asking, What is going on? Is someone delivering food again? Yeah, it's so arrogant, the girl frowned. Where does she live? The other girl pondered. Xiaolon. I believe we can't blame Qing for the letter from Xiaoji. It's ultimately his responsibility. The girl named Xiaolon glared at her, her eyes flashing with malice. Earlier that day, Yang Sango had delivered 300 pounds of dried fish to Sun Maokai's restaurant. Knowing Liu Hai was short on cash, Sun Maokai paid him in cash. After receiving over 600 yuan, Liu Hai took immediate action that very night. Uncle Jun and the others were fully supportive of Liu Hai, and after just one night, Liu Hai returned on his tractor with half a pig from the meat processing plant. He then set up a large iron pot at the landlord's doorstep, prompting enthusiastic responses from the other villagers, many of whom rushed over to lend a hand. In these rural times, when one family had a matter to attend to, neighbors would come to assist without expecting payment, embodying a spirit of camaraderie. Everyone was exceptionally spirited as they busily attended to their tasks. The sounds of roofing, clearing weeds from the yard, and repairing doors and windows created a lively atmosphere. Liu Hai, meanwhile, took charge of the kitchen, slicing meat and preparing meals, transforming the scene into one reminiscent of a festive celebration. By noon, 4 tables were set up in the courtyard. Uncle Jun, observing Dong Xinyu bustling about like a diligent young bride, could not help but exclaim, "Xinyu, why not just get married tomorrow? Indeed, why wait a month?" The others chimed in, laughter echoing around them. Dong Xinyu, akin to a shy kitten, felt flustered and overwhelmed, glancing around with a flushed face, unsure of how to respond to the jovial teasing. Having spent several years in the village, she was accustomed to being overlooked and had never been the center of such playful banter. Liu Hai, stirring a pot in the large iron wok, filled the air with the enticing aroma of meat, drawing the attention of dogs within a radius of several hundred meters. With a hearty laugh, he declared, "If we are to celebrate a wedding, this gathering is merely a warm-up. We should invite the entire village for a feast lasting 3 days and nights along the banks of the Hongqi River." "Haha, splendid. Liu Hai, we shall eagerly await," came the enthusiastic replies from those repairing the roof, the carpenters working on doors and windows, and those weeding in the yard, all displaying genuine smiles. In this era, the warmth of human connection was palpable, as joyous occasions were celebrated with open arms while somber events drew uninvited guests. Liu Hai, a man reborn into this life, reveled in the experience. Meanwhile, Dong Xinyu listened as they discussed their future children after marriage, her cheeks reddening further as she hurried to assist Liu Hai, pretending not to hear. Yet, she could not help but steal glances at him, her heart racing. In the past, she had refrained from looking at Liu Hai too often, fearing his reprimands and his fierce demeanor. However, upon closer observation, she discovered a unique charm about him. His chiseled features and masculine smile captivated her. With each glance, a small, secretive smile crept onto her face, as she silently hoped this was not merely a dream. In the meantime, their neighbor, Sister Xiang, secretly watched from the sidelines. Her frustration grew as she observed Liu Hai serving plate after plate of pork from the pot. Just the night before, she had heard that he had contracted the landlord's house in the village to establish a factory. She could not bear the thought of Liu Hai's family thriving when hers had always struggled in comparison. How could she feel at ease while they suddenly dined on pork and white rice? And now he intended to expand his business further, expecting her family to assist him? The audacity. Earlier that morning, while working in the fields, she had dismissed the rumor that Liu Hai had purchased half a pig from the meat factory, doubting he had the funds for such a purchase. Yet, here she was, secretly observing the reality of it all. Had she known earlier, she could have feigned work alongside them, joining in on the feast instead of missing out. Now, it was mealtime, and 3 tables awaited them. The table was laden with an array of culinary delights, including braised pig's trotter hot pot, spicy catfish dry pot, and various meat stir-fries, totaling 10 dishes, accompanied by wine and cigarettes. Those who had come to lend a hand gradually gathered around the table. Aunt Xiang, observing the sumptuous spread, rubbed her belly in hunger, pondering who had purchased all those little dried fish and how they had managed to earn so much money. With such a diverse crowd at the table, there were no specific seating arrangements. Unable to bear her hunger any longer, she thought to herself that she could always assist in the afternoon. Thus, she made her way to the table, exchanging pleasantries with this person and that. Upon sitting down and surveying the dishes, she was left utterly astonished by the extravagance before her. How could one dish contain such an abundance of oil? The temptation to indulge was overwhelming. Fearing Liu Hai would notice her, she discreetly occupied a different table. The rice, steamed in a large wooden tub, exuded a fragrant aroma of wood. However, the others were not oblivious. Uncle Jun, having filled his bowl with rice, observed Aunt Xiang's unabashed behavior as she grabbed a hefty piece of pig's trotter with her chopsticks, selecting only the fattiest cuts for herself. Unable to contain his curiosity, he remarked, "Aunt Xiang, when I sought you out this morning, did you not claim to be too busy to assist? Yet here you are at mealtime." Aunt Xiang, thinking that their shared village would allow her to easily brush off his inquiry, replied with a smile, "The seedlings in my field were in urgent need of planting. It was unavoidable. I have nothing scheduled for the afternoon, and after I eat, I shall help you all. By the way, my son Yixiang has yet to eat. I will take some food to him, as he will come to help this afternoon." In her eagerness, she swiftly grabbed an empty bowl nearby, filling it with meat. The others, witnessing her audaciousness, felt their spirits dampen, casting irritated glances her way. It was not until her bowl was brimming that she attempted to put a large piece of meat into her mouth, when suddenly, a pair of chopsticks reached from behind and struck hers. The morsel fell to the ground, snatched away by a dog that had been scuttling beneath the table, while her chopsticks clattered to the floor. "Who invited you to eat?" Is it not enough that you indulge yourself, but you also intend to take some home for another? Liu Hai glared at her from behind, promptly returning the mound of meat from her bowl back to the serving dish. The atmosphere grew tense, and Aunt Xiang felt a flush of embarrassment wash over her, wishing to disappear into the ground. Yet the allure of the meat was too strong. Her hunger was insatiable. Suppressing her humiliation, she smiled and said, "Xiao Hai, I heard you were planning to run a spicy dried fish business in this house. So I came to lend a hand." "Not needed," Liu Hai retorted coldly. Aunt Xiang felt more miserable than if she had just eaten a piece of dog feces. Standing there in shock. "We've been neighbors for so long. If something is amiss in your household, I will certainly come to assist. I said it's not needed. Do you not comprehend?" Liu Hai stared at her, gripping his bowl of rice. Aunt Xiang stood up indignantly. "I came here with good intentions to help, and this is your attitude? Leave." Liu Hai snapped, having lost all patience. Uncle Jun, seeing Liu Hai's resolve to deny her a meal, quickly intervened. "Aunt Xiang, this is truly unreasonable. I just invited you to help, and you claim to have no time. As the mealtime approached, you brazenly made your way here, unfazed by the situation. Hurry along now. Xiaohai does not permit you to dine in this place. It is truly disheartening to witness someone like you, devoid of any strength, arriving solely to pick and choose the finest morsels for your own bowl. Having consumed your share, you still insist on bringing a bowl of meat back for your husband. This meat was not procured at no cost. Must your entire family dine for free? Be off with you, quickly." The guests at the two tables began to echo the sentiment of expelling her, and even if Sister Xiang had the thickest of skins, she could no longer remain there. With a desperate attempt to save face, she directed her ire at Liu Hai. "Did you think I wished to partake in your family's meat? I merely intended to assist you, yet you remain utterly ungrateful." Liu Hai suddenly turned to her with a smile. "Listen well, even the dogs in my household would not be fed our meat, let alone you. You simply do not deserve it, do you understand?" Chapter 37. Lu Qing. Why is my brother so endearing? "You, Liu Hai, are you saying our family is worse than dogs? Did I insult you? Do not be so quick to take offense. Now, leave. You are nothing but an eyesore here." After Liu Hai finished speaking, he resumed his meal, completely disregarding Sister Xiang. Observing her continued insolence, several irritable villagers stood up, glaring at her. What a character Liu Hai is. Having made a few coins, he believes himself to be remarkable. Just wait. I shall see how long your glory lasts. What sort of people inhabit this world, to become so arrogant over a mere pittance? Thus, she departed amidst a flurry of curses. I have never encountered such shamelessness, expecting to feast without contributing a single effort. How could the Xiang family possess such a demeanor? The conversation at the table quickly turned to Sister Xiang. The villagers kept a mental ledger, well aware of who was virtuous and who was not. Liu Hai remained silent, fearful that Dong Xinyu might not eat enough, continuously serving her dishes. Although Dong Xinyu did not speak, her heart felt warm. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Yang Sangu's tractor returned from the county. Lu Qing, seated in the truck bed, curiously gazed at the house before him. "Brother Sangu, is that not the landlord's house from the village? Who is renovating it?" Yang Sangu jumped down from the tractor, chuckling. "I forgot to mention on the way, your brother has taken on the renovation of this house." Famished, Yang Sangu called out. "Hai Gu, Ching is back. Did you save us any food?" Dong Xinyu hurried out, and upon seeing Ching return, she rushed over to guide her inside. After all, Dong Xinyu was the woman Lu Qing could never forget in his lifetime. She treated her exceptionally well. The meal consisted entirely of Lu Qing's favorite dishes, and she even purchased a can of lychee. Lu Qing had numerous questions, particularly regarding their ongoing endeavors. Afterward, he gazed at Dong Xinyu. "Has my brother, that rascal, bullied you during this time?" "Not at all," Dong Xinyu replied with a smile, a glimmer of tenderness flashing in her eyes, which startled Lu Qing. In the past, merely mentioning his brother in Dong Xinyu's presence would have left her trembling like a frightened lamb. How could things have changed so drastically? Lu Qing was utterly perplexed. At this moment, she was unaware of her brother's intention to marry Dong Xinyu. After a while, she finally raised her head and inquired, "Where is my brother?" "He has gone to catch crayfish." "Catching crayfish? Do we have ducks at home? What purpose does that serve?" In this day and age, crayfish hold a status in aquatic life even lower than that of miscellaneous fish. Typically, when someone manages to catch them, they bring them home, primarily to feed the ducks, as there is hardly any meat to be had. Yang Sengu sighed deeply, expressing his confusion about Hai Ji's recent behavior. It seemed he was consuming everything. Not long ago, He had prepared a dish of pork lard sautéed with water celery, leaving Yang to ponder. Isn't that meant for pigs? Yet, when he cooked it, the flavor was truly exquisite. Many villagers are now indulging in this delicacy. Later, he even sautéed some apple snails, and I hardly recognized him anymore. It is likely that he has caught something to eat again. Just wait and see. Eating. Has my brother truly become so adept at managing his life? Lu Jun observed her sister-in-law, Xinyu, whose complexion had markedly improved. It was evident that she had been living quite well of late. After finishing a meal, she eagerly set out to find Liu Hai, determined to uncover the mystery behind his sudden transformation. After searching for over 20 minutes, she finally spotted Liu Hai by a water ditch in the fields, playing a game of rock catching with several village children. Occasionally, she would see him pull a candy from his pocket, inciting a frenzy among the children. Uncle Liu Hai. That's mine. I clearly won. No, we agreed on best 2 out of 3. The candy belongs to me. The children clamored around Liu Hai, who was laughing heartily. Particularly, when a little girl named Xinyu planted a kiss on Liu Hai's cheek, Lu Jun felt a shiver run down her spine. She knew the personalities of the village children well. This girl, Xinyu, had always been aloof, never showing affection to anyone. Yet here she was, kissing her brother. Liu Hai then scooped her up and placed her on his lap, saying, "You all play by yourselves. I'm still catching crayfish." The other children continued to argue passionately about who had won. Liu Hai held Xinyu in one arm, while catching crayfish with the other. And the villagers working in the fields occasionally glanced back at him, their expressions filled with warmth, a stark contrast to the disdain he had once received. What has happened to my brother? Why has he become so amiable? Am I dreaming, or has something miraculous occurred? She approached, drawn by their conversation. Uncle Liu Hai, why are you catching crayfish? For myself to eat. Oh, can I be your daughter? Lu Jun felt her hair stand on end. Good heavens. He was almost about to kidnap someone's daughter. This was madness. How could her brother possibly be so endearing? Liu Hai laughed heartily. You have parents already. I cannot be your father. Then can I be your sister? Sister? That won't do either. Uncle Liu Hai only has one sister, Lu Jun, the only one. Liu Hai emphasized this point. Glancing into the distance, Lu Jun, touched by his words, felt tears welling up in her eyes. In the past, whenever she witnessed Liu Hai bullying Xinyu at home, she would immediately stand by Xinyu's side. Liu Hai had scolded her more than once, taunting her for being an outsider, not his sister. And each time she heard those words, her heart would ache for a long while. Now, hearing her brother declare that she was his only sister, she felt a profound sense of anguish. Subsequently, Liu Hai began reminiscing with Xinyu about their childhood adventures as siblings. As the memories flowed, Lu Jun wiped away her tears and plopped down beside him. Liu Hai, momentarily taken aback, gazed at her, inquiring when she had returned and if anyone had bullied her. With tears streaming down her face, Lu Jun replied that upon her return, someone had indeed tormented her. Who? Liu Hai's anger flared abruptly. You. You always bully me and Sister Xinyu. Lu Jun lowered her head, sobbing. Liu Hai felt a pang of regret, increasingly realizing how reckless he had been in his past life. His love was intertwined with resentment. He could now comprehend why this girl would rather starve than ask her wealthy brother for even a penny. An awkward silence enveloped the room. After a while, Xinyu stood up, embracing Lu Jun and planting a kiss on her cheek. Don't cry, don't cry. You're growing up now. Even when others hit me, I don't cry. You should learn from me, okay? Lu Jun's mood lifted significantly as she patted Xinju's small head, explaining that she cried out of happiness because a once mean person had suddenly become incredibly kind. Go play now. Oh, so crying can also be a sign of joy. Why does Xinyu only want to laugh when she is happy? Xinyu scratched her little head and left. Liu Hai chuckled, ruffling Lu Jun's hair, remarking that Xinyu was remarkably similar to her younger self, always bullied yet silent. Chapter 38. At this size, I could wear it as a hat. The siblings sat together on the ridge, completely opening their hearts for the first time. Lu Jun gradually set aside her various worries from recent times. For the first time, she felt a sense of reliance on this brother of hers. After all, she was merely a 16-year-old girl whose parents were gone, her elder brother lost, leaving Liu Hai as her sole remaining sibling. How could she not depend on him? Later that evening, the family once again marveled at Liu Hai's magical culinary skills. He skillfully prepared the shrimp by removing their shells, then sautéed them with ginger and vegetable oil, adding fragrant bay leaves and cinnamon, before incorporating the pre-prepared bone broth to simmer until the flavors melded perfectly. Dong Xinyu and Lu Jun were astonished to discover such a delectable way to enjoy shrimp. In the stillness of the night, as Liu Hai lay in the kitchen, the voices of the two girls echoed within the room. Sister Xinyu, is this lingerie my brother bought for you? Shoo, keep your voice down. I had no choice. He insisted on buying it for me. But why so large? I could wear one as a hat. Tomorrow we'll go to town to get a smaller size. My brother really doesn't know how to shop. It's such a waste of money. Ching, you don't need to alter it. It's just a bit tight. Wow, and it's still small? Shoo, I'll hear you. Keep your voice down. Sister Xinyu, I don't believe you. Let me see. You've seen it before. Soon. The room was filled with the sound of their laughter. In recent years, such sounds had never echoed within the confines of that room. As the two girls were always apprehensive of Liu Hai, whenever he returned, they dared not even breathe beneath the covers. Liu Hai, listening from outside, felt a profound sense of contentment. At last, this home gradually radiated warmth after his rebirth. During the subsequent period, Liu Hai consistently tasked young Xinyu with delivering goods to the city, never once venturing to the county seat himself, for his thoughts were wholly consumed by the factory. Firstly, he focused on repairing the dilapidated house. Secondly, he was preoccupied with the large iron cauldron and the establishment of a communal kitchen, all of which demanded considerable effort. Thirdly, he grappled with the issue of sourcing supplies. He was acutely aware that the business of small silver fish was not unique and could easily be replicated. In recent days, while Yang Sengu was making his trips to the county, he gathered intelligence that a state-run subsidiary food factory had been privatized. The new owner had promptly overturned all previous production lines and was targeting the dried fish market, frequently purchasing their product in bulk to replicate it. This was clearly an attempt to usurp their business. In the realm of commerce, the Chinese have always been thus. Upon witnessing a lucrative opportunity, they swiftly swarmed to produce similar goods. This has been the case throughout history. Liu Hai had anticipated this predicament and realized that his only viable strategy was to sever the supply chains of his competitors. Furthermore, he aimed to diversify his product offerings. The mushrooms he had recently procured were a novel addition, alongside other items such as rice snails and crayfish. One day, Dong Xinyu was at home washing clothes when she saw Liu Hai grasping the handle of the tractor, declaring his intention to visit his grandfather. Upon hearing this, Dong Xinyu hastily set aside her tasks and hurried over, expressing her concern about potential conflicts with her uncle. Observing the girl's innocent demeanor, Liu Hai felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her and plant a fervent kiss upon her cheek. Gently ruffling her hair, he reassured her that he would not quarrel. He had matters to discuss with them. Oh, that is good. Wait for me a moment, she replied, darting inside. Shortly thereafter, she emerged, having tied a piece of meat with twine to give to her grandfather. If you have time, perhaps buy a couple of cans, Xinyu. Liu Hai interjected. What is that? She asked. Give me a kiss. I didn't expect you to say that, Dong Xinyu stammered, her cherry lips quivering. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she glanced around nervously, fearful of being seen. Ultimately, she lowered her head and shyly acquiesced. Can we steal a kiss later tonight? I'm afraid of being seen during the day. All right, it's a promise, Liu Hai said, pinching her adorable cheek, and to his surprise, she did not shy away, behaving entirely like a bashful little wife. I'll be off now. Wait for my return, he declared. Be safe, she called, her heart in disarray as she resumed her laundry. In that era, the nation encouraged larger families, and rural households were often filled with numerous siblings. Liu Hai's father had 4 siblings in total. After Liu Hai's father and Xiao Guomin were discharged from the army, they were assigned to the production team in Panxing Village, where they settled. In reality, they had grown up in the neighboring Chaoyang village. Although Chaoyang and Panxing villages were adjacent, the former was characterized by flat rice paddies, devoid of mountains. The Red Flag River flows into the opposite side of Listening Lake through their village, with its abundant rice paddies and a patch of reed forest. This area has long been known as a prosperous fishing village, significantly better off than the neighboring Panxing village, which has fewer agricultural resources. When a girl from here becomes romantically involved with a boy from Panxing village, her family often interrupts with a curt remark about how she would manage in that impoverished mountain valley. Consequently, the residents of this village have always held a certain disdain for those from Panxing. Liu Hai ventured into town to purchase some canned fruit, among other items. By around 10 o'clock, he arrived at his grandfather Lu Hongju's home, only to find it empty. The neighboring households belonged to his uncle Lu Zhenghua, his third uncle Lu Chuyang, and his aunt Lu Hongyan. Among them, his uncle has the most comfortable life, being a local official, yet they are also the most disdainful, having openly criticized Liu Jiangwo for returning from the military in such a disheveled state. As for the others, his aunt Lu Hongyan has had the hardest life, having lost her husband during the production team era and now raising a son on her own. His third uncle remains unmarried. In the past, there was some interaction between them, but after Liu Jiangwo's passing 3 years ago, Liu Hai's reckless behavior severed their ties, even leading him to steal and sell a porcelain guanyin statue that his grandfather had cherished for over 20 years. He waited at the front door, when suddenly, a boy of about 14 or 15 emerged from the water. Brother? Upon turning around, Liu Hai realized it was his aunt's son, Pan Tao. Instantly, his spirits lifted. This young man had previously served in the military and, after returning, had driven for him for several years. He was among the few closest to Liu Hai, though later, after marrying, his wife had absconded with his money, and Liu Hai had lost track of him since then. Brother, wait a moment, Pan Tao called out. Diving back into the water, a short while later, he surfaced with several plump carp. Climbing out, he said, Brother, take these fish back with you. Why? Do you think I have nothing to eat? Where's your mother? Liu Hai inquired, feeling warmth in his heart for the boy. He then went to the back of the tractor and fetched some canned goods and a large piece of pork that he had bought for their family. Pork and lychee canned goods? Did you and San go steal from the supply and meat factory? Pan Tao, having seen Liu Hai frequently in Chaoyang Village, instinctively assumed the items were stolen. Liu Hai playfully tapped him on the head. I earned this myself, not stolen. Let us go to your home. Oh, you earned it. Pan Tao picked up the fish and followed. His fourth aunt's family was equally impoverished, much like his own. Liu Hai's father, Liu Jiangwo, was the second of his siblings, and both his third uncle Liu Chuyang and fourth aunt Liu Hongyan were good-natured individuals. In his previous life, after starting a business, Liu Hai endured a very difficult period, during which Liu Hongyan had lent him hundreds of thousands at high interest, enabling him to turn his fortunes around. After Pan Tao's disappearance, Liu Hai brought Liu Hongyan to live with him, caring for her in her old age, as she had always shown concern for the siblings. Liu Hai wandered around the room, enveloped in silence. This time, he intended to bring his aunt and uncle along to earn some money. Before long, he heard the voice of Liu Hongju outside, exclaiming, Pan Tao, you rascal, why did you slaughter the chickens your mother raised? Do you have any sense? Your mother relies on those hens for a meager income. Grandfather, my brother has arrived. I brought him back, came the response. Which brother? Lu Xing? Not him. Lu Xing is insignificant. It's my brother Liu Hai who has brought home a substantial piece of meat. Brother, grandfather is back with the cow. Upon hearing Pan Jun's call, Liu Hai stepped out of the door and quickly spotted his grandfather, Liu Hongju. In his 70s, his face was etched with wrinkles. A cow rope in hand, his trousers caked in mud, skin deeply tanned and thin. Upon seeing Liu Hai, his brow furrowed, and he turned away, clearly still irked by the theft of the statue of Guanyin that Liu Hai had committed years prior. Liu Hai remained silent, glancing at Pan Jun. On the ground lay 2 decapitated chickens, blood splattered everywhere. Why on earth did you kill the chickens? I'll bring them back, brother. Wait for me. I'll pluck the feathers and deliver them to you. You go wait at grandfather's house. All right, I'll give you money later, just don't slaughter anymore. Okay. Liu Hai dashed over to the tractor, retrieving a bounty of meat, canned goods, fruit, and grains, before slipping into the low, thatched cottage. The interior was dim and damp, with a thick layer of straw covering the ground, atop which lay a mat. In one corner was a clay stove, and against the wall, a horizontal bamboo pole held several patched garments. Sunlight streamed into another corner, where a clay statue of a deity was enshrined. Liu Hai leaned in closer to examine the clay figure, muttering, What is this? Why do its eyes bulge so frighteningly? Liu Hongju, seething with anger, retorted, That is Guanyin. How can you not recognize it? Where did you steal these things? Take them away. Our Liu family has no room for descendants who steal. He pointed at the grain, oil, and meat in the corner. Liu Hai continued to scrutinize the clay statue. Is this truly Guanyin? After I stole your statue, did you mold this one to replace it? Liu Hongju rushed over and struck Liu Hai on the head. How dare you bring that up? Do you have any idea that the original statue was left by your grandmother? It was my only memory of her, and you sold it. Now you come here to speak such nonsense? Hurry up and leave before your aunt returns and starts her sarcastic remarks. Liu Hongju's temper was particularly volatile, primarily due to the early passing of his wife. Raising 4 children alone, balancing the roles of both father and mother, was an arduous task that had gradually hardened his disposition. Yet, those who truly understood him knew that beneath his harsh exterior lay a tender heart, especially towards his descendants. Liu Hai had previously assumed the old man was merely superstitious for honoring the statue of Guanyin, unaware that it was indeed a cherished heirloom left behind by his grandmother. He sighed and retrieved the statue of Guanyin he had redeemed that morning from his pocket, replacing the misshapen clay figure back to its original position. Lu Hongju paused for a moment, quickly taking the porcelain Guanyin into his hands, examining it from various angles, and suddenly overwhelmed with joy, tears welled up in his eyes. With a playful kick, he asked Liu Hai, "Did you steal it back? Could you refrain from using the term steal to describe me?" "All those materials were purchased with my hard-earned money," Liu Hai retorted. "Oh, you bought it," Lu Hongju exclaimed, gazing at him in surprise. Liu Hai then produced a pack of Lingji brand cigarettes, offering one to his grandfather. "Let us have a chat, Grandpa. I came here to discuss some business collaboration with fourth aunt and third uncle. If things go well, it could be far more lucrative than farming." "Wait, you're even smoking filtered cigarettes now? And how did you manage to drive over with the tractor from your brigade?" Lu Hongju suddenly realized the numerous changes in Liu Hai. A vague unease settled in his heart. He suspected his grandson might be dabbling in speculative ventures, for how else could he have amassed such wealth? Especially coming from a time of hardship? Nevertheless, a tinge of apprehension lingered. Liu Hai then pulled the old man aside, slowly explaining matters related to silverfish and aquatic produce. On the other side of the village, near the banks of Listening Lake, numerous fishing boats belonging to local fishermen lay moored. A man with pronounced eyebrows brandished a fish-slicing knife, confronting another group of men. The rural life in this era was remarkably simple. However, the lack of legal awareness and strong clan affiliations often led to chaos. Tensions frequently erupted between villages over fishing rights in Listening Lake. After a considerable time, one man pointed a knife at the pronounced eyebrowed Lu Chuyang, exclaiming, "This time I'll let you off, but next time, I won't be so lenient." Lu Chuyang, Liu Hai's third uncle, was the village's fishing leader. Whenever disputes arose between villages over such matters, he was inevitably at the forefront. Lu Chuyang retorted sharply, "I've been brawling with you since I was 19 in the reed fields. I've heard that line for decades. Can't you come up with something new? If you're not fishing, stay within your limits. Get lost." "You. Fine, just wait." The other man, fuming, departed with his group. Lu Chuyang exhaled in relief and addressed the others. "From tomorrow onward, everyone should keep a knife on their boat, ready to defend against the people from Simitu village." They all nodded in agreement. An elder approached Lu Chuyang, advising, "Next time, don't be so aggressive. Times have changed. Don't resort to the same old ways of stabbing each other with knives. I can't afford to be lenient. My nephew is getting married. And as his third uncle, I owe him a great deal. I must do something for him and his sister, who are without parents," Lu Chuyang replied, hauling a woven bag of fish from the boat onto the shore. Chapter 40. The fiery temper of third uncle. "Your nephew is getting married? Which nephew?" "Lu Xing." Lu Chuyang responded, his demeanor shifting. "I must say, I find your choice of words rather displeasing. Liu Hai, my brother's son, is not my nephew. The matter of Lu Xing's marriage is of no concern to me. Why should I be responsible for his father? A house full of ingrates." Whenever the topic of his elder brother, Lu Zhenghua, arises, Lu Chuyang cannot help but feel an insatiable urge to express his disdain. The villagers are well aware of the affairs concerning the Lu siblings. Lu Zhenghua's wife hails from a family of local officials who looked down upon the Lius. During their wedding, the best they could manage for dowry was the hiring of a carpenter to craft a modest 36-legged piece of furniture. Yet, Lu Zhenghua's wife insisted on a dowry of 72 legs. Lu Hongju, unable to procure such a sum, resorted to borrowing extensively, ultimately facilitating his elder brother's nuptials. It was from that moment forth that the Lu family plunged into a sea of debt. After Lu Zhenghua married, he secured employment at the state-owned factory through his father-in-law's connections, ensuring a stable livelihood for his family. However, he callously disregarded the family's debts. Lu Jinghua, the second brother, also faced his own hardships in Panxing Village, having lost his wife and struggling to support 3 children on his own. Thus, it fell upon the third brother, Lu Chuyang, to toil relentlessly to repay the debts incurred by Lu Zhenghua's marriage, all while remaining unmarried at over 40 years of age. The villagers nearby shook their heads and sighed upon recalling these events. Zhenghua is truly a disgrace. Despite both he and his wife enjoying secure jobs, They offer no assistance whatsoever. Would he extend a helping hand? Lu Chuyang scoffed at the thought. He lived right next to his father, and they only indulged in meat once a week. Always fearful that their father might catch a whiff of the savory aroma and come over for a meal. They kept their doors tightly shut, sneaking bites in secrecy. It was better not to dwell on such matters, as they only served to chill the heart. What kind of elder brother is this? Lu Chuyang arrived home with today's catch and noticed a tractor parked at his doorstep. Squinting, he recognized it as the tractor from the former production team in Panxing Village. How had it come to their village? Just as he was about to head towards the water, Lu Hongju, standing at the door with a bowl of food, called out, "Third uncle, come eat." A delightful scent of meat wafted through the air. Since the debts began with Lu Jingwa's marriage in the 60s, the Lu household had not experienced the aroma of pork. Even the fish they consumed were the unwanted catches, as the larger ones were dried to be sold for debt repayment. Yet now, a tantalizing scent of pork emanated from his father's home. After placing his catch by the water, he curiously approached the door, wondering who had purchased such an abundance of meat. "Brother bought a lot. Come in and eat, third uncle." Lu Xing? Was he truly generous enough to buy meat for their grandfather? Lu Chuyang, intrigued, stepped inside and found Lu Hongyan and Lu Hongju sharing hearty laughter with Liu Hai. Upon surveying the table, he noted spicy stir-fried pork, cucumber stir-fried with meat, a soup of hollow stem vegetables with minced pork, and even meat mixed within the greens. A bottle of grain-based liquor stood on the table, alongside a pack of premium cigarettes costing 6 dimes. In the current rural climate, those with limited means smoke their own tobacco, while the better-off might splurge on 8-dime economical cigarettes. Such high-end cigarettes, priced at mere dimes, were typically only seen in the supply and marketing cooperatives' display windows. Additionally, various grains and oils were neatly arranged beside them. Uncle Lu Chuyang's expression darkened. "Have you been pilfering from the supply and marketing cooperative? Must you always behave so recklessly, striving for superficial pride?" Liu Hai remained silent as he gazed at his uncle, who had just entered. Among the 4 siblings of the Lu family, Uncle's life had been the most arduous. He had spent his entire existence repaying the debts incurred from his elder brother's wedding, and he had no children of his own. According to the trajectory of his past life, Uncle would have finally settled the family debts this year, only to be brutally attacked in the reed marshes by the villagers from Matu during a violent clash. As the leader of their side, Uncle Lu Chuyang was mercilessly stabbed multiple times and lost his life. Thus, Liu Hai felt compelled to alter the course of his uncle's fate. With a smile, he called out, "Uncle." Lu Yanhong noticed his stern demeanor and hurriedly interjected, "What are you doing, third brother? This is all money that Xiao Hai earned himself. This child is filial. He brought back so many items after making some money. Earning? Do you truly believe that?" Lu Chuyang glanced at the supplies, which were worth at least 4 or 5 yuan. Where could he have possibly earned such money? When will you ever understand, Liu Hai? Just a few days ago, I heard people from your village saying you were to marry Xinyu, claiming you were working hard to earn a living. I thought you were finally maturing. The family debts are nearly settled, and I was considering helping you out, but you must strive for yourself. How long will you continue this petty thievery? Do you think you have divine protection from the police? Uncle Lu Chuyang scolded him vehemently. Lu Hongju interrupted, "Enough. Xiao Hai did not steal anything. All of this was earned from selling spicy dried silverfish." "Silverfish, Dad, do you really believe that? Who would want such common fish?" "Spicy dried silverfish made from silverfish, Uncle. You must have tasted it before. How did it fare?" Liu Hai interjected before Lu Chuyang could respond. Uncle Lu Chuyang's mind suddenly calmed. "You sold the kind made by Xinyu?" "Yes. Tell me more about it." "Previously, you were focused on repaying debts, and Uncle didn't have the means to oversee you. But now that the family debts should be cleared this year, I will keep an eye on you." Uncle Lu Chuyang momentarily believed Liu Hai and sat down on a long wooden bench. Liu Hai began to explain his recent endeavors. As time passed, Uncle Lu Chuyang listened intently, glancing occasionally at the tractor outside. The tractor was a significant asset for the collective, and each village committee valued it highly. The fact that this boy had managed to bring their village's tractor over indicated he was indeed engaged in legitimate work. Otherwise, how could Xiao Guomin have entrusted it to him? Gradually, Uncle began to trust Liu Hai, and the worry etched on his face began to fade. During this time, Uncle Lu Zhenghua and Aunt Lu Huiwan returned. The couple worked at a state-owned factory in town, earning a combined salary of 50 to 60 yuan a month. Logically, they should have moved to the town. However, they feared that if they relocated, their old house would be seized by the third brother, Lu Chuyang. Consequently, The housing allocated by the town remained vacant, while they continued to reside in the old house. This couple, it seemed, would always seek to gain at every opportunity, leaving nothing for their siblings. As she was about to prepare dinner at home, Lu Huiwan suddenly caught a whiff of the tantalizing aroma of meat. Stealthily glancing over, she noticed Liu Hai indulging in hearty drinks and feasting on meat with Lao San and Lao Si. She hurriedly returned, pondering whether the old man had come into some wealth. Why had he suddenly bought meat? What could this possibly mean? Lu Xing was the grandson of the Lu family and their first university student. When he had sought financial support from the old man for his education, he had been met with a refusal of even a single dime. Now, it seemed there was money for meat. Chapter 41. I will not indulge you. Is it really the enticing scent of meat wafting from the old man's home? Lu Zhenghua found it hard to believe. Of course, I saw it with my own eyes. Could it be a mere illusion? He thought. Regardless, little Xing is in university, and the Lu family contributed not a penny. If you are now able to afford meat, you ought to show some appreciation. Lu Huiwan, with her notably high cheekbones, emanated a particularly unappealing aura of sharpness and bitterness. Before Lu Huiwan, Lu Zhenghua felt silenced. After all, his job relied on the connections of his father-in-law, a local official. Noticing his wife's anger, he quickly sought to placate her. Once the moment passed, he expressed his frustration, saying, I knew the old man was hoarding money to favor Lao San. Let me tell you, he is extremely biased. I will go ask him what his intentions are. Thus, the couple made their way to Lu Hongju's home. Upon arrival, Lu Huiwan leaned against the door with her arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance. Lu Zhenghua adopted a demeanor befitting the eldest son of the Lu family. Plopping himself down at their table, the few individuals present at the table frowned, as the jovial atmosphere that had filled the room just moments before suddenly fell into an oppressive silence. Noticing the lack of attention, Lu Zhenghua turned to Lu Chuyang, Lao San, and requested 2 sets of chopsticks, stating, My wife and I have yet to eat. Lu Chuyang ignored him, continuing to eat from his bowl, likely having had prior disagreements with his brother. Observing the tension, Lu Hongyan sighed. Big brother, sister-in-law, allow me to fetch you some rice. Just as she was about to rise, Lu Hongju, unable to contain his anger at 50 years of age, retorted, Do you expect others to serve you? Is my father not alive? When did you gain the right to act as an elder at this table? Dad, I find that remark quite displeasing, Lu Zhenghua interjected. What do you mean by acting as an elder? If it weren't for you as the eldest son and me, the Lu family would be subjected to all sorts of bullying in the village. Moreover, Lu Xing is the only university student in several generations of the Lu family. How much prestige has this brought to us? What harm is there in asking someone to serve us rice at the table? Lu Huiwan, standing at the door, began to mock them, occasionally glancing at Lu Hongyan, who had clearly been suppressed often and could not hold her head high. Lu Hongyan felt a lump in her throat but managed to calm herself. Dad, it's all right. Big brother and sister-in-law have their rightful place in the Lu family. Yes, Lu Xing is indeed the only university student, but he merely managed to enroll in an ordinary university, did he not? It seems that Auntie has forgotten. My cousin Lu Qing achieved the top score in the county to gain admission to the prestigious County No. 1 high school. Last year, during the final examinations, he ranked second in his grade at the same school. Historically, the top 3 students from County No. 1 have been candidates for Tsinghua and Peking University. As a younger generation, might I be able to request Auntie to serve me more rice out of respect for this accomplishment? Come, Auntie, please help me with my rice. Suddenly, Liu Hai, who had been silent, spoke up and pushed his bowl to the side. The room fell silent for a moment, and the anger of Lu Zhenghua and his wife escalated sharply. Lu Hongyan, fearing a confrontation between Liu Hai and them, quickly interjected, reassuring everyone that it was fine and that they should enjoy their meal. Ah, what a candidate for Tsinghua and Peking University. Lu Qing indeed excels in his studies. But what difference does it make? A married daughter is like spilled water. Will he still be a member of the Lu family in the future? Lu Huijuan's sharp and acerbic tone reached a crescendo. Well said. Liu Hai laughed heartily, echoing her sentiment about the married daughter. Uncle, after so many years of marriage to Annie, your heart has been entirely with your father-in-law's family, while your own father has remained nearby, never having even had a sip of hot water from your home. Hasn't he, too, spilled a basin of water that cannot be reclaimed? Liu Hai showed no signs of yielding. He then turned to Lu Huiwan. You are a woman too. Do you believe that the water from your Lu family has been absorbed into the Lu family? When it comes to arguments, few can rival him. After all, He had honed his skills arguing with the three gossips in Panxing Village since he was young. The gossiping women would avoid him and his cousin whenever they spotted them. Lu Huiwan was still inexperienced in comparison to him. Bang! Lu Zhenghua grasped the implication of Liu Hai's words, which were a veiled mockery of his status as a son-in-law. He slammed the table and glared at Liu Hai. Who allowed you to come here and eat for free? I'll have you know that permitting you to sit here and dine is already a courtesy on my part. Mooched meals and thievery. My Lu family can hardly hold its head high in the village because of your presence. How dare you raise your voice in front of me? Get back to your Panxing Village at once. Lu Zhenghua. Let me remind you, this meat and all these canned goods and grains were brought here by Liu Hai to honor his grandfather. He does not require your permission to be here, and if you wish to sit down and eat, it is he who must grant you that courtesy. As it is his generosity that has provided these items, Lu Chuyang interjected while eating. He then looked at Lu Hongyan. Sit down and eat. He is not disabled, and you are under no obligation to serve others. Third brother, I said sit down. Oh, fine. Lu Hongyan, being more timid, quietly returned to her seat. It took Lu Zhenghua and Lu Huiwan a while to process the news that Liu Hai had indeed purchased the provisions. Him? Liu Hai? He bought these things. Where could he have stolen them from? A dog cannot change its nature. Lu Huiwan sneered at Liu Hai. Lu Xing and Liu Hai were of the same age. But Lu Xing was a few months older, leading Lu Huiwan to have a disdainful view of Liu Hai. Indeed, as they grew up, the destinies of the two cousins diverged dramatically. In a village, one person became a notorious ruffian, while another ascended to the halls of academia. Lu Huiwan harbored a deep disdain for Liu Hai, convinced that his future was destined for imprisonment and an early demise. With the passing of Lu Zhenghuo, her contempt for Liu Hai became even more overt. Little did she realize that in her previous life, the son she took pride in eventually fell into disgrace, unworthy of even carrying Liu Hai's shoes. Liu Hai glanced at her, then turned his gaze toward Lu Hongju and Lu Chuyang. Uncle, may I suggest they leave? Before Lu Hongju could respond, Lu Chuyang interjected, urging them to depart swiftly, as their presence was irksome amidst their discussions of financial matters. He questioned the audacity of those who presumed to educate others on morality. Upon hearing Lu Chuyang's words, Lu Hongju fell silent. He had always felt indebted to his third son and rarely contradicted him. Lu Zhenghua intended to admonish Liu Hai from a position of seniority. But the least expected Pan Tao suddenly stood up, seizing a nearby kitchen knife and striking the table before Lu Zhenghua without hesitation. You, brother and uncle, get out immediately, or I shall strike you. Chapter 42. Dong Xinyu. He is touching my clothes. The previously quarrelsome couple fell silent upon sighting the knife. Still not leaving? Pan Tao glared at them, and they began to falter. You're just emulating your brother Liu Hai. You won't amount to much. They retorted. Enough, enough. I refuse to lose face over you. He continued, poverty has its reasons, yet you never contemplate the matter. At that moment, Lu Chuyang erupted, delivering a sharp slap to Lu Zhenghua's face. Do you not understand the reasons for our poverty? You squandered over 100 yuan courting favor. Yet did you ever contribute a single cent? You owe this family debts. We all sacrifice to ensure your marriage, and while you live well, you offer nothing back. Only to mock our poverty? How is this different from the vile beasts? Lu Zhenghua found himself at a loss for words. Seeing her third son on the verge of a breakdown, Lu Huiwan hurriedly pulled Lu Zhenghua away, afraid to retort even once. She genuinely feared Lu Chuyang, the leader of the village fishing team, flanked by a band of brothers. Lu Chuyang did not pursue them further with insults. Lu Hongju, as the elder, felt an inexplicable sorrow. Among his 4 children, the eldest was subservient to his wife, the second was deceased, the third remained unmarried, and the youngest was left in a vulnerable state. As a father, could he not feel the weight of such heartache? He gloomily raised his cup and drained it in one go. Liu Hai perceived the old man as troubles and approached him, reassuring him that things would improve. The elder nodded, forcing a faint smile. They continued discussing family matters, mirroring the circumstances of Liu Hai's previous life. Lu Zhenghua, this elder brother, offered not a shred of assistance to his own siblings or father. Not only did they offer no assistance, but they also sought every possible means to take advantage. For instance, Lu Hongyan would fill her front and backyards with vegetables. Her husband and she, both employed at the state-owned factory in the town, had little time to tend to a garden. Consequently, their family never grew a single vegetable throughout the year. Yet they treated Lu Hongyan's garden as if it were their own, plucking whatever they desired without so much as a word of acknowledgement. It was particularly infuriating, as they bore an air of entitlement, as if consuming her produce was a point of pride for them. At the tender age of 10, Pan Tao found this intolerable and protested, only to be met with Lu Huijuan's sharp reprimands. However, in recent years, as Pan Tao matured, Lu Huijuan no longer dared to provoke this spirited boy. Every household has its own burdens, and the Lu family was no exception. Liu Hai had resolved to be clear about his grievances in this lifetime. He knew precisely who deserved support and who did not warrant his attention. Keeping a meticulous account in his mind, he dismissed any notions of familial bonds with the likes of Lu Jun's family, who were, in his eyes, even less trustworthy than strangers. After diverting from that topic, Liu Hai continued discussing matters of profit with them. He intended to engage with the neighboring village, as it pertained to his uncle Lu Qiang's life. For generations, the two villages had been embroiled in conflict over the vast reed marsh in the lake, a long-standing feud. The only way to resolve this was through mutual benefit. Liu Hai only sought silver fish, which, according to his selling strategy, would prove far more lucrative than the larger fish they were fighting over. Moreover, the neighboring village regarded silver fish with disdain. Why not take a step back and even collaborate for profit? Uncle Lu Qiang felt that this matter could indeed be negotiated. Thus, he proposed that 2 days later, when they set out to fish, Liu Hai would accompany them. As for Aunt Lu Hongyan and her son, along with grandfather Lu Hongjiu, Liu Hai had made arrangements for them to work at the factory once it was operational, ensuring they would be distanced from Lu Jun's family. In the afternoon, Liu Hai and Lu Qiang visited the reed marsh again. At this time, it was not yet the flood season, so part of the marsh was shallow while the other part was dry land. Liu Hai gathered some asparagus to bring home. In that era, it was hardly consumed, but in his previous life, when cooked with fish, it rendered a natural sweetness that was truly a delicacy. By the time he returned, it was already past 8 in the evening. Rural folk, rising early to avoid the scorching sun while working the fields, typically had little evening activity, often resting after dinner. Upon returning, he found Dong Xinyu already asleep. However, the iron pot on the stove was warming food, and Liu Hai knew she must have waited for him for quite some time. The greatest significance of a man striving outside is the thought of a woman waiting for his return, ready to serve him a warm meal. No grand words are necessary. This simple act is enough to soothe the weariness of a long day. He quietly served himself and enjoyed the meal. Unbeknownst to him, inside the room, Dong Xinyu had been unable to sleep, tossing and turning restlessly. As Liu Hai ventured out today, she had promised to give him a kiss that evening, which stirred a tempest of restlessness within her. Should I sneak out, steal a kiss, and then hastily return to sleep? Dong Xinyu gazed out the window, where the night sky was adorned with a myriad of stars, their reflections dancing in her clear, bright eyes, rendering her enchanting and ethereal. Just as she was engulfed in her thoughts, the door swung open unexpectedly, prompting her to swiftly close her eyes and feign sleep, fully anticipating that he would awaken her for a kiss. "Are you truly asleep?" Liu Hai murmured as he approached the bedside, initially intending to walk past her. He was captivated by the adorable sight of Dong Xinyu slumbering and found himself sitting quietly by her side, gazing at her. Dong Xinyu's heart raced, as she could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from Liu Hai's face, indicating that he was quite close. Her thoughts became a whirlwind of confusion. She had expected a kiss, but instead, she felt his hand brushing her forehead, wiping away the warmth that had accumulated there. He then retrieved a fan to provide her with a gentle breeze. However, this act of kindness inadvertently led to an awkward moment, as the fan inadvertently revealed the modest attire she wore, a rather antiquated sleeveless shirt that offered little coverage, being loose and ill-fitting, leaving her vulnerable. Liu Hai, a normal man, was stirred by the sight before him, especially as it was Dong Xinyu, the one he had long cherished in his previous life. Yet, he was resolute in his decision not to pressure her into anything. So, he delicately grasped the edge of her garment. Dong Xinyu's heart raced even more intensely at this, wondering what his intentions were. Was he attempting to remove her clothing? If only she had turned away while sleeping. He must have glimpsed something that ignited his curiosity. However, the young woman soon realized that Liu Hai was not in fact removing her clothing, but rather covering her up. She then felt a gentle kiss upon her forehead, followed by his tender gesture of wiping away her perspiration, as he continued to fan her gently. Dong Xinyu, tense and breathless, feared that Liu Hai would discover her pretense of sleep. Occasionally, a gentle night breeze wafted in, carrying the fragrant scents of flowers and earth from outside, gradually easing her nerves. Feeling fatigued, Liu Hai eventually laid down beside the bed, succumbing to slumber after a time of fanning Xinyu. As she heard his soft snores, she cautiously opened her eyes, ensuring he was indeed asleep before instinctively glancing at her chest. Although Liu Hai had covered her with a garment, the depth of her neckline troubled her, and she felt a pang of frustration at her appearance, wishing for a way to diminish her figure. She glanced at Liu Hai, realizing she had never observed him so closely before. It was only in his slumber that she felt emboldened to do so. His long eyelashes, high nose bridge, and distinct facial features struck her as quite handsome. Remembering her promise to him to share a kiss that night, an impulsive thought crossed her mind. What if she stole a kiss from him? Her cheeks flushed crimson at the idea. Lying on her side, she gently supported her delicate face and cast a quiet glance at Liu Hai. After confirming that he would not awaken, the girl slowly leaned in, her thin lips inching closer to his face. Her heart raced, nearly leaping into her throat. For this was the first time in her life she had taken the initiative to kiss someone. Just as her lips approached, Liu Hai's mouth unexpectedly moved, meeting hers with a soft touch. Xinyu felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her thoughts short-circuited, leaving her utterly bewildered. Her wide almond eyes fixed on Liu Hai's face, frozen in place. After a moment, Liu Hai released her lips and affectionately tapped her forehead. What were you trying to do while I wasn't paying attention? I wasn't doing anything, Xinyu stammered, blushing like a child caught misbehaving. Liu Hai chuckled softly. Get some sleep. He added, by the way, I'm heading to town tomorrow. Would you like to come with me? Xinyu's heart raced again. I need to make some dried fish, and Uncle Jun will be delivering goods tomorrow. All right, then I'll go alone and ask that lady to help you make a few outfits for the evening. This dress is too small. It won't fit you, he said. Glancing at her chest, Xinyu looked down, a hint of worry crossing her face. Can we also stop by the clinic? Why the clinic? He inquired. I want to ask the doctor if there's any medicine that can make me smaller. Liu Hai tapped her forehead lightly. Why would you want to be smaller? There's no such medicine. I like being like this, she replied, before heading off to bed. Oh, Xinyu murmured, rubbing her forehead where he had tapped her. She wondered if he truly didn't mind her being so cumbersome. Why would he prefer someone larger? It was all so perplexing. The night passed in silence, perhaps stirred by a flicker of sentiment for Liu Hai, for Xinyu awoke the next morning with a flush of warmth on her cheeks from a dream that lingered. She dreamt that it was she who had dragged Liu Hai to the mountains that day, rather than the other way around. Xinyu cherished the radio Liu Hai had given her, turning it on every morning to catch the news. Naturally, she tuned into stations from Kyoto, harboring a hope that one day she would hear news of her father's exoneration and release from prison. It was her greatest dream that her siblings and parents would be reunited once more. This morning, as she turned on the radio and changed her clothes, she glanced at her chest with a frown. After putting on her bra, she took a deep breath, reminding herself that as long as he liked it, that was what mattered. She wondered where such thoughts had come from. Was it because of yesterday's dream? Blushing, she stepped out of her room, only to find that Liu Hai had already gone to town. You didn't eat breakfast? Why are you out so early? She worriedly asked. Yet upon opening the pot, she discovered a bowl of spicy stir-fried meat and 2 rice balls waiting for her. A warmth filled her heart, and 2 charming dimples appeared as she smiled. Suddenly, life felt surreal, too beautiful to be true. She found herself unaware of when it had begun, but Liu Hai's presence seemed to linger in her thoughts constantly. As they quietly savored their meal, the radio suddenly crackled to life, announcing the name of Comrade Dong Xinmin, a figure prominent in China's resistance during the Korean War. Upon hearing this name, Xinyu dropped her chopsticks into the dish, hastily turning the volume of the radio to its maximum. For Xinyu was her father's name. Liu Hai had purchased a considerable amount of goods in town, most of which were necessary for the factory. Yang Sandog moved the pots and pans to the back of the tractor and then headed over to a stall selling fried dough sticks. It required 1 or 2 grain coupons and an additional 7 cents to buy one. Indeed, for most people, it was quite a luxury. Yang Sandog, however, was quite affluent and never paid with coupons, so a single dough stick cost him 8 cents. In those times, rural life was filled with physical labor, leading to hearty appetites, especially for oily food like fried dough sticks. Yang Sandog ordered 4 sticks and a bowl of tofu pudding, spending a total of 4 dimes and 3 cents. A single breakfast costing that much was indeed a luxury that only someone like Yang Sandog, who was making quick money alongside Liu Hai, could afford. Meanwhile, Liu Hai visited the tailor's shop, The shopkeeper's older sister beamed with joy upon seeing him. Recently, she had made a dress for Dong Xinyu based on Liu Hai specifications, and it had sold like hotcakes. Female officials from the town and workers from state-owned factories rushed to her shop to place orders. Liu Hai was indeed her benefactor. How could she not be delighted? Upon entering the shop, Liu Hai selected several fabric samples and explained his requirements. The shopkeeper's sister soon understood. Was this for your wife as sleepwear? Liu Hai recalled the sleeveless tank top Dong Xinyu had worn the previous night, which was riddled with holes. He smiled and confirmed, adding that he also wanted 2 skirts made. The shopkeeper's sister observed Liu Hai closely. Since his rebirth, he had not paid much attention to his own attire, which was quite tattered, including patches sewn by Dong Xinyu. He wore straw sandals crafted by her as well. The shopkeeper's sister felt a surge of emotion, thinking how fortunate he was to have such a devoted partner. He was dressing his wife in beautiful garments while neglecting to acquire decent clothing for himself. Did he not fear that such beauty might attract unwanted attention? Liu Hai laughed heartily, proclaiming that as a man, he was quite rugged and that any attire looked the same on him. The shopkeeper's sister chuckled, preparing to say something, when she suddenly spotted a figure passing by. Isn't that your wife? Chapter 44, Dong Xinyu. Should I leave? Xinyu? Liu Hai turned around, and indeed found Dong Xinyu approaching. He quickly told the shopkeeper's sister, all right. Please expedite the order. Sure, don't worry. Yours will be prioritized. I know you care for your wife, she replied. Thank you, Liu Hai said as he waved goodbye and rushed to Dong Xinyu's side. Didn't you say you wouldn't come to town? Why did you sneak over alone? Dong Xinyu looked up, tears glistening in her eyes. Liu Hai quickly asked, has someone been bothering you? No, Dong Xinyu replied, wiping away her tears and revealing a beautiful smile. Really? Then what happened? Nothing, she assured him. Dong Xinyu fabricated an excuse, expressing her desire to explore the town for piglets, thus leading her there. Really? Liu Hai sensed that the girl harbored unspoken thoughts. Yet she remained reluctant to voice them, leaving him with no alternative. He playfully ruffled his hair and asked if she had eaten breakfast. Dong Xinyu, having just heard the news on the radio, had rushed to town without consuming the rice balls he had prepared for her. Liu Hai understood and took her hand, urging her to follow him to enjoy some fried dough sticks, as Yang Sengu was already there. Moreover, I have just ordered 2 sets of nightwear for you and 2 skirts. You will undoubtedly look stunning in them. Thus, Liu Hai led her into the throng. In the past, Dong Xinyu would have felt a twinge of resistance at being so openly held by Liu Hai. However, at this moment, she felt no such hesitation. Glancing at his attire and recalling his words about the new clothes he had ordered for her, an overwhelming wave of emotion washed over her. This man had indeed changed so profoundly, willing to endure hardship to provide her with the finest. Contemplating this, she instinctively tightened her grip on his hand, grappling with her inner turmoil. Should she truly leave him? Indeed, upon receiving the news of her father's exoneration that morning, she had hurried to the town to send a telegram to Kyoto. It was not inexpensive. At 7 cents per character, she refrained from writing extensively, spending a mere 14 cents on the 2 characters Xinyu. She knew that once her father received this telegram, it would not be long before he came to bring her back to Kyoto, for she was the cherished youngest daughter of the family. For 3 years, she had awaited this day. The initial plan was for Qingqing to attend high school as a boarding student. Once her father was vindicated, she would return to Kyoto and send monthly allowances and tuition fees to Qingqing, ensuring she would support her through university. Over these years, she had come to regard Qingqing as her own sister. Apart from her feelings of guilt towards Uncle Jiangwo and her affection for Qingqing, she found no other compelling reason to stay. Yet, who could have anticipated that within these past days, Liu Hai would undergo such a significant transformation? He consistently offered her the best, and she could feel the depth of his affection for her, a love that resonated to her very core. Consequently, the thought of leaving became unbearable, which was the source of her current despondency. On one hand, she yearned to reunite with her parents, while on the other, she was reluctant to part with Liu Hai, leaving her emotions in turmoil. Seated at the breakfast stall, she gazed into Yang Sengu's small eyes and inexplicably recalled the little turtle she had seen in the field, eliciting a smile. Observing Yang Sengu suddenly freeze, Liu Hai playfully tapped his head, admonishing him to eat rather than doze off. Yang Sengu, indignant, widened his eyes to glare at Liu Hai, incredulous that he would accuse him of sleeping. Liu Hai, inspecting his chin, confirmed he was indeed awake and apologized. Come on, brother Hai, you're incorrigible. Always mocking my small eyes. Look at sister-in-law. She has never had that issue. You do this on purpose. Dong Xinyu quietly interjected. Sometimes, when you're working, I thought you were asleep. I felt too shy to ask you. So, you weren't sleeping after all? Life is unbearable, Yang Sanga lamented, striking his chest, visibly distressed. Observing his demeanor, Dong Xinyu couldn't help but chuckle. Liu Hai gently patted her head, suggesting her spirits had lifted and encouraging her to enjoy her meal without overthinking. Hum. Dong Xinyu replied sweetly, her innocent demeanor betraying a deeper fondness for Liu Hai, as she sensed his playful teasing of Yang Sangu was meant to brighten her mood. That noon, Liu Hai busied himself at home, preparing asparagus from the previous day's harvest. After blanching it in boiling water, he chopped it into strips and added it to a pot of creamy fish soup, resulting in an exquisitely delectable dish. The entire household relished the meal, with Uncle Jun jesting, "How do you always come up with such peculiar yet delicious ideas? If you weren't running a factory, you'd surely make a fortune with a restaurant." Laughter filled the room, creating a delightful atmosphere, though Dong Xinyu remained silent, lost in her thoughts. Later that afternoon, Yang Sangu and Zhang Sihai made another delivery to the county. Upon returning, they handed the earnings to Dong Xinyu, as Liu Hai had entrusted her with managing the finances. 3 days later, Liu Hai brought 2 packs of Golden Monkey cigarettes to Chaoyang Village, accompanied by Yang Sangu and Zhang Sihai. At the lakeside dike, several boats from Chaoyang Village were lined up, and Lu Chuyang, their uncle, was already waiting. As the trio approached, Lu Chuyang distributed knives to each of them, stating, "Xiao Hai, after you left that day, I went to see Matu Village to discuss matters with Wu Matzi. His attitude was quite poor, and we were surrounded. He declared that unless our village refrains from fishing in the reed marshes, reconciliation would be impossible." He recounted the long-standing feud over the marshes, which had led to conflicts and even fatalities decades ago. "It is not something our generation can resolve simply by saying so. Since reconciliation is unattainable, we must settle this matter today. The men in our village are already discussing driving them out of the marshes." After retrieving the ropes from the boats, he instructed, "Board the boats. If a confrontation arises, you 3 should flee and not concern yourselves with us." Zhang Sihai, being a village officer, felt compelled to intervene. But Liu Hai's gaze silenced him, urging restraint unless absolutely necessary. "Uncle, once we disembark, let the villagers remain silent. I will approach them first to negotiate." Lu Qiang protested. "How can that be? If something happens to you, how will I explain it to your father? This is a matter between our 2 villages. Trust me, uncle. If my negotiations fail, you can act then. There is no need to start with violence. That benefits no one, does it?" Liu Hai interrupted. Chapter 45. Negotiation with Si Matu Village. Lu Jingyang discerned that Liu Hai was not jesting. After a moment's contemplation, he acquiesced. "Very well, let it be as you wish. Remember, avoid confrontation. You need not involve yourself in our village disputes. Rest assured, I will keep myself safe," Liu Hai replied. Uncle Chuyang remained silent, maneuvering the boat with a bamboo pole. More than a dozen wooden boats from the village followed suit, gliding quietly along the river. On the opposite bank lay a dense reed forest, separated from the river by a channel approximately 300 meters wide, interspersed with numerous watercourses. However, during high water, these channels became submerged, rendering navigation perilous for those who were not seasoned fishers familiar with the reeds. The ecological environment within was remarkably pristine, especially in the shallow waters where various green plants and aquatic grasses were enveloped by the crystalline river. Small fish and shrimp darted playfully among the vegetation, illuminated by the radiant sunlight above, creating a breathtaking tableau of nature. On board, Yang Sangu and his companions felt a tinge of anxiety, in stark contrast to Liu Hai, who remained utterly relaxed. This pristine river water, he mused, had become a rare sight over the decades, if memory served him well. This expanse of reeds had suffered from rampant overfishing, employing methods such as the use of illegal nets and electricity, leading to a devastating depletion of aquatic life. He relished the simplicity of rural life in this era. The wooden boats, coated in tung oil, navigated the reed forest for over 40 minutes before finally anchoring at a shallow area at the heart of the reeds, surrounded by dense foliage and water. It was unlikely that any violent altercation here would ever reach the ears of the authorities. The tension in the air was palpable. Meanwhile, at the other end, Wu Matzi stood with a group of men, all wielding tools such as hoes and knives, prepared to confront the situation. Liu Hai and his crew disembarked, the water lapping coolly at their ankles, the ground firm beneath their feet, covered in recently submerged greenery. Liu Hai addressed the villagers from Chaoyang, urging them to remain calm as he proposed to negotiate. He instructed them to wait while he approached the men from Simati. The villagers turned their gaze toward Lu Chuyang, who nodded in agreement. He then cautioned Liu Hai to retreat at the first sign of aggression, instructing him not to engage but to leave the matter to them. Liu Hai acknowledged his uncle's words and approached the group from Simati, carrying a few packs of golden monkey cigarettes. The opposing group appeared tense, their expressions taut. As Liu Hai drew nearer, Wu Matzi furrowed his brow and called out, questioning the absence of villagers from Chaoyang and mocking Lu Chuyang for sending his nephew forward while he remained behind. Laughter erupted from the men of Simati, rife with derision. One of Lu Chuyang's companions, enraged, attempted to charge forward but was swiftly restrained by Lu Chuyang, who urged him to remain composed and observe the situation. Noticing the lack of response from Lu Chuyang's group, Wu Matzi shifted his focus to Liu Hai, his brow knitted in suspicion. Why do the people of Panxing Village meddle in our affairs? Are you also here to carve out territories near Tin Lake? Are you still planning to join forces with the people of Chaoyang Village to confront us from Simatu Village? You guessed correctly. Liu Hai smiled confidently, asserting that our Panxing Village relies on the mountains rather than the lake, and for quite some time, we have envied your proximity to the water. A gathering of over 30 men in the village has decided to ally with Chaoyang Village to expel you from this place. I have come today in a calm and composed manner to engage in dialogue with you, which is why I have asked our people from Panxing Village to wait on the other side, temporarily suppressing the individuals from Chaoyang Village. Can we have a peaceful conversation? It is indeed a ruse. I wondered why I had not seen any members of Chaoyang Village in the reed forest these past few days. Damn it. I've been deceived. Chaoyang Village has actually collaborated with Panxing Village. Wuma, what is the point of fighting when we have fewer people? What are we to do? Our livelihood depends on the lake. If we cannot catch fish, how will we survive? Upon hearing Liu Hai's words, the people of Simatu Village erupted in chaos. Though they had been fighting in the reed forest, it was all in the name of survival. Ultimately, they were merely ordinary villagers, not thugs from the streets. Wuma quickly turned to everyone and shouted, "Why the panic? What are you afraid of? Not afraid? Does that mean there is nothing to discuss?" Liu Hai added, "I remind you, I come here today with sincerity to negotiate. If you accept my proposal for cooperation, not only will you not suffer any losses, but you will also prosper alongside me." "Prosper with you?" "Liu Hai, surely I have not misheard you. Do you think no one in our village knows you and Yang Sandog? You are merely two petty thieves, and you expect us to join you in your schemes?" Wuma fixed a piercing gaze on Liu Hai. Yang Sandog retorted, "Are you blind? If we were not sincere, would we bring cigarettes to negotiate with you?" Only then did Wuma notice the several cigarettes Yang Sandog held. Furrowing his brow, he scrutinized Liu Hai, pondering that if indeed Panxing Village had sent people, they would not stand a chance against them. It seemed that in the future, Simatu Village would no longer have a stake in the lake. He turned back to a few anxious villagers and whispered a brief discussion. Then, turning back, he said, "You explain the situation first. If it does not jeopardize our interests, there is no need for us to engage in a deadly struggle." At this moment, Liu Hai finally breathed a sigh of relief and instructed Yang Sandog and Zhang Sihai to distribute the cigarettes. In the world of men, cigarettes possess a remarkable ability to ease tensions. As one is passed around, animosities tend to dissipate. Observing Liu Hai share such expensive cigarettes, the atmosphere lightened considerably. After the circle of smoke circulated, the hostility from Simatu Village diminished significantly. Liu Hai smiled, saying, "Indeed, it is far better to converse than to resort to violence. Uncle Matzi, let us discuss the cooperation model." Soon, Liu Hai gathered them close. Meanwhile, Lu Chuyang's heart raced with tension, especially upon seeing Liu Hai surrounded by their people, obscuring his expression and demeanor. Several times, he almost ordered a charge to rescue him, but each time he prepared to act, Liu Hai's hearty laughter echoed through the air. As time gradually passed, half an hour elapsed until the conversation between Liu Hai and the others finally came to a close. Wu Matzi suddenly raised his voice, inquiring whether they could guarantee that the people of Chaoyang Village would adhere to the agreement. "Of course I can assure you, otherwise, why would I be here negotiating with you today?" Liu Hai retorted. Wu Matzi glanced at the people beside him, seeking their opinions. The villagers from Simatu exchanged looks with one another. One of them remarked, "Every time we come here to fish, we end up discarding at least 100 pounds of silver fish, which are merely bycatch. If you are interested, we can sell them to you without issue. I agree. From now on, let the waterway of Sangangzi serve as the boundary, this side for us, that side for them, and let us not overstep our limits, another added. I find no objection to that. Let it be settled thus. In a moment, the gathered crowd of old and young men expressed their agreement. For they were all from impoverished households, fundamentally averse to conflict. As long as the distribution of benefits was clearly defined, everything could be negotiated amicably. Liu Hai handed his cigarette to Uncle Wu Matsi, saying, "Remember the silver fish. I will take as many as you have. I shall come by daily with my tractor to collect them at 20 cents a pound. If handled well, it should be no less profitable than your other catches." Seeing Liu Hai's courteous demeanor, Wu Matsi revealed a sincere side, replying, "Very well, it is settled then. Now, everyone aboard the boat. Let us not linger here any longer. We must go retrieve the nets." The group of 20 dispersed in a hurry. On the other side, Lu Chuyong, fearing for Liu Hai's safety, had already disembarked from the boat. Wu Matsi turned back and shouted, "Damn it, Lu Chuyong, you always resort to threats. What are you going to do, stab me? Nonsense. Come to my house tonight for drinks. Let it be an apology for last night's incident." Lu Chuyong retorted, "Get lost. We have been brawling in this reed marsh since we were 17 or 18. Do you think I do not know you? You push others to fight. And yet you fear a confrontation? Go on, don't forget to come," Wu Matsi called as he rode away. "Your nephew is quite decent. Far better than that ungrateful wretch from your elder brother's family. Remember to show up, don't leave me hanging." "Understood, I'll bring a pound of meat tonight," Lu Chuyong replied. After fighting for over a decade, these two men, under Liu Hai's mediation, set aside their grievances and burst into laughter amidst the reeds. The villagers from both sides sighed in relief, and Liu Hai felt particularly reassured. As Lu Chuyong approached, he playfully draped an arm around Liu Hai's shoulders, exclaiming, "Well done, you've done us both a great favor." The other villagers' perceptions of Liu Hai significantly improved, and they laughed heartily together. Liu Hai urged, "Everyone must pay attention to the silver fish. I entrust this matter to you." "No problem, no problem. Those can be easily caught with nets in the reed marsh. And at 20 cents a pound, why wouldn't we pursue it?" A group of men chuckled robustly. Based on the market prices in the town, for instance, the retail price of the abundant white carp was approximately 40 cents per pound. Due to its proximity to the lake district, the yield of fish in this area is particularly abundant. However, owing to the constraints of a planned economy, the fish can only be purchased by the local fishery supply and marketing cooperative for distribution to other regions. The cooperative's procurement price for live fish is merely 0.15 yuan per jean, and at times it plummets to as low as 0.10 yuan. Although the retail price is somewhat higher, the sheer number of fish in the reed marshes renders local sales insufficient to absorb the surplus. Villagers from both nearby villages are eager to receive payment promptly. Thus, they typically deliver their catch to the cooperative. Liu Hai offers a procurement price of 0.20 yuan per jean for dried silver fish. However, 2 jean of live silver fish yields only about 1 jean when dried, translating to a procurement price of merely 0.10 yuan per jean for live fish. Nevertheless, the method of catching silver fish is considerably simpler and less labor-intensive, rendering it nearly comparable to the pursuit of larger fish. Moreover, Liu Hai has promised to raise the prices in the future. After resolving this matter, Liu Hai noticed heaps of river shrimp at the market and recalled that Dong Xinyu particularly relished these river shrimp. Thus, he took a net from his uncle's boat and began to catch shrimp. The surrounding crystal-clear waters rippled gently, and the reed marshes were teeming with wild chickens and ducks, which were not yet protected species in this era and could be freely hunted. Yang Sengu ventured into the reeds and caught 2 wild ducks, bringing back a dozen wild duck eggs, half of which he shared with Liu Hai, claiming it was for his sister-in-law's nourishment. Liu Hai reciprocated with 2 jean of river shrimp. His uncle still needed to check the nets he had set, as he had not done so for 2 or 3 days. He remarked that if they did not retrieve them soon, the nets would likely be bursting with catch. After dropping them off at the dike, Liu Hai and Yang Senga hopped onto a tractor to return home. Upon arrival, Liu Hai first visited the factory, where several large iron stoves had been fully prepared. Xiao Guomin had purchased a string of firecrackers, which were to be set off in the afternoon, after which production would commence. Liu Hai busied himself at the factory until around 4 in the afternoon. After returning home, he procured some pickled radishes from a local household, chopping them into cubes. He then prepared a dish of stir-fried river shrimp with the sour radish. a beloved home-cooked delicacy from the lake region and one of Dong Xinyu's favorites. He also gathered a handful of chives from the field. After an hour of diligent cooking in the kitchen, he presented 3 dishes: fresh duck soup with radish, stir-fried river shrimp with sour radish, and chive stir-fried duck eggs, all arranged neatly. Liu Hai served 2 bowls of plump white rice and called out to Dai Tu, announcing that dinner was ready. Dong Xinyu, who was drying the silver fish, heard his call and entered the kitchen. Upon seeing the 3 delectable dishes and the neatly piled rice, she immediately felt her stomach growl, her heart warmed by the sight. As she sat down, Liu Hai filled a bowl for her with the wild duck and radish soup made from the wild duck Yang Sangu had caught in the lake marshes, saying, "This soup is exceptionally sweet. Please give it a taste. If you enjoy it, I can bring one back for you every day to nourish your health." Dong Xinyu, burdened with unspoken worries, took a sip from her cup, and in that moment, tears unexpectedly welled up in her eyes, lowering her head and remaining silent. Liu Hai, taken aback, inquired, "What's wrong? Is it not to your liking?" Dong Xinyu shook her head, affirming that it was indeed delicious. "Then why are you crying?" he asked. Liu Hai gently cradled her delicate face, his fingers softly wiping away the tears that adorned her cheeks. Dong Xinyu, ever obedient, did not resist. To be precise, she had begun to rely on Liu Hai's kindness, reveling in it. The young girl looked up at Liu Hai, her eyes filled with a pitiful innocence, questioning why he treated her with such tenderness. If he continued to bully her as he once did, her heart would not be so conflicted. Liu Hai, sensing her turmoil, pondered deeply. "No wonder you seem troubled these past few days. Can you confide in me what has transpired?" Dong Xinyu, with a heavy heart, rose and retrieved a telegram from the bedroom, handing it to Liu Hai. "My father sent me a telegram," she stammered. "He said he will come to take me home tomorrow at noon." Chapter 47. Words left unspoken. Liu Hai glanced at the telegram, then set it down with a smile. "Let us eat. You must be quite hungry." "Yes, especially hungry," Dong Xinyu replied in a voice as soft as a whisper, her heart burdened with countless complexities. They shared a meal in silence, the atmosphere thick with the impending sense of parting. The night wore on, the moon casting a silvery glow, while the chorus of frogs filled the air. Occasionally, a splash echoed from the pond outside, and the birds returning from the mountains chirped their evening songs. Inside the house, the stillness was palpable. Dong Xinyu rose several times, tiptoeing to Liu Hai's bedside, resting her chin in her hands, wanting to speak, yet hesitating. Liu Hai, too, sat by her bedside on multiple occasions, quietly gazing at her, gently fanning her with a handkerchief. Thus, the night, steeped in unspoken sentiments of farewell, drifted away. As dawn broke over the eastern horizon, Liu Hai rose early and headed to town. His first stop was the tailor's shop, where he collected the dress he had commissioned for Dong Xinyu. He then visited the cobbler next door to retrieve a pair of leather shoes, another gift he had ordered for her. Unbeknownst to him, a fondness for adorning Dong Xinyu had blossomed within him. Any delightful items he encountered in town, he would purchase for her. Perhaps he felt he owed her from a past life, seeking to provide her with only the finest in this one. He returned home laden with a myriad of items for Dong Xinyu's use. When he arrived, she had prepared a dish of stir-fried chives and river snail meat, complemented by some locally sourced ginger from an old jar. This ginger, wild and unconventional, boasted a delicate, crisp texture and a naturally sweet flavor. It was marinated with chopped chilies, perfect for savoring raw and particularly appetizing. Over the years, Dong Xinyu had diligently foraged for these ginger roots to pickle. She then whipped up 2 bowls of fried rice with lard, marking yet another silent breakfast together. Liu Hai savored the meal, relishing the flavors that Dong Xinyu offered. After setting down his chopsticks, Liu Hai smiled and inquired, "When will your father arrive?" Dong Xinyu replied softly, "He should arrive by noon." Liu Hai suggested, "Let us have lunch before you depart." In that moment, tears welled up in her clear, almond-shaped eyes, and biting her delicate lower lip. She gazed at Liu Hai with a heart-wrenching expression. Liu Hai, attempting to lighten the moment, smiled, "I bought you a dress and shoes. Would you like to try them on?" "Yes," Dong Xinyu replied obediently. After having breakfast, Dong Xinyu retreated to her bedroom. A few minutes later, she emerged from the kitchen, gazing at Liu Hai, who was busily engaged in his tasks. "Is it beautiful?" she inquired, her skirt, a few centimeters above the knee, perfectly accentuating her slender legs. Beneath her feet, a pair of round-toed leather shoes, adorned with cute little white socks, added a touch of charm. This dress and these shoes had been custom-made by the shopkeeper at Liu Hai's request, transcending the current fashion trends of the era. Adorned by Liu Hai in this manner, Dong Xinyu resembled a princess who had stepped out from a fairy tale, evoking a flutter in the heart. Liu Hai smiled and affirmed its beauty. Dong Xinyu nodded slightly. Noticing a speck of dust on her shoes, Liu Hai picked up a nylon towel, saying, "Don't move, let me clean it." "All right," Dong Xinyu obediently complied. As she watched Liu Hai crouch down to assist her, tears began to cascade down her cheeks uncontrollably. In that instant, she regretted sending that telegram to her father, for she realized how deeply she had come to rely on the man before her. Tears fell onto Liu Hai's forehead as he looked up at her tear-streaked face, which was filled with a sense of grievance. He stood and asked, "What's wrong? Do you not like this outfit?" Dong Xinyu shook her head, choosing to keep her feelings to herself. After a while, she finally spoke. "Do you remember the first gift you gave me?" Liu Hai pondered for a moment. "Was it that pair of caps you could wear as a hat for Qingqing?" Dong Xinyu paused, then burst into laughter. "You're so annoying. Eavesdropping on my conversations with Qingqing." Liu Hai playfully pinched her little nose, his eyes filled with affection. "Silly girl." Dong Xinyu pouted, her voice barely a whisper. "I'm not a silly girl. I was referring to the pair of rubber shoes you gave me. You're the big silly. Don't you realize that gifting me shoes is akin to sending me away?" Liu Hai gently stroked her head. "You are the youngest daughter in your family. Your siblings and parents have always cherished you the most. Now that everything is settled at home, no matter what, a reunion is always a good thing. Isn't it? It's what you've been yearning for these past few years. Don't overthink it. I'll go prepare some dishes. If your father arrives, I'll share a drink with him." With that, he turned to resume his work. Dong Xinyu remained silent, retreating indoors, her heart heavy with unexpressed sorrow. Undoubtedly, Liu Hai was certain that even if Dong Xinyu returned to Kyoto, she would ultimately find her way back. For she was a particularly sensitive girl, deeply emotional. During dinner the previous night, she had referred to their humble abode as home, which spoke volumes about the significance of those two thatched roof houses in her heart. If a billionaire reborn could not comprehend such sentiments, then their past life would have been in vain. Next door, Aunt Xiang's nephew, Li Ji, had been reassigned to the Speculative Affairs Bureau in Xia Town, leaving him overjoyed, unable to sleep through the night. Recalling the humiliations he had endured during his last encounters at the state-run restaurant, he felt a seething anger. As a county official, he had encountered a farmer twice, and each time, he had retreated with his tail between his legs. This feeling ignited his fury. Now, he had finally been transferred, albeit to the Speculative Affairs Bureau. "My goodness, I find myself compelled to grasp your bangs and jab at them with a needle. Especially after discovering yesterday that this fellow has rented a landlord's house to establish a factory, employing over 10 villagers. I was nearly ecstatic enough to leap into the air. Although many private enterprises have been permitted to flourish, the authorities remain cautiously navigating their way forward, essentially allowing you to experiment with private ventures while the legal framework still prohibits them. This serves as a restrictive shackle around the neck of private enterprises. And should any malicious individual seek to undermine you, trouble will certainly ensue. Therefore, Li Ji believes he has found an opportunity to deal with Liu Hai. Contemplating that once Liu Hai is ensnared, Dong Xinyu will naturally belong to him. He is still indulging in the whimsical dream of a toad aspiring to dine on swan meat. Like a general sweeping through a village, early in the morning, a group of 5 or 6 individuals from the department set out, riding open-top motorcycles towards Panxing Village. However, midway through their journey, a cacophony of car horns erupted behind them, urging them to clear the way. This group, accustomed to their elevated status in the town, could hardly be bothered to glance back, even deliberately slowing their pace, meandering languidly across the road. Eventually, a head emerged from the lead vehicle, commanding them to immediately pull over or bear the consequences. Chapter 48. Dong Xinyu's father arrives in Panxing Village. Fury ignited within the group. How audacious it was to demand that our town south officials yield the road. Each of them turned, prepared to confront the individual behind them. Yet, upon turning, they were taken aback. The lead vehicle bore a license plate that was unmistakably military, belonging to the command headquarters. Li Ji and his companions were drenched in cold sweat, hastily moving their motorcycles aside to allow passage. Li Ji peered into the vehicle and spotted an elderly man, his hair tinged with gray, sitting upright in a Zhongshan suit. After a few cars had passed, one individual approached, inquiring directly, "It seems these vehicles are also headed to Panxing Village. Should we continue on?" Li Ji found himself in a quandary, deliberating for a moment before responding, "What does it matter to us? We must carry on with our duties. West River Town must produce a scapegoat to serve as a warning. Otherwise, the spirit of speculation and opportunism will only intensify. Having delivered his righteous speech on the dirt road, he set off towards Panxing Village. However, upon their arrival, they were met with an overwhelming shock. As they entered the village, they noticed crowds rushing towards Liu Hai's home. Upon questioning a villager, they learned the astonishing news. A general had arrived at Liu Hai's residence. This revelation struck like a thunderclap, causing Li Ji's knees to weaken and beads of sweat to form on his forehead. The elderly man from the vehicle was indeed Dong Xinyu's father? How could it be? Dong Xinyu's connections were far more formidable than he had imagined. Turning back, he realized that the people he had brought along had already revved their motorcycles and sped away. Directorly, I believe it would be wise to discuss this with the town mayor for further consideration. We should return now, they declared. Li Ji stood there in a daze for a while before hastily mounting his motorcycle and departing. The entire village had erupted in chaos. The revelation that Dong Xinyu's father is a general fell upon Panxing Village like a nuclear bomb, prompting the villagers to flock to Liu Hai's home. Never before had such a high-ranking official graced their humble abode. The three gossips who had nearly driven Dong Xinyu to despair were nowhere to be found. Wang Taohong had fled back to her maternal home upon her son's arrest, having received word from the military that she should prepare to collect his ashes. Reports from her family indicated that she had succumbed to madness, wandering the streets of her village, calling out her son's name incessantly. As for the other two, upon hearing the news while laboring in the fields, they were paralyzed with fear for a considerable time before hastily retreating to their homes, bolting the doors and hiding away in terror. Aunt Xiang had also sought refuge in a neighboring village, fully aware of the torment they had inflicted upon Dong Xinyu over the years. As Dong Xinmin's vehicle approached the banks of the Hongqi River, he spotted a stone tablet erected behind the vegetable garden of a nearby earthen brick house. The tablet bore the name Lu Jiangwo. Upon arriving at the Lu residence, he made a beeline for the gravestone. The elder, with pronounced brows and streaks of white, emanated an aura of formidable intensity, a remnant of the blood-soaked battlegrounds he had traversed. Yet, at that moment, he lingered before the gravestone, his fingers trembling as they rested upon its surface. A profound sadness washed over him as he murmured, "My soldiers did not perish on the battlefield, yet due to my familial troubles, they have been lost. This is my disgrace. I am sorry, I have brought this upon you." When misfortune befell him, his soldiers had rallied without a word, hastening to the capital to rescue his family. He was deeply moved by such loyalty, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. After a long pause, he turned to Liu Hai and inquired if he had any other family. Liu Hai replied that he had a younger sister who was in her first year of high school. "Make a note of this. When you return, you will know what to do," Dong Xinmin instructed, casting a glance at his subordinate, who nodded in reassurance. At that moment, Dong Xinyu called out, "Dad, dinner." This pulled Dong Xinmin from his sorrowful reverie. He turned to his youngest daughter and said to Liu Hai, "Let us go, child, it's time to eat." After the meal, the uncle intended to take Xinyu back to the capital, where her mother and several older siblings eagerly awaited her return. "Rest assured, my dear, I will ensure that you and your brother face no hardship. I will provide you with my office's contact information. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me," he assured, and Liu Hai nodded in agreement. At that moment, Dong Xinmin remained unaware of the budding feelings between Liu Hai and his daughter. However, upon settling down at Liu Hai's home, he noticed some peculiarities. Liu Hai, since his rebirth, had paid little attention to his attire, consistently donning straw sandals, patched trousers, and a short-sleeved shirt riddled with holes. In stark contrast, his daughter wore a new dress and fresh leather shoes, highlighting the disparity in their circumstances. Observing the unspoken connection between his daughter and Liu Hai, the elder seemed to grasp something unspoken, yet he chose to remain silent. Subsequently, Xiao Guomin also arrived. This individual was once a soldier under his command. The hierarchical relationship within such a unit transcends most earthly emotions, forged through shared life and death on the battlefield. When Xiao Guomin stood before Dong Xinmin, after a military salute, Dong Xinmin's eyes brimmed with tears as he clasped his hands on Zhao's shoulders, exclaiming, "Today, we shall drink." The group swiftly gathered around the table. The feast laid before them was particularly lavish, featuring pork and wild ducks that Yang Sandog had procured from Chaoyang village that very morning. Fresh fish from the lakeside reeds and other delicacies adorned the table. The few subordinates Dong Xinmin had brought along were momentarily taken aback, questioning whether they had arrived at an authentic rural setting. Since when had the living standards in the countryside risen to such heights? Even city dwellers would hesitate to indulge in such a banquet. Yang Sandog had spent the morning assisting with the butchering of chickens and the washing of vegetables. Yet when it came time to dine, he found himself hesitant to join, opting instead to observe the general from the sidelines. His heart was already aflutter, astonished to discover that his father was, in fact, a general. This revelation was utterly astounding. In the 3 years since he had come to the village, not a hint of this had been disclosed. While villagers typically had little fear of petty theft, the presence of someone from such a military background instilled in Yang Sandog a sense of reverence, compelling him to maintain decorum. Dong Xinmin seemed to sense his thoughts and thus pulled him to the table, introducing him to her father. Gradually, Yang Sandog's true nature emerged, as he raised his cup to toast with Dong Xinmin's father, engaging in the customary exchanges. What was meant to happen, indeed transpired. Following the meal, the moment arrived for Liu Hai and Dong Xinmin to part ways. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Dong Xinmin, along with her father, boarded the vehicle, and the convoy departed from Lu's residence. Yang Sandog, now somewhat sobered, hastily grasped Liu Hai's arm, asking, "Is that it? Are they really leaving?" Liu Hai nodded slightly. "What about your wedding? Is it off? If you ask me what to do, I wish I could ask someone else that too." Liu Hai sighed softly. It was only then that the villagers realized Liu Hai's intentions to marry Dong Xinmin. A collective weight of unspoken disappointment settled upon them. It seemed that a match between the two was now improbable, considering Dong Xinmin's noble lineage. They felt particularly disheartened, as they had all been eagerly anticipating the celebration of their union. Just as the mood grew somber, Dong Xinmin's car abruptly returned. After a sudden halt, she flung open the door, rushed over, and embraced Liu Hai tightly. Chapter 49. Wait for me to return home. In the past, Liu Hai would often hold Dong Xinmin's hand in the village, yet she would avoid such displays whenever possible, fearful of gossip. However, this time, disregarding all eyes upon them, she threw herself into Liu Hai's arms, resting her head against his chest. The sight left the villagers utterly speechless. After a moment, Liu Hai gazed at her, asking, "What is the matter?" Tears soaked into Liu Hai's clothing as Dong Xinmin replied, "I will miss you dearly." Liu Hai chuckled softly, "I will miss you too. Wait for me to return. I will wait in Panxing Village." "All right," Dong Xinmin replied, her demeanor obedient, "but you must give me time, as I need to speak with my mother, brother, and sisters." Liu Hai smiled as he took the radio from his pocket and declared that he had already acquired a bicycle, a watch, a sewing machine, and 36 legs. He assured her that he would have everything ready for their wedding upon her return. Moreover, he promised to construct a brick house before she came back. "That's fine," Dong Xinyu replied, revealing her pearly white teeth and moist, long eyelashes. "But a brick house isn't necessary. This place is sufficient. Let's not put too much pressure on ourselves." At that moment, the young girl felt a pang of regret for not having registered their marriage with Liu Hai that morning. If they had done so, even if they returned to Kyoto and her family opposed their union, it would have held no sway over her. As the youngest and most obedient daughter in her family, she rarely contradicted them, but when she resolved to stand her ground, no one could sway her. She was indifferent to Liu Hai's talk of material possessions, for she recognized the irreplaceable kindness he had shown her during this time. After all, she had bestowed her first experience upon him. After a while, Liu Hai gently cupped her face, wiping away her tears with his thumb. "I will write to you once I return home. After I get back, I will marry you. Wherever life takes you, I will follow, forever your devoted companion." After uttering these words, Dong Xinyu turned and climbed into the vehicle, waving a reluctant farewell to Liu Hai. Yang Sengyu, Uncle Jun, and the other villagers, who all smiled and waved back. Just as the car had traveled some distance, Dong Xinmin, who had been squinting from intoxication, suddenly spoke up. "So, what is the situation with that lad?" "Father, I heard you were aware that I had a sham marriage with his brother. How is it now with him?" Dong Xinyu's face flushed crimson. Halfway into the journey, she noticed her father appeared to be asleep, and feeling a surge of reluctance for Liu Hai, she fabricated an excuse about forgetting something and asked the driver to turn back. Little did she know, her father had not actually fallen asleep. She glanced nervously at Dong Xinmin, who opened his eyes and, seeing her apprehensive demeanor, chuckled, "Silly girl. Do you think I am the type to be superficial? Don't forget, that lad's father, Lu Jangwo, was one of my soldiers. and their family has already lost 2 members because of you. I am fully aware of the situation. I simply wish to understand what kind of person he is and what your experiences have been over the past 3 years. Hearing her father's words, Dong Xinyu felt a weight lift from her heart. The conversation then shifted to Liu Hai. In her eyes, he had transformed from a rogue into a warm, ambitious, and responsible individual. The deeply ingrained notion of social status and marriage within Chinese culture dictated that Liu Hai, a mere farmer, stood in stark contrast to Dong Xinyu, who hailed from a prestigious family. Dismissing the complexities of their parents' relationships, it seemed utterly impossible to many in this era. Marriage is not merely a union of 2 individuals. It is the merging of 2 families. Liu Hai understood that when Dong Xinyu spoke of needing time, she meant she had to persuade her siblings and mother to accept their relationship. In a distinguished family from Kyoto, one might question why they would forsake a life of privilege to endure hardships in the countryside. The family remains unfamiliar with Liu Hai, and upon first hearing his name, they are likely to express disapproval. However, had it been another family, Liu Hai would not have held any hope. Yet, he had previously engaged with Dong Xinyu's family, which is known for its virtuous traditions and devoid of any unsavory characters. He understands that his relationship with Dong Xinyu is merely a matter of time, and he possesses the patience to wait. As May unfolds, the sugarcane seedlings Dong Xinyu planted have begun to sprout, vibrant and green. During the month since her departure, Liu Hai is taken to wandering the fields each evening after his daily labors. The image of Dong Xinyu digging sweet potatoes, tending a fire, and smiling as she savors the roasted treats often dances through his mind. Over this month, Dong Xinyu has seemingly vanished without a trace. The villagers have begun to grow anxious, and whenever Xiao Guomin recalls this matter, a sigh escapes him. He has contemplated reaching out to his superior for inquiries, but Liu Hai has always dissuaded him. During this month, other events transpired as well. Among the 3 gossips, Wang Taohong has lost her mind, seemingly escaping a dire fate. The other 2, who nearly drove Dong Xinyu to despair, were taken away by several soldiers, and their future appears grim. Meanwhile, others have begun to stir. For instance, Aunt Xiang has started to speak derisively, questioning Liu Hai's aspirations of becoming a general's son-in-law. This woman possesses a particularly sharp tongue, oblivious to the fact that Panxing Village is no longer what it once was. One day, in the fields, she disparaged Liu Hai alongside a few other women, expecting her companions to join in the mockery. To her astonishment, those very sisters turned on her, delivering a harsh reprimand. Now, the villagers are relying on Liu Hai to supplement their incomes, and anyone daring to speak ill of him is met with fierce opposition. Business has been relatively prosperous. However, Liu Hai now faces a significant dilemma. His sales cannot keep pace with the burgeoning demand. Previously, the small silverfish from the village could yield only 40 to 50 pounds a day, which was easily absorbed by the county. Yet, after securing a catch from the nearby Xinyu, Liu Hai now finds himself with over 500 pounds each day, a volume that far exceeds what a county market can accommodate. Thus, he must expand his market. On this particular day, while fishing with his uncle in the reed marshes of Xinyu, they were joined by director's son Mao Kai. The state-run restaurant now belongs to him, and he manages it with great diligence. Liu Hai has acted as an intermediary, ensuring that all the fish served at the establishment are supplied by his uncle, Lu Chuyang. With an event scheduled for the following day, the host has specifically requested 2 pounds or more of wild mandarin fish, prompting Sun to visit today to select the finest. The crystalline waters by the wooden boat sparkled in the sunlight, as Uncle Lu Chuyang assured Director Sun, "Rest assured, we will certainly procure 25 of the finest wild mandarin fish for you today. The waters of Xinyu are pristine, and the fish are abundant. I guarantee that if you take one home, it will be so delectable that it might just make your hair grow back." Chapter 50. Director Sun strikes it rich. Uncle Lu Chuyang possessed a personality that allowed him to navigate relationships with remarkable finesse, an innate quality largely independent of educational background. It is no wonder he became the head of the village's fishing fleet. In matters concerning hair, Sun Maokai regarded them as paramount. Observing Liu Hai, who was indulging in a feast of mandarin fish, he mused whether such delicacies could indeed promote hair growth. Liu Hai shot him an incredulous glance, remarking that his own head had been rubbed to a shine, rendering any such hopes futile. With a heavy sigh, Director Liu extracted a pack of golden monkey cigarettes from his pocket. Liu Hai examined the pack and exclaimed, "No wonder Yang Sandog claimed you were raking in riches. You're smoking these." Sun Maokai quickly interjected, dismissing the notion of wealth. He confessed that he only dared to display such cigarettes here. Ordinarily, he settled for the economical 5-cent packs in the county. Sun Maokai was inherently timid. When the county's state-owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission entrusted him with the management of a state-run restaurant, sleepless nights ensued, consumed by the fear of potential losses. Encouraged by Liu Hai, he reluctantly resolved to take on the venture. With the added support of Liu Hai and his small dried fish, his restaurant's business flourished beyond expectations. Now, even deputy-level officials in the county required reservations to dine there, let alone workers from other state-owned enterprises. With profits soaring, he found himself apprehensive. Such success drew attention, and daily inquiries about his earnings became routine. In response, Director Sun would offer a 5-cent cigarette, reminiscing about his days as a government employee. Blissfully unaware of the burdens of ownership. Now that he had embarked on this entrepreneurial journey, the reality of expenses loomed large, despite the bustling crowds. He often faced daily losses. He resolved that upon fulfilling the contract, he would retire from the endeavor altogether. Eventually, he began collecting tattered old clothes from the countryside, donning them as he strolled about, relishing the whispers behind his back. Look at Sun Maokai, that fool, his trousers are nearly in tatters. Those who had weathered tough times often carried a lingering fear. Even with newfound wealth, he hesitated to spend freely, wary of drawing unwanted attention. Thus, he frequently sought the company of Lu Jun. Whenever their boat approached the reed beds, Sun Maokai would shed his inhibitions, indulging in luxurious cigarettes and premium snacks alongside Lu Jun. At times, he would bring along a fine bottle of wine to share, knowing that in the seclusion of the reeds, no one would notice his indulgence. Upon hearing Liu Hai's words, Lu Jun burst into laughter, asserting, "Why should I care? Just because we are farmers, must we endure hardship while others thrive? We neither steal nor rob. What gives anyone the right to dictate our happiness?" With that, he tugged on the net's rope, quickly filling the boat's hold with fish. Liu Hai joined in, helping to gather the catch. This generation of fishermen typically refrained from being overly ruthless. Any immature fish caught were generally returned to the lake. Before long, 8 plump and delectable mandarin fish, each weighing around 2 pounds, were caught. Lu Jun continued to paddle towards the next netting spot with his bamboo pole. Sun Maokai, having inspected the fish, couldn't help but marvel at their charm. They bore no earthy taste, and their flesh melted in the mouth, remarkably tender and fresh. Observing the round bellies of the fish, Liu Hai smiled but remained silent. After discarding one of the sumptuous fish, Sun Maokai washed his hands at the side of the boat and turned to Liu Hai. "Have you devised a plan to deal with Boss Kai? Don't say I didn't warn you. This Boss Kai is quite affluent. I've heard from the county folks that he intends to establish a high-priced silver fish collection point here. Be cautious. This businessman is well-versed and possesses various tactics. Don't let him outsmart you." Recently, the state-owned subsidiary food factory had been undergoing renovations. It was rumored that Boss Kai had invested over 100,000, upgrading the factory's equipment and even purchasing a packaging machine from the port city. The word had already spread that he aimed to produce spicy silver fish. With his considerable wealth and aggressive approach, Sun Maokai had been worrying about Liu Hai. Liu Hai smiled reassuringly. "I have it under control." "Under control?" Sun Maokai, feeling anxious, pressed for details, hoping to find a way to assist. "No need. Just wait and see. Wealth does not always guarantee success," Liu Hai replied with a chuckle. As they conversed, a boat sped across the lake. For centuries, fishing boats on the lake had relied solely on human power, with machinery being a rarity. Yet, the sound approaching was unmistakably that of a diesel engine. The group turned to look. They saw a wooden boat occupied by Wu Matzi and several men from Boss Kai, who appeared elated. Lu Jun frowned, realizing that this businessman had indeed equipped Wu Matzi's boat with a diesel engine. Liu Hai inquired, "A diesel engine? Uncle, what is going on?" Lu Jun explained, "I've heard that a businessman from the port city has been in contact with Wu Matzi." Initially, Wu Matzi ignored him, but the businessman boldly offered to install a diesel engine on his boat in exchange for negotiations. In this era, a 195 diesel engine costs at least over 1,000 yuan. Only the better-off production teams can afford one for irrigating fields. Only state-owned transport vessels or ferries would have such engines, while personal wooden boats could only dream of it. So everyone assumed this businessman was merely bluffing. No one anticipated that Wu Matzi's boat would actually be fitted with one. On Wu Matzi's side, He too was taken aback to spot Lu Chuyang and the others as he entered the reed marsh. Feeling somewhat guilty, he quickly lowered his head, pretending not to see them. The other villagers from the Ford Dock village followed suit. Only Boss Kai and a middle-aged man, with cigarettes in hand, wore sardonic smiles as they gazed at Liu Hai, their expressions dripping with sarcasm. The boat swiftly raced past them, creating splashes that rocked their vessel, causing Sun Maokai to nearly topple into the water. Lu Chuyang, in a fit of rage, turned around and shouted at Wu Matzi, "You are utterly untrustworthy. I have lost all respect for you. You sold yourself for a mere 195. Liu Hai furrowed his brows in silence. On the boat, Wu Matzi, feeling particularly embarrassed, had indeed heard Lu Chuyang's insults from behind. The vessel eventually docked at a secluded channel within a reed forest. Wu Matzi pointed to the opposite side and stated, "According to the agreement we reached with Chaoyang Village, the Sangongzi Channel serves as the boundary. They fish on their side while we operate on ours. Our waters do not interfere with each other." Chapter 51. Increasing purchase prices. What is the daily yield of silverfish? I am referring to the dried product, inquired Boss Kai. Wu Matzi pondered for a moment before replying, "Freshly caught. We can land over 300 pounds a day. After drying, the weight reduces to about 150 pounds. He continued, "Initially, we aimed for larger fish, which is why we chose this broad stretch of river. In contrast, the Chaoyang village area is characterized by numerous ditches where silver fish thrive, resulting in significantly higher yields there." Boss Kai frowned slightly. Having already planned to promote this across the entire county, what impact can a daily production of 150 pounds have? The market price for the finished product hovers around 3 yuan per pound. With a daily yield of 150 pounds, total revenue barely reaches 450 yuan. After deducting costs, labor, and various expenses associated with the silver fish, we might be left with just over 200 yuan in profit. I have already invested nearly 200,000 in the subsidiary food factory. Am I to only earn a couple of 100 yuan daily for such an investment? Have I lost my mind? Given his background from a port city, his expectations were high, and he was astute in calculations. After a moment of silence, he asked, "How much can the yield increase?" "That is difficult to determine, but if we exert ourselves fully in fishing, we could potentially catch a minimum of 1,000 pounds of fresh fish daily," Wu Matzi replied. "So, you are suggesting that if my subsidiary food factory is to turn a profit, we must encroach upon the waters of Chaoyang Village?" Boss Kai gazed at him intently. The others on the boat fell silent. People in this era were relatively straightforward. Recently, the fishing teams from the two villages had fostered a particularly amicable relationship under Liu Hai's mediation, collaborating to earn profits. With Lu Chuyang's encouragement and financial backing, he often brought wine and pork to the Fourth Wharf village to drink with others. One must be cautious in such matters. Originally, we intended to sell silver fish exclusively to you, Boss Kai, while maintaining our usual dealings with the people of Chaoyang Village. What do you mean by this statement? Are you attempting to sow discord between our two villages? After a prolonged pause, Wu Matzi awkwardly suggested, "Harmony is paramount. I recommend that Boss Kai also have a word with Lu Chuyang and his nephew. Have you considered why I have not approached Liu Hai for a discussion, but instead come to disrupt his supply chain?" Boss Kai scrutinized Wu Matzi, whose expression shifted to one of unease. "You may possess wealth, and it is true that I have been swayed by your 195 diesel engine, but if you intend to trample upon my dignity, let me assure you, the only outcome will be that the 195 is now affixed to my boat and cannot be removed. But heed my warning. I am a king on this lake alongside Lu Chuyang. No one can undermine us." With a sullen expression, he remarked that we were merely uneducated farmers, and there was no need for Boss Kai to present us with riddles. He could speak plainly. Boss Kai's demeanor likewise soured. He regarded Wu Matzi as nothing more than a dog bought off by others. "Since you've chosen to be a dog, do you still wish to maintain any semblance of dignity before me?" He contemplated delivering a sharp slap to demand a more respectful attitude from Wu Matzi. However, upon observing the other villagers, each frowning and gazing at him, and considering the reeds surrounding them, where cries for help would go unheard and a murder could be buried without a soul knowing, he restrained his anger and smiled. He recounted that he once offered $20,000 at a state-run hotel to purchase Liu Hai's formula, but Liu Hai had declined. A gasp echoed among the crew on the boat. 20,000. That was the equivalent of 2 affluent households, and Liu Hai had simply turned it down? Wu Matzi was equally astonished by Liu Hai's audacity to resist such a substantial temptation. After a moment of stunned silence, he said, "When I drank with Lu Chuyang, I promised that the enmity between our two villages, which had endured generations of violence over the fish in the lake, would be buried with our generation. I can facilitate discussions, but if you expect us to take up arms against them again, I'm afraid that is beyond our capacity. All right, we must return to work. Old Lu, please escort Boss Kai to shore." A nearby boat approached, and Boss Kai was invited aboard. He frowned slightly as he glanced at the 195 model diesel engine affixed to the wooden vessel, an inexplicable feeling of unease washing over him. Once aboard, he addressed Wu Matzi, "Brother Wu Matzi, Yunshan County is merely a small place. The world beyond is far broader and more beautiful than this. Reflect carefully on my words." He nearly uttered the sentiment directly. "Refuse to be my dog, and you shall remain confined to this lake for eternity. Be my dog, and I can lead you beyond these shores." Wu Matzi offered no reply. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for the net. The others felt a sense of discomfort, yet there was work to be done, so silence prevailed. After more than half an hour, Lu Chuyang approached. From a distance, he began berating Wu Matzi, "You ungrateful wolf. After all the time I spent drinking with you and the fine filtered cigarettes my nephew delivered to you, you dare collude with outsiders?" Wu Matzi and the other villagers from Simitu lowered their heads, feeling an acute sense of humiliation. Observing their silence, Sun Maokai interjected, "I've dealt with Boss Kai a few times in the county. He has a reputation for dismissing many at the state-run factory. He is cold-hearted and devoid of compassion. If you ally with him, you may find yourselves devoured in the end, believe it or not." Wu Matzi remained silent. One villager, unable to contain himself, urged, "Matzi, say something. What are we supposed to do? Focus on your work. There's no need for so much chatter." Wu Matzi snapped back. The man felt frustrated but chose not to respond. Wu Matzi then raised his gaze to Lu Chuyang and inquired, "How many more of the 25 mandarin fish that Director Lu requested are still needed?" Lu Chuyang, still simmering with anger, retorted, "What business is that of yours? Why does it no longer concern me? The small fry that have drifted to your side are trivial. And where can one find such a plethora of 2-pound mandarin fish?" As he spoke, he seized the mandarin fish from his own boat and tossed them onto Lu Chuyang's vessel, discarding more than 10 in succession. Afterward, he declared that there would be no charge, but insisted that I must join him for drinks that evening. "Feel free to invite me. I fear you not." Lu Chuyang retorted fiercely. For reasons unknown, after this exchange of brash words between the two men, everyone erupted into laughter, dispelling the previously tense atmosphere. Sun Maokai looked on, bewildered by the sudden change. What had just transpired? Liu Hai understood. This was the nature of rural folk, who often spoke plainly without unnecessary circumlocution. He then smiled and addressed Uncle Matzi, requesting that upon his return to the village, he inform the other fishermen that starting today, he intended to significantly raise the purchase price for silverfish, enabling everyone to profit. The price for dry goods would rise from 3 dimes to 5. Chapter 52. Expanding the market audience 5 dimes. Liu Hai's proclamation astonished those present. While others might be unaware of Liu Hai's circumstances, Uncle Lu Chuyang was acutely aware and quickly pulled him aside, whispering, "Are you out of your mind? The factory already has so much stock. Will it even sell? A purchase price of 5 dimes per pound will surely cause a stir in several villages. The price for a pound of grass carp sold to the aquaculture supply and marketing cooperative barely fetches 1 or 2 dimes. Yet dried silverfish would be bought at 5 dimes? In this era, rural folk find it exceedingly difficult to earn even a single extra penny. All they possess is hard work, and should they discover something that merely requires diligence to yield profits, they would likely mobilize their entire families in a frenzy. Thus, with Liu Hai's price increased to 5 dimes, not only would the raw material cost double, but the volume of purchases would also surge significantly. Could he manage that? Yet Liu Hai, brimming with confidence, reassured Uncle San, "I know precisely what I am doing." After a moment, Matzi regained his composure and asked Liu Hai, "Have you thought this through?" "I have," Liu Hai affirmed. "Very well, how do you all decide?" Matzi inquired of the others. The fishermen from Sima Wharf began to voice their opinions. "Do we even need to discuss it? Our goods will only be sold to Shanghai. From the very beginning, I was reluctant to cooperate with that Boss Kai. Dressed like a dandy, he struts before us, looking down upon us with disdain. It's infuriating. I simply cannot comprehend how he finds it comfortable to wear those bell-bottom trousers that could serve as brooms, swaying as he walks." Matzi interjected, You ought not to speak so lightly. Your actions have not been decisive enough. How could you betray for a mere 195? Others began to criticize Mozi in unison. Mozi retorted, "Let me ask you all, where do you source your rice? When you draw water for your fields, from where do you borrow the diesel engine? Do you think I wish to monopolize this 195? At that, the others fell silent. Simo Wharf Village was the most unfortunate among the nearby collectives. While other villages had inherited tractors and diesel engines from the collective era, they possessed nothing. Especially with diesel engines, villagers rely on them for irrigation, rice husking machines, and plowing with iron bulls, making their significance paramount. In other words, Wu Mozi initially intended to undermine the Hong Kong businessman, Boss Kai, regarding his 195 model for the village, never contemplating collaboration. After they fell silent, Liu Hai smiled, reassuring everyone that with diligence, all would be well. Let us proceed as such today, Wu Mozi said to Liu Hai. The silver fish in Linghu Lake belongs solely to you, Liu Hai. No one else can lay claim to it. Liu Hai responded with a grateful smile. Upon returning to the factory from Linghu, Liu Hai engaged in discussions with Yang Sandog and Zhang Sihai about the matter. To their astonishment, Liu Hai not only raised the raw material purchase price, but also intended to reduce the selling price. Yang Sandog was genuinely perplexed, exclaiming, "Brother Hai, aren't you essentially crippling your own business? How can we sustain this, raising purchase prices while simultaneously lowering selling prices?" Liu Hai patiently elucidated the situation. Currently, their retail price for spicy fish stood at 3 yuan per pound, with the price offered to Sun Maokai around 2 yuan and 20 cents. Considering he needed to make a profit as well, if the retail price were to decrease by 50 cents, then the price to Sun Maokai would also need to drop by 50 cents. Consequently, the price at which they sold to Sun Maokai would become 1 yuan and 70 cents. Originally, the gross profit margin from selling to Sun Maokai was 2 yuan. However, through this dual approach, the gross profit per pound would shrink to 1 yuan and 20 cents, while still needing to cover wages and oil costs, among other expenses. On the surface, Liu Hai seemed rather foolish, but he had ulterior motives. The spicy silver fish was merely a seafood product. Maintaining substantial profits was unrealistic. High prices would hinder the expansion of market share. If Liu Hai desired to broaden the reach of their small silver fish within the county, the only viable strategy was to lower prices, making the delicacy accessible to a larger audience. This way, he could swiftly deplete his inventory, embracing a strategy of small profits but high sales volume. Moreover, proactively reducing profits could diminish Boss Kai's enthusiasm. Upon realizing the meager profits, he might opt to pursue other side products, thus neutralizing a financially formidable competitor. A double-edged sword. After hearing Liu Hai's explanation, Yang Sandog and Zhang Sihai exchanged glances, once again feeling the unfamiliarity with Liu Hai. Generally, farmers possess limited understanding of such business matters. Following this, Liu Hai inquired of Zhang Sihai about the current financial status of the factory. Previously, Dong Xinyu managed the finances, and since her departure, Zhang Sihai, being the most literate, had assumed that role. Zhang Sihai shook his head, indicating that there was just over 800 yuan remaining, estimating that this amount would not last long given the daily influx of goods. Should we consider controlling the purchases? No, we shall take as much as is available. Liu Hai interjected. After all, dry goods are easy to store, and we must not dampen the villagers' enthusiasm. I will visit the county tomorrow to meet someone. Our sales will soon multiply, so be prepared. The two nodded in agreement. After a moment of silence, Zhang Sihai suddenly lowered his voice, asking, "Has there been no word from my sister-in-law yet? Zhang Sihai, have you lost your mind?" Yang Senga struck Zhang Sihai directly on the head. For over a month, no one around Liu Hai dared to mention Dong Xinyu. Many in the factory felt sympathy for him, understanding that his relentless work was merely a distraction from his thoughts on the matter. At the farewell, Dong Xinyu had boldly declared before everyone that she would return to Liu Hai, even promising to marry him upon her return. Yet, a month had passed, and not a single letter had arrived. Liu Hai glanced at Yang Sangu, warning him not to bully him and to get back to work. With Liu Hai in such a state, Yang Sangu immediately struck Zhang Sihai a few more times, berating him for his foolishness. After all those years of education, what good has it done you? A red-painted toilet may look good from the outside, but you clearly lack the ability to speak properly. How could you even ask that? Zhang Sihai felt particularly aggrieved, lamenting that he merely wished to show concern. What good is your concern? And don't try to argue with me. If I learned your so-called culture, the gap between us would only widen. Yang Sangyu retorted. Zhang Sihai was on the verge of tears. During this time, Yang Sangyu had insisted that he teach him to write, which would have been tolerable if not for the multitude of absurd arguments Yang Sangyu presented. For instance, when teaching him how to write the character for dog, Yang Sangyu boldly claimed it didn't resemble a dog at all, accusing Zhang Sihai of deliberately teaching him a false character to hinder his learning. No matter how Zhang Sihai tried to explain, Yang Sangyu would not listen, making the task of teaching him a source of great frustration. This was also why he eagerly awaited Dong Xinyu's return. She had a unique ability to keep Yang Sangyu in line when teaching him. While they were bickering, a sudden voice from outside announced, "Are you Comrade Liu Hai? Here is your letter from Kyoto." Instantly, the air thickened with anticipation. Brothers and sisters, the new book period is crucial, determining how far a book can go. I, Tingshan, sincerely thank you all. If you enjoy it, please add it to your bookshelf and ensure daily updates. I will update 3 chapters daily at 6, 7, and 8 in the morning with sporadic bursts of additional content. If we surpass this hurdle, I guarantee an explosion of updates. Thank you for your support. Please do not let it languish. If you have concerns, leave a comment, and I will humbly accept feedback. Chapter 53, Longing in the Letter. The postman, clad in loose military green attire, symbolized the emotions of countless individuals of this era. Their presence at your doorstep signified the arrival of a letter from a loved one, a tangible manifestation of longing. Inside, upon hearing the commotion outside, Yang Sangyu and Zhang Sihai instinctively looked out. They saw the postman handing a letter to Liu Hai. A letter from Kyoto could only belong to Dong Xinyu, and their tension escalated. Please don't let it be a letter of severance. After a month of silence, who wouldn't be anxious? They rushed out, eager to inquire. But Liu Hai simply said, "I'll head home first. You all carry on with your tasks." As the two of us stood back to back, I gazed at you while you gazed at me. Eventually, it was Yang Sangyu who broke the silence, saying, "Haigu, if it comes to it. I will accompany you to Kyoto." Liu Hai merely waved his hand, choosing not to respond. By the time he returned home, night had fallen. Liu Hai tugged at a cord beside the door, and with a soft click, the tungsten bulb overhead illuminated the room. The letter bore the elegant handwriting of Dong Xinyu, her characters reflecting her gentle nature, imbued with a certain navet. Affixed to the envelope was a vibrant stamp featuring a resplendent rooster, inscribed with 8 fun, which indicated that with such a stamp, one could send a letter to any corner of the nation. Liu Hai delicately peeled off the stamp, placing it within the pages of a book that Dong Xinyu had once read, before carefully opening the letter. "Liu Hai, how have you been? I apologize for only learning today that my mother intercepted all the letters I wrote to you. I miss you dearly." The longing expressed in her words was as radiant as the first rays of dawn, capable of illuminating every hidden corner of one's heart. Under the warm glow of the orange tungsten light, a smile involuntarily graced Liu Hai's face. Decades later, the expression of one's feelings has become remarkably simpler. A mere mobile phone and a text message can bridge any distance. Yet, it pales in comparison to the beauty of letters exchanged in this era, where each stroke of the pen was imbued with the affection of the writer, rather than a cold assembly of computer code. In her letter, Dong Xinyu mentioned that after returning to Kyoto, she had penned numerous letters to Liu Hai, but they had all vanished into silence. She feared he no longer wished for her presence. After enduring considerable heartache, she later discovered that her mother had employed a connection to intercept her correspondence at the post office. She inquired whether the sugarcane she had planted had sprouted, noting that once the crops matured, they could be sold to the state-owned sugar factory in town for over 6 yuan. She also wondered if the sweet potatoes had been weeded. This girl had thoroughly integrated herself into the rural life of Panxing Village over the years. Even upon her return to Kyoto, her yearning for the few acres of land in Panxing Village remained unchanged. As Liu Hai continued reading, a smile broke upon his face upon reaching the final line. "You wouldn't marry someone else, would you? You must wait for my return, all right? I will be back, and we shall marry at once. I desire nothing more than to live with you and Qingqing. Please, please wait for me." Liu Hai retrieved a stack of grid paper and a fountain pen from his drawer. After dipping the pen in ink, he began to compose his reply. "Dear simpleton, I have been waiting for you in Panxing Village. Do not worry about the fields. Uncle Jun and the others are keeping an eye on them. I visited the fields yesterday, and the sugarcane shoots have already sprouted over 30 centimeters, a lush green expanse. Also, please be cautious of your aunt. The interception of your letters must have been orchestrated by her. Wait for me, and I will come to Kyoto to bring you back." In their previous lives, Liu Hai and Dong Xinyu's parents maintained an exceptionally amicable relationship. His mother was a remarkably understanding woman, certainly not one to engage in such underhanded tactics. However, he recalled a particular incident. During a visit to his family, Dong Xinyu's aunt had been present and had reacted quite dramatically upon hearing of Dong Xinyu's absence. The response was quite normal, for after all, a descendant had been lost. The crucial point was that from the woman, he felt nothing but bitterness, devoid of any trace of sorrow, a feeling that was indescribable. In this era, Kyoto is home to numerous large courtyards, which serve as residential complexes for various institutions. Children raised in such courtyards often form their own circles as they grow up. After the 1990s, these children migrated south, becoming what are known as the children of the military. Dong Xinyu was one such child, having grown up in a military compound. On this particular morning, shortly after 7, she awoke and sat at the edge of her bed, silently shedding tears. This was prompted by a dream she had the previous night, in which she saw herself marrying Liu Hai. However, at the wedding, another woman appeared, asserting that if she did not return to Panxing Village, it would be that woman standing beside Liu Hai. She blamed herself for needing to return, as Liu Hai seemed to revert to his former harsh and unruly self, truly banishing her from the Liu family. Pouting, she felt particularly distressed. Could it be that Liu Hai would truly marry someone else? Oh, how she lamented. It was all her fault. Over a month had passed, and she had failed to realize that her mother had been intercepting her letters. Liu Hai must surely be disappointed in her. Suddenly, the clear sound of a bicycle bell rang out from outside. The young girl quickly leaped from her bed and rushed out, for this had become her recent routine. At the sound of that bell, she knew the postman must be arriving. As she dashed down, she indeed found the postman sorting through the mail. Upon seeing Dong Xinyu, the postman smiled and remarked, "You were the first to come down again." Nervously, Dong Xinyu inquired, "Uncle, is there a letter for me?" The postman chuckled, "I wonder which boy has you so concerned. Let me check the name." He pulled out a letter, glancing at it. "Jiangdong, Yinshan County, Liu Hai. Is this young man your sweetheart?" Dong Xinyu thought she had misheard. At 21, she was still young, but hearing those words filled her with the excitement of a child. Yet, being somewhat naive, she found herself at a loss for words, her heart racing. "Uncle, is it really for me? Ha ha ha. How else would I know the name Liu Hai?" The postman mused. "This lad must have some education. His handwriting is quite elegant." He handed the letter to Dong Xinyu. She eagerly accepted it and, upon glancing at the familiar script, felt an exhilarating smile spread across her face. Impatiently tearing it open, she read Liu Hai's first line, "I have been waiting for you in Panxing Village." Instantly, a radiant smile graced her features as she became engrossed in the letter. However, in her distraction, she collided with a nearby utility pole, crouching down to shield her head. "Ouch, that hurts." Before she could regain her composure, a hand snatched the letter from her grasp. "Xinyu, whose letter is this? Liu Hai? The southern villager you've been pining for?" Dong Xinyu turned to see her aunt, Wang Guifeng. Ignoring the pain in her forehead, she sprang up, exclaiming, "Aunt, please give me the letter." Hold on," her aunt replied. "Let me see what this rural boy has to offer that has captured your heart so completely." Wang Guifeng paid no heed to Dong Xinyu's pleas. Upon seeing the letter warning her to be wary of Dong Xinyu, he suddenly tore it apart in a fit of rage. How dare he meddle in our family affairs? Chapter 54. Even the little lamb can be fierce. This act nearly shattered Dong Xinyu's heart. The young girl, overwhelmed by her emotions, exclaimed, "Aunt, why did you tear up my letter? Give it back to me." Wang Guifeng, visibly irritated, admonished her, "I am doing this for your own good. What benefit do you gain from being concerned about that rural boy? His family may have assisted you, but do you intend to repay them with your life? Listen to your aunt. Sending them 50 yuan will suffice as gratitude. Rural folks are easily satisfied. Don't be foolish. You have returned to Kyoto and should bid them farewell." The principle of matching social standings is an ancient custom. Here in Kyoto, with your qualifications, you can find someone far superior. Life is long ahead of you. You won't give it to me? I will hit you. The usually gentle and obedient Dong Xinyu suddenly glared at Wang Guifeng, her emotions surging. She had never been fierce before, but now she appeared, in decades hence, as one who is both innocent yet fierce. Wang Guifeng, taken aback, asked, "What did you just say?" Tears welled up in Dong Xinyu's eyes. She had longed for Liu Hai, and after waiting so long, she finally received his letter. Yet, before she could read it, it had been torn to shreds. Memories of Yang Sanga bullying Zhang Sihai flooded her mind, and she recalled those cruel, venomous words that seemed to hinder the nation's progress. She blurted out, "I will hit you and shove your head into the latrine until you are full." Ugh, how disgusting. After saying this, the young girl quickly covered her mouth, nearly retching, feeling somewhat wronged. Why could Sangu casually discuss excrement while she felt nauseated merely by uttering it? Wang Guifang stood dumbfounded, feeling as if she no longer recognized Dong Xinyu. In a rush, Dong Xinyu snatched the torn letter from her hands and, without a backward glance, stormed away. Behind her, Wang Guifang was utterly enraged. "See, Xinyu, I told your mother that you should never have gone to the countryside. Clearly, you've returned with a host of bad habits. You, who were once terrified of ants, how have you become so fierce? A young lady, and yet you casually speak of excrement." Dong Xinyu recalled Yang Sangu's words and retorted, "You can leave. My affairs are none of your business. When my father encountered his misfortune, I visited your home. Don't think I am unaware. You kept your door shut, afraid that harboring me would bring you trouble. What right do you have to lecture me? I will ensure that my mother severs ties with you." Strangely, upon uttering these words, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief. After Dong Xinmin's incident, her mother's siblings had shown a shocking lack of compassion. They were once farmers like her mother, but she had facilitated their relocation to Kyoto. Once disaster struck, however, they rushed to distance themselves, fearing any repercussions. Instead, it was the soldiers under Dong Xinmin who, at great peril, managed to rescue them, a fact that Dong Xinyu was not oblivious to. Wang Guifang was left speechless, cornered by the confrontation. What has gotten into this girl? On Liu Hai's end, having addressed the instability of the supply source, he was now left to contend solely with the matter of sales channels. After much contemplation, he realized he could not circumvent the supply and marketing cooperative, though it was only a matter of years before such cooperatives would gradually fade into obscurity. They still held a dominant position at present. Liu Hai, through Sun Maokai, managed to connect with Zhang Denghua, the director of the county supply and marketing cooperative, who appeared to be in his 30s. Having only recently reinstated the college entrance examination after a 7-year hiatus, coupled with the current lack of expansion in university admissions, there were remarkably few university students at this time. Zhang Denghua was one of the rare university graduates in Yunshan County, where, in such small locales, a degree was highly coveted, often accompanied by generous compensation. Gradually, Zhang Denghua, having lived long amidst such adoration, had developed a number of unpleasant habits. Liu Hai had sought him out several times in recent days, each encounter marked by Zhang's incessant hints at a Tinyuan note or a Shanghai brand watch to facilitate matters. As a reborn individual, Liu Hai was well acquainted with the intricacies of human relationships and did not harbor disdain towards such dealings. However, at this juncture, he found it exceedingly difficult to spare 100 yuan, as all his funds were tied up in purchasing goods. On this particular day, Yang Sengu was at the helm of a tractor, navigating a sharp turn when he grasped the steering handle, struggling for some time before successfully maneuvering the vehicle around the bend. As he ascended, he remarked to Liu Hai, who was reading a letter behind him, "Brother Hai, I've heard there are tractors with steering wheels now." Liu Hai nodded. "Once we make some profit, we shall return this hand-operated tractor to the village and procure one with a steering wheel. It would certainly be less strenuous to operate." "When will we earn that profit?" Yang Senga lamented. In a bid to compete with Boss Kai for the supply of goods from Tingu, Liu Hai had slashed his own profits while simultaneously raising the cost of procurement. Although the source of supply had stabilized, his finances were now thoroughly invested in the inventory. Reflecting on this, he spat in frustration. "We truly must treat Zhang Denghua to a meal. Damn it, each meal costs us a 10 yuan note. And we've already dined with him twice, yet he remains tight-lipped. He is undoubtedly stalling us for a free meal. Enough, enough. Treating him is unavoidable. Today shall be the last time. If he remains unyielding, we shall seek alternative solutions." Liu Hai tucked away the latest letter from Dong Xinyu into his pocket, retrieved a pack of golden monkey cigarettes, and discreetly inserted 2 10-yuan notes within. Yang Sengu recognized this was a gesture for Zhang Denghua and sighed, choosing not to speak further. The tractor finally came to a halt at Sun Maocai's restaurant. Sun Maokai had been waiting and rushed over upon their arrival, exclaiming, "Don't accuse me of being unhelpful. Today, you must take the lead." Although Zhang Denghua is cunning, he too has his fears. "What do you mean? Have you arranged for others to assist?" Liu Hai inquired, offering him a cigarette. Without waiting for a response, a man appeared at the door. Ah, you've arrived. Come, let us eat. I have no time to waste on you. I am truly exasperated with you all. Do you really believe that the officials of our country spend their days idly? Must I be the one to wait for you? Upon seeing Zhang Denghua, Liu Hai hurriedly smiled and apologized. My apologies, Director Zhang. The journey was quite arduous. Enough of the pleasantries. Let us get to the table, Zhang Denghua retorted. Turning to leave without further ado, Liu Hai, after warning Yang Sangyu to be mindful of his attitude, entered the room. However, upon entering and seeing the table set, Liu Hai felt a tinge of displeasure. It was indeed Liu Hai who had invited Zhang Denghua to dinner, primarily to discuss the matter of their spicy fish being supplied to the cooperative. To his surprise, Zhang Denghua had summoned his entire family, who were now indulging in a lavish feast without a hint of restraint. Chapter 55. Deceit without discussion. What was worse, they were also condescendingly instructing others while dining. Even Sun Maokai could no longer bear it, and prepared to confront them directly, but Liu Hai restrained him, offering another apology to Director Zhang. So, where shall I sit? With a table full of people, there was not even a place for Liu Hai to settle. This was clearly a setup for him to foot the bill. Zhang Denghua called out to a nearby waiter, "Please bring over a small stool. Also, that squinty-eyed fellow should not be at the table. Let Liu Hai dine alone." Yang Sangyu, already irked, became even more furious at this reprimand and turned to leave. "Brother Hai, let me know if you need anything." Liu Hai nodded in acknowledgement. Just as the waiter brought the stool and Liu Hai was about to sit, Zhang Denghua's child kicked it away. Fortunately, Liu Hai's reflexes were swift, or he would have landed on the floor. "Dad, I dislike it when others sit higher than me. Can't he eat at the side? I detest him." Before Liu Hai could respond, the old man glared at him. "Do you realize you've frightened my child? Go sit at the side," he ordered with an air of superiority. Liu Hai glanced at Zhang Denghua, who kept his head down, showing no inclination to speak. He understood that Zhang Denghua would likely remain obstinate during this conversation. Looking at the table laden with dishes, Liu Hai chuckled and said, "I apologize. People from the countryside often appear rather rugged. It's my fault for looking so intimidating. You are nothing but an eyesore." Zhang Denghua's son shot back, glaring at Liu Hai with his triangular eyes and high cheekbones. A promising lineage indeed. Liu Hai continued to smile, addressing Director Zhang. "I think I shall just eat a little on the side. Once you have finished, we can discuss matters at a more convenient time. That works as well. My child doesn't like you, and I can't help that," Zhang Denghua replied, casting a glance at Liu Hai. Liu Hai nodded. "Please, don't hesitate to let me know if the dishes are insufficient. I will ensure everything is arranged properly for what follows. Do not hold back, or else Director Zhang will not regard me as one of your own." Zhang Denghua waved his hand dismissively. All right, we will discuss your matters later." With that, he ignored Liu Hai completely. Liu Hai chose not to speak further. After Zhang Denghua left, the old man looked at Zhang Denghua, pondering. Will this lad really help us pick up the tab? Zhang Denghua replied affirmatively, for he was engaged in private business and sought to introduce his products into our supply and marketing cooperative for sale. Engaging in private enterprise. Did he truly believe he could sell his wares in public institutions? This fellow must be lacking in judgment. Zhang Denghua cast a disdainful glance at Liu Hai, who was sauntering away, considering him somewhat fanciful. This man had shamelessly enjoyed several lavish meals at Liu Hai's expense, always opting for the most expensive dishes, and upon finishing, would claim that his child at home had yet to eat, necessitating a considerable takeout of meat and vegetables. Yang Sangyu spoke rightly. He had fed a wolf that was insatiable and particularly audacious. At this juncture, the elderly woman at the table interjected, lamenting that the country had descended into chaos due to the presence of these unprincipled capitalists. "Denghua, as a state official, it is your duty to safeguard the integrity of our nation and refrain from colluding with those in private enterprise." All right, Mom and Dad, I am well aware. You can eat in peace," Zhang Denghua assured them. However, scarcely had he spoken when the waiter arrived with a pack of Golden Monkey cigarettes and a bottle of Nan Yaobu wine. The elderly woman, perplexed, inquired, "We did not order cigarettes or wine." The waiter feigned ignorance. "Not yours? My apologies, I must have brought them to the wrong table." Yet the old man's eyes gleamed at the sight of the Nan Yaobu wine. He had long coveted this drink, but at 6 yuan and 90 cents a bottle, it was prohibitively expensive. His family relied solely on Zhang Denghua, the director, for sustenance, leading to a rather precarious existence. Upon recalling that his son had mentioned that the one engaged in private enterprise would cover the bill, he hastily shouted, "Wait, the cigarettes and wine are on me. On you? The elderly woman gazed at him incredulously. Do you realize that this pack of cigarettes costs over 6 yuan? And the wine? Mom, if Dad wishes to drink, let him enjoy it, Zhang Dinghua interjected. But such expensive items, Zhang Dinghua's wife quickly whispered, Mom, someone is picking up the tab. Suddenly, the elderly woman chuckled. Oh dear. How foolish of me. Son, does that mean we can order whatever we desire today? One could say that, Zhang Dinghua replied with a smile. After all, that fellow left saying we should not stand on ceremony, so why should we? In that moment, the entire family seemed to experience a sudden epiphany. They sprang into action, with the old man ordering cigarettes and wine, while the elderly woman selected the most expensive dishes, instructing the staff to pack them up. Behind the restaurant, Sun Maokai had arranged a table and placed several dishes in anticipation of the guests' arrival. Meanwhile, Yang Sangyu, peering through the window, scoffed at the family's disgraceful behavior, muttering, How on earth did such people become directors of the supply and marketing cooperative? Greedy and avaricious, from the elderly to the young. Brother Hai, this table will likely cost nearly 50 yuan, and they are far from finished. Are you truly planning not to pay the bill? Indeed, Yang Sangyu replied. Unbeknownst to Zhang Dinghua, the waiter had intentionally brought the cigarettes and wine to their table, a scheme orchestrated by Liu Hai to expose their insatiable greed. Yet Liu Hai had no intention of footing the bill. As far as he was concerned, he had not promised to pay. He had already discerned that Zhang Dinghua had no desire for a genuine discussion, so he resolved to ensnare him in his own trap. After the meeting, I instructed the nearby waiter to cater to their needs without hesitation, assuring them not to mention my suggestion. The waiter nodded in acknowledgement. A few minutes later, Sun Maokai entered the courtyard accompanied by County Chief Yang. Comrade Liu, how delightful to see you again. How fares the dried fish business? Yang Sandog's eyes widened upon spotting County Chief Yang. Sun Maokai had been teasing all morning, and it turned out he had invited the county chief. Regaining his composure, Liu Hai quickly greeted, Good day, County Chief. Our dried fish business is doing well. The villagers have been collaborating with us and are making profits, which is the most significant aspect. In this conservative era, it is always prudent to refrain from discussing personal gains and instead emphasize collective success. County Chief Yang nodded appreciatively. That's good to hear. Let us take a seat. Today, I am here not in my official capacity, but as a distant relative of Sun's. As they settled down, Sun Maokai leaned close to Liu Hai and whispered, Brother, seize this opportunity. This meal is crucial. After a reassuring pat on the shoulder, he departed. Liu Hai felt somewhat perplexed, unable to fully grasp the implications of Sun Maocai's words. Xiao Lu, County Chief Yang began directly. If our county government were to entrust the supply and marketing cooperative to you, would you have the confidence to manage it effectively? The unexpected straightforwardness of the question caused Yang Sandog to sputter his tea in surprise. Realizing his faux pas, he quickly apologized. I'm sorry, County Chief, that was unintentional. Not a problem, Yang replied with a smile. As I mentioned, I am here today as a relative of Lao Sun, so feel free to relax. He turned his gaze to Liu Hai. Liu Hai offered a wry smile. Leader, why the sudden proposal? The trial results of the personal contracting of state-run hotels have been quite satisfactory, and our county is pleased, County Chief Yang said with a grin. Do not underestimate our adaptability. Competent individuals should be given opportunities. This is the trend of the future. Thus, County Chief Yang and Liu Hai engaged in a lively discussion in the backyard. Before long, their cheerful conversation echoed through the courtyard. In the front hall, Sun Maokai observed Liu Hai conversing animatedly with County Chief Yang and felt an odd sense of exhilaration. Liu Hai maintained a balanced demeanor, with every expression perfectly controlled, exuding a comforting presence. Is this lad truly a farmer? He possesses the poise of an old sparrow, weathered by storms, effortlessly commanding the atmosphere at the table. Such composure is rare, but he soon relaxed. Indeed, Sun Maokai had taken a leap. After contracting the state-run hotel, he had become the first to reap the rewards of the state-owned reform in Yunshan County. Once he tasted the first sweetness, he immediately craved more. The business of the county's supply and marketing cooperative was not poor, yet it suffered significant losses year after year. Where had the money gone? It was squandered on too many personnel. The cooperative employed over 60 individuals, many of whom were relatives of county officials, holding titles without actually working and still drawing salaries. Director Yang has been acutely aware of the situation and has longed to effect change, yet he finds himself at an impasse. Meanwhile, The state-owned restaurant has been thriving under its current contracting system. Thus, he has resolved to make his next move by targeting the supply and marketing cooperative, a matter of policy. Son Maokai, though somewhat timid, possesses considerable intelligence. He is convinced that Liu Hai's nimble mind could prove advantageous, and he wishes to partner with Liu in securing the contract for the cooperative, certain that it would yield no losses. Thus, he orchestrated this meal. As they were engrossed in conversation, Sun's gaze unexpectedly fell upon Zhang Denghua and his family. Having indulged themselves, they were laden with takeout food, ready to depart with satisfied expressions. Sun quickly called out, "Director Zhang, I've calculated the bill. Come take a look." The family turned their attention to him. Zhang Denghua smiled and remarked, "Ah, Director Sun has returned. It's been quite a while." He extended a cigarette towards Sunday previously. Sun Maokai had held the position of director at the state-owned restaurant, while Zhang Denghua was the director of the supply and marketing cooperative. Though of equal rank, they were both aware of Sun's distant familial ties to Director Yang, which often elicited courteous behavior from others. Sun Maokai reciprocated the courtesy, accepting the cigarette with a smile and inquiring, "How was the meal, Director Zhang? Enjoyable, I trust?" "Indeed, it was delightful," Zhang's father chimed in. "The dishes here surpass anything we could cook at home. The oiliness in the side dishes is simply exquisite." Sun Maokai laughed heartily. "Ah, my friend, you jest. Now, Director Zhang, let us settle the bill, 73 yuan and 64 fun. I'll give you a discount of 4 fun. Pay." Zhang Dinghua's mother glared at Sun Maokai. "Didn't someone invite us to dinner? Why must I pay? Are you mistaken, old comrade?" She expressed her disbelief with a huff and a disdainful glance at Sunday. Sun thumped the table in response. "Sister, I must take issue with your choice of words. I am not yet 50. How have I become an old comrade? Who told you that someone was treating you to dinner? If you can find that person, by all means bring them to me. We can't expect our staff to cover this bill of over 70 yuan. The nearby waitress, overhearing the conversation, felt a surge of panic. That amount represented 2 months of her salary. She swiftly dashed to the entrance and locked the door. Zhang Denghua then realized Sun Maokai was not jesting. Remaining patient, he explained, "We were invited by Liu Hai to dine here. He should still be in the back. You can settle the bill with him shortly. It's merely a misunderstanding. Director Sun, no need to be anxious." "How can I not be anxious? 70 plus yuan." Sun retorted, "Do not accuse me of lacking respect. You know that since I took over the restaurant, I have been struggling to keep afloat. I run a small business and do not extend credit. You say Liu Hai is treating us. You should seek him out to handle the bill. Why should I be the one to fetch him?" "Fetch him? Over 70 yuan. Are we expected to pay for this ourselves? That lad is utterly incompetent. When inviting guests, how could he neglect to arrange for the bill?" The elderly matron was particularly pained by the prospect of parting with money, fearing that they might have to cover the cost themselves. She hurried towards the back courtyard, calling out sharply, "Liu, we've finished eating. Come here and settle the bill at once. Your approach to matters leaves much to be desired. Yet you wish to enlist my son as assistance? Allow me to express that our family is presently experiencing considerable dissatisfaction." At the table, there were 3 individuals. Although Yang Sandog lacks formal education, he possesses an innate talent for social interaction. His rapport with Liu Hai is particularly remarkable. Over the course of the past hour, he seamlessly integrated himself into the conversation led by County Chief Yang, who found the fellow's playful demeanor amusing, despite his squinting eyes. However, their exchange was abruptly interrupted by the shrill outcry of an elderly woman. County Chief Yang furrowed his brow and inquired, "Xiao Lu, is this someone you know? Have you invited anyone else to dine with us?" The elderly woman was taken aback when Liu Hai nonchalantly cast a glance in her direction, then replied with a smile, "I do not recognize this person. I have never seen her before, nor have I invited anyone to dinner." The elderly woman was momentarily stunned, then erupted in anger. "Would you repeat what you just said? You claim not to know us." "Indeed, I do not know you, madam. Have you perhaps mistaken me for someone else? You have quite a bit of audacity. Do you not wish to seek my son as assistance? Are you aware of the repercussions of such words? I have never sought your son's help, madam. I shall repeat myself. You have mistaken me for another. I do not know you. Just wait." The elderly woman called out to Deng Hua, "Come here. This scoundrel claims not to recognize us and refuses to pay the bill." Upon hearing this, Deng Hua was momentarily flabbergasted. 70-odd yuan. Does this lad wish for his own demise? Just moments ago, he was saying we could voice any needs. Yet now he denies all acquaintance? How audacious. Fuming, Deng Hua rushed over, But upon catching sight of County Chief Yang, his legs nearly buckled beneath him, nearly causing him to kneel. Fortunately, he managed to steady himself against the doorframe. Chapter 57. The Heart's True Desire. Behind him, his entire family scurried over, hurling accusations. What sort of trickery is this? You invite us to dine, yet we are left to foot the bill? A farmer seeking assistance plays such games? Do you wish to remain in Yinshan County? Indeed, do you comprehend the consequences of trifling with government officials? Accustomed to commanding authority, they directed their ire towards Liu Hai, oblivious to the fact that Deng Hua was nearly collapsing against the doorframe. His son, even more brazen, rushed to their table and spat into the hot pot, declaring, "I'll let you eat, you wretched farmer. Dare you bring unhappiness to my grandparents?" Deng Hua, witnessing this, nearly fainted and hurried over, yanking his child back. His lips trembled as he stammered, "County Chief Yang, I apologize. My child is still young and lacks understanding." With a sharp rap of his chopsticks against the table, County Chief Yang fixed his gaze upon Deng Hua, demanding, "What are you doing here?" The elderly couple, upon realizing they were in the presence of County Chief Yang, stood frozen in disbelief, staring incredulously at Liu Hai, who sat across from the esteemed official. How does this young man know the county chief? It felt as though someone had seized him by the head and forcefully slammed it onto the table, leaving him utterly speechless for an extended period. Zhang Dinghua's heart was in turmoil. Before he could utter a word, Liu Hai chuckled and said, "Leader, I invited Director Zhang, who said you were treating me to a meal. Can't you see that this is a family gathering?" Zhang Dinghua interjected, his anxiety mounting. If County Head Yang were to discover that he had indulged in a meal costing over 70 yuan, that young man would find his entire family descending upon him to ruthlessly plunder his pockets, and the consequences would be dire. Afterward, he quickly turned to his wife, urging her, "Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and settle the bill so they can leave." The old lady, still fretting over the money, muttered, "Are we really paying for it ourselves? 70 yuan. Wasn't it agreed that this young man would?" "Mother, could you please silence that loathsome mouth of yours? Don't you have any awareness?" Zhang Dinghua's wife shot a stern glare at the elderly woman. The entire family felt as if they had consumed a basket of excrement, their hearts ready to explode from frustration, yet they had no choice but to obediently pay the bill. County Head Yang was no fool. He seemed to have sensed something amiss. Pointing at Zhang Dinghua, he inquired, "Is Liu Hai causing you difficulties?" This gesture sent Zhang Dinghua's spirit into a frenzy, prompting him to hurriedly deny, No, County Head Yang. Little Liu is merely seeking to sell his spicy fish jerky at our supply and marketing cooperative, and I am assisting him." "Not necessary," Liu Hai replied with a smile. "Not necessary? Little Liu, are you certain?" "Rest assured, once your fish jerky enters our cooperative, its sales will undoubtedly soar. I have already stated that it is not necessary. The entrance to your cooperative resembles that of an ancient county office. Our rural specialties do not merit entry there. I believe I shall seek alternate avenues." Liu Hai showed no signs of providing him an escape, instead pushing him further into a corner. "Well then, I hope you can visit our factory and observe the living conditions in several villages under Xia Town." County Head Yang nodded. "Rest easy, I shall go the day after tomorrow. Have you finished your meal?" Liu Hai, displaying keen awareness, rose and said, "I have finished, leader. If there are no further instructions, I shall return to the village." County Head Yang acknowledged with a nod. Once Liu Hai departed, furious reprimands echoed from the backyard. "You are the first university graduate from our county. When you came, we all had high hopes for you. Yet, what contributions have you made to Yinshan County? Just look at the current state of the supply and marketing cooperative." In the front hall, the elderly couple glared at Liu Hai with evident resentment. By this time, their minds had cooled considerably. They felt that Liu Hai had deliberately set them up for ridicule, yet they dared not confront him, especially since he had just been conversing jovially with the county head. As Liu Hai passed by them, he cast a sidelong glance, filled with provocation, mockery, and disdain, effectively returning the condescending attitude they had previously directed at him. Beside them, Sun Maokai chimed in, "What are you staring at? Do you not recognize your own insignificance? I warn you, do not flaunt your arrogance in my establishment. Settle the bill at once." What manner of individuals are these, who, upon being solicited for assistance, not only partake in the offerings, but also demand more? Such a lack of dignity speaks volumes about the familial values that permit such shameless behavior in public. Liu Hai paid no heed to the ensuing events. On their return, Yang Sengyu incessantly sought Liu Hai's counsel. In the past, whenever faced with displeasure, Yang Senga's instinct was to attack like a rabid dog, leaving his opponent unable to lift their head. However, after the recent encounter, he realized that to truly undermine someone, striking at the heart is far more gratifying than delivering a mere slap. Thus, he pondered this revelation throughout their journey. Liu Hai, meanwhile, was consumed by thoughts of Dong Xinyu, surrounded by lush greens on their way home, with majestic mountains framing the landscape. The Hongxi River flowing like a jade ribbon through Yunshan, its waters crystalline and teeming with fish. On the opposite side lay a vast expanse of verdant rice seedlings, where farmers tended to their fields. These beautiful and simple scenes, however, would ultimately be submerged by the passage of time. In such a splendid environment, riding the mountain breeze and yearning for the one he loves, one finds the greatest joy in life. Upon returning, Liu Hai first visited the factory. His uncle, Lu Jun, arrived, bringing with him a bag of delectable wild catfish from the reeds of Tingu. Before long, a creamy fish soup bubbled in Liu Hai's iron pot, accompanied by wild water celery, mushrooms sautéed with pork, and spicy stir-fried meat, alongside a handful of fresh vegetables harvested from the fields. Lu Jun, puzzled by the abundance of dishes, inquired if guests were expected. Liu Hai opened a bottle of fine Beidao liquor brought from the county and placed several packs of Lingji brand cigarettes on the table. With a smile, he mentioned that a very important guest was coming. If negotiations went well, it would be akin to giving their factory wings, enhancing their capabilities. Lu Jun nodded, suggesting that perhaps he should take his leave, as his rustic demeanor might inadvertently jeopardize Liu Hai's affairs. As he stood to depart, Liu Hai quickly grasped his arm, insisting, "No, uncle, heed my words. You must be involved in all matters concerning the factory from now on." Chapter 58, Jealousy from the Outset. Liu Hai harbored a distinctly clear vision for his future. His reluctance to venture beyond his hometown stemmed from a desire to evade the impending crackdown on speculation in 1982. Even as a reborn individual, he understood that until he reached the pinnacle of success, he could not dictate the currents of fortune. He must instead adapt to the prevailing winds. Nonetheless, his departure from Panxing Village was inevitable, and he planned to entrust the factory to his uncle, Lu Jun. Upon his leaving, Lu Jun was a man of integrity, and with the factory in his care, Liu Hai was confident that his grandfather and little aunt's family would thrive, representing the best possible arrangement. Unbeknownst to Lu Jun, who feared he might hinder his nephew's business, Liu Hai had to reassure him at length. In the evening, Zhang Sihai and Yang Sengu arrived. Shortly after their arrival, another familiar face joined them, Old Chun from the state-run subsidiary food factory. The state-owned subsidiary food factory has now been contracted by the Hong Kong entrepreneur, Boss Kai. Old Chun, known for his straightforward personality, was dismissed by Boss Kai within just a few days. A technical backbone of the state-owned factory, he possessed extensive connections throughout Yunshan County's state enterprises, and bringing him to the factory, in hindsight, can be described as a resource integration. Upon first meeting Old Chun, one might have perceived him as somewhat aloof, considering he had numerous disciples and protégés. However, after indulging in a hearty drink with Yang Sandog, his demeanor transformed entirely. He joined Yang Sandog in singing the praises of unity, becoming comrades with shared aspirations. After several rounds of drinks, Liu Hai seized the moment to propose that Old Chun become their factory manager. The offer included a monthly salary of 50 yuan and additional bonuses. In those times, bonuses were non-existent in state-owned factories. Any rewards for particularly outstanding employees required extensive reporting and approval from higher-ups. Thus, Old Chun persistently inquired about the legitimacy of the arrangement, while Liu Hai patiently clarified the details. Unbeknownst to them, the oil lamp at Aunt Xiang's home had been reignited. Earlier, when Dong Xinyu's father came to collect her, she had fled to a relative's house for over 10 days out of fear, initially planning to return. She was further frightened upon hearing that several gossiping villagers had been apprehended, compelling her to hide for an additional 20 days. While she had no intention of returning this time, her relatives could no longer tolerate her presence. In those days, it was commonplace for families to take in relatives during times of trouble without expecting financial compensation. However, after more than a month of free lodging and meals, her relatives could no longer endure the burden of her family's extended stay. Consequently, they expelled her today. Aunt Xiang still lacked the courage to return alone, so she sought out her nephew, Li Ji, believing that as a cadre, he could assist her should trouble arise. Li Ji, curious about the current state of Liu Hai's household, accompanied her. Now, standing at the entrance of Liu Hai's home, Li Ji gazed at the brightly lit and bustling scene within, feeling a pang of discomfort. It had been a long time since he wondered when his own family had gotten electricity. In Panxing Village, which comprised over 200 households, only 7 or 8 were electrified. The high cost of electricity was not the only deterrent. Most villagers were reluctant to spend money, preferring to rely on oil lamps for illumination at night. Aunt Xiang sighed, recalling that the electricity had been installed while Dong Xinyu was still around. Nephew, is there truly nothing that can be done about this boy's blatant speculation and profiteering? He has already employed numerous individuals at the factory. The villagers, lacking discernment, blindly follow this scoundrel in his reckless antics, and it's only a matter of time before they face the consequences. This woman harbored a deeply pathological jealousy. The villagers were engaging in local trade, delivering goods to Liu Hai's home, and many of them were earning money, some even making 1 or 2 yuan in a single day. How could she not feel envious? Yet, she was unwilling to bow her head in front of Liu Hai. What was she to do? He sought out Yang Senga once, intending to convey to him not to discuss with Liu Hai or Dong Xinyu, and to secretly collect her little silver fish. However, he truly approached the wrong person. Yang Senga's sharp tongue and his connection with Liu Hai made him an unsuitable confidant for such matters. That day, Yang Senga was indeed quite unrestrained, openly admonishing him in the fields, asserting his elder status while questioning his audacity. You should feed it to the pigs. I will not accept a single penny from you. This ignited Aunt Xiang's growing resentment towards Liu Hai and his associates, wishing fervently for their factory to collapse, and for those who profited to be imprisoned. Only then would her heart find solace and balance. Li Ji, furrowing his brow, urged patience, observing the situation for another day. There was a local leader who harbored significant discontent towards them. The following day, this leader would personally accompany them to investigate. Nevertheless, he needed to ascertain whether Dong Xinyu truly had not made contact for nearly a month. Although Aunt Xiang had been hiding at a relative's home for over a month, she had kept a vigilant watch on the village's happenings, thus remaining relatively informed about Dong Xinyu's situation. Upon hearing this, she suddenly scoffed. Do not even mention it. It makes me want to laugh. That girl, Dong Xinyu, was indeed heartless. When she left, she clung to Liu Hai, weeping and declaring that they would marry upon her return. Yet, a month had passed with no word from her. It seemed Liu Hai was merely a toad dreaming of a swan. Naturally, Li Ji interjected, consider Liu Hai's background and that of Dong Xinyu's family. Does he truly believe he is worthy of her? Aunt, you have erred in one regard. Aunt Xiang, puzzled, asked what mistake she had made. You should have introduced Dong Xinyu to me sooner. Liu Hai is a peasant, and it is typical for Dong Xinyu's family to look down upon him. However, I am different. I hold a position of authority. Had I known Dong Xinyu earlier, then perhaps. Li Ji sighed heavily, feeling a deep sense of regret. He then abruptly asked, Aunt, has Dong Xinyu never mentioned her family's address in Kyoto during her 3 years here? He was still unwilling to give up, contemplating writing to Dong Xinyu. With her beauty and prestigious background, he felt that failing to make an effort would lead to a lifetime of remorse. Aunt Xiang slapped her thigh, exclaiming, how could that girl keep her identity so well concealed? It has been 3 years, and she has revealed not a hint of her true self. What are you two discussing? Which girl is so secretive? Are you talking about Xinyu? As Aunt Xiang's words fell, a thunderous noise erupted, and Yang Senga stumbled out from Lu's house, glaring at the aunt and nephew. Chapter 59. Rejected by the entire village, the aunt and nephew felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. After a moment of panic, Li Ji endeavored to maintain his authoritative demeanor, glaring at Yang Sengu and stating, in broad daylight, I need not report to you about whom I discuss. Yang Sengu's squinted eyes sparkled with sharp intent as he approached the pair step by step. Li Ji's authoritative aura began to fracture as he regarded Yang Sengu's gaunt face with increasing trepidation. As Yang Sandog approached, Li Ji could no longer contain himself and hastily pointed at him, inquiring about his intentions, questioning whether he was prepared to resort to violence. He warned him to consider the consequences carefully. Meanwhile, Aunt Xiang had already scurried into the house to hide. Yang Sandog ignored Li Ji and, upon nearing him, suddenly raised his hand. Li Ji, startled, instinctively recoiled and shouted, What the hell? I haven't provoked you. I'm merely speaking, and you're already threatening me. He quickly stepped back to evade the impending confrontation. Unexpectedly, Yang Sandog merely scratched his head, casting a disdainful glance at him, as if to say, Look at you, coward. I thought you were braver than this. Now get lost. If I see you in the village again, I'll make sure you drink your fill in the Red Flag River." At that moment, Liu Hai's voice echoed from inside the house, and Li Ji, fearing for his safety, hurriedly retreated while attempting to uphold his dignity. "Let me tell you, people like you in today's society have only one fate: imprisonment. I'll see how long you can remain arrogant." He spat. "Hey, you little coward, trembling like a dog while barking like a duck. Don't leave just yet. Wait for me." Yang Sandog rolled up his sleeves and advanced towards Li Ji. In a state of panic, Li Ji screamed and took off running. Yang Sandog grabbed a hoe intending to pursue him, but was halted by Liu Hai's call from behind. "What are you doing, Sandog?" Only then did Yang Sandog, somewhat inebriated, set the hoe down, muttering about having overheard Liu Hai discussing his sister-in-law. Liu Hai glanced at the dilapidated house of Aunt Xiang, but said nothing. He then turned to Old Chun, stating, "Uncle Chun, the storm has arrived. Rest assured, after our collaboration, there will be no issues." Old Chun agreed, and ultimately, Uncle San left alongside Old Chun and the others. Once they departed, Liu Hai stood at the entrance of Aunt Xiang's home. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "You should stop pretending not to know who you are. The fact that I have yet to retaliate against your family is already a sign of my restraint. Here's my final warning. It would be wise for your family to leave Panxing Village and never return." With that, he turned and returned home. Needing to reply to Dong Xinyu, Yang Sandog, still wielding the hoe, hurled it at the door of Aunt Xiang's house, declaring, "My brother Hai and I are originally from a rough background. Now that we have finally adopted some civility, your family would do well not to force us to resort back to our old ways. At your age, you should be ashamed of gossiping about others. Don't you fear the repercussions of your actions? Accumulate some good karma." He followed Liu Hai home. Inside, Aunt Xiang trembled in fear, alone in the house. If Liu Hai were to break in, she would have no choice but to endure the beating. Yet, such individuals are often quick to forget their scars. Upon hearing that Liu Hai and the others had left, her sense of injustice flared up again. "Move? How ridiculous. Just because you've earned a few measly coins. You think you can forget your place?" She resolved to see how long they could enjoy their good fortune. As night fell, the village erupted into chaos. This was ignited by Liu Hai's earlier proclamation that he intended to create 10 millionaires within the village. This declaration greatly stirred the villagers, who had long endured poverty. Who wouldn't he wish to become a millionaire? All day long, the villagers engaged in fervent discussions. When Aunt Xiang heard this, the seething jealousy in her heart was almost unbearable. At that moment, water was being released into the fields. Uncle Yang's wife, Shengfin, was resting on the embankment, fanning herself while laughing, remarking how none of them could have anticipated that it would ultimately be Liu Hai and Yang Sandog who would lead them to prosperity. "Our family is surely destined to become one of those wealthy households," she proclaimed. Shengfin calculated that over the past month, their family had already earned more than 50 yuan just from selling dried goods. Furthermore, Liu Hai had announced at the factory today that once production ramped up, he would hire people from the village, paying them according to the quantity they produced. For instance, he would specify the wage for producing a pound of chili oil. In contemporary terms, this would be akin to piecework compensation: more work, more pay. In an era of iron rice bowls, such a model was almost unheard of. The villagers, known for their resilience and hard work, would seize any opportunity Liu Hai offered, willing to toil day and night due to their dire financial circumstances. Another woman conversing with her inhaled deeply, agreeing, "Yes, this is quite good. Our village has a promising future." Aunt Xiang, filled with jealousy, felt increasingly aggrieved. She, too, wished to sell small silverfish to Liu Hai, but found herself unable to humble herself to do so. Observing Shengfin chatting nearby, she approached, saying, "Shengfin, are you all chatting?" Upon seeing her, Shengfin and the others shifted back slightly, clearly trying to distance themselves from her. This rejection left Aunt Xiang feeling particularly distressed. After all, she and Shengfin had once been akin to sisters, having married into Panxing Village together. Yet now, after being away for just over a month, Shengfin was treating her with such disdain. Furrowing her brow, Shengfin inquired, "What do you want?" Aunt Xiang, mustering her courage, replied, "I have some small silverfish. Would you consider taking them? Oh, and rest assured, they will be very cheap, only 20 cents a pound for you." She had evidently inquired about prices and knew that Liu Hai had raised the rate for small silverfish. "You can sell them to Liu Hai for 50 cents a pound, thus earning yourself a tidy profit of 30 cents. Isn't that quite favorable?" She assumed Xingfen would not refuse. To her surprise, Xingfen promptly rejected her, saying no. I will not take them. If Liu Hai finds out, I might lose my own livelihood. After saying this, she quickly rose, followed by several other women who hurriedly left as well. Witnessing their eagerness to avoid her, Aunt Xiang's anger boiled over. She confronted Xingfen. What do you mean by this? Are you turning your back on me just because someone else offers you a better deal? Don't say I didn't warn you. Whether Liu Hai can survive until tomorrow is still uncertain. Xingfen and the others were well aware of Aunt Xiang's antagonism towards Liu Hai's family. With a furrowed brow, Xingfen turned to Aunt Xiang, saying, I dislike the implication of your words. What do you mean by speculation? Are you simply envious because Liu Hai has made it clear he will lead the villagers to prosperity, while your family is excluded? Envious of him? Aunt Xiang's expression was exaggerated. Fine, do as you please. I will wait to see your downfall. You all must be out of your minds, thinking I envy him. What do I care for his few filthy coins? A bunch of foolish women. Due to her overwhelming jealousy of others who have acquired wealth, Aunt Xiang's tongue became increasingly venomous. However, she did not anticipate that Xing Shufan and her companions would suddenly turn around and confront her, demanding to know whom she was insulting. In no time, several women rushed forward, seizing Aunt Xiang by her hair. Chapter 60. Engaging in minor reselling in the county town. Liu Hai deposited the letter he had written to Dong Xinyu into the mailbox. Afterward, he entered a barbershop with Yang Sandog. Since his rebirth, Liu Hai had completely disregarded his appearance. In those days, barbershops offered only two types of hairstyles. The more fashionable patrons might opt for a side part, while those less concerned typically chose a buzz cut. Once Liu Hai had his hair cut short, he felt a refreshing transformation take place. His features, sharply defined, exuded a striking and resolute charm, leaving Yang Sandog momentarily speechless. Consequently, he too requested the barber to give him a buzz cut. However, this decision proved somewhat awkward. Yang Sandog's hair usually resembled a bird's nest. Each time he emerged from driving a tractor, the direction of the wind determined the state of his hair, which was never consistent. Nevertheless, the buzz cut managed to conceal his head shape. As the barber meticulously trimmed his hair, Sun Maokai exclaimed in astonishment, Goodness! I had no idea your head was so pointed, like a projectile. Feeling somewhat downcast, Yang Sandog touched his head and retorted, Get lost. It's still better than your baldness. Sun Maokai promptly lost his temper. Liu Hai paid the barber, who charged 35 cents for a haircut, with an additional 6 cents if one desired hair oil. Afterward, Liu Hai exchanged pleasantries with Sun Maokai and departed with Yang Sandog. Throughout the journey, Yang Sandog's mood was particularly sour, mainly because he felt he had made a miscalculation. He should have opted for a side part. After all, Liu Hai's longer hair allowed him to stylishly toss it while walking. Wasn't he that handsome and suave? Why on earth did he have to imitate Liu Hai with a buzz cut? He cursed under his breath. Thus, he arrived at the state-owned subsidiary food factory in a state of discontent. Under the guidance of Old Chun, they entered through a small door to inspect a packaging machine. This was a state-owned subsidiary food factory that previously housed machinery for plastic packaging of various side products. Now, the factory had been contracted by Boss Kai, who dismissed the old machinery as worthless, leaving it to accumulate dust in the warehouse. Old Chin remarked that the machine could still be operable with some repairs, but if Boss Kai knew they intended to purchase it, he would absolutely refuse to sell. Liu Hai nodded knowingly, saying, I understand. Which is why we need to find another way to acquire it, perhaps through the guise of collecting scrap. Old Chin was puzzled by this notion. Liu Hai elaborated on his plan, which he had devised the previous night. This packaging machine was crucial for them. The chief drawback of the silver fish was its lack of packaging, which posed preservation issues and hindered sales to distant markets. If Liu Hai could resolve this problem, he would be able to boldly promote their product. Expanding sales would subsequently alleviate their inventory challenges, and the packaging machine could solve that predicament. Boss Kai is undoubtedly wary of the machine falling into their hands. Otherwise, it would not be left to rust in the warehouse. Liu Hai wishes to acquire it, and intends to do so in the most economical manner possible. His specific plan involves locating several scrap collectors in the county to assist in discreetly procuring the components. For instance, one might purchase a screw, another a panel, and yet another a bracket, gradually amassing the necessary parts, thereby causing Boss Kai to lower his guard. These components would subsequently be gathered at the factory in Panxing Village for assembly. Old Chun was greatly moved. Yet he quickly interjected that the machine's total weight amounted to at least 3 to 4 tons, and at the current scrap iron rate of 8 cents per pound, the cost would exceed 640 yuan. Can you manage to raise such an amount? Upon hearing this, Yang Sandog fell silent. Not to mention 640, even 100 seems unattainable, as Liu Hai's operations have significantly slowed their income. Fortunately, business at Sun Maokai's establishment remains relatively stable, consistently providing them with some revenue. However, Liu Hai suddenly chuckled, asserting that money would not be an issue, and requested 2 days' time. All right, but do hurry. I fear that if we delay too long, we may not know how Boss Kai will handle the machine. Agreed. Let us depart for now. The pressure of 640 weighed heavily on Yang Sandog. After leaving, he remained sullen. Liu Hai drove the tractor, and Yang Sandog was puzzled that Liu Hai did not head back, but instead directed the vehicle towards the county-owned cement factory, pausing along the way to purchase a pack of Junma brand cigarettes for over 4 yuan. The factory, having been in operation for several years, had remained dormant for the past 5 or 6. A few individuals lingered on site, but due to the lack of business, they subsisted on selling remnants of the factory's inventory for their wages. Upon disembarking, Yang Sandog curiously inquired, "Brother Hai, what brings us to the cement factory?" Liu Hai, cigarette in hand, entered the factory's gates, replying, "Brother, we are in dire need of funds. I have come to the realization that we must engage in some substantial reselling to escape our current predicament." Reselling? The cement factory has sold off everything valuable. What else is there to resell? Liu Hai remained silent, proceeding directly into the factory office. Before long, they found themselves in the office of the factory manager, Lu Tianxing, who eyed the Junma cigarettes suspiciously. He could not shake the feeling that these two were jesters. The factory was surviving on the sale of its wares. And here they were, entering his office with cigarettes. What were they plotting? After a lengthy silence, Lu Tianxing pushed the cigarettes back towards Liu Hai, stating, "If you wish to join a state-owned factory as proud workers, try your luck elsewhere. You have come to the wrong place. Our factory has not hired anyone in 5 years." With that, he resumed reclining on his bamboo chair, fanning himself. Liu Hai pushed the cigarettes back towards manager Lu, asserting, "We are not here seeking to take shortcuts into the factory." "Not seeking shortcuts?" Lu Tianxing replied, puzzled. "Then what is your intention?" Liu Hai smiled and said, "I have heard there is a substantial stock of packaging bags at the cement factory. We are interested in trading for that batch of bags." Packaging bags? Yang Sangu looked at Liu Hai with a peculiar expression, utterly baffled by his intentions. Lu Tianxing immediately grasped the situation. "Ah, you are here to collect scrap, aren't you?" "Indeed, I am," replied Liu Hai. Lu Tianxing shook his head. "To be honest, several scrap collectors have approached me, but I have refrained from selling." "Do you know why?" "Not quite," Liu Hai responded. "Director Liu, please be candid." Lu Tianxing studied Liu Hai intently, thinking, this young man is quite intriguing. Though youthful, he speaks with remarkable maturity. "I don't mind sharing. The reason I haven't sold is that the county is about to allocate funds for resuming operations. Once the workers return to the factory, what will we do without packaging bags? So let's not sell. I will offer you 50 cents per pound. Will you sell?" Liu Hai understood that further discussion was futile and got straight to the point with his offer. Lu Tianxing paused, bewildered. "What did you say? How much? Are you certain?" Chapter 61. This honest young man is truly remarkable. 50 cents. Are you out of your mind? Brother Hai, the state-run collection station only pays 30 cents per pound. At 50 cents, you'll be losing your shirt, Yang Sangu exclaimed, his anxiety palpable as he looked at Liu Hai. Lu Tianxing, noticing Yang Sangu's distress, quickly interjected. "You young man, stop your nonsense and let him speak." "Silence. Why can't I speak? This is a losing proposition," Yang Sangu protested. "Free dog, be quiet," Liu Hai interrupted. Yang Sangu grew even more agitated. "Why? Business doesn't operate like this. We're losing 2 cents per pound. We're already in a tough spot, and you want to do this? Enough. You wait outside." Yang Sangu stormed out, furious at what he deemed a waste of money. Lu Tianxing, fearing that Liu Hai might change his mind, quickly reiterated. "You just said 50 cents per pound?" "Yes, 50 cents. Are you certain? How much do you want?" "Absolutely, I want all that you have. We have 8,000 pounds. Do you want it all?" "Of course, but I can't take it all at once. Can we do it in batches?" "I'll pay for each batch as it's taken." "No problem." Lu Tianxing was elated. It turned out that he had been holding back on selling the packaging bags because he found others' offers too low. 50 cents was the highest price he had ever encountered. He had no reason to refuse. As for what Liu Hai intended to do with them, he thought. As long as the price was right, why should he be concerned? Thus, they soon arrived at the warehouse. The tractor could only transport a maximum of 2,000 pounds at a time. During the loading process, Yang Sangu incessantly complained about losing his pants on this deal and berated Lu Tianxing for being so cunning. Selling us packaging bags that were worth only 30 cents for 50. Lu Tianxing felt guilty for having taken such a significant advantage, pretending not to hear, lest these two change their minds. He called over several other workers to assist. After Liu Hai and his companions exited the factory, one worker asked, "Director, what price did you sell them for?" 50 cents per pound. 50? The state-run recycling station only offers 30 cents per pound. These two are unaware of the market. Lu Tianxing found amusement in the two young lads who had just begun collecting scrap. He had never encountered them before and presumed they were truly oblivious to the market dynamics. "Quickly, shut the factory gates," he urged, "lest these two return and deliver the goods back to me." Upon hearing this logic, several workers hastily ran to the entrance and secured the iron gate. After the tractor exited the factory, Yang Sandog suddenly, with a cunning glint in his eye, urged Hai Gun not to keep them in suspense, asking where they should sell this batch of goods. Liu Hai gazed at him and remarked, "You rascal, are you not angry?" Yang Sandog retorted, "Angry? Why would I be? I was merely playing along with your little act. If I hadn't cooperated with you, would that factory manager have so willingly entrusted these goods to us?" Liu Hai shook his head in resignation. Such was Yang Sandog. Though he lacked formal education, there were moments when one could not help but admire him. He was a natural, possessing an innate shrewdness that had little to do with academic credentials. If one were to ask him what 5 plus 6 equaled, he would ponder for ages. Yet, when it came to matters of profit, his mental calculations resonated with remarkable clarity. With a buoyant spirit, he declared, "Let us venture to the neighboring county and witness the allure of reselling." Thus, 2 hours later, their tractor swiftly arrived at a fireworks factory in the adjacent county. This factory's fireworks were sold nationwide and consistently in high demand. They too required substantial quantities of craft paper for production. Typically, the craft paper collected from outside fetched over 30 cents per pound, a steep price. The craft paper bags from the cement factory had initially cost a considerable sum. But as with all new products, once they were deemed scrap, their value plummeted. Liu Hai engaged in prolonged negotiations at the factory, ultimately settling on a price of 26 cents per pound. Yang Sandog, nearly revealing their scheme in his excitement, realized they had managed to turn a profit 4 to 5 times greater than their initial cost. "This is far more lucrative than our spicy silver fish venture," he exclaimed. The first batch weighed 2,000 pounds, yielding a payment of 520 yuan against a cost of merely 100. With time still on their side, the two promptly returned to the cement factory. Upon arrival, Yang Sandog once again put on a show, vociferously berating Lu Tianxing for his cunning, lamenting that they had not made a single cent and were, in fact, at a loss. After berating him for a considerable while, Lu Tianxing finally unlocked the iron gate. He dared not retort, feeling a twinge of guilt for leading the young men astray. Thus, throughout the day, he, with a heavy conscience, sold 8,000 pounds of packaging bags from their factory for 400 yuan. On the final trip, overwhelmed by guilt, he returned the cigarette Liu Hai had gifted him. Not only did he return it, but he also purchased another pack and handed it to Liu Hai, saying, "Young man, I am truly sorry. I had no alternative, as there are still several old colleagues at the factory awaiting their wages." Liu Hai, clasping his hand warmly, reassured him, "No worries, Director Liu. I completely understand. Though I have incurred significant losses, being able to assist you is indeed a worthwhile endeavor. In this era, sincere comrades like you are indeed a rarity. I am grateful. No need for formalities, Director Liu." The two bid a heartfelt farewell in front of the factory. Director Liu and several workers behind him wiped away their tears, each feeling ashamed for having wronged such a genuine young man. Of course, had they known that Liu Hai was selling their goods at 5 cents per pound only to resell them to the neighboring fireworks factory for 26 cents, they would likely have been enraged at how cunning he was. In this age of information scarcity, opportunities for sudden wealth abound. With audacity, one can surely amass riches. Liu Hai had enough wealth in his previous life, yet it could not compensate for the various shortcomings he bore. He merely wished to quietly protect Dong Xinyu and was not anxious about his career. However, now that Dong Xinyu had gone to Kyoto and the factory was out of funds, he needed to swiftly earn some money to sustain the factory's operations. As for why he would go to such lengths to support the factory, first, he wished to leave a legacy for his uncle, enabling his family to continue earning. Second, the factory had become the hope of the entire village, and Liu Hai did not want to extinguish that hope. Third, it embodied the essence of Dong Xinyu, and he intended for that essence to endure in the world. Therefore, he had resolved to engage in opportunistic trading to generate income. At 11 o'clock that night, they returned home. Young Sandog retrieved the money from the woven bag, counting an astonishing total of over 2,100 yuan. Chapter 62. Longing to return to Panxing Village. 2,100 yuan. When they set out that morning, they had barely 100 in their pockets. And now they returned with 2,100. Young Sandog looked at Liu Hai as if he had seen a ghost. Villagers toiled day and night for a mere yuan, yet Lu Gu had effortlessly amassed such a fortune through trading. How was it that earning money for Lu Gu seemed as simple as eating and drinking? Liu Hai remained calm, tossing the money back into the bag. Let us keep this under wraps. We can only earn by trading discreetly, and we must leave no traces. Do you understand? Young Sandog was somewhat puzzled. Liu Hai advised caution. Also, Sandog, have you ever considered going south? South. Young Sandog looked up at the starry sky, scratching his sharp head. Panxing Village is just fine. Why would we want to go south? I've never thought about it. Liu Hai turned to him, lit a cigarette, and smiled. We have many endeavors ahead of us in this life, not just in Panxing Village. Let us earn some money first. When Xinyu returns, I'll take you all south to make our fortunes. That is where our future lies. The southern metropolis, founded on 30 million yuan in national grants, had transformed from a small county into an international city in just a few decades. Throughout this evolution, civil servants ventured into business, and common folk found their footing. Individuals from all walks of life had immense opportunities in this era. Liu Hai aspired not only for love, kinship, and brotherhood, but also to elevate them to wealth and prosperity. Moreover, he had unfinished business with the perpetrator who had killed Young Sandog in his past life, and he sought revenge. The incessant chirping of insects filled the vegetable garden, and the gentle evening breeze wafted through the air as the two remained silent. In Kyoto, Dong Xinyu found herself yearning profoundly for Liu Hai. She returned home later than usual, having been invited by an old classmate to dance. Life in the metropolis starkly contrasted with that of Panxing Village. This was the circle Dong Xinyu had inhabited since childhood, yet today, as she gazed at the dazzling multicolored lights of the dance hall, she inexplicably felt an acute sense of disconnection from her surroundings. The more she felt this way, the more she longed for the life in Panxing Village. Though it was arduous, it was also deeply memorable, and she constantly pondered what Liu Hai might be doing. On her way back, her classmate Wang Jing accompanied her, and the two chatted while pushing their bicycles. Wang Jing, eyeing Xinyu's dress, inquired, "Where did you buy that stunning dress? I haven't seen anything like it in the department store. It's simply beautiful. You know, many people in the dance hall were talking about it." A hint of pride flickered in Dong Xinyu. She had noticed the attention. "A fool helped me make it," she replied, revealing her dimples. "A fool," Wang Jing remarked, her eyes widening. "You look positively radiant. Who is he, your sweetheart?" Dong Xinyu's cheeks flushed as she nodded affirmatively. "Oh my, Dong Xinyu, this isn't like you at all. You actually admitted to having a sweetheart. Tell me, which compound is he from?" Wang Jing, entirely unaware of Dong Xinyu's past in Panxing Village, only knew that she had been hiding from the world at a distant relative's home for 3 years. Thus, she could only guess he was a peer from a prestigious institution. A gust of evening wind lifted Dong Xinyu's skirt and her long hair, and under the moonlight, her delicate silhouette resembled a serene figure wandering through the night. With a smile of subtle pride, she said, "He is not from any grand compound. He is a farmer, a remarkably ambitious one. He constantly strives to give me the best, and I can feel my significance in his heart." At this moment, she recalled Liu Hai holding her feet in silence, his heart aching for her, and an overwhelming sense of fulfillment filled her. "A farmer? Really?" Wang Jing frowned, looking at her. "With so many exceptional young men in Kyoto, you don't fancy any of them, yet you're preoccupied with a farmer? What is wrong with farmers?" Dong Xinyu's expression darkened. "I dislike the way you all look down on them." "No, Xinyu, you've misunderstood me. I meant, with your background, you could choose from many. So why pick a farmer?" Wang Jing quickly clarified. Dong Xinyu felt a deep aversion to the disdain Wang Jing exhibited towards Liu Hai's status. She could turn defensive in an instant. Even her siblings and mother grew wary of her at home. Particularly coming from an outsider like Wang Jing, She retorted. You ask me why? I can tell you now. It's because I feel that he loves me more than anything else and has been waiting for my return to Panxing Village. With that, she pushed her bicycle away. Wang Jing had grown up alongside her, sharing an innocent camaraderie, and thus understood Dong Xinyu's gentle and sensitive nature. Yet at this moment, she felt as if Dong Xinyu had transformed into an entirely different person. In the past, I would often pinch her cheeks, and she would merely look up and cry silently. When did her temperament become so fierce? What has she endured in the countryside over these 3 years? Wang Jing felt a surge of disarray behind her. Dong Xinyu returned home, tossing and turning in bed, unable to find sleep. It wasn't until after 10 o'clock at night, upon hearing her mother Wang Lixia returning from work, that she hastily got up, ready to confront her mother with the declaration, I want to return to Panxing Village. This sentiment had been bottled up since her arrival. After being provoked by Wang Jing today, her desire to go back intensified. However, as soon as she opened the door, Wang Lixia turned around with a smile, asking if the little girl was still awake and if her siblings had not yet returned. The warmth of her mother's smile instantly diminished Dong Xinyu's courage. She had 4 siblings. The eldest, Dong Yuan, like their father, was seldom home due to military duties. The second sister, Dong Ying, worked in a certain department, and the third brother, Dong Hongba, roamed aimlessly without any job arranged after returning to Kyoto. At home, she was affectionately referred to as the little girl, being significantly younger than her siblings, and thus, she was the recipient of immense affection. After a while, she reluctantly replied, They haven't returned yet. My brother is probably out drinking again. Oh, Wang Lixia chuckled lightly, approaching to affectionately pinch her nose. I have good news for you. Today, I met with your Uncle Fong. He promised to help resolve your job issue, and you can report for work tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Dong Xinyu felt a pang of anxiety. If she remained in Kyoto for work, her hopes of returning to Panxing Village would dwindle even further. She quickly replied, Mom, can I not go to work? I don't want to stay in Kyoto. This is not the life I desire. Chapter 63. What tricks are being played again? Why? Wang Lixia's expression darkened. Recently, her sister Wang Guifang had informed her that Dong Xinyu was still corresponding with someone from Panxing Village. Moreover, that boy had cautioned her daughter to be wary of her own aunt. Was this not sowing discord among family members? After all, having never interacted with Liu Hai, she was not particularly familiar with the Liu family and naturally sided with her own. After a moment, Dong Xinyu replied, There's no reason. I simply dislike Kyoto. I want to return to Panxing Village. Return to Panxing Village? Little girl, are you out of your mind? Do you really think I haven't inquired about your life in Panxing Village? Wang Lixiao exclaimed. And that Liu Hai? People from Xia town say he is nothing but a good-for-nothing. Have you interacted with him yourself? He was indeed a troublemaker before, but he has changed now. He is helping the villagers make money, and they all like him very much. He treats me exceptionally well. Dong Xinyu, surprisingly emboldened, articulated her thoughts fluidly. Seeing her daughter so agitated, Wang Lixia sighed deeply. Little girl, we are all doing this for your own good, you know? If you go so far away, how will I manage without you? Can you bear to leave your mother and your brothers and sisters? Being a mother truly reveals the essence of motherhood. One is acutely aware of their daughter's character. With just a few words, Dong Xinyu's resistance notably diminished, her head bowed, white teeth biting her delicate lips, emanating a profound sense of grievance. Wang Lixia was poised to intensify her psychological onslaught when Dong Xinyu suddenly lifted her head, saying, Mother, since you have already sought information about him from the people of Xia town, let him have more contact with Liu Hai. I shall retire for the night. With that, the young girl, tears brimming in her eyes, retreated to her room, leaving Wang Lixia to shake her head and sigh in despair. In the dead of night, Dong Xinyu secured her door and took out paper and pen to compose a letter to Liu Hai. Liu Hai, there are informants from my mother in Xia town specifically investigating you. Await my news. I shall write to you once I have more information. By then, you must manage that individual. Outside, Wang Lixia was on the phone with Dong Xinmin, who was stationed in the army. Are you aware of what your youngest daughter is contemplating? On the other end, Dong Xinmin retorted that phone calls were expensive, advising against casual use of the family phone and suggesting telegrams for urgent matters. Our daughter is now grown. We must respect her thoughts. Wang Lixia countered. Is this truly your stance? Can you be at ease knowing she roams far and wide in the countryside? Dong Xinmin replied, Why should I be worried? Do not forget how your family behaved when our own troubles arose. They relied on me for employment, yet fled at the first sign of trouble. Now that things are calm, they speak of kinship? Was it not those rural folk you disdain who provided you shelter in critical times? I ask you, in these past 3 years, has any soldier under my command ever mistreated any of you? He concluded, one must not be so devoid of compassion. Moreover, do you truly know that young man? When I went to fetch our daughter, he was clad in tattered clothing, wearing straw sandals, while your daughter appeared immaculate. She has not misjudged him. Enough, he declared, I have a mission tomorrow. I advise you to distance yourself from your family, particularly your sister. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Wang Lixiao was not unreasonable. She understood her husband's sentiments all too well. After hanging up and locking the door, she cast a glance at her daughter's room, sighed, and remained silent. In Shihe town, Li Ji was feeling quite confident. The first time he had come with a group, he had fled in disarray upon the arrival of Dong Xinyu's father. This time, he wondered if anyone would come to his aid. However, he did not anticipate that his presence would stir a hornet's nest, prompting the villagers of Panxing to rally together in opposition. Xiao Guomin was engaged in a heated argument with Li Ji, who declared, no matter what, today, no one shall pass. Seal off the area. You dare? Retorted an elderly villager. If you do, I shall take refuge in your home. The elder glared at Li Ji, incredulous. What era do we live in? How can there still be such a bandit among us? Our farmers depend on this factory for a meager livelihood. How does it affect your noble self? Li Ji, unwavering in his stance, pointed a finger at the elder. I advise you to respect your age and not force my hand to bring the police to apprehend you. Go ahead, we are not afraid. Indeed, what nonsense. We prosper through our labor. Why should our factory be shut down? It is utterly unreasonable. The villagers were vociferous in their outcry, and even Li Ji found it difficult to withstand the tide of their indignation. He had never anticipated that the residents of Panxing Village would rally so fervently in support of Liu Hai. Just as he was grappling with his confusion, Liu Hai's voice suddenly emerged from behind, stating that they would cooperate with the relevant authorities, and if they intended to shut it down, so be it. A hush fell over the crowd, creating a pathway amidst the throng. Xiao Guomin, visibly anxious, looked at Liu Hai and implored, do you even realize what you are saying? This factory is the hope of our village. Uncle Guomin, the county magistrate will be visiting today, Liu Hai replied softly. The magistrate? What brings him here? Xiao Guomin regained his composure. Do not panic. I was just lamenting my struggle to find a reason to deal with this fellow, Liu Hai chuckled. What are you murmuring about? Liu Hai, let me tell you, not only will your factory be inspected today, but you too shall accompany us. Li Ji interrupted. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sihai suddenly shed his jacket, appearing ready to confront them, but was swiftly restrained by Yang Sangu. What are you doing? Don't act rashly. No. This fellow intends to take Brother Hai away. Do you understand the consequences of being taken? I know, don't cause trouble. The more arrogant he is today, the more he shall suffer. Yang Sangu managed to calm Zhang Sihai's agitation. On Liu Hai's side, Li Ji had expected resistance, yet Liu Hai simply responded, no problem, I will cooperate with your work. Not only that, but Liu Hai turned to persuade the villagers, everyone, we are lawful citizens. Let us accept and cooperate with all investigations. Please, let us proceed. Sangu will provide you with further information. The villagers erupted in concern, casting anxious glances at Liu Hai. Liu Hai diligently reassured them, eventually persuading all the villagers to leave. Afterward, he turned back to Li Ji, the esteemed leader, and said, why are you still dawdling? Close the gate. Li Ji, taken aback by Liu Hai's audacity, felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Frowning at Liu Hai, he lowered his voice, Liu Hai, what trickery are you playing at now? Why, directorly, are you too timid to seal it? Liu Hai teased, provoking Li Ji, who resembled a combative rooster, his voice cracking with indignation. Ridiculous. Do you think I am afraid to shut you down? I shall do it right now. Seal the gate. The others quickly fetched the sealing tape to close the entrance. Yang Sangu, witnessing this, did not intervene. Instead, he took out a pack of Lingji brand cigarettes. Distributing them while chuckling, you've worked hard. This sequence of events left the onlookers utterly bewildered. Ultimately, Liu Hai was indeed taken away. In the fields, upon learning of this incident, Sister Xiang clapped her thigh in delight, exclaiming, the overseer has captured this little troublemaker. My nephew is truly remarkable. Noticing the dejected expressions of the nearby villagers, she sarcastically remarked, I told you not to associate with Liu Hai, yet you refused to heed my warning. Now look where that has led you. Sister Xiang, Why are you so unable to bear the success of others? What is there to be joyous about? Do not presume that we are unaware. Is it not jealousy that stirs within you for Liu Hai's reluctance to share the fruits of his labor? Li Ji is your nephew. Could it be that you are the one covertly inciting the severance of our livelihood? A woman rose, casting a piercing gaze at Sister Xiang. The villagers, who had previously been stifling their ire, suddenly began to associate this matter with Sister Xiang. The petty ambitions that had recently blossomed within her were swiftly crushed under the weight of their scrutiny. She hastily defended herself, claiming, "What does this have to do with me? You are quite absurd. Not related to you? Then what was the reason for your earlier mirth?" Shouted another, "You wretched woman. It must be you who has been whispering in your nephew's ear." This woman, impoverished and burdened by a frail husband unable to work the fields, had received Liu Hai's special kindness, often receiving an extra pound or two in deliveries. Though the villagers may be illiterate, they possess an acute sense of human sentiment, and such small acts of kindness are seldom forgotten. So your nephew has imprisoned Liu Hai? This is intolerable. In a fit of rage, she seized Sister Xiang by the hair, prompting other women to rush forward, their frustrations uncontained. The entire village now rallied behind Liu Hai, while those, like Sister Xiang, who had previously vilified him, became pariahs. 2 hours later, a vehicle from the county government arrived in the village. County Chief Yang, eager to inspect Liu Hai's factory, was met with a shocking sight, a sealed door. He thought he had misread the situation and inquired of a nearby villager, "Where is Liu Hai?" The villager, straightforward and unfamiliar with the county chief, retorted, "Are you a government official?" Yang nodded, "Yes, what of it? What of it? Are you here to question us? Are you so opposed to seeing us farmers live well? We do not steal or rob. We toil to cultivate our own sustenance. Why must you oppress us so mercilessly?" Yang's demeanor darkened instantly. "Calm down, my friend. What precisely has transpired? Speak to me clearly." Soon, a crowd of villagers gathered, vehemently denouncing Li Ji as a petty tyrant seeking revenge. After listening to their grievances, Yang departed from Panxing Village, his expression grim, heading straight to the government office in Shihe Town, seething with anger. Within the town's relevant departments, Li Ji was plagued by an unsettling feeling, primarily due to Liu Hai's inexplicable behavior. In the past couple of hours, he had confined Liu Hai in a room and provided him with paper and pen, demanding he document the details of his alleged malfeasance. After 2 hours, he opened the door, only to find that Liu Hai had written not a single word. Irritated, he fixed a glare upon him. "What does this mean? Do you intend to remain silent? Liu Hai, now that you are here, do you believe you can escape?" Liu Hai responded with a smile. "It seems you have forgotten. I am illiterate and cannot write." His demeanor exuded an unsettling confidence, which only served to infuriate Li Ji further. He had anticipated that upon capture, Liu Hai would beg for mercy, confess his wrongs, perhaps even weep in desperation. Yet, throughout this ordeal, Liu Hai's expression had been nothing short of mocking. "Just moments ago, I encountered Yang Sanggu and Zhang Sihai at the entrance of the workplace." He inquired about Yang Sanggu's presence there, questioning whether he was seeking an opportunity to scale the wall and rescue someone. Yang Sanggu replied that before this morning concludes, he would ensure that my brother Hai is released, and that he would apologize before him like a dog, for he had come to prepare for my brother Hai's arrival. This provoked him even further. The mere thought of it made Li Ji unable to contain his temper. He slammed the table and exclaimed, "Let me be frank with you. Brace yourself for a lengthy imprisonment. Can't write, can you? Speak, and I shall write." He plopped down before Liu Hai, shaking his pen. Liu Hai sighed softly. "Li Ji, do you know how I perceive you?" "What perception? Spare me your nonsense." Li Ji's expression darkened. Liu Hai shook his head, gazing out the window at the oblivious individual, unaware of the imminent peril. "A complete fool. Liu Hai, I demand you amend your attitude. You are presently in my custody. I am interrogating you. Do you assert that I am the one in peril? What an absurd jest." Li Ji was infuriated. His hierarchical mindset was profoundly ingrained, believing that a farmer ought to speak with lowered eyes before a distinguished cadre like himself. Yet, in each encounter with Liu Hai, had he ever gained the upper hand? Each instance had resulted in Liu Hai's comprehensive domination. Thus, speaking now seemed particularly foolish. Liu Hai rolled his eyes, deeming him a simpleton. "Go on. Inquire what you wish to know." "You." Li Ji found himself at a loss. "Fine. I will not hold this against you. Tell me, when did you begin your speculative dealings?" Liu Hai retorted, "How does the state define speculation?" Li Ji replied, "Employing more than 7 individuals is capitalism." As far as I know, your factory has employed over 20. What do you have to say for yourself? Liu Hai countered, I have not employed anyone. They merely wish to exchange their agricultural products for some money. I simply purchase their goods for resale. Furthermore, as the director of the Speculative Affairs Office in Xia Town, I pose a question. Is trading in first and second-class agricultural products considered speculation, while others are not? Nonsense. Do you still wish to discuss policy with me? Li Ji laughed. Very well. I am eager to see how you will wriggle your way out of this. Liu Hai continued, directorly. Which products are classified as first and second-class agricultural products? Li Ji was momentarily taken aback, having recently been transferred. He had been too preoccupied with asserting his authority to familiarize himself with the intricacies of his role. Noticing his silence, Liu Hai scoffed, how ludicrous. The director of the Speculative Affairs Office of a town cannot even comprehend the classifications of agricultural products. Unheard of. Let me enlighten you. Wheat, rice, and silver fish, which are merely undesirable catch. Even third and fourth-class agricultural products do not include them by name. I lead the villagers in transforming waste into wealth, earning a profit, wherein lies the clause that justifies your attempt to imprison me. Thus, Liu Hai meticulously outlined the policies within the confines of the room. Since the very first day of his rebirth, Liu Hai had diligently sought to understand the policies governing private enterprises of this era, conducting himself with utmost caution and prudence. Including the factory personnel, everyone had greeted them in a spirit of collaboration. It was a partnership, not an employment relationship. Thus, Li Ji could hardly find any loophole to exploit. He never anticipated that this illiterate farmer possessed such profound knowledge of policies, many of which he himself had never even reviewed. Throughout the entire exchange, he was left speechless, yearning to refute, but unable to muster a single justification. Eventually, he lost all patience, slamming his hand on the table and, with a fierce demeanor, pointed at Liu Hai, exclaiming, Do not waste my time with your futile arguments. I am the director of the Speculation and Profiteering Office in Xia Town. I define you as a profiteer, and thus, you are a profiteer. Now, promptly disclose your issues. Liu Hai sighed, displaying a fearless ignorance. First, go and review the relevant regulations, then come back to interrogate me. Your qualifications are lacking. Impudence. You have quite the audacity. Li Ji was now fully enraged, advancing toward Liu Hai with his hand raised, ready to strike. However, a cold voice suddenly interrupted from behind. What do you intend to do? Li Ji whipped around to find himself facing the person at the entrance, instantly stiffening in fear as he gazed at County Chief Yang. You, what brings you here? Is it forbidden for me to come? Or do you, Li Ji, believe you wield enough power to carve out your own kingdom here? And no, County Chief Yang, you've misunderstood. Enough with your excuses, release him. Li Ji stood dumbfounded, casting a panicked glance at Liu Hai. Liu Hai, familiar with the situation, casually greeted, Apologies, leader. We had prepared to welcome you this morning, but unforeseen circumstances arose. Li Ji was thunderstruck. What does this mean? What welcoming? How does Liu Hai know County Chief Yang? His legs began to tremble, his face pale, as an overwhelming sense of impending doom engulfed him. County Chief Yang addressed Liu Hai. You need not apologize. Those who owe apologies are some of our people here. Upon hearing this, the town leaders, who had been incited by Li Ji, felt a wave of trepidation. After all, the order for the arrests had originated from him. He quickly turned to Li Ji, barking, What are you still doing? Release him immediately. Yes, of course, leader. I will free him at once. Li Ji's forehead glistened with beads of sweat as he trembled while unlocking Liu Hai's handcuffs. At this moment, he would indeed be a fool not to comprehend the gravity of the situation. As he released the cuffs, he gritted his teeth at Liu Hai. Did you deliberately set me up today? Don't think that just because you know County Chief Yang, you're in the clear. I'll tell you this. I will keep a close eye on you and ensure you end up behind bars. Liu Hai remained silent. Once the handcuffs were removed, he flexed his wrists, and then, to everyone's astonishment, he suddenly extended his hand, delivering a sharp slap to Li Ji's face. The sound echoed crisply, leaving everyone in shock. Li Ji, cornered against the wall, clutched his face in disbelief, staring at Liu Hai. You dare strike me? The town leaders and County Chief Yang were equally taken aback. Liu Hai, with a fierce expression, retorted, Why should I not? This is a blow for the villagers of Panxing. You don the attire bestowed upon you by the state, a representation of your duty to serve the populace. Yet, what are you truly engaged in? Simply because you have taken a fancy to my beloved Xinyu, you seek to exact personal vengeance upon me, attempting to bring about my ruin time and again. Do you truly believe I am oblivious to your schemes? The last time, you mobilized a substantial force intending to seize our factory, but fate intervened when Xinyu's father arrived to escort her, prompting you to hastily retreat. Did you think I did not witness this? After expressing my frustration, I respectfully addressed County Head Yang, stating, I apologize, but I can no longer suppress this grievance. I implore you to delve deeper into the situation. In Panxing Village, where 7 mountains, 2 rivers, and a fraction of farmland exist, each household is allocated merely an acre or 2 of rice paddies. After fulfilling our grain quotas, our families hardly have enough to sustain themselves. We have painstakingly carved out a path to survival, yet this individual persistently obstructs us, severing the lifeline of our entire village, which is utterly infuriating. As if prompted by an unseen force, a town official urgently inquired, Comrade, a month ago, numerous military vehicles suddenly arrived in Panxing Village. Were they headed to your residence? Liu Hai nodded affirmatively. Yes, leader, that was my beloved's father. This individual seeks to ascend the ranks of power and wealth, aiming to ensnare me in his machinations to fulfill his own ambitions, which is why he continuously opposes our village. You may target me alone, but must you also jeopardize the livelihoods of the entire village? Li Ji, do you not believe that should you dare to intrude upon us again, the villagers would not hesitate to retaliate? Li Ji, now devoid of reason, lashed out. Liu Hai, you are slandering me. Esteemed leaders, this disgraceful individual, silence him. The town official appeared visibly anxious. They were aware of the recent visit from a general to Panxing Village, yet the purpose of that visit remained unclear. After interrupting Li Ji, the official hurriedly whispered numerous details into County Head Yang's ear. Throughout the exchange, County Head Yang maintained a stern demeanor, ultimately addressing Liu Hai. Xiao Lu, please return to your factory and await my arrival. I shall address this matter and provide an explanation to your entire village. Liu Hai replied, Yes, leader, and then turned to the other town officials, apologizing. I regret any inconvenience caused. After departing, Li Ji was left in a state of panic, desperately calling out, Leaders, do not believe him. I have no intention of oppressing anyone. Liu Hai, as he walked away, caught the faint echoes of the leaders reprimanding Li Ji. He did not look back, but a chilling smile briefly crossed his face. Accompanying him was an employee from the Bureau of Speculation. Upon witnessing that smile, the employee was filled with dread. He understood that after this incident, their director was bound to face dire consequences, fearing that the repercussions might extend to him as well. Once they reached the exit, he hurriedly offered Liu Hai a pack of cigarettes, saying, This matter has nothing to do with me. You know we are merely following the directives from above. Liu Hai returned the cigarettes, asserting, This is a personal grievance between Li Ji and me. It concerns no one else. Furthermore, we welcome leaders to visit our factory at any time to provide guidance, as the livelihoods of our entire village will require your continued support. Liu Hai's words left the employee momentarily bewildered. He had initially assumed that this young man would seize the opportunity to exact revenge, especially after so audaciously striking Li Ji in front of everyone. Yet here he was, exhibiting such courtesy. However, he grasped the underlying message. Liu Hai intended to keep this incident from escalating further. Instantly, he felt a surge of admiration for Liu Hai and quickly assured him, Rest assured, we will support your factory. Chapter 66. A grueling departure from the village. Liu Hai had encountered all manner of scenes and individuals in his past life. He had previously dismissed Li Ji, not because he underestimated him, but because he lacked an opportunity to retaliate. Now that the chance had presented itself, he was determined to act decisively. Otherwise, Li Ji would persist in leveraging his minor authority to create unnecessary complications, leaving them at a disadvantage. A single slap released the pent-up frustration within him, yet it was delivered in the name of the entire Panxing Village, leaving no room for dissent. Afterward, he invoked the name of Dong Xinyu's father to wield a semblance of power, and after several rounds of this back and forth, the townsfolk naturally lost their tempers. Once outside, he feigned humility, seeking to mend relations with Li Ji's colleagues, emphasizing that this was merely a personal vendetta between him and Li Ji. This way, his co-workers would not seek vengeance on his behalf. He deftly manipulated human nature to his advantage. After climbing aboard Yang Senga's tractor, Li Ji's colleague wiped the sweat from his brow, filled with trepidation. This young man, despite his youth, executed his plans flawlessly. Was he truly just an illiterate farmer? In contrast, Li Ji appeared considerably more naive. On the dirt road back to the village, Liu Hai encountered Aunt Xiang, who was being pulled by Zhou Yixiang's cart, her face bruised and battered, presenting a rather pitiful sight. In her dazed state, she caught sight of Liu Hai on the tractor and instinctively recoiled in fear, trembling uncontrollably. How could this be? Hadn't he been captured? How had he emerged so swiftly? This woman had recently endured a severe beating in the fields, where 4 or 5 female colleagues had dragged her by the hair from one end of the irrigation ditch to the other. Had it not been for Xiao Guomin's timely intervention, she might have met her end in the fields. And now she was heading to the town's clinic to tend to her injuries. Liu Hai sat on the tractor, casting a cold, disdainful glance at her, his eyes imbued with an icy indifference, as if he had risen from the depths of hell. This utterly crushed Aunt Xiang's rebellious spirit, which had long sought to rival Liu Hai. Her husband, Zhou Yixiang, grew increasingly agitated as he observed her still murmuring about the incident. What is it? Do you still wish to confront Liu Hai? He scolded, his anger boiling over. Enough of this foolishness. The village no longer has room for us. Come with me to the city to find some odd jobs, and stop causing trouble for others here. Upon hearing this, Aunt Xiang recalled the scene when the villagers had turned against her, and she erupted into tears, lamenting, "These heartless beings. After decades of camaraderie in the production team, they turn on me for a mere pittance, abandoning all kinship. Is this how it ends?" Zhou Yixiang, in a fit of anger, flung the cart to the ground and bellowed with all his might. In the afternoon, he returned to the village, gathered the pots, pans, and other household items, and loaded them onto the cart. As he was about to depart, an elder from the village inquired where he was heading. He replied that he would never return to Panxing Village, as he felt too ashamed to show his face again. On the other side, County Chief Yang arrived at the factory, accompanied by several officials from the town. They engaged in lengthy discussions with Liu Hai and the villagers, creating a remarkably pleasant atmosphere. Regarding Li Ji, County Chief Yang announced on the spot that he would be dismissed and that an investigation would follow. The villagers erupted in applause upon hearing this news. As they were leaving, County Chief Yang noticed that production had already commenced but remarked on the absence of a signboard. Liu Hai chuckled wryly, explaining that he had initially thought of operating covertly. If their establishment were to be shut down, they could always find a cave behind his house to continue their production. Thus, he deemed a signboard unnecessary, fearing it would attract unwanted attention, so he had refrained from putting one up. After a moment of contemplation, County Chief Yang inquired if Liu Hai had considered a name for the factory. Liu Hai pondered and suggested Xinyu Subfood Factory. Yang Chief, after a brief reflection, inquired if Xinyu referred to the girl he was fond of. Liu Hai, feigning innocence, scratched his head and offered a shy smile, recounting how he had prepared all the betrothal gifts for their wedding, only for the cooked duck to fly away when her father intervened. Yang Chief laughed heartily, assuring him that as long as there were feelings involved, she would eventually return. He then spoke extensively to the villagers about the prospects of earning money, conveying that the country's current policies were favorable and that the future belonged to those with capabilities. He encouraged them to roll up their sleeves and work diligently for their own better lives, assuring them that the county would provide full support. He urged them not to be timid, expressing his hope to see brick houses being constructed in Panxing Village during his next visit. The villagers were immediately stirred with enthusiasm. Liu Hai recognized that County Chief Yang was deliberately addressing these matters in front of certain town officials to ensure that individuals like Li Ji would no longer disturb them. At last, County Chief Yang departed amidst a wave of applause. The entire village brimmed with determination. If the county chief expressed hope for their brick houses, what did they have to fear? A week later, Liu Hai received a letter from Dong Xinyu, though this time it came as 2 letters together. Since their last encounter, the young lady had been engaging in a battle of wits with her mother at home. After a week of investigation, she discovered that her mother had been in contact with an elderly man from the town who frequently sold vegetables, named Zhang Deshing. It was through this man that Wang Lixiao learned about Liu Hai's situation in the village. However, Dong Xinyu was still unclear about how her mother had established contact with Zhang Deshing. On this particular day, Liu Hai sat on the tractor, holding Dong Xinyu's letter. After the tractor halted at a state-owned brick kiln, he asked Sango, "Have you ever heard the name Zhang Deshing? It seems familiar to me." Sango jumped off the tractor, securing the tractor's handle to his waist with a piece of hemp rope, as it was a village asset, and he feared it might be stolen. Zhang Deshing. Oh, that stubborn old man from Xinyu Village. Years ago, Our team lent a cow to the Xinyu team for over half a month, only for it to be tragically killed in the fields by Zhang Dishing's son. When Uncle Guomin sought recompense, they refused to acknowledge their wrongdoing. Zhang Dishing, emboldened by his numerous offspring, struck Uncle Guomin. Consequently, my brother and I kept a few of his sons under our watch for several months. Eventually, the old man, left with no alternative, compensated our team with a calf. Hai Gu, why do you inquire about this? That incident occurred several years ago. Liu Hai quickly recalled the old man. Indeed, it was true. At that time, Dong Xinyu had yet to arrive in Panxing Village. Yet, how could Dong Xinyu's mother possibly get in touch with this old man? One hails from the capital, while the other resides in a rural area of Jiangdong province, a vast distance apart. How could their fates intertwine? The factory manager of the brickworks was already waiting at the entrance. Noticing Liu Hai's silence, Yang Sandog called out, Hai Gu, are you hauling bricks? What about the proof Uncle Guomin provided for you? Liu Hai muttered to himself that he should seek out the old man for a discussion. Responding affirmatively, he pulled out the proof issued by the village and approached with a smile. Chapter 67. Continuing the trade in aquatic produce. When Dong Xinyu departed, he shared his thoughts with her. On his return, he envisioned a vibrant scene. 36 legs bustling about, accompanied by the presence of tiled houses. The prospect of acquiring bricks was reassuring, as they could be easily purchased whenever necessary, prompting him to prioritize the construction of the tiled houses. County Chief Yang had already made his intentions clear, expressing a desire to see tiled houses upon his next visit to Panxing Village. With that, Liu Hai felt no reservations. 3 cents per red brick was the price, yet not everyone had the privilege to purchase them. One needed proof from the village. Throughout that morning, Liu Hai and Yang Sandog busied themselves with hauling bricks. In these times, when a family faced a situation, they rarely discussed compensation. However, each household kept a mental ledger. If someone helped out at my home for a day, when their turn came, they would not need to seek assistance. I would offer my help voluntarily. No one ever defaulted on their debts, and it was precisely this reciprocal goodwill that fostered warm relationships among neighbors. When Liu Hai's family was building their house, the skilled carpenters and masons in the village willingly returned to lend their assistance at no cost. Naturally, Liu Hai ensured they were well taken care of. Each day, he would send Zhang Xihai to the meat processing factory to bring back half a pig, and anyone who came to work received a pack of cigarettes daily. During mealtimes, every table was adorned with wine. As Liu Hai's nephew prepared to construct the tiled house, his uncle, Lu Chuyang, would not simply stand by. Thus, all matters concerning the house's construction were delegated to him. Lu Chuyang, a man of diverse connections, engaged in lively discussions with Uncle Yang and others, leading outsiders to believe that the Lu family was celebrating joyous occasions every day. Once the bricks were all transported back, Liu Hai and Yang Sandog would rise with the stars, their tractor traversing the mountain paths. The stars above, as if polished by moonlight, adorned the dark night with a gentle, romantic glow. In the steel and concrete cities of the past, such a starry expanse had long been obscured by urban pollution. Under this celestial canopy, dreams of a brighter future became the aspirations of many. As Yang Sandog drove the tractor, he expressed his frustration to Hai Gu, inquiring about the purpose behind their daily information gathering. Liu Hai had been engaged in this endeavor for some time, visiting state-owned factories to inquire about their stock levels, the possibility of sales, and the scarcity of certain items, among other queries. He had already visited over 20 factories, leaving Yang Sandog puzzled by his intentions, feeling that their efforts were merely a waste of time. Liu Hai laughed heartily, declaring that from the next day onward, they would no longer need to run around, as they had discovered a new objective. Casting a glance at the fields, he silently thought to himself, "Forgive me, esteemed spirits, for I am in dire need of funds and must rely on you." Yang Sandog questioned the nature of this new goal, suspecting that Liu Hai might have been influenced by the director of the Aquatic Products Supply and Marketing Agency to engage in eel trading. Liu Hai, in high spirits, affirmed this notion, considering it a quick way to earn money, adhering to their principle of making swift exchanges. They planned to purchase flashlights in town the following day. The next morning, due to the reconstruction of his old house, Liu Hai was staying at the factory. According to his plan, Lu Jun had already enlisted several individuals to collect scrap, gradually emptying the packaging machine at the state-owned food factory. Half of the components had been relocated, and due to Kai Boss's cautious nature, he only allowed 100 kilograms to be dismantled at a time, necessitating patience on Liu Hai's part. This situation afforded him the time to pursue quick profits. After observing Liu Hai for a considerable time, Yang Sandog finally grasped the rationale behind Liu Hai's information collection. For instance, while the tools at Yunshan's state-owned 16th factory were not selling well, the neighboring bamboo chair factory required a new batch of tools. Despite being merely a few kilometers apart, no one had thought to bridge the supply and demand between the two factories. This era possessed a unique charm. With a nimble mind and boldness, making money was remarkably effortless. Liu Hai's recent ambition revolved around eels. He had established a connection with Sun Maokai and Director Xiao from the county's aquatic products department. In Yunshan, eels and loaches were not commonly consumed, as the locals favored pork. However, in the southern regions, these delicacies were highly sought after. Consequently, Director Xiao was burdened with a daunting task: to procure no less than 30,000 pounds of eels within 20 days. Liu Hai, seizing the opportunity, promised him assistance, with the aquatic products supply and marketing agency offering 4 dimes per pound for procurement, thus helping him navigate this challenging endeavor. Liu Hai calculated that at 4 dimes per pound, 30,000 pounds would yield 12,000 yuan. He could initiate purchases from the villagers at 2 dimes per pound. Presently, most villagers were assisting him with small silver fish, which were priced at 5 dimes per pound in the market, seemingly more tangible than dealing with eels. Yet in reality, the situation was quite different. This is the price of dried goods. The tiny silverfish are predominantly water, typically yielding only 1 pound of dry product from 2 to 3 pounds of fresh fish. Therefore, when calculated based on fresh produce, it would amount to approximately 20 cents per pound. In contrast, the yellow eel is quite different. These days, the yellow eels are generally large, with weights of 7 to 8 tails being commonplace, and 1-pound specimens are abundant in the ditches. A simple search in a yellow eel burrow could yield a profit of merely a few cents, which is quite appealing, isn't it? Of course, relying solely on one village would not suffice to achieve such a substantial yield. Liu Hai intends to mobilize 3 villages for this endeavor, as the reeds of Linghu also harbor a wealth of wild produce. 30,000 pounds is entirely feasible. Furthermore, this approach can also temper the villagers' enthusiasm for catching silverfish. If the factory sales cannot keep pace with the intake, Liu Hai needs to slow down the collection without outright refusal. Thus, it would be best to first guide the villagers in harvesting yellow eels for a while. This strategy serves a dual purpose, effectively addressing the current challenges faced by the factory. Liu Hai promptly sought out Zhang Xihai, who had nearly become Liu Hai's spokesperson. Whenever an issue arose, he would immediately broadcast a notification. Once the news about collecting yellow eels was aired, many villagers flocked to Liu Hai. They wondered if the plan for the silverfish had been abandoned and why there was suddenly a call for yellow eels. Xiao Hai, has the factory encountered difficulties? If so, please share, and we will overcome them together, they expressed sincerely. Liu Hai, standing amidst them, smiled and reassured everyone that the factory faced no problems. This was merely a task assigned by the leadership, intended to assist everyone in generating additional income. Upon hearing this, the villagers breathed a sigh of relief. And Bing Shu chuckled, "I'll head home to sharpen my hooks right away. It's been ages since I fished for yellow eels, and my hands are itching." In Chapter 68, the most efficient method for catching eels, a large group of village men laughed heartily. Liu Hai, reveling in the innocent spirit characteristic of this era, was acutely aware that years hence, as the waves of a new age surged forth, the chasm between the affluent and the impoverished would widen. The relationships between individuals would grow increasingly complex, especially in rural areas decades later, where the circumstances would be difficult to articulate. Living in the moment, he resolved to cherish the present. Liu Hai, like the village's commander, gestured grandly, prompting men, women, and children to return home and prepare their tools. A piece of iron wire or a small steel rod from a bicycle wheel, sharpened at one end and heated before being bent into a hook, coupled with some earthworms dug from the soil, would allow one to fish in the irrigation ditches for an hour or two, yielding half a bucket's worth. Some preferred to excavate yellow eel burrows directly. However, this method was notably inefficient and often drew ire for damaging the seedlings in the rice fields. Liu Hai's technique was decidedly more cunning. During the day, he procured 3 flashlights from the town. Then, he cut a piece of camphor bamboo from the back mountain, fashioning 3 large prongs after skillfully whittling it down, serrating the middle section to better grip the slippery yellow eels. At night, after Yang Sandog attached a light bulb to the flashlight, It illuminated Zhang Sihai, who was stealthily relieving himself in the darkness. Infuriated, Zhang Sihai exclaimed, "Yang Sandog, you have gone too far. Quickly pull up your pants." Yang Sanga laughed heartily. "What a ridiculous creature you are. Who allowed you to sneakily relieve yourself over there?" Liu Hai emerged with several net bags, urging, "Enough chatter, let us head to the fields to work." Yang Sanga jogged to catch up. "Aren't we going to prepare some hooks?" "What do we need hooks for?" "To catch eels, of course." "Who said we are going to fish for eels?" "A flashlight and a clamp will suffice." "Wait, Brother Hai, I don't quite understand. With our gear, how can we possibly catch eels?" "Stop asking questions. Soon you will experience the magic for yourself." Thus, Liu Hai led them to the water-filled fields. After merely 2 minutes of shining the flashlight into the ditch, Liu Hai beckoned to Yang Sangu, "Come take a look." The two approached curiously. The ditches in Panxing Village were thick with lotus grass, which the locals referred to as revolutionary grass. Eels and loaches often sought refuge beneath this foliage. To their astonishment, they spotted 2 eels lying motionless beneath the lotus grass. Zhang Sihai inquired, "Why are the eels not moving when illuminated by the light?" Liu Hai brandished a large bamboo clamp, swiftly snatching one of the eels, which weighed around 7 or 8 taels, from the water. They become frozen in place because the light dazzles their eyes. "Just shine the light on a frog and see if it moves." Yang Sangu directed the flashlight toward the ground, and indeed, the frog remained still. "Wow, one can play with a flashlight like this? Our efficiency in catching eels will undoubtedly surpass that of fishing." In this era, a flashlight was considered a luxury. Many households hesitated to even use electricity, let alone utilize such devices. Thus, no one had ever attempted to catch eels at night using a flashlight. This method became particularly popular in rural areas by the late 1990s. Liu Hai laughed, "Let us get to work." Zhang Sihai and Yang Sangu were captivated by the experience, reveling in the activity. During their venture, they also encountered Uncle Jun, who was fishing for eels at night. Observing their technique of illuminating the ditch, he was amazed to see them catch eels effortlessly. They decided to purchase flashlights from the town's supply store the following day. Although they were expensive, the efficiency of catching eels far outweighed the cost. Investing wisely would yield greater returns. They set out at 8 o'clock in the evening and returned by 11, laden with bags. During this time, frogs were not yet a protected species, so Liu Hai also caught numerous wild frogs from the fields. With a scale in hand, he weighed the eels in the bag, hanging the heavy iron weight from the scale's rod. "Wow, my bag weighs 20 pounds. Zhang Sihai eagerly brought his bag over, and upon weighing, it was confirmed to be between 30 and 40 pounds. This meant that the 3 of them had collectively caught 60 to 70 pounds of eels in such a short time. Their faces lit up with joy. Liu Hai had also prepared the field frogs, gathered a handful of small chili peppers, and some wild perilla leaves, setting a fire to cook in an iron pot. After a fiery stir-fry, a pot of spicy field frogs was ready, and the 3 of them toasted with drinks while planning their future eel-catching endeavors. Zhang Sihai and Yang Sangu operated the tractor, tasked with collecting goods from Simitu Village and Shaoyang Village, while Liu Hai remained at the factory. In the midst of their conversation, Zhang Sihai, in a daze, suddenly inquired, "Brother Hai, when will Sister Xinyu return? Did he mention it in his letter?" To be frank, certain matters within the factory would be better managed by her. The jovial atmosphere, once filled with laughter, abruptly descended into silence following Zhang Sihai's question. Observing Liu Hai's silence, Yang Sangu kicked Zhang Sihai and admonished, "Stop talking nonsense. What does that concern you?" Realizing his blunder, Zhang Sihai felt a twinge of grievance and muttered, "I was merely showing concern for Brother Hai." Still arguing, Yang Sangu responded, "Enough, Sangu, you always bully him. I'm fine." Liu Hai downed his drink in one gulp. "Rest assured, she won't be away for long. She is also finding ways to return. It's getting late. Let us retire for the night." With that, he rose and entered the factory. Yang Sangu sighed and continued to scold Zhang Sihai, who remained silent. The following evening, an explosion rocked the factory. Villagers arrived with bags to sell eels to Liu Hai. Initially, Liu Hai believed that the eels in the rice paddies were plentiful, yet not excessively so. It was only then that he realized his earlier naivety. In this era, the fields were fertilized with organic manure and with few consumers. The rice paddies had become a veritable breeding ground for eels. Each eel was notably large, unlike in years to come when pesticides and chemical fertilizers would decimate their numbers. Decades later, streamers on platforms like Douyin would shock audiences by showcasing eels weighing 5 or 6 taels, prompting waves of astonished reactions. In just one morning, Liu Hai collected over 900 pounds of eels. Although the market price hovered around 60 cents per pound, the actual selling price was far less, as they were often sold as mere accompaniments to larger fish. This was the reason Liu Hai had initially been hesitant to engage with eels. Slow sales meant slow profits. However, with the establishment of a seafood supply cooperative, he no longer had to worry. After acquiring over 900 pounds, he promptly delivered them to the cooperative. Director Xiao, upon seeing the plump catch, was elated. "Goodness, you truly have the ability to help me accomplish this task. You've been a tremendous help." Chapter 69. Zhangdushing. Seeking book recommendations, Liu Hai smiled and assured him that the quantities would only increase, promising that within a month, they would certainly fulfill Director Zhao's objectives. After some light banter at the entrance, they proceeded to weigh the catch, a total of 910 pounds. While Director Xiao was preoccupied, Liu Hai discreetly placed a pack of Hongtum Mountain cigarettes into his drawer. At present, Hongtum Mountain cigarettes were considered a premium brand, priced over 9 yuan per pack, accessible only to high-ranking officials, with occasional indulgence by leaders of state-owned enterprises. Regardless of the era, maintaining social connections is essential. Though Sun Maokai had been pulling strings behind the scenes, the gesture of gifting a pack of cigarettes would fortify the collaboration between Liu Hai and Director Xiao. 2 hours later, they departed from the seafood supply cooperative with 364 yuan in hand. Once Director Xiao finished his tasks, he returned to his office. Upon opening the drawer, I chanced upon a single red pagoda cigarette and instinctively glanced around. Whose could it be? Yet, I swiftly chastised myself. Who would leave a cigarette in my office drawer? A glance out the window revealed Liu Hai and the others mounting their tractor, and I understood immediately. This young lad, despite his age, was remarkably adept, leaving no detail overlooked, a rarity indeed. As I examined the cigarette, I noticed a slit cut into the packaging. Intrigued, I tore it open with haste, only to be taken aback as I discovered 2 crisp banknotes nestled within, 2 large tuanjia. I sprang up, intent on calling out to them, but alas, their tractor had already departed. Those 2 banknotes could easily surpass half a month's salary. This young man truly had a promising future ahead. Later, Liu Hai and his companions arrived in town. Liu Hai had devised a compensation structure for Yang Sanggu and Zhang Sihai that consisted of a base salary plus bonuses. In an era when factories typically offered fixed wages, where effort exerted bore little distinction in pay, workers' motivation solely relied on their own diligence. Liu Hai, however, adopted a piece rate system, which significantly boosted morale among the workers. Liu Hai maintained the belief that a person of his wealth, having been reborn, should not cling to trivial sums. Otherwise, his previous life would have been in vain. This philosophy extended to their recent venture involving eels, where Liu Hai also provided Zhang Sihai and Yang Sanggu with additional earnings. Each received a reward of 5 yuan for every truckload sold. Upon reaching town, he generously handed over 10 yuan to each and procured 5 pounds of pork from the meat processing plant for them to take home. Zhang Sihai, overwhelmed with emotion, nearly shed tears, exclaiming that he had earned around 80 or 90 yuan this month and felt it unnecessary to accept such generosity. Yang Sanggu retorted, dismissing Zhang Sihai's protest, insisting that 80 or 90 yuan was hardly significant and urged him to take it. Zhang Sihai's tears were swiftly brushed away by Yang Sanggu's hand, igniting a spark of defiance within him, challenging Yang Sanggu not to equate his contribution to the money being offered. Well then, Zhang Sihai, feeling a bit proud, are we? Yang Sanggu teased. That's the reality. I'm not boasting. Enough of this. You two return to continue the collection. Sihai, stay at the factory, and Sanggu, head over to my uncle's place. Their fishing boats usually dock around 9 in the morning, and there should be plenty of goods to gather. After that, we'll deliver another load to the aquaculture supply cooperative in the afternoon. As Liu Hai gazed at the spot where Dong Xinyu frequently sold grain husks, his heart ached with longing for her. Decades of life had left him with a heart that now felt as youthful as a teenager's, filled with a blend of bittersweet emotions. Yang Sanggu acknowledged, and as he playfully restrained Zhang Sihai around the neck, the latter protested vociferously. Yet his protests fell on deaf ears. After they departed, Liu Hai arrived at the tailor's shop. Upon seeing him, the shopkeeper eagerly inquired, "How is it? Has your wife returned?" Liu Hai could only muster a wry smile, estimating that it would be some time yet. "Not back yet," he replied. The shopkeeper's face fell. Ever since she had taken Dong Xinyu's measurements for undergarments, She had been fervently consuming sweet potatoes. However, after more than a month, there had been no noticeable change. Thus, she was eager to inquire of Dong Xinyu whether her method of consumption was improper. Liu Hai asked, "Has Zhang Dishing come today?" During this period, Liu Hai had sought out Zhang Dishing several times in the town, yet none of the vendors selling vegetables at the market had a permanent stall. Most were merely individuals with surplus agricultural produce who came to sell. If they were absent tomorrow, they would not return. Hence Liu Hai had been left empty-handed these past few days, relying on the elder sister at the tailor shop to keep watch. The elder sister was still puzzled as to why, despite consuming so many sweet potatoes, she had not gained any weight. She replied that she had just seen Zhang Dishing selling vegetables over there. He came? Yes, that little old man is quite stubborn. He argued for quite a while over a single penny. All right, thank you, elder sister. Liu Hai felt considerably uplifted. The impression Dong Xinyu's mother had of Liu Hai was entirely based on this Zhang Dishing. If he could be won over, it might alter her perception of Liu Hai. The hope for Dong Xinyu's return would also increase significantly. As he was leaving, he noticed the elder sister still watching him and remarked, "Xinyu usually eats sweet potatoes roasted in the field. You might want to try that and see if it helps." Really? Why didn't you say so sooner? The elder sister exclaimed with realization. Liu Hai searched the crowd for Zhang Dishing. Indeed, it wasn't long before he spotted a disheveled old man, clad in patched clothing, balancing a burden on his shoulders. He stood before the pork stall at the meat processing plant, salivating incessantly. Not only he, but many others were gazing longingly at the lean red and plump white pork. Even if they could not indulge, merely observing was a form of enjoyment. As Liu Hai approached, he offered a red pagoda filter-tipped cigarette to Uncle Zhang. "Haven't had meat in a while, have you?" Zhang Dishing turned to see Liu Hai and instinctively regarded him with suspicion. "What is it you want now?" "I will remind you again. The cow from your Panxing commune was not killed by my family, and besides, I even bought a calf for you. What more do you want?" Liu Hai had reflected upon the incident with the cow over the past few days. It was quite possible that the old man had not been responsible for its demise, as he had not claimed any beef afterwards. Several years had passed. Yet he still insisted it was not his family's doing, which only suggested that the matter was rather peculiar. Hastily, Liu Hai said, "Don't be agitated. I'm here to apologize. Upon further reflection, I find the situation problematic." Zhang Dishing was quite perplexed, wondering what trickery Liu Hai was up to. "First, let us smoke." Liu Hai brought the cigarette closer. Upon seeing the red pagoda cigarette box in his hand, the old man was momentarily taken aback, wondering where it had been procured. "It's clean, go ahead and smoke." The old man looked at him with a strange expression and extended his gnarled hand to accept it. Liu Hai struck a match to light it. Zhang Dishing felt somewhat uneasy. Why was this ruffian treating him with such courtesy? Was there some ulterior motive hidden behind this? Chapter 70. Shall I lead you to prosperity? The taste of this high-quality filter cigarette was indeed pleasant, devoid of the harshness of raw tobacco. As the smoke swirled in his lungs, the old man's mood considerably calmed. He finally spoke. "The cow was killed by the ruffians from our Xinyu commune because they desired beef. One fateful day, after they poisoned several cattle from the commune, I happened to witness the act and fled." Liu Hai gazed at the frail, dark-skinned figure of the old man, reminiscing about the time he and Yang Senga squatted at the old man's home. They were indeed a pitiful family, languishing at home, clutching their stomachs. And whenever hunger became unbearable, they would venture out to drink from the well. During a heated argument with Uncle Guamin, the old man lost his temper and struck Xiao Guamin. Both Liu Hai and Yang Sengu, upon hearing of the incident, nearly dismantled their rickety thatched cottage. When they confronted the old man and his sons, it was always Liu Hai and Yang Sengu who ended up with bruised faces and bloodied noses. Liu Hai felt a pang of guilt, wondering why he hadn't spoken up at that time. "Did your brigade offer me a chance to speak?" he retorted. "When the villagers stormed into my home and saw the dead cattle, they pointed fingers at us and cursed. Are you not aware of the character of those scoundrels? If I offended them, how could my family continue living in the brigade?" Zhang Dishing was visibly agitated. "Do you know how much we sacrificed for that calf? We begged and borrowed money from everyone. For years, we held our heads low in the brigade, and it was only in the last 2 years, after the land was contracted, that we managed to repay our debts through frugal living. Life is truly wretched." The elderly man, over 60, suddenly squatted down, overwhelmed by emotion, and began to weep. The sight filled Liu Hai with a deeper sense of sorrow. Had it not been for the countless days he and Yang Sengu spent at their home, perhaps they would not have accepted the loss, ultimately having to scrimp and save to buy back that calf from the Panxing commune. This was a matter he had never contemplated in his previous life. Now, with Dong Xinyu's mother seeking Zhang Desheng to inquire about Liu Hai, it was no surprise that the old man would hurl unkind words. After all, he had sown the seeds of this situation himself. After a moment of silence, Liu Hai approached the butcher's stall at the meat processing plant. The butcher smiled at Liu Hai, asking if he wanted a few more pounds. Liu Hai, now a significant customer at the Shihe town meat plant, was well known there. 5 pounds, but I have no ticket, he replied. I know, the old rules. The butcher chuckled, swiftly slicing and weighing the meat. 5 pounds, just right. He tied the meat with some straw and handed it to Liu Hai. After paying, Liu Hai placed the 5 pounds of meat into Zhang Desheng's bamboo basket of vegetables. Zhang Desheng, puzzled, asked, "What are you doing?" Liu Hai smiled. In those days, we truly didn't understand the situation. Consider this a form of compensation to your family. Additionally, would you be interested in coming to work at my factory? If you work diligently, you could earn around 40 yuan a month. Your factory? Have you joined a state-owned enterprise? Zhang Desheng was somewhat bewildered. Liu Hai chuckled. It's complicated to explain all at once. If you're willing, have your sons come to find me at the factory tomorrow. After a moment of thought, he handed Zhang Desheng the remaining pack of Hongtao Mountain cigarettes. Others may not have known, but Liu Hai was undoubtedly a benevolent soul in his past life. When he had wealth, he would generously spend a significant portion each year to assist those in need. At the brink of death, he instructed his secretary to establish a fund to assist farmers. For only those who hail from rural backgrounds can truly comprehend the hardships faced by farming families. Upon his rebirth, he found himself increasingly averse to the sight of the impoverished, particularly those who lived in even more desperate circumstances. After handing a cigarette to a man, he departed, not hastening to inquire about Dong Xinyu's mother, fearing that such impatience might arouse the old man's suspicion. Zhang Desheng's mind was in a state of confusion. Their family had previously experienced the capabilities of this rogue. Why did he seem like a completely different person? After a moment, he called out, "Is it true that if our family were to work at your factory, we could earn over 40 yuan a month?" Liu Hai replied, "Not the whole family. Just one person could earn around 40. What? Are you out of your mind? Workers at the state-owned factory in town only make about 30 a month. To earn 40, one would need to be at the best state-owned factory in the county. Whether I'm mad or not, come to Panxing Village tomorrow and see for yourself," Liu Hai said before disappearing into the crowd. Zhang Desheng remained stunned for a long while, suddenly calculating in his mind. If one person can earn 40, and I have 4 sons, along with my wife managing several acres of land, excluding the eldest who is in the army. If the other 3 sons each earn 40 a month, our family's income would be substantial. This lad, could he be deceiving me? He glanced again at the 5 pounds of pork in the basket, glistening with an appetizing sheen of fat. Just moments ago, he had witnessed how this young man fearlessly pointed to a piece of pork at the vendor's stall, without even batting an eye. Goodness, after living more than 60 years, he had never seen such a way of purchasing meat. His emotions were tumultuous as he hurried home to share the news with his family. After a night's contemplation, Zhang Desheng, accompanied by his 3 sons, made their way to Panxing Village. They first rushed to Liu Hai's home, only to find that he was building a tiled house. Just how much had Liu Hai earned? The father and sons were utterly astonished. They then inquired about the factory, and upon arrival, they saw dozens of people of all ages queuing to sell eels. In the factory yard, Liu Hai sat at the forefront, several stacks of money before him. He even spotted a bundle of big unity notes. Beside him, Yang Xinyu and Zhang Sihai were weighing goods. With each weight reported, Liu Hai effortlessly calculated on the abacus, handing over money while encouraging, "That's 2 yuan, young man. You need to work harder today." The young boy eagerly accepted the money, brimming with excitement, thanking Liu Hai profusely and declaring, "Today, I'll surely catch more." Liu Hai chuckled, ruffling the boy's hair. "Go on then." Shaking the abacus, he cleared the beads, calling, "Sangu next. 16 Jin and 8 Liang, brother Hai." "All right." Liu Hai swiftly tapped the abacus with one hand while counting money with the other, quickly completing the second transaction. This scene left Zhang Desheng's second son, Zhang Xinguang, exclaiming, "Dad, wasn't he Liu Hai illiterate? When did he become so skilled at calculating? Goodness, even our village accountant cannot match his prowess, calculating without even looking." Zhang Desheng felt a shiver run down his spine as memories of the old society resurfaced. Particularly the shrewd manager at the lakeside dock, who had commanded the loyalty of all with his deft calculations. It was said that he was later invited to serve in Nanjing. How had Liu Hai transformed so completely? Just as the father and his sons were struggling to comprehend. Liu Hai suddenly looked up with a smile. Uncle Zhang, you have arrived. Don't just stand there. Come quickly and lend a hand. I will discuss the compensation with you after I finish. Our factory also provides lunch, so you may work at ease. That infuriating smile from Liu Hai sent shivers down their spines once more. Yang Senga chimed in. Zhang Xinguang, don't just stand there. Come help. I'm about to collapse from exhaustion. Chapter 71. He earns so much money, damn it. Dad, why is Yang Senga smiling at me? Why? We are enemies. Bang. Zhang Duxing struck his second son Zhang Xinguang on the head. Enemies? Our family's prosperity depends on them. Go over and call him brother. What do you mean by brother? Hurry up. Zhang Xinguang, feeling a bit wronged, walked over with his two brothers. As they approached, he felt as though a thorn lodged in his throat. Dog brother. Don't just stand there. Lend me a hand. My arms are trembling. Weighing goods is no trivial matter. Carrying items weighing a dozen or 20 pounds solely by hand was exhausting Yang Sangyu. Seeing that Yang Sangyu had set aside their past quarrels, Zhang Xinguang quickly offered. I'll take over the weighing, dog brother. You keep an eye on the scale. I don't know how to. All right. You two also help lift these onto the tractor. Once it's full, we'll head to the county's fish supply and marketing agency together. Yang Sangyu replied. Before long, the courtyard was bustling with activity. Zhang Duxing was also pitching in. At 10 in the morning, Yang Sangyu and Zhang Duxing's sons made a trip to the fish supply and marketing agency. Zhang Xinguang was utterly astonished. Such an abundance everywhere. Could it truly yield so much profit? By the time they returned, it was already noon. The family sat at the table, once again rendered speechless by the incredible turn of events. The dishes on the table were all meat, astonishingly. Even the cabbage was stir-fried with meat. Which factory could boast such a lavish meal? The sudden arrival of happiness made Zhang Duxing feel as though he were dreaming. Liu Hai preferred to take a few dishes and eat outside with his bowl. He did so again, squatting at the factory entrance to eat. While Zhang Duxing also emerged with his bowl. It was evident that the old man was a particularly reserved and timid person, although the table was laden with meat dishes. The old man's bowl contained only vegetables. Cautiously squatting beside Liu Hai, he asked, Liu Hai, can my sons and I truly work here every day and eat? Liu Hai turned back with a smile. Yes, I was just about to discuss the compensation. Our main focus here is on small silver fish. The more you work, the more you earn. The fixed salary is 20 yuan per month. If you catch a lot of small silver fish, you'll receive bonuses. For skilled workers, one can earn 50 to 60 yuan a month. That is not an issue, right, Uncle Zhang? Zhang Duxing quickly replied, no problem. At last, there is some hope for our family. Tears welled up in Zhang Duxing's eyes. Can a person truly be brought to tears out of poverty? Indeed, they can. It is not that they lack diligence. Rather, they are deprived of opportunity. The feeling of lying at home, hungry and devoid of strength, is all too common in this era. If only such individuals were afforded a chance to earn, they would seize it with fervor, fighting fiercely against anyone who dared to extinguish that opportunity. Zhang Duxing is one such individual, and his perception of Liu Hai underwent a profound transformation that very morning. Throughout the morning, as he interacted with others, who among them did not extol Liu Hai's virtues, not only does he earn for himself, but he also generously shares with the villagers, uplifting the entire community. Truly a conscientious young man. Reflecting on this, Zhang Duxing suddenly sighed heavily and said, there is something I owe you an apology for. Liu Hai's facial muscles twitched slightly, anticipating Zhang Duxing's forthcoming words. Affectedly feigning ignorance, he inquired, Uncle Zhang, what is it? Zhang Duxing took a bite of his meal and recounted, recently, someone came to my home inquiring about you. I must confess, I spoke ill of you. Liu Hai asked, why were they inquiring about me? Who were they? Zhang Duxing admitted he was uncertain but proceeded to recount the details. Liu Hai pieced together the situation. Surmising that Wang Lijuan, Dong Xinyu's mother, had leveraged her husband's connections in the military to investigate soldiers from Yinshan County. This led her to Zhang Duxing's eldest son. And from there, they traced their way back to Zhang Duxing's home to inquire about the past conflict between Liu Hai and their family. One cannot help but acknowledge Wang Lijuan's concern for her youngest daughter. With clarity at hand, Liu Hai suggested, could you write a letter to your son? There's no need for embellishments. Just truthfully convey your family's current circumstances. Upon hearing this, Zhang Duxing realized something. Little Liu, Have you offended someone of significance? I can't shake the feeling that they are here to investigate you. Liu Hai chuckled lightly. It's not quite an offense. Someone fears I might elope with their daughter. Which is, of course, understandable. You will do as I suggest. Zhang Dushing affirmed. Of course, we are all counting on you to help us escape from poverty. With the core issue identified, his heart naturally felt lighter. They then reminisced about the incident involving that cow. Liu Hai accompanied him to Xiaoguomen. Years had passed, and the animosity had long dissipated. Upon learning that the cow had been poisoned by the notorious Ba Lizi, Xiaoguomen was taken aback. It was this very Ba Lizi who had incited him to irrationally confront the villagers. One cannot entirely fault Xiaoguomen for his overreaction. During the Commune era, a brigade owned only a handful of cows, which were vital assets for plowing the fields. Losing even one was a significant loss. That afternoon, they went to the police station to file a report. Later that day, Liu Hai penned a letter in response to Dong Xinyu. 10 days later, Dong Xinyu received Liu Hai's letter in Kyoto. It had become her greatest source of emotional support in the city, and she carefully preserved each of Liu Hai's letters in a metal box. Every night before retiring, she would take out the letter penned by Liu Hai and read it, feeling as though he were right beside her. As she immersed herself in the words, a sudden knock echoed through the door. Dong Xinyu hastily concealed the letter. Moments later, Wang Lijuan appeared at the threshold. Mom, what is it? Dong Xinyu inquired, a hint of guilt shadowing her gaze. Wang Lijuan appeared hesitant, likely bearing news from Panxing Village. After much internal conflict, she finally posed the question, has that lad Liu Hai established a factory in Panxing Village? Dong Xinyu regarded her with curiosity, for it was the first time her mother had taken the initiative to inquire about Liu Hai. She nodded affirmatively. Yes. I used to prepare some spicy dried fish for Qingqing to take to school, the kind I learned from you. Liu Hai, being quite astute, emulated my efforts and brought some to the county to sell, surprisingly garnering immense popularity. The villagers were not fond of the common fish, but Liu Hai transformed waste into treasure, enabling the villagers to earn together. Spicy dried fish. Wang Lijuan questioned incredulously. Can that truly be profitable? Of course. Liu Hai has made a considerable fortune. Sometimes, he earns several hundred in a single day. Such a lucrative endeavor. Wang Lijuan was taken aback. Several hundred a day? What a jest. After all, at a decent job in Kyoto, my salary is only over 80 a month. This lad earns several hundred daily, leaving me in the dust. Surely, you jest. Pray, tell me how he amassed such wealth. Her interest piqued. Chapter 72. The conclusion. Dong Xinyu's emotions surged. Encouraged by her aunt, her mother had always been quite resistant to her returning to Panxing Village. She had struggled to find the opportunity to properly introduce Liu Hai. Was this not the perfect moment? She quickly sat up, eager to share with her mother. Throughout her narration, the young girl unabashedly expressed her admiration for Liu Hai, recounting his diligence, industriousness, and ambition, while emphasizing his kindness towards others. However, as she spoke, Wang Lijuan abruptly interrupted. You only recount recent events. What about before? Engaging in petty mischief and relying on you for support, often resorting to both scolding and reprimanding you. Why do you omit these tales? Dong Xinyu was taken aback, realizing her mother had indeed invested considerable effort in investigating Liu Hai. These were indeed actions Liu Hai had committed, and now that her mother had uncovered the truth, there was no hiding it. She gazed anxiously at Wang Lijuan, uncertain how to respond. Seeing the glimmer of tears in her daughter's eyes, Wang Lijuan gently caressed her head. My dear, you are a piece of me, the cherished little sister to your older siblings. Do you believe that if your third brother learns of these matters, he might rush to Panxing Village to confront Liu Hai? How can I trust you to return to Panxing Village? Mom, Liu Hai has changed for the better, truly. Enough. I still disapprove. Now rest. Do not think I am unaware of his past actions. This lad possesses a certain cunning, knowing how to address issues, Wang Lijuan remarked as she exited the room. As Liu Hai anticipated, Wang Lijuan appeared to be well-educated and sensible. However, she was far from a simple woman. After all, she had weathered many storms alongside Dong Xinmin. Following her mother's departure, Dong Xinyu was suddenly engulfed in worry, pondering how to resolve the situation, as her mother remained unable to accept Liu Hai. Tossing and turning in bed, she spent a sleepless night. The next day, she promptly penned a letter to Liu Hai, recounting the conversation she had shared with her mother the previous night. Now, the young girl comprehended that her father had remained non-committal regarding the matter. She understood her father's character. His silence indicated tacit approval. The only hurdle left was her mother. As for whether her older siblings agreed or disagreed, she could not be bothered. By mid-May, the fields were lush and verdant. The farmers, having toiled in the earth their entire lives, could discern the yield of the year while the seedlings were still growing. That morning, during the broadcast meeting, Xiao Guomin earnestly admonished the audience, emphasizing that while they may engage in catching eels and small silver fish for profit, they must not neglect their own fields. Dan, you must immediately check your family's field. The target grass has grown taller than your seedlings. If I pass by your rice paddies again and see that target grass, I swear I will deal with you. As the village secretary during the commune period, Xiao Guomin had been the brigade chief, and many had grown up listening to his broadcasts, making him akin to the patriarch of the village. Thus, each morning, the villagers were accustomed to hearing him chastising the lazy. On the factory side, Dan, burdened with over 30 pounds of eels, scratched his head in frustration, muttering about how he was indeed tending to his own rice paddies, despite Uncle Guomin's remarks. After Liu Hai settled his account with him, he smiled and remarked that while they must earn money, they could not afford to let their fields go to waste. This afternoon, the factory won't be receiving goods, so everyone should go and pull up the target grass from their own fields. Otherwise, Uncle Guomin will surely come looking for me. The crowd erupted in laughter. Later that morning, after Yang Sangu and the others delivered their goods to the Aquatic Product Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Liu Hai calculated the factory's earnings. In Panxing Village, the eels were plentiful. However, in Xiaoyang Village and Simitu Village, the demand was overwhelming. After all, such a vast lake, with its astonishingly rich aquatic resources, yielded 2,000 to 3,000 pounds of eels daily from the reed marshes of Linghu. Liu Hai, mindful of the local villagers, had limited the daily collection to 1,500 pounds from those two villages. Otherwise, the fishing teams from those areas would complete the cooperative's quotas in mere days. Moreover, this business was not sustainable, as others from different villages were also collecting and delivering to the cooperative, which was entirely reasonable. After all, it was a lucrative venture that anyone would want to partake in. Up to this point, Liu Hai had delivered over 27,000 pounds to the Aquatic Product Supply and Marketing Cooperative. In 2 days, he would fulfill Director Zhao's task, after which he intended to cease this business. Ultimately, small silver fish represented a more enduring enterprise. After over 20 days of fishing, Liu Hai noticed that the eels collected from the village were becoming increasingly smaller, indicating overfishing. Continuing down this path would lead to depletion, which was not ideal. After careful calculation, the total revenue from 27,000 pounds of eels amounted to 10,800, with the total cost reaching 5,400. After deducting the commissions owed to Yang Sandog and Zhang Sihai, as well as various expenses such as tractor fuel, Liu Hai was left with a net profit of 5,000, which is certainly commendable. Coupled with the profits from the previous transaction involving the cement factory scrap paper, he had earned over 7,000 in just over a month. Additionally, he had constructed 3 large tiled houses, which were also reinforced with cement, costing around 600 to 700 in total. Due to the recent surge in eel trading, the little silverfish had not received any shipments and had been consuming its previous stock, bringing in approximately 2,000 to 3,000. However, there were ongoing expenses related to the acquisition of a packaging machine assembly line from a state-owned factory, amounting to around 1,000 or more. After tallying everything, he found himself with over 8,000 in cash, which was quite sufficient. After a hearty lunch, a tractor from the county's state-owned waste recycling station arrived, towing a load of scrap iron to their factory. Old Chun, drenched in sweat, jumped down from the vehicle proclaiming that this was the final shipment of parts, and they had successfully completed their task under the radar. Liu Hai felt quite pleased with this packaging machine assembly line. The little silverfish was poised to expand beyond Yunshan County. After exchanging words of appreciation, the two entered the factory to discuss the assembly process. Old Chun, being the seasoned veteran, was determined to establish himself after being ousted from the state-owned food processing plant by Boss Kai. He saw Liu Hai's factory as a matter of personal honor for the latter part of his life. Thus, Liu Hai need not worry about these affairs. Chen had already found a knowledgeable craftsman who agreed to come tomorrow with an apprentice to assist in the assembly for 30 yuan. However, after their discussions, Old Chen's expression turned serious. He brought up 2 matters. First, he had learned that Boss Kai's spicy little silverfish was about to hit the market, having signed supply contracts with several surrounding county supply and marketing cooperatives. Liu Hai nodded in understanding. The powerful competitors from Gangsheng were indeed making bold moves by securing contracts with multiple cooperatives right from the start. But they, as humble folk, had their own methods to cope with the situation. The second matter was more concerning. Sun Maokai had sent word that the county's state-owned assets committee director's brother-in-law had dined at his restaurant yesterday and had expressed intentions of harming Liu Hai. Have you crossed paths with him? Chapter 73. Menacing visitors bearing gifts. The director's brother-in-law. Who is he, and why would he want to harm me? Liu Hai was perplexed, having no recollection of the individual. Old Chun was equally astonished. You don't know him? Truly? Not at all. I rarely venture into the county these days. That is quite strange. Sun Maokai insisted I tell you to avoid going out alone and mentioned that the man has already purchased a knife. Is it that serious? Indeed. Then let him come. This is all rather bewildering. Liu Hai's mind was elsewhere as they resumed their discussion regarding the master craftsman for the following day. Li Ji was nothing short of a petty man. Now that he had lost his job and nearly faced incarceration, he was fortunate that the matter had ultimately fizzled out. Once a man filled with ambition, he had plummeted to the depths overnight, becoming a subject of ridicule in the eyes of everyone, which could easily warp one's heart. On that day, he heard a piece of news that was creating quite a stir at the market. It was said that Wang Shirwing intended to take severe action against Liu Hai. Upon hearing this, the little man was filled with excitement. He quickly leveraged his connections to locate Wang Shirwing at a tea house. Wang Shirwing appeared cultured, resembling an intellectual. After listening to Li Ji for a while, he interjected. Having heard all you've said, may I summarize? You admired someone's romantic interest, yet were spurned, and feeling indignant, you sought to wield your minor authority against them. However, you found yourself outmatched and collided with County Head Yang, ultimately being apprehended as a typical example of misconduct. Yet, you remain unsatisfied and wish to use my hand to strike at Liu Hai. Li Ji hastily offered a cigarette, exclaiming, Brother Wen, you jest. How could I possibly dare to use your hand for such deeds? What then is the purpose of your incessant prattle? Wang Shirwing's demeanor shifted dramatically, resembling a vengeful figure from a bygone Hong Kong film, ready to unleash fury upon a gang. Li Ji's complexion turned pallid, and a multitude of seemingly gentle youths surged forth. It was common knowledge that this group was not to be trifled with. They were recent returnees from rural service, idling away their days after being denied proper job assignments. They had even disbanded the county's most notorious shoe brigade. Noticing the silence, Wang Shirwing set down his cup and rose, fixing a glare on Li Ji. I abhor those who conspire to undermine others for selfish gain. What makes you think you can manipulate me? I am capable of dealing with Liu Hai, but rest assured, I have no intention of involving you. With that, he turned to the others, inquiring, is the tractor ready? It's all set, Brother Wen. The boys are fully equipped. A youth responded. With a sweeping gesture, Wang Shirwing commanded, let us head to Panxing Village to negotiate with Liu Hai. If he refuses to relinquish this business, we shall eliminate him. Understood, Brother Wen. The group surged forth, leaving onlookers shaking their heads in disbelief. These returnees harbored deep grievances. They had once answered the call to serve in rural areas, enduring tremendous hardship. Having been forcibly separated from their urban schools, they had hoped for favorable job placements upon their return, only to discover that state-owned factories had faltered, leaving them with no opportunities. As a result, many languished idly, significantly impacting public order in various regions during the 1980s. Wang Shirwing's brother-in-law was the director of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. Thus, he had garnered considerable influence, becoming a prominent figure in Yinshan County. Li Ji followed them outside, only to witness a dozen individuals armed with rebar climbing onto a dilapidated tractor, vanishing into the streets. Who were these people, so brazenly seeking vengeance? Recalling Wang Shirwing's fierce gaze, a wave of trepidation washed over him, prompting him to hastily depart. Over an hour later, Wang Shirwing arrived at Panxing Village. Before the factory workers could even react, this group stormed into the premises. Who the hell is Liu Hai? Wang Shirwing bellowed, his face seething with rage. Liu Hai was engaged in discussions about machinery with others when Yang Sangu, noticing the intimidating demeanor of the group, stood up to confront them. What are you here for, causing trouble? Liu Hai, however, had his gaze fixed on Wang Shirwing for quite some time, and suddenly, a jolt of recognition struck him. Wasn't this the wealthy magnate Wang Shirwing from the Jiangdong of his previous life? After amassing his fortune, he returned to Jiangdong to make several investments, becoming acquainted with numerous individuals in the local business community. Liu Hai had a particularly vivid recollection of this tycoon, who incessantly boasted of being a cultured businessman, employing ghostwriters to pen his autobiography, and ostentatiously prided himself on his sophistication. He would often declare, "I built my fortune from scratch, legally and ethically," as if everyone were an old acquaintance. At that moment, despite Wang Sherwin's aggressive stance, Liu Hai felt an inexplicable lack of animosity towards him. Old Chun, observing Wang Sherwin's presence, leaned in to whisper, "He is the brother-in-law of the director of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. Is he indeed the brother-in-law of the director?" Liu Hai found this amusing. Wang Sherwin, noticing Liu Hai's expression, felt insulted and plopped down in front of him. "I have a business proposition for you. If we can reach an agreement today, you will be my brother. If not, summon your friends, and we shall settle this outside. Whoever wins dictates the terms." Liu Hai found the situation rather perplexing. Although he had heard plenty of Wang Sherwin's pretentiousness in his past life, this phase had no connection to him whatsoever. Why so much hatred? He gestured for Old Chun and the others to leave, and with concern etched on their faces, they complied. Liu Hai reassured them, "It's nothing, don't worry." Outside, upon hearing about the impending trouble, Zhang Sihai immediately began rallying people. Once the door was shut, Wang Sherwin confronted Liu Hai about the cement factory's packaging bags. "Did you sell them off?" Liu Hai, puzzled, nodded in affirmation. "What of it? And the containers from the chemical factory, were they also sold?" Liu Hai glanced at Yang Sangu, who sheepishly scratched his head. "Well, Hai Gu, when Sihai and I had some spare time, we took on extra shifts to sell them." "Goodness, so you've become clever, secretly engaging in trade without informing me," Liu Hai murmured. "Indeed, my people were responsible. Could you not leave a path for survival? Every lucrative idea I conceive, you promptly seize upon." Wang Sherwin was exasperated. "As for the aquatic supply and marketing cooperative's work, cease your involvement. I will offer you 100 yuan. What say you?" Yang Sangu was instantly amused, thinking, "What a character, aggressively offering us money. We had no intention of pursuing the aquatic supply work anyway, and now he is gifting us 100 yuan. Liu Hai, bemused, asked, "Are you involved in trade?" "Is that even a question?" Yang Sangu replied. Liu Hai mused inwardly. "Didn't you claim to have built your fortune legally from scratch? It seems you two are speculating and profiting through your brother-in-law's insider information." It was evident that those who professed self-made success often had hidden stories that crumbled under scrutiny. After some contemplation, Liu Hai said, "All right, I support you. I will allow you to handle the aquatic supply work." Chapter 74. Force them to face the consequences, seeking updates. Wang Sherwin was thoroughly confounded. "Are you truly willing to let the supply and marketing cooperative conduct business on our behalf?" Wang Sherwin inquired. Liu Hai nodded, responding, "Indeed. I merely wish to engage in business peacefully. I cannot afford to offend individuals of your stature. Thus, under the weight of your overwhelming pressure, I had no choice but to relinquish this venture." Although his words conveyed fear, Wang Sherwin felt no trace of trepidation emanating from Liu Hai. Instead, he sensed that Liu Hai was mocking him. "What are you scheming in your heart?" Liu Hai shook his head and swiftly jotted down a note. "Please deliver this to Director Xiao. Surely this will suffice?" Wang Sherwin seized the note, glancing at it, utterly bewildered. He had anticipated a fierce confrontation with Liu Hai today, yet they had achieved their objective so effortlessly. After a prolonged silence, he placed 10 large bills before Liu Hai, stating, "I hope you will uphold your promise. Otherwise, I will ensure your inability to thrive in Yunshan County." However, Liu Hai stood up and returned the 10 bills, saying, "You should keep this 100. As you are just starting, you will need the capital. Let this be a gesture of friendship. Perhaps we can share a drink in the future." With that, he proceeded toward the factory. Wang Sherwin was particularly displeased. "What kind of negotiation is this? His demeanor is so amicable. It makes me feel utterly uncomfortable." A subordinate nearby commented, "Brother Wen, do you think we truly frightened him?" "It's possible. Otherwise, it defies logic," was the consensus among them, believing that Liu Hai had become dazed and submissive under their overwhelming presence. As they approached the door, they were struck dumb by the sight outside. A sea of people awaited them. On one side stood Wu Matzi, accompanied by 40 villagers, each wielding steel bars. On the other side, Uncle Lu Chuyang brought along another 40 individuals armed with fish knives, with men, women, and children from Panxing Village all present. The courtyard could scarcely accommodate them, with several disheveled young men either standing or squatting atop the walls. Their tractors had been overturned into the nearby ditch. 100 pairs of eyes silently scrutinized them. The group of a dozen stood frozen at the doorway, scarcely daring to breathe. The subordinate who had just claimed Liu Hai was intimidated now trembled uncontrollably. After a time, Wang Shuwen, drenched in sweat, appeared increasingly flustered. "Dear villagers, what is the meaning of this? Why have you overturned our tractor into the ditch? You dare to storm into our factory with a dozen men wielding steel bars, and now you come to inquire about our intentions?" shouted Xiao Si, glaring at them. The courtyard erupted with shouts of violence. "How dare you come to our village, flaunting your arrogance? Were you not warned of the long-standing traditions of this lake? With your kind of demeanor, do you truly think you can threaten us? Will you even make it out of our village? Step aside." A resounding crash echoed behind, revealing a fellow who had wheeled in a makeshift cannon. In this era, firearms were not yet prohibited. Back in the day, the Japanese invaders had wreaked havoc near the lake, and the strong sense of clan loyalty in southern rural areas meant that many villages concealed their own crude weapons. When this cannon was presented, a few of Wang Sherwin's subordinates were so frightened they collapsed onto the ground. What in the world is this place? It is fundamentally different from the clashes we have in the county. Seeing the group's anger on the verge of eruption, Liu Hai called out from the window, urging them to disperse, for they were not outsiders. The fury of the crowd, numbering in the hundreds, was instantly quelled. Shortly after, Wu Matzi and Uncle Lu Chuyang waved their hands, parting the crowd to create a pathway. Yet, Wang Sherwin was already petrified with fear. Staring at the opening as if it led to the underworld, apprehensively glancing at Liu Hai in the window, wondering if they would indeed harm him. "I'm sorry for my recklessness today. I shouldn't have brought people here to negotiate." Liu Hai offered a reassuring smile, stating that the villagers from the 3 villages were simple folk and would not resort to violence. Wang Sherwin glanced at the cannon beside him, muttering to himself about their simplicity. Thus, he, along with a dozen trembling subordinates, cautiously made their way through the crowd. Upon reaching the factory entrance, they bolted, abandoning even the overturned tractor in the ditch. After their departure, Liu Hai instructed someone to retrieve the tractor and subsequently dismissed the crowd. He purchased the cannon for 5 yuan, sending Zhang Sihai to the police station with it. What a joke it would be to keep such contraptions at home. Should they be discovered instead of voluntarily surrendered, it could lead to unimaginable troubles. Once these matters were settled, Yang Sangu curiously asked Liu Hai, "Why do I get the feeling that you aren't particularly averse to the people from the county?" Others echoed this sentiment. Liu Hai had indeed exhibited unusual behavior when confronting Wang Sherwin. Liu Hai merely smiled, noting that the man had a rather likable appearance. "Is that not sufficient?" Yang Sangu rolled his eyes beside him. If any other person had been in his place today, they would never have been able to exit Panxing Village so peacefully. The villagers were incredibly united in this era. Dragging someone into another village with such aggression was tantamount to provoking the entire community. Typically, if any family faced such a situation, the entire village would mobilize. Not to mention, who did he think he was, attempting to bully Liu Hai? Liu Hai was the revered figure among the 3 villages. One must be truly reckless to seek confrontation. Liu Hai spared him and even extended a modicum of goodwill because Wang Sherwin had assisted him in business in a previous life, and their relationship was relatively amicable. Thus Liu Hai would not turn against him. However, Wang Sherwin had a different perspective. The journey from the county to Panxing Village spanned over 10 kilometers, and by the time they returned to the county, it was already evening, and they found themselves back at the tea house. To their surprise, Li Ji was still there. This fellow, lacking in intellect, rushed over excitedly upon seeing Wang Sherwin and his companions return. "So, how did it go, brother one? Did you manage to beat Liu Hai to a pulp?" After a brief moment of tranquility outside the tea house, Wang Sherwin, filled with a simmering anger, pointed and commanded, "Get that scoundrel to clean up his mess. What nonsense is this? I told you to scram this morning, and yet you still linger here." A group of individuals swiftly surged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, while Li Ji cried out in agony amidst the chaos. Life may seem mundane, yet it is imbued with profound significance. Soon, June arrived. The sky, washed in a cerulean hue, evoked a sense of serenity. At a hospital in Kyoto, Dong Xinyu clutched a list, her emotions a tumultuous blend of fear, anxiety, joy, and happiness. Only she comprehended the full spectrum of her feelings. The test results revealed she was 4 months pregnant. Chapter 75. The little one you've conceived just moments ago. The doctor remarked in his office that it had been 4 months already. Did she not feel anything at all? The naive girl replied, I do feel something. Which is precisely why I came for a checkup today. The doctor was left speechless by her response, and after providing numerous instructions, he ushered her out of the office. In this era, exhaust fumes from automobiles were virtually non-existent, even in a bustling metropolis like Kyoto, where bicycles dominated the streets. Indeed, bicycles in this age were akin to luxury cars, and in the county town of Yinshan, they were a rare sight. Thus, the sky appeared a brilliant azure. A ray of sunlight pierced through the dense foliage, casting dappled light upon Dong Xinyu. Her long, slightly curled eyelashes glimmered with a golden sheen, and her two large braids rested gracefully upon her chest. During her few months back in Kyoto, her complexion had become fair and radiant, reminiscent of the heroines depicted by masterful comic artists decades later. After a while, the young lady gently caressed her abdomen, pondering how remarkable it was that after just one encounter, she had conceived his child. Unwed pregnancy was no trifling matter in this era. If word got out, it could bring shame upon her entire family. Particularly in their esteemed cadre family, it might adversely affect her relatives' standing in their workplaces. She found herself at a loss for what to do. Kyoto's first public telephone would not be installed until September of the following year. Therefore, Dong Xinyu returned home. Due to her father's distinguished position, they had been granted a telephone, as ordinary citizens could scarcely afford one. Beyond the exorbitant cost, one would also need a permit. Dong Xinyu's eldest brother, Dong Hongba, was unemployed and spent his days socializing in Kyoto. Given the high telephone charges, Wang Lixia, in an effort to prevent Dong Hongba from misusing the family phone for frivolous conversations, commissioned the construction of a wooden frame with a large lock. With a resounding click, Wang Lixia likely never imagined that it would be her most obedient daughter who would eventually break the lock, not her eldest son. Dong Xinyu dialed the number for Sun Maocai's restaurant, which Liu Hai had informed her about in their recent correspondence. When Sun Maocai answered, Dong Xinyu felt a flutter of nerves as she inquired, "Is this director's son from Yinshan County?" "Ah yes, I am Sun Maocai. May I ask who is calling?" came his voice. Dong Xinyu paused, then smiled and replied, "I am Liu Hai's beloved, Xinyu. Do you remember me, director's son?" "Of course, young lady. How could one forget? You've been away from Kyoto for several months. I am eagerly awaiting the joyous occasion of your wedding. Liu Hai, that fellow, has been rather preoccupied with thoughts of you. Whenever we are together, the mere mention of your name causes him to beam with delight, as if he has tasted honey." The tension etched on Dong Xinyu's face dissipated in an instant. As she glanced at her slightly rounded belly, two sweet dimples emerged, and she smiled innocently. "For he is indeed a fool. Director's son, could you kindly convey a message to him? I will call him tomorrow morning at 11. As I have something of great importance to discuss with him. Something significant? Shall I deliver the message directly?" Sun Maocai inquired enthusiastically. Dong Xinyu instinctively placed a hand on her belly, a trait common among women. Once they learn of a child growing within, they tend to protect their womb with utmost care. After a moment's contemplation, she decided against it. She wished to share the news personally, for he would surely be overjoyed. "Are you teasing us?" Sun Maocai chuckled heartily. "Fear not. I have been through this myself. I will arrange for someone to pass on your message shortly. Thank you, Director Sunday." After hanging up, Dong Xinyu found herself free of any lingering doubts. She was resolute in her decision to keep the child. However, she pondered how to address this matter with her family. Uncertainty clouded her mind. Her aunt, Wang Qingxiu, was at the hospital for a routine checkup organized by her workplace. Being an employee in the health sector, she was quite familiar with the doctors in Kyoto. After a blood draw, a doctor passing by recognized her and promptly greeted her. "Deputy Director Wang, congratulations." Wang Qingxiu, taken aback, responded, "Congratulations for what? Your niece is 4 months along. Hasn't anyone in your family informed you?" "What niece?" Wang Qingxiu stood up, bewildered. The doctor soon realized something was amiss. "You all weren't aware? The youngest daughter of Director Dong just came here for a checkup and is already 4 months pregnant." Wang Qingxiu was taken aback, her face suddenly filled with panic. It became clear that her interference was motivated by her desire to influence her sister, Wang Lijuan, to prevent Dong Xinyu from returning to Panxing Village. This was primarily because the son of her workplace leader had taken a liking to Dong Xinyu. She sought to leverage this opportunity to strengthen her ties with her superior, hoping to elevate her position from deputy director to director. She had intended to broach this topic with her sister for some time, but after Dong Xinyu had a falling out with her, she decided to bide her time, hoping the girl would gradually forget about Panxing Village. Now, to be told that Dong Xinyu was pregnant? This jeopardized all her plans. Swiftly, she pulled the doctor aside and slipped a pack of Ingchun cigarettes into his hands. The doctor, anxious, protested. You know that everyone in the health department are leaders of the hospital. How can I accept this? Please, take it, Wang Qingxiu insisted, shoving the cigarettes into his pocket. You must accept this gift, for I have an urgent matter to entrust to you. Deputy Director, I am at your service. Please, share your request. The doctor replied earnestly. Wang Qingxiu sighed, finding it difficult to articulate her thoughts. You must be aware of the troubles that befell my sister's family. Their little girl was taken to the countryside and hidden away for several years. You know well the kind of atmosphere that pervades rural areas. Hence, we are completely unaware of this pregnancy situation. I kindly ask you to keep this matter confidential and refrain from disclosing it to anyone else. The doctor, stunned by the revelation of an unwed pregnancy, was taken aback. How could the child of a leader engage in such behavior? Observing that Wang Qingxiu was not jesting, he promptly assured her, rest assured, Deputy Director Wang, I will handle this matter discreetly. What else do you require of me? Wang Qingxiu then requested the doctor to retrieve the examination report concerning Dong Xinyu. Upon leaving the hospital, she hurried to her sister Wang Lijuan's workplace. Before anyone else becomes aware, she must compel her sister to persuade Xinyu to terminate the pregnancy. Otherwise, any attempts to match Dong Xinyu with the son of a supervisor would be utterly doomed. Chapter 76. Director Xiao is a nobleman on Liu Hai's side. The factory had begun producing their packaged silver fish. Following Liu Hai's proactive price reductions, the sales volume in the county surged significantly. Previously, they sold approximately 100 pounds daily, but now the figure has reached 200 pounds. However, Liu Hai was acutely aware that relying solely on one county had reached its limits. The only viable solution was to expand sales to other counties, cities, or even provinces. Thus, he sought the assistance of a certain individual. Director Xiao Manyun from the Aquatic Products Supply and Marketing Cooperative had developed a rapport with Liu Hai. Whenever Liu Hai's team delivered a batch of goods, they would discreetly bring along a pack of inexpensive cigarettes. Though the cigarettes were of little value, they always included an additional 5 yuan. Over time, Director Xiao found dealings with Liu Hai to be refreshingly pleasant, resulting in a strong relationship between them. In 1981, the simultaneous existence of planned and market economies led to rampant opportunism across various regions, severely disrupting the previous plan model. Coupled with the chaotic triangular debts among factories, communication between major state-owned enterprises became fraught with challenges. Gradually, due to a lack of information, the market descended into disarray. However, there were individuals dedicated to facilitating demand between factories. Liu Hai, recalling his previous life, knew that Xiao Manyun was part of a research group comprising directors and purchasing agents from various supply cooperatives. In straightforward terms, Liu Hai intended to leverage Xiao Manyun's connections to sell their dried fish in external markets. As a gentle breeze rippled across the lake, the sounds of wild chickens and ducks echoed from the reeds. The boat came to rest at a shallow bank, and Yang Sangu jumped ashore. Director Xiao, wait for me to catch a few wild ducks to bring back for our sister-in-law to nourish her health. Xiao Manyun quickly responded, Oh, that would be quite embarrassing, Sangu. Those creatures are quite elusive. Do you think you can catch them? Wild chickens and ducks are capable of flight and possess keen awareness, making them challenging to capture. Yang Sanga laughed heartily. I'll just head to Brother Hai's field and pull up a few radishes to stew when I return. Xiao Manyun had long desired the taste of wild duck from the lake reeds, but had hesitated to voice his craving. With a smile, I gazed at Yang Sangu's retreating figure. This sharp-minded individual always manages to penetrate the depths of one's heart, which I find quite endearing. Liu Hai, chuckling, remarked that lacking formal education does not equate to an inability to accomplish tasks. Sometimes, such aptitude seems to be innate. All right, Director Xiao, just give me a straightforward answer. Will you engage in the matter we just discussed? Director Xiao Manyun momentarily found himself in a quandary. Surely, this venture wouldn't involve any illicit dealings. After all, as the director of the Aquatic Products Supply and Marketing Cooperative, being caught up in scandal during these times could lead to dire consequences. Liu Hai, still smiling, reassured him that he was the one who had approached him to take the lead, emphasizing that they were a private enterprise, not a state-run entity. The little silverfish isn't even classified as a third-category agricultural product. How could this possibly be deemed speculation? He continued, All you need to do is invite the individuals to our factory. You needn't concern yourself with anything else. What do you say? Xiao Manyun wrestled with his thoughts. He retrieved a pack of golden monkey cigarettes and offered one to Liu Hai, who struck a match to light it for him. After taking a few puffs, a look of resolve began to manifest on his face. This venture, could it really yield substantial profits? Liu Hai, beaming, replied, "Let me calculate for you. Just in Yinshan County alone, we can earn a daily gross profit of 1 to 200. Not to mention the entire city, province, or even nationwide." He encouraged. Consider the possibilities. If the market opens up, the prospects are utterly enticing. As someone reborn from a former life of immense wealth, which entrepreneur hasn't started by dreaming big? Some just happened to see their dreams materialize. Stung by Liu Hai's words, Xiao Manyun's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, and his heart raced. So, how much could I potentially earn? Liu Hai laughed heartily. Director Xiao, as long as your vision is expansive, the world is yours. Xiao Manyun took deep, contemplative drags from his cigarette. This young man is remarkably cunning. Does he truly embody the persona of a humble farmer? Audacious indeed. Yet upon reflection, Liu Hai's enticing proposition felt too irresistible to ignore. He decided to seize the opportunity. After all, if things went awry, he could always resign. At that moment, Yang Senga shouted from the reed marsh, "Director Xiao, today is your lucky day. I've caught a plump one." Having reached a decision, Xiao Manyun felt the sunlight above him shine ever so brightly. Turning to Liu Hai, he declared, "Fortune favors the bold. I'm in this with you." He then called out to Yang Sengu in the reeds, "I've never scavenged for wild duck nests in my life. Sengu, where are you? I'll join you." With that, he tossed aside his cigarette butt, removed his liberation shoes, and leaped into the shallow waters. Liu Hai, in high spirits, followed suit into the reeds to hunt for wild ducks. The group had a bountiful harvest, quickly capturing 3 ducks and a dozen wild duck eggs. Upon returning to shore, they handed 2 ducks to Xiao Manyun. Indeed, he proved to be quite perceptive. As they emerged, he pointed to the wild, giant soft-shelled turtles crawling along the embankment. "There's a significant demand for these in the south. Wait for my notification, and we'll arrange a batch to send over." In an age when people longed for pork, soft-shelled turtles were seldom consumed, primarily due to the effort and oil required in their preparation. Furthermore, no one attributed any health benefits to them, making them abundant in the Lake's reed marshes and along the banks. Yet, the southern palate craved them, resulting in a high demand. The Aquatic Supply and Marketing Cooperative often receives such tasks. Clearly, Xiao Manyun has once again pointed Liu Hai towards a path of fish trafficking. Liu Hai took note of this. Later that evening, while dining at the factory, a villager brought a message, stating that Xinyu would call Director Lu's restaurant at 10 o'clock the following morning. Liu Hai found himself pondering whether the girl had something urgent to discuss. A sense of unease stirring within him, an indefinable feeling. After a restless night, he returned home to his 3 brand-new tiled houses, accompanied by a slanted-roof kitchen. Uncle Jun had enlisted the village's finest carpenter from the neighboring hamlet to craft 36-legged furniture. It was expected to be completed in a little over 10 days. This was the only large tiled house in Panxing Village, making it a standout amongst the others, and many longed for such a dwelling. After sorting out some matters, he made his way to Director Lu's restaurant in the county town. Upon entering, Director Lu greeted him with hearty laughter, exclaiming that Xinyu had good news to share, which would surely delight him. Liu Hai chuckled, secretly hoping she would return soon. The weight of her absence had become quite burdensome. Despite his words, the unease lingered. Director Lu patted his shoulder, urging him to hurry and get married, as everyone awaited the celebration. Just then, the phone rang with a series of beeps. "Quick, answer it. It's likely a call from Kyoto. I must attend to other matters now," Director Sun said with a smile as he exited. Liu Hai, though in his 40s, felt as anxious as a young lad. He picked up the phone, saying hello. There was a brief silence on the other end before a voice replied. "Are you Liu Hai?" Liu Hai instantly recognized the voice of Dong Xinyu's mother, Wang Lijuan, given the close relationship their families had in the past. He thought to himself, indeed there was something amiss. "Yes, this is he. May I ask who is calling?" He responded, "I am Dong Xinyu's mother." "Oh, hello, Auntie. My apologies. There's no need for apologies. I wish to clarify a few matters with you. First, I want to express my gratitude to your father for his assistance during our family's difficult times, protecting my daughter. We will repay this kindness through your sister. I will pay special attention during her college entrance examinations. Secondly, I must insist that you refrain from contacting Xinyu again. I am fully aware of how you have treated her over the past 3 years. I have never believed in the notion of a wayward son returning. Please understand the heart of every parent. Xinyu is flesh of my flesh, and no parent wishes for their daughter to marry into another family, only to face indifference or even wanton abuse. Liu Hai's brow furrowed deeply. An entire night of inexplicable anxiety culminated in that moment. Yet, he was also intensely curious. Director Liu had explicitly stated that Xinyu would be calling yesterday. It was reasonable to assume she wouldn't let her mother know. Why was her mother calling instead? He understood that nothing could be clarified over the phone, and words would be futile. After listening to Wang Lijuan with remarkable composure, Liu Hai finally spoke. Auntie, could you please let Xinyu take the phone? I wish to speak with her for a moment. Wang Lijuan's family had all returned home, including Dong Yuan, who seldom visited due to his military duties, as well as her second sister, Dong Ying, and third brother, Dong Hongba. Their aunt, Wang Guifang, was also present. In a corner, Dong Xinyu sat with her head bowed, tears streaming down her face. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Wang Lijuan had anticipated that after uttering such cold-hearted words, Liu Hai would be exceedingly agitated. To her surprise, he remained remarkably composed, continuously referring to her as auntie, a demeanor unbecoming of someone from Yunsan's underbelly. Casting a glance at the weeping Dong Xinyu, Wang Lijuan sighed, acknowledging that the girl had gone out to have fun. Child, let it be, she thought. Forget about our daughter and start anew, as if she had never set foot in your home. As for your sister, rest assured, we will make the necessary arrangements. In this day and age, one could hardly fathom how anyone would react upon discovering that their daughter, unwed, had become pregnant. It would typically incite a furious confrontation. Wang Lijuan's calmness in this moment was indeed rare. Beside her, her sister lacked such composure and erupted in a torrent of insults. What a scoundrel! How could he possibly deserve our Xinyu? Xinyu, dear, are you truly unaware of the consequences of being pregnant out of wedlock? We will terminate the pregnancy this afternoon. I have already spoken with Dr. Zhang. Do not worry. This matter will remain confidential. No one in the capital will know. Once you recover, your aunt will help you find a suitable partner. Wang Lijuan, fearing that Liu Hai might overhear, hastily ended the call. Wang Guifang quickly attempted to placate her sister. I am only acting in Xinyu's best interests. You should mind your own affairs and stop meddling in ours. Wang Lijuan retorted sharply. Dong Ying, her second sister, did not disguise her disdain for their aunt. After the incident, it was she and Xinyu who had sought help from Wang Guifang, only to find her door firmly shut. Had she not been their mother's sister, Dong Ying doubted she would have been permitted entry at all. Suddenly, Wang Guifang fell silent. Just as Wang Lijuan was about to speak, the phone rang again. She answered. Hello? The voice on the other end belonged to Dong Ximing. Is that child Liu Hai's? Wang Lijuan nodded. Who else could it be? What are your plans? We've scheduled an appointment with Dr. Zhang for this afternoon. Thankfully, we caught it in time. Had it been 1 or 2 months later, it would have been too late. All right, I understand. Just make the arrangements. Also, have Xinyu take a call. I need to speak with her. Without further thought, Wang Lijuan called to the tearful Dong Xinyu. Come here, dear. It's your father on the line. Dong Xinyu felt a wave of injustice wash over her. From a young age, she had understood her father's character. While he adored her deeply, as a seasoned military man, he held his reputation in higher regard than life itself. The gravity of an unwed pregnancy would likely incite his wrath. As she passed by Wang Guifang, she had the urge to kick her a few times. What had initially been a flawless plan had been jeopardized by this woman's sudden intervention. As Sango had aptly put it, she was nothing but a wretched woman. Nervously, she took the phone, bracing herself for reprimand. Hello, Dad. Well, Dad, you can ask me a few questions, and I will simply reply with yes or no. All right, Dad, I'm listening. Little girl, let me pose the first question. Is the child Liu Hai's? Yes. Good. For the second question, do you love Liu Hai? Is he the one you intend to marry for life? Dong Xinyu hesitated, uncertain of her father's intent. Dong Ximing urged her over the phone to answer the question. Yes or no? Dong Xinyu replied decisively. Yes. Excellent. The third question, does Liu Hai love you just as much? Dong Xinyu recalled the day they parted, the tender scene of him kneeling in front of her, polishing her shoes and adjusting her little white socks, meticulous and gentle. Yes. The final question, do you wish to keep this child? Yes. After a brief silence, Dong Ximing abruptly chastised her. Are you truly my daughter? Tears welled up in Dong Xinyu's eyes. Her father had never scolded her so harshly. Of course, I am your daughter, Dad. I realize my mistakes. You are a fool. If you were my daughter, why have you been dilly-dallying at home these past few months? Your legs are your own. Could you not return to Panxing Village to find Liu Hai? Being indecisive will cost you dearly on the battlefield. Dong Xinmin railed from the other end of the line. Dong Xinyu was bewildered, unsure of her father's intentions. Cautiously, she ventured, Dad. You, stop wasting time. Seize the opportunity to leave. I've arranged everything with your elder brother. Don't let your mother know. That's it. He hung up abruptly. Dong Xinyu was still processing the conversation, instinctively glancing at her elder brother, Dong Yuan. Noticing his little sister's sudden gaze, Dong Yuan coughed awkwardly. This afternoon, I'll take Xinyu to the hospital to take care of the child. Chapter 78. Arrival in Kyoto. No one anticipated that Liu Hai had overheard Wang Guifeng's words from the recent phone conversation. A child. Xinyu is actually pregnant with my child? This means that in the previous life, when Xinyu jumped into the river, she must have been pregnant for a short while. Initially composed, he was engulfed by an unprecedented storm of thoughts after hearing the dial tone on the other end. Every man understands the significance of a child. He slapped himself harshly in Sun Moutsai's office, then lit a cigarette, his hands trembling. Recalling Wang Guifeng's words about terminating the pregnancy, Yang Sandog entered the room and was startled by Liu Hai's state. Brother Hai, what happened? Is Xinyu in trouble? Liu Hai extinguished the cigarette stub forcefully and stood up. How much money did you bring today? Over 50, plus the 70 from Director Sun's payment. Roughly over 100. Why? We need to go to Kyoto. And we must hurry. Liu Hai had intended to respect Dong Xinyu's family and give her time to work things out with them. However, upon hearing about the child, his composure shattered. He was filled with regret, wishing he had gone to Kyoto sooner to bring Xinyu back. Yang Sanggu also realized that something must have happened to Dong Xinyu, and he hurriedly followed behind. In this era, ordinary individuals wishing to travel to distant cities are required to obtain permits. The prospect of flying is utterly out of the question. Not only are the ticket prices exorbitant, but even if one possesses the funds, it is unlikely that an ordinary person could secure a ticket. Thus, Liu Hai's only option was the slow green train. The process of purchasing tickets is particularly cumbersome, yet fortunately, Sun Maokai played a crucial role. He facilitated the acquisition of the necessary permits, arranged for train tickets to Kyoto, and handled a myriad of bureaucratic formalities in a seamless manner. Consequently, by the time they boarded the green train in a rush, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. This train is notoriously slow. The journey from Jiangdong to Kyoto spans over 600 kilometers with numerous stops along the way, requiring 2 days to reach their destination. The prospect of sleeping in a sleeper compartment is a luxury reserved for those of considerable means. Inside the train, the atmosphere is stifling and overcrowded, with no regulations on luggage at the stations, leading to a cacophony of people transporting chickens, ducks, fish, and meat, creating an indescribable medley of odors. Nonetheless, there exists a profound sense of camaraderie among strangers in this era, enabling quick conversations to blossom amidst the throng. In the sweltering confines of the metal carriage, Liu Hai's mind was solely consumed with thoughts of Dong Xinyu and the child she carried, leaving no room for the picturesque memories of the journey. Thus, after 2 days and nights, Liu Hai and Yang Senga disembarked from the train at Kyoto Station. The station appeared shabby, adorned with various slogans. After navigating through the throngs of people, they stood before the bus station and took a deep breath, taking in the bustling department stores and the electric trams that had previously existed only in the pages of newspapers. The advertisements for Sanyo Electronics on the towering buildings left Yang Sengu awestruck. Indeed, this is the capital, making their hometown of Yinshan County seem like a rural backwater in comparison. When Bus 48 arrived, Liu Hai pulled him onto the bus. The fare to Shidan was merely 15 cents per person. Liu Hai was well acquainted with the various bus routes near Dong Xinyu's family home, having visited her parents each time he came to Kyoto. After purchasing tickets from the female conductor, Yang Sengu grew anxious. Brother Hai, do you know where Xinyu's home is? We won't get lost, will we? Not at all. Rest assured, Liu Hai replied. Has Xinyu mentioned it to you? Cut the nonsense. Once we arrive at her home, we will likely face numerous challenges, so be mentally prepared, Liu Hai urged. Yang Sengu sighed. Don't worry, I will face them all in front of her family. You need not concern yourself. Who would have thought that Xinyu is pregnant? Had we known, we should have stopped her from returning to Kyoto that day. Liu Hai lamented. This is my fault. Throughout the journey, Liu Hai could not refrain from chastising himself. If anything were to happen to Dong Xinyu's child, he would never find peace in this life. Previously, He had maintained a good relationship with the Dong family, thus he knew them well. For instance, the second sister, Dong Ying, had a particular fondness for electric ball candies, while the third brother, Dong Hongba, enjoyed drinking green plum wine, among other quirks. Upon disembarking, he indulged in a shopping spree at the department store, having purchased a pound of luminous ball candies for a mere 1 yuan and 20 cents, and a bottle of green plum wine at 1 yuan and 90 cents. I also acquired a navy-collared shirt for my elder brother. Additionally, I procured an assortment of goods, all of which were cherished by the family of Dong Xinyu. Due to the nature of the residential complex, entry was restricted at the gate. Yang Sandog, adept in such matters, discreetly slipped a pack of golden monkey cigarettes to the elderly gatekeeper, thus facilitating their entrance into the community. Guided by memories of a past life, Liu Hai located the doorstep of Dong Xinyu's home. This life was markedly different from the previous one, instilling a sense of apprehension within him. Eventually, he mustered the courage to knock on the door. It had been several months since he last saw Dong Xinyu, and his anticipation to reunite with her was palpable. Moments later, the familiar voice of Wang Lijuan, Dong Xinyu's mother, resonated from within. Liu Hai's heart raced with nervousness. After a brief interval, the door swung open, revealing the woman he had known in his past life. Wang Lijuan, who had given birth to Dong Xinyu at nearly 40, bore traces of silver in her hair. Yet her gentle demeanor remained unchanged. She scrutinized the two young men before her, momentarily taken aback. Liu Hai, typically oblivious to his own appearance, along with Yang Sandog, who favored simple straw sandals for practicality, presented a stark contrast to the well-dressed youth commonly seen in Kyoto. With a hint of confusion, Wang Lijuan inquired, "May I ask whom you are looking for? Have you mistaken the house?" Yang Sandog remained silent, too intimidated to speak. Liu Hai, however, responded politely, "Excuse me, Aunt Wan. Do you recognize me?" You know me? And you are?" Wang Lijuan asked, surprised. Liu Hai nodded. "Aunt Wan, I sincerely apologize for this unannounced visit. I am Liu Hai." Liu Hai? A wave of shock coursed through Wang Lijuan. The name was well known within their household, and it had become a source of considerable distress for them. Her expression darkened as she gazed at him for an extended moment, noting his reddened eyes and haggard appearance. After a prolonged silence, she spoke coldly, "How did you find my home?" With utmost courtesy, Liu Hai replied, "Aunt Wan, I understand that you may not wish to see me, yet I felt it necessary to come, hence my impromptu visit. May I see Xinyu?" "That is unnecessary." Wang Lijuan responded with an air of indifference, abruptly closing the door. Chapter 79. Approaching Uncle San. As Liu Hai stood at the foot of the building, he had already steeled himself for the possibility of rejection. The young woman had endured years of hardship with him, compounded by the burden of an unplanned pregnancy. It was not that Liu Hai lacked courage. Rather, he empathized with the sentiments of a parent, fully aware that Wang Lijuan was not an unreasonable or harsh individual. His only recourse was to set down his offerings and express his apologies, saying, "Aunt Wan, I am sorry for the intrusion," before turning to leave. Yang Sandog, perplexed, queried, "Is that it, Brother Hai? Are we finished?" "Not quite, but we must not rush. From this day forth, we shall remain here," Liu Hai declared, before descending the stairs. Yang Sandog nodded in understanding and promptly followed suit. Within the confines of the home, Wang Lijuan had overheard Liu Hai's words as he departed. She was also curious. Wasn't the situation in Panxing Village merely a matter of local ruffians? As she closed the door, she mentally prepared herself for this scoundrel to cause a scene outside. Yet, to her surprise, he simply departed. Pressing her ear against the door for a while, she indeed heard no commotion. After a short interval, she opened the door and confirmed that he was truly gone. Glancing at the items left behind by Liu Hai, she initially intended to discard them. However, recalling the little girl's attitude towards him, she sighed in resignation. Some matters could not be resolved too decisively. Upon inspecting the contents, although they were not particularly precious, it was evident that each item had been meticulously selected according to the preferences of every family member. Had the little girl discussed these with him? Wang Lijuan wore a look of curiosity. Liu Hai believed that as long as he kept a close watch on this front door, there might still be hope for control over the situation. In these times, finding a place to stay at a guest house was not an easy task, especially in Kyoto, where various proofs were required. Liu Hai found it simpler to forego the hassle of the guest house altogether. Thus, he spent the night downstairs. On the other hand, he began to devise a plan to approach the Dong family. The eldest son was in the military, making him inaccessible to Liu Hai. The second son, Dong Ying, had a rather aloof personality, making it difficult to get close to him in a short span of time. Only the youngest, Dong Hongba, was a man of temperament. If Liu Hai's conjecture was correct, this fellow was likely seething with anger towards him, especially since he had gotten his sister pregnant. The greatest anger often dissipated the quickest. Among the Dong siblings, he was the one who had fared the worst, remaining single for decades without children, still residing in this modest community. His greatest daily pleasure was indulging in a piece of fried dough at the doorway each morning. That night proved to be quite a trial for Liu Hai, as he did not see Dong Xinyu enter or exit. Therefore, the following morning, upon noticing Dong Hongba leave, he promptly beckoned Yang Sandog to follow him. They made their way to the fried dough stall at the entrance. Being a large city like Kyoto, there was an abundance of resources, and the variety of breakfast stalls was extensive. Liu Hai and Yang Sandog found a seat nearby. Yang Sandog, feeling a bit anxious, lowered his voice. "Brother Hai, we were in quite a hurry when we left, and I still have these straw sandals on. Do you really think my third uncle will look favorably upon us? These impoverished rural lads? What excuse do you plan to use to get close to him?" Liu Hai shot him a glance. "Don't concern yourself with those details. Just go buy some fried dough. I'm a bit hungry, and we can ponder over it while we eat." Yang Sandog acquiesced. But he couldn't shake the feeling that Brother Hai was being somewhat unrealistic. How could they possibly manage to befriend a soldier from Kyoto? He rushed over to buy the fried dough, only to be taken aback by the prices. What the hell? Why is it so expensive? In Panxing Village, a single piece cost 7 cents or 1 grain coupon. Without a grain coupon, it was 8 cents. Yet here in Kyoto, it was 10 cents? The vendor was particularly adamant. No grain coupons? Then what do you expect to eat? Go away, don't cause trouble. After all, this was the capital, not a small place like Panxing Village, where people might turn a blind eye to such matters. However, in Kyoto, the enforcement was strict. Yang Sangu was easy to persuade, yet the owner was obstinately stubborn. Without food stamps, no amount of money would suffice. Consequently, the two began to argue. The fried dough stick vendor, seething with rage, pointed at him and exclaimed, "Why are you so obstinate? Let me tell you one last time. Spare me your convoluted reasoning. I will not heed your logic. Without food stamps, no one is of any use." Yang Sangu retorted defiantly, "What if I add a dime for each stick? Isn't that acceptable? Not at all. Be on your way. What kind of person are you, treating national policy as a joke? We, the common folk, must steadfastly support our country. Do you not realize that the imperialist ambitions of America persist?" Yang Sangu, exasperated, replied, "I am merely trying to buy a fried dough stick. How does this relate to American imperialism? Leave, leave." The owner had lost his patience. Many onlookers, including Dong Hongba, turned their attention to the two. Yang Sangu was known for his particular stubbornness. Seeing the owner unwilling to yield, he persisted in arguing, presenting a plethora of flawed reasoning. What matters is money. Why place such importance on the tickets? If you refuse to trade with those who lack them, when will you ever prosper? The fried dough vendor, infuriated, shouted, "You dare to lecture me? How can you be so full of nonsense?" Throughout this exchange, Liu Hai had been intently observing Dong Hongba, confident that he would intervene on behalf of the wronged. Just as it seemed the altercation might escalate into violence, Dong Hongba spoke up. "Old Chun, why must you be so rigid? Rules are inflexible, but people are not. Look at this man's emaciated face. His eyes seem ready to pop from hunger. What harm is there in selling him a few sticks?" Upon hearing Dong Hongba's words, Old Chin's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily added a few conciliatory remarks. "Well, since you have spoken, it's not a big deal then." Turning to Yang Sangu, he impatiently inquired, "Fine, I'll sell them to you. But please don't disturb others with your quarrel. How many would you like?" Yang Sangu thought to himself, "Damn it. We were in such a hurry that we only brought money, leaving the food stamps behind. If a mere fried dough vendor is this stubborn about food stamps, my brother and I might starve to death here in the capital with money in our pockets." Gritting his teeth, he asked, "What's the price for a steamed bun?" 5 cents plus 2 taels of food stamps. "And the sugar triangle?" 6 cents plus 2 taels of food stamps. "What about the oil and salt pancake?" 7 cents plus 2 taels of food stamps. "All right, including the fried dough sticks. I'll take 10 of each." "Can you even finish all that? Why buy so much?" The vendor suspected Yang Sangu was deliberately seeking trouble. "Mind your own business. If you dare sell, I dare buy." The owner glanced at Dong Hongba and ultimately complied, selling him the items. After returning to the table, Liu Hai approached Dong Hongba, who was enjoying his fried dough sticks, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Without your righteous intervention, my brother and I might have starved here today. We, newcomers to the capital, are unfamiliar with the rules. Please forgive us. No need to be polite. I understand the predicament of those newly arrived in the capital, Dong Hongba replied breezily. When I first came here at around 6 or 7 years old, I too caused my fair share of amusing incidents. His demeanor was refreshingly spirited, reminiscent of those chivalrous heroes of old, which was his lifelong aspiration. Upon noticing that Liu Hai had struck up a conversation with his third uncle, Yang Xinyu, who had grown up alongside Liu Hai, swiftly approached and offered a cigarette, expressing his gratitude. Third uncle? Dong Hongba looked up, perplexed, surveying him for quite some time. Why do you call me that, little brother? After glancing at Yang Sengu's peculiar hairstyle, he chuckled. Little brother, that hairstyle of yours is quite rare indeed. Yang Sengu's brows furrowed in frustration. Had this been in Yinshan County, someone mocking his hairstyle would have faced immediate repercussions. Yet, this was his third uncle, and he dared not respond. Liu Hai chimed in, recalling a childhood incident where he had been squeezed by a door while trying to pet someone else's dog. Dong Hongba, upon hearing this, burst into laughter, nearly spilling his tofu pudding, tears streaming from his eyes. Is that a true story? Indeed, Liu Hai replied. I realized my little brother's hairstyle was a cause for concern back then, and it turns out he has grown into this sharp appearance. As he spoke, he comfortably seated himself across from Dong Hongba. Yang Sengu seemed to have an epiphany and turned to Liu Hai. Does my pointed head truly have anything to do with that incident when Aunt Jo's door caught me? Liu Hai winked at him more or less. Goodness, I must return and demand compensation. Yang Sengu's exaggerated expression elicited hearty laughter from Dong Hongba and the others, lightening the atmosphere significantly, even causing the individual business owner who had nearly clashed with Yang Sengu to smile. After a while, Dong Hongba remarked, well, it has been ages since I've encountered comrades of your caliber here in Kyoto. From where do you hail? Jiangdong, Liu Hai replied with a smile. Jiangdong. What a wonderful place, blessed with clear mountains and pristine waters. What brings you to Kyoto without even a grain of ration tickets? It's my first time meeting such fearless adventurers. Aren't you afraid of starving? Dong Hongba inquired. Yang Sengu prepared to concoct a tale, but Liu Hai, maintaining a composed demeanor, stated, I've learned to read fortune through the 8 characters from a young age, but my hometown was impoverished, leaving us unable to afford a proper meal. Thus, I thought that perhaps I could make a living in Kyoto, which is why I boarded the green train and came here, but unexpectedly, Yang Sengu felt a chill run down his spine. Why did Liu Hai choose such a dubious excuse about reading fortunes? If third uncle asked him for a reading, wouldn't everything be exposed? His heart raced, fearing Liu Hai might not be able to uphold this ruse. Little did he know that third uncle had a penchant for seeking fortune-telling, deeply obsessed with it. At the age of 12, he had once encountered a wandering sage who told him he possessed the bearing of an emperor. He rushed home to tell Dong Xinmin, Father, I am simply born in the wrong era. In ancient times, I would surely be destined to be a prince. It is worth noting that during that time, such proclamations were deemed utterly outrageous. Dong Xinmin had chased him down the street with a broom. Yet, this fellow remained unwavering in his belief, becoming increasingly entranced. Liu Hai was also aware that this individual had developed a fascination with Qigong by the 1990s. All day long, he stood on his rooftop, metaphorically receiving the energies of heaven and earth, blissfully ensconced in his belief in these whimsical notions. Indeed, upon hearing that Liu Hai could read fortunes by analyzing one's birth date, Dong Hongba scrutinized him with a furrowed brow and inquired, at such a young age, are you truly capable of discerning the fortunes of others? Liu Hai, with a smile, replied, skill is not determined by age. I have been studying since childhood. Thus I possess over a decade of experience. How about I read your fortune? All right, let us see if you possess this genuine ability. But heed my warning. Do not attempt to deceive me. Few have succeeded in that regard throughout my life. Dong Hongba retorted. Liu Hai internally scoffed, reflecting on how, before turning 30, Dong had been thoroughly duped by fortune tellers, and after that, by a master of Qigong. It could be said that very few had managed to mislead him. Show me your palm, Liu Hai commanded, adopting an air of an enlightened sage descending from the mountains. Are you serious? Yang Sandog, taken aback, dared not even breathe. As Dong Hongba extended his hand, Liu Hai feigned a solemn analysis before declaring, my friend, you are approximately 25 years of age. Indeed, you possess some skills. Continue. Dong Hongba, entirely convinced that Liu Hai had never encountered him before, was astonished that he could so effortlessly ascertain his age. Liu Hai smiled and continued, "You must have 4 siblings." The skepticism etched on Dong Hongba's face dissipated, giving way to a more serious demeanor. Liu Hai, still holding his palm, suddenly sighed and shook his head in dismay. "What troubles you?" Dong Hongba inquired anxiously. Liu Hai replied, "You are born at an inopportune time. You possess the visage of an emperor." "Goodness, do you truly believe that?" Dong Hongba was now completely captivated by Liu Hai's words. More precisely, the assertion of having the appearance of an emperor struck a chord with him, as he found it utterly credible. Of course, Liu Hai had shared a close bond with Dong Hongba in a past life, during which an inebriated Dong had confided his feelings. His pervasive sense of despondency stemmed from the fact that his father, elder brother, and second sister were all exceptionally talented, leaving him feeling perpetually overshadowed and prompting him to neglect his own life. In truth, this aimless existence was not what he genuinely desired. Thus, Liu Hai sought to inspire change in him, continuing, "Your destiny reflects this. Additionally, may I inquire if anyone in your family has served in the military?" "Yes, my father and older brother," he responded. "What about in politics?" "My second sister." "Then it is, as I suspected, a lineage of martial prowess, with service in both military and politics. You are merely missing a business venture. I suggest you consider commerce. A life of wealth and prosperity would suit you well." "Really?" "No, wait." Liu Hai's expression suddenly shifted to one of grave concern. "What's wrong?" Dong Hongba, now thoroughly captivated and anxious, pressed for an explanation. Feigning a serious demeanor, Liu Hai began to calculate, and after a moment, his face grew somber. "You have a younger sibling, correct? Has anything happened recently that has disrupted your fortune?" "Indeed, it seems my brother has encountered some difficulties. You truly possess remarkable insight." Yang Sandog, observing Liu Hai's elaborate ruse, quickly grasped the underlying strategy. He realized that in order to bond with his uncle and gain his approval, while uncovering the latest news about Xinyu, would be an arduous task, especially given the family's current grievances toward him. However, employing such mystical and deceptive tactics to confound others is hardly enlightening. The pressing concern now is to ascertain whether the child in Xinyu's womb still exists and whether she herself is safe. You possess remarkable abilities to deduce such matters. Dong Hongba had already placed unwavering trust in Liu Hai, giving him a thumbs up. He then leaned closer, lowering his voice, and confided that this concerns the reputation of his family. "My younger sister is indeed in trouble. She has gone missing." Chapter 81. The latest news on Dong Xinyu missing? A jolt of alarm surged through Liu Hai's heart, yet he swiftly suppressed his emotions. How could a living person simply vanish without a trace? "My friend, your sister's fate is intertwined with your future. Please share the details with me." Dong Hongba nodded and recounted the situation. In essence, his sister became pregnant before marriage, and in an effort to conceal this matter, their aunt arranged for a doctor to be bribed. On the way to the hospital, his sister suddenly fled. Upon returning, the elder brother was in tears, apologizing profusely to his sister. After this revelation, Dong Hongba abruptly shifted the conversation, asking Liu Hai if he could discern his sister's whereabouts. "I harbor serious doubts. I suspect my elder brother deliberately let her escape, and now my mother is casting suspicion upon me." Liu Hai's days and nights of worry found solace in this moment. In his past life, he had gleaned a profound understanding of Dong's elder brother, reserved and meticulous, as befits a soldier. How could he possibly lose control over Xinyu? It appeared that this brother-in-law was not as cold and unyielding as in his previous life. He even knew how to feign tears. If this brother-in-law orchestrated Xinyu's flight, he surely has made adequate provisions for her. Regaining his composure, Liu Hai noted that while he excelled at interpreting destinies, locating individuals was not his forte. Dong Hongba, recognizing this, nodded in agreement, feeling dejected. He then inquired about Liu Hai's predictions for his future. Liu Hai, with fervor, spun tales that left Dong Hongba utterly captivated. Of course, his intent was benevolent. Those with fierce ambitions often face 2 possible outcomes. They either stir the winds and clouds or find their lofty aspirations dashed by fate. Liu Hai hoped he would not repeat the mistakes of his past life, ultimately leading a life of mediocrity. This served as a subtle guidance for him. Originally, they had gathered merely for breakfast, yet they found themselves sharing lunch as well. With Dong Xinyu absent from home, Liu Hai saw no need to linger in the neighborhood. The Dong family held considerable influence in Kyoto, and they must be increasingly anxious to retrieve their youngest daughter. Thus, he only needed to keep Dong Hongba engaged. Subsequently, Dong Hongba led them to a guest house. In the guest house, ordinary patrons typically occupied large communal dormitories, reserving private rooms for leaders or those with connections. Additionally, staying at a guest house required a letter of introduction. Thus, after navigating a labyrinth of corridors, they finally settled in. As they prepared to depart, Dong Hongba mentioned that he had several friends who were also feeling lost in life and wondered if Liu Hai could assist them as well. Liu Hai found himself in an awkward situation, yet upon reflection, he recalled a few acquaintances from his past life in the alleys of Kyoto. Thus, when it comes to determining one's fate, there exists an indispensable element: destiny. As you may be aware, revealing celestial secrets often invites retribution upon oneself. I do not speak without the presence of fate. I understand indeed. I shall bring my friends forth. Those deemed fated shall be shown, while those who are not shall not be coerced. Dong Hongba now speaks with a profound respect for the masters. After he departed, Liu Hai hastily made a phone call from the guest house below. The call was quite expensive, at 8 cents per minute, and the signal was horrendous. During the course of 1 minute, half was spent on the futile hello, hello. A matter so simple took 3 to 4 minutes to clarify. The call was directed to Sun Mao Chai, informing him that Xinyu had fled from home and would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to call back. He was reminded that upon her return, he must convey that Liu Hai is currently in Kyoto, using this guest house's phone. Sun Mao Chai took this matter very seriously. After returning from downstairs to his room, Liu Hai felt significantly uplifted. Standing by the guest house window, he smoked one cigarette after another, his spirits soaring with excitement. For Dong Xinyu's unborn child had been saved. Yet, Yang Sengu remarked, "How will you face Sanjiu after deceiving him? Moreover, how is it that you know so much about Sanjiu?" Liu Hai, in turn, spun a tale, claiming that all this information was divulged by Xinyu. As for how to confront matters in the future, that would be dealt with when the time came. Besides, given the current turmoil, it seemed unlikely that Dong Xinyu would return home for several years, as relationships had soured. One step at a time. In the afternoon, when Wang Lijuan returned from work, she searched the community but found no trace of Liu Hai. Upon returning, she pondered aloud why he was absent, for she had witnessed him sleeping in the community the night prior. Wang Lijuan concealed Liu Hai's presence from everyone, suspecting that among the 3 children, one had undoubtedly betrayed the organization. Should this traitor learn of Liu Hai's arrival in Kyoto, they would surely conspire to facilitate his elopement with the young girl. She had considered the eldest, but he had always been meticulous and stoic, never shedding a tear. The tears he had displayed that day at home were undeniably genuine. As for the second, he posed no issues. Only the 3rd child, perpetually lost in a fog of confusion, was likely behind this scheme. In the evening, Wang Guifeng arrived. The eldest had yet to return, and the second, Dong Ying, was also present. The 3 were deliberating on finding the young girl when Dong Hongba returned, brimming with excitement. "Second sister, mother, I encountered a remarkable individual today. One utterance cleaved my past and future with clarity. I've had enough." Wang Lijuan gazed at him with frustration, exasperated by his perpetual bewilderment and his incessant mingling with charlatans. "When will you ever come to your senses? If you truly understood, you would tell me where you've hidden the young girl." Dong Hongba was on the verge of tears, exclaiming that this matter had nothing to do with him. He had enlisted all his friends in the search for the young girl, utterly bewildered as to her whereabouts. Wang Lijuan's expression darkened as she warned him one last time. If anything happened to the girl, he would bear the brunt of the blame in the family. She reminded him that she was with child. Desperate, he pleaded for her to believe that he was not involved, questioning how he could possibly prove his innocence in this situation. Meanwhile, second sister Dong Ying, sensing the tension in their mother-esque demeanor, quickly interrupted Dong Hongba, signaling him to temper his words. He muttered gloomily that he would always be the extraneous one in this family before storming off to his room. Wang Lijuan sighed and suggested that Gue Fong should return home, noting that her constant presence was becoming somewhat inconvenient, especially since she had her own family to care for. Gue Fong, filled with concern for Xinyu, protested that she couldn't help but worry, especially since the girl had gone missing. Dong Ying coldly interjected, dismissing Gue Fong's worries, stating that this was a family matter and did not concern her. She should focus on her own affairs. Chapter 82. You are your own destiny. Dong Ying's bluntness nearly left Wang Guifang speechless. The two sisters were polar opposites. While Dong Xinyu was gentle and timid, perpetually second-guessing herself like a timid lamb, Dong Ying was as sharp and unyielding as a blade, often delivering cold truths that pierced through one's defenses. Wang Guifang refrained from provoking the formidable second sister. After a brief and awkward silence, she stood up to leave, the mother and daughter exchanging no words. As she turned to exit, she muttered to herself about the girl's unyielding disposition, predicting that such a temperament would ensure she never wed. Once Wang Guifang departed, Dong Ying candidly addressed their mother, questioning whether familial ties truly outweighed everything else. This inquiry took Wang Lijuan by surprise. Dong Ying, with a frosty smile, recounted a troubling revelation she had heard that day. Wang Guifang had been attempting to matchmake her daughter with the son of a leader at her workplace, a young man of dubious character. During his time as a sent-down youth, he had caused havoc in their village, taking advantage of numerous young women. It was rumored that one girl had borne his child, only to be abandoned when he sought a return to the city. Dong Ying questioned Wang Guifang's judgment in attempting to pair the girl with such a man, expressing concern that this would lead to a lifetime of torment for the young girl. She remarked that some individuals are even worse than beasts. Wang Lijuan's face twitched, but she remained silent. Dong Ying rose coldly, instructing her mother to reflect on this matter thoughtfully before retreating to her own room, leaving Wang Lijuan to exhale heavily in resignation. Inside, Dong Hongba secretly observed through the crack of the door, feeling a mix of emotions. Realizing that it was indeed their second sister who held the power in the family, Wang Guifang harbored her own suspicions regarding Xinyu's disappearance. Firmly believing that the third sibling was responsible, she knew that she would gain no insight from her elder sister, while the second sister's sharp tongue intimidated her from seeking any interaction. Thus, after much contemplation, it became evident that the best course of action was to approach the third uncle. Therefore, early the following morning, he made his way to the entrance of their community to strike up a conversation. Third uncle, yesterday you mentioned encountering a remarkable fortune teller. Could you take my aunt to witness this for herself? She has been experiencing a streak of bad luck lately and could greatly benefit from some guidance. Dong Hongba felt a sense of aversion towards her and initially intended to ignore her, but Wang Guifang, understanding her nephew's inclinations, immediately brought up the fortune teller he admired. Instantly, his tone shifted considerably. Do you believe it? Why would I not believe it? Oh, spare me the details, just take my aunt to meet him. In truth, he was curious to observe the types of individuals his nephew interacted with daily and hoped to uncover some clues that would lead him back to Dong Xinyu. Dong Hongba scrutinized her and remarked, that master requires a connection to provide insights. It's not guaranteed he will read for you. Such prowess. And he still requires a connection? Then my aunt must definitely meet this extraordinary individual. Hurry, take me to him. In this manner, through gentle persuasion, Dong Hongba brought her to the guest house. Upon arrival, numerous young men from the local elite had already gathered. Most of these young men were aimlessly passing their days. It was only in the mid-1980s that they began to showcase their talents in various corners. When Dong Hongba arrived, some exited looking dejected, while others appeared utterly astonished and frightened. They clutched Dong Hongba's arm, exclaiming, Bro, this is truly a living deity. Just by sitting before him, he accurately recounted the members of my family, my age, and my past endeavors. Even more astonishing, he could precisely name my preferred brand of liquor. How incredible! Where did you find him? Early that morning, Dong Hongba had notified his friends in Kyoto, who were all skeptical and subsequently rushed to the guest house. They were unaware that anyone lacking a connection to Liu Hai would be entirely unknown to him, while those with a connection had likely shared drinks and stories with him in a previous life within the quadrangle of Kyoto. In a former existence, he and his third uncle had shared a close bond. Every time he visited Kyoto, his uncle would drag him around for drinks, introducing him to everyone as his sister's husband. Consequently, Liu Hai was acquainted with several individuals from his circle and had a fair understanding of their family situations and hobbies. Soon, another individual rushed out, exclaiming, Living deity. Wang Guifang had initially intended to merely inquire about Dong Xinyu's whereabouts, but upon hearing the extraordinary accounts, she too began to anticipate her fateful meeting with the master. Dong Hongba, eager to maintain his dignity, led Wang Guifang upstairs. Throughout the journey, he pondered how his aunt, a woman of relentless bitterness and dubious deeds, surely lacked any connection to the master, dismissing the notion entirely. However, as soon as Wang Guifeng entered the room, Liu Hai suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, a noble person has arrived." Both Dong Hongba and Wang Guifeng paused in astonishment. "Who is this noble person?" asked Dong Hongba. Liu Hai pointed at Wang Guifeng, declaring, "Her? Indeed. Today she is the one with whom I share the most profound connection. It is preordained that our paths have crossed. I now understand why our meeting was destined. It was primarily to encounter her." Yang Sandog, suppressing the tingling sensation in his head, leaned in and whispered, "Brother Hai, aren't we supposed to analyze the fortune scientifically? Why are we pretending to be shamans?" Liu Hai shot him a glare, prompting Yang Sandog to quickly fall silent. Once Wang Guifeng processed the situation, an overwhelming joy spread across her face. "Really? Master, do you think I have good fortune?" She eagerly plopped down across from Liu Hai. Filled with anticipation, Liu Hai suddenly furrowed his brow and shook his head, his expression turning grave. "Let me see your hand. I wish to examine your palmistry." "All right, please do," Wang Guifeng replied impatiently. After a brief inspection, Liu Hai sighed and asked, "May I speak candidly?" "Of course. Are you certain? You can accept anything I say." "Absolutely. I shall heed the master's counsel and embrace it wholeheartedly." Liu Hai nodded gravely. "Very well then. I shall speak without reservation. Your fate is harsh. At the age of 8, you lost your father, and at 10, your mother. As you grew, you have committed countless unprincipled acts, living in moral decay, an embarrassment to the nation. Thus, your son shall not achieve great success, and as for you, you will meet your end in a car accident before you reach 60. Liu Hai rattled on for 5 to 6 minutes, leaving Wang Guifeng stupefied. Dong Hongba, equally bewildered, thought to himself, "Why do I feel like the master is berating my aunt?" Yet, there was an inexplicable sense of relief within him. Wang Guifeng, shaken by Liu Hai's revelations, trembled in fear. Though his words were harsh, the loss of her mother at 8 and her father at 10 were undeniable truths, compelling her to believe in this charlatan. Afterward, her lips turned pale as she asked, "Does the master have a way to save me?" Chapter 83. "You are a difficult case, yes," Liu Hai replied, maintaining an inscrutable demeanor, his tone laced with authority. Wang Guifeng, filled with trepidation, urged, "Please tell me how to resolve this." Liu Hai advised, "Refrain from committing unprincipled acts and engage in more benevolent deeds. Especially do not betray your own kin for mere personal gain." "May I speak frankly again?" "Of course." "All right. Then I shall speak without reservation. If a person would betray their own family for a trifling benefit, I believe they are no different from the swine and beasts that roam by the roadside. That is all I can say. You must ponder it yourself." With that, he fell silent. Wang Guifeng wished to inquire further, but was interrupted by Yang Sandog. "All right. We have already read the fortunes of 7 or 8 individuals today. We are a bit fatigued. You all may leave now." Dong Hongba quickly pulled Wang Guifeng towards the exit, saying, "Aunt, let us depart. Just remember the master's words for the future. There is no need to ask anything more." Thus, they ushered her out. After they exited, Yang Sandog hurriedly closed the door. "Brother Hai, shall we go find Xinyu now?" "Indeed," Liu Hai responded. Throughout the morning, while examining the fortunes of other comrades, he had been subtly gathering information about Dong Xinyu's whereabouts. After all, being from a prominent family, one circle intertwined with another. With diligent inquiry, there were virtually no secrets in their world. Just moments ago, someone had mentioned seeing Dong Xinyu at a guest house in Xidan, and this individual was adamant that she was with the eldest brother of the Dong family. This piece of news was quite credible. Yang Sengu was somewhat impatient to find Dong Xinyu and leave this place swiftly. He preferred the serene mountains and clear waters of Panxing Village over the towering edifices of the metropolis, which he found unappealing. Liu Hai listened to the commotion outside. The individuals loitering at the door would undoubtedly follow them as soon as they stepped out, which he found quite troublesome. He suggested they wait until those people departed before they proceeded with their search. Yang Senga nodded, patiently biding his time. Wang Guifeng emerged from the guest house, trembling as if an impending calamity loomed over her. Particularly haunting were the words of the master, "You will be struck by a car and die in the streets." After bidding farewell to her nephew, she hurried to Wang Lijuan's workplace to relay the incident. Wang Lijuan was equally astonished. Is there truly such a person with such abilities? He even calculated your name, age, and the dates of your parents' passing? Could Dong Hongba have informed him beforehand? Wang Guifeng, with a furrowed brow, initially shared this skepticism but was troubled by the fact that the master had accurately provided the 8 characters for several others. Thus, after lunch, Wang Lijuan hastily joined her in visiting the guest house, eager to meet this so-called master. Liu Hai found the morning interminable. It was only at noon that he finally enjoyed some peace and decided he no longer wished to wait there. He penned a note to his brother Dong Hongba, stating that after careful consideration, they had decided to return to their hometown. The revelations they had encountered in Kyoto were too profound to remain. Your elder brother has a fortunate destiny. Once he reaches a certain age, he is bound for promotion. However, your second sister is facing some troubles. This is my note for her. Reluctantly, Dong Hongba expressed his desire for them to stay, assuring them they would have food. Please don't leave. There are many taboos in our line of work. When Liu Hai sensed Dong Hongba's yearning to see the note meant for his second sister, Dong Ying, he quickly interrupted. The secrets cannot be revealed. This is for her. If you look, it will diminish her fortune. They both agreed not to open it. And Dong Hongba insisted Liu Hai wait while he gathered some supplies for them. After Dong Hongba hastily exited to make arrangements, Liu Hai and the others, eager to depart, began to pack their belongings. However, as they descended the stairs, they unexpectedly encountered Wang Lijuan, Wang Guifeng, and Dong Feng entering through the door. Liu Hai swiftly pulled Yang Sangu towards the back door, climbing over the wall to escape. The others did not recognize him, but Wang Lijuan certainly did. If she discovered Liu Hai had left her neighborhood only to come here and deceive her family, it would be an impossible situation to clarify. Dong Hongba, delighted to see his mother, enthusiastically guided them upstairs, only to find that the others had vanished. With a puzzled expression, he wondered why the master, who had been so amiable moments before, had suddenly departed without a word. Wang Lijuan frowned, suspecting they had encountered a fraud. It cannot be a scammer, she asserted. Wang Guifeng still felt a lingering unease, her heart racing and her entire being uncomfortable. Dong Hongba immediately recalled the note pertaining to his second sister, stating that the master had left a message for her. For me? She inquired. Indeed, he replied. He assured that my elder brother would face no issues in his future endeavors. Yet you, my dear, are the true challenge. Just take a look. What nonsense. Dong Ying retorted with a roll of her eyes, accepting the note only to unveil a rather comedic message. It would be easier to marry if one possessed a sense of humor. Otherwise, such beauty would be wasted. And she would become the subject of ridicule if she remained unmarried. Infuriated by the absurdity of it all, she crammed the note into her pocket and departed. Wang Lijuan and the others were left bewildered. On the other side, Liu Hai, having exited the guest house, promptly rushed to a state-run establishment to inquire about the situation. After discreetly handing the receptionist a pack of cigarettes, he was presented with a ledger to peruse. Upon opening it, he immediately recognized Dong Xinyu's handwriting. He hastily inquired, only to learn that she had already departed, requesting their assistance in purchasing a train ticket heading south. South. Isn't that returning to Jiangdong? He thought anxiously. That foolish girl. Without a moment's hesitation, he urged Yang Sandog to accompany him to the train station, determined to return to Jiangdong. It was July. On board the aging green train heading south, Dong Xinyu gazed out at the fleeting golden fields, filled with joy at the thought of returning home just in time for the harvest season. Throughout the 2 days and nights spent on the train, her heart brimmed with anticipation at the prospect of reuniting with Liu Hai. The months apart had made her yearn for him, leaving her sleepless at night, experiencing a bittersweet longing that characterized the purest love of their era. The distance only served to strengthen their bond. As the train pulled into Changzhou Station, she was accompanied by her elder brother, Dong Yuan. Upon exiting the station, she abruptly turned to him and said, "Brother, perhaps you should not see me off. It would be better for you to return to the army early. I can manage the journey back to Panxing Village alone." Chapter 84. Home is truly where the heart is. Why? Dong Yuan asked, shouldering his bag and playfully tapping her on the head. Are you worried I might reprimand Liu Hai? Dong Xinyu pouted, feeling distressed. She was reluctant for her brother to witness the state of their home. The thatched cottage was on the verge of collapse, and the village was filled with malnourished, emaciated individuals. The scent of poverty wafted through the air. If her brother were to see their living conditions, she feared he would have much to say. Liu Hai had not informed Dong Xinyu about the several sturdy brick houses that had been constructed at home, as he wished to surprise her. Thus, she remained unaware of the changes in Panxing Village. Dong Yuan seemed to sense his sister's apprehensions. With a gentle smile, he reassured her, Do not overthink it. I have already brought you this far. Would I still be concerned about other matters? However, little sister, are you truly not regretting your decision? You must understand. Once you marry here, your household registration will never return to Kyoto, and I doubt our mother will accept this reality anytime soon. For several years, you will be unable to return to Kyoto. Life in the countryside is arduous. Dong Xinyu instinctively touched her small belly, a radiant smile blooming on her face. I have no regrets. It is perfectly fine. At worst, I shall never return to Kyoto. As long as I have him and our child together, I can endure any hardship. Moreover, Liu Hai is far more capable than you might imagine. He possesses great ambition, and I firmly believe he will lead us to a prosperous life. Upon witnessing her sister's demeanor, Dong Yuan felt a sense of relief. Initially, I could not comprehend our father's decision to permit you to be with a boy from the countryside. Now, I understand, for you genuinely love him. However, I must emphasize one point. You should expedite the marriage arrangements. That said, given the current circumstances in the South, it is unlikely that either Dad or I will be able to visit. No worries, brother. Once the child is born and a bit older, Liu Hai and I will bring the child to visit you and Dad in the South. Dong Xinyu held her head high, appearing quite endearing. Dong Yuan chose not to speak further and boarded the minibus heading to Yinshan County. However, upon enduring a long journey to Panxing Village, Dong Xinyu stood at her doorstep, gazing in bewilderment at the gleaming three-room tiled house. Is this my home? Dong Yuan also curiously inquired if this was Liu Hai's residence. Uncertain, Dong Xinyu instinctively glanced around. The peach tree by the pond at the front of the house was unmistakable, and the grove of maples on the back hill was also correct. In autumn, the back hill transforms into a stunning spectacle of vibrant colors. Furthermore, the stone mill in front of Aunt Xiang's house was still there. Indeed, this is my home. But is this house built by Liu Hai? How come he never mentioned it in his letters? Prior to their arrival, Dong Yuan had genuinely feared that this place would be too impoverished, causing his sister to suffer. After all, they were not merely seeking refuge. They intended to live here for the rest of their lives. As an older brother, who wouldn't he wish for their sister to live well and have enough to eat? Upon seeing the splendid tiled house, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What a little capitalist!" Throughout their journey, they had traversed numerous villages and had seldom seen such grand tiled houses. His heart was finally at ease. Dong Xinyu remained somewhat uncertain, looking around. Fortunately, at that moment, Uncle Jun, who was fishing for small silver fish in the nearby ditch, suddenly looked up and exclaimed, "Xinyu, is that really you? When did you return?" Overjoyed to see Uncle Jun, Dong Xinyu replied, "You're here. Is this house built by Liu Hai?" Uncle Jun chuckled heartily, emerging from the water. "Yes. It has been completed for quite some time, and the furniture is also ready, though the paint will take a few more days. Liu Hai wanted to give you a big surprise, so he didn't tell you. By the way, I have the keys. Let me open the house so you can check if you like the furniture crafted by the carpenter." Saying this, Uncle Jun wiped his hands and opened the door to the main room. As the door swung open, they were greeted by a plethora of furniture, already constructed but yet to be painted. After surveying the room, Dong Yuan felt a wave of emotion. While other families might consider having 36 legs of furniture a sign of wealth, Liu Hai had managed to create furniture with 72 legs. The house was brimming with such treasures. Dong Xinyu's heart raced with excitement. She was not merely excited by the numerous pieces of furniture that Liu Hai had acquired for the family during her absence of several months, but rather by the acknowledgement from her elder brother, Dong Yuan. Uncle Jun then took note of Dong Xinyu. "Who is she?" Dong Xinyu smiled blissfully and referred to him as my brother. "Ah, so he is my brother-in-law." Uncle Jun hastily began to distribute cigarettes. This detail is particularly significant, for what he produced was a pack of Deepening. These cigarettes cost 40 cents a pack. In the countryside, people are currently smoking homegrown tobacco. Yet this dark-skinned villager was indeed indulging in such expensive cigarettes. Moreover, he had come here unprepared. This rural man would not display high-end cigarettes merely to impress. This can only suggest that he typically smokes such brands. Is Panxing Village truly as impoverished as he had imagined, with no food to eat? After accepting the cigarette, he smiled and mentioned that he would soon return to the army, and he wished to meet Liu Hai. Uncle Jun then recalled this matter and quickly stated that Liu Hai had gone to Kyoto with Sango to find you. "Didn't he, you mean? He sought me out? He hadn't mentioned it to me beforehand. When did he leave?" Dong Xinyu instinctively felt a twinge of worry, knowing that Liu Hai had never ventured far from home, and that Kyoto was a far cry from Panxing Village, With its many strict customs, she feared for Liu Hai's safety. Uncle Jun reassured her, saying it had been several days since he left. He had gone directly from the county town to Kyoto while delivering goods to Director Sun's restaurant. Surely, nothing untoward would occur. He is a capable young man. He wouldn't just lose himself out there. Don't fret, little girl, Dong Yuan consoled her. Turning to Uncle Jun, he asked if he could share some insights about the endeavors of this young man. It was imperative for him to understand, after all. His sister would be spending her life with him, yet their family knew little about him. Thus, he sought clarification. For I too am a father, Uncle Jun chuckled. Dong Xinyu felt even more anxious. Regardless of the circumstances, Liu Hai had indeed been a scoundrel in the village, engaging in countless misdeeds, and she feared Uncle Jun might inadvertently recount some of those past transgressions. Yet, Uncle Jun had already begun, since the brother-in-law had inquired. He would speak candidly. People from the countryside never deceive. Panxing Village has endured hardship for many years, with scarce rice paddies, living in perpetual struggle, including Liu Hai's family. Chapter 85. Finally approaching reunion, but I have never known hunger. I grew sweet potatoes, and there are many little fish in the ditch. Besides, Liu Hai helps me with many chores every day. Dong Xinyu was genuinely afraid that Uncle Jun would disclose Liu Hai's previous mischief, so she, who never lied, blushed as she spoke untruths. Although Dong Yuan and Dong Xinyu were siblings, they were separated by more than a decade. And this little sister had been raised by her older siblings. How could the elder brother not be aware of the little girl's temperament? Thus, upon hearing her words, Dong Yuan's expression soured slightly as he admonished, "Little girl, refrain from speaking. Let our fellow townsmen share." Oh, Dong Xinyu lowered her head, silently praying that Uncle Jun would not speak out of turn, for this situation could become troublesome. She had only just returned. She did not wish to be forcibly taken back by her brother again. Uncle Jun cast a glance at Dong Xinyu. Despite his humble origins as a farmer, he might struggle with recognizing characters. However, when it comes to conversation, rural folk are not necessarily inferior to others. Calmly exhaling a puff of smoke, he began to speak without a hint of embarrassment. I've watched Liu Hai grow up since childhood. Though his family is poor, his character is truly commendable. He is dutiful to the village's elders, often helping grandmothers herd their chickens into the coop. Whenever an elderly neighbor falls ill, he is quick to assist in arranging transportation to the health clinic. After starting his own business and earning considerable wealth, he has not forgotten his fellow villagers, striving to uplift them all. Our village has suffered greatly, and this young man brings us hope. Thus, Uncle Jun began to extol Liu Hai's virtues, praising his noble morals, kindness, and generosity, asserting that even in hunger, he would never steal another's chicken. Dong Yuan initially anticipated that the villager would share numerous grievances, but instead, he was met with astonishing praise. Well, this morally upright individual is even worthy of a grand reception in Kyoto. After listening for over 10 minutes, he finally spoke again. Xinyu is our family's most cherished little girl. The elders at home have been particularly worried about her. Frankly, there have been inquiries made about Liu Hai's past actions. Why do the elders believe he was a troublemaker? Uncle Jun exclaimed, his spittle flying with fervor, leaving Dong Yuan momentarily speechless. Nonsense. Uncle Jun continued, visibly agitated. Were you asking people from outside the village? Yes, Dong Yuan replied, somewhat bewildered. Then that explains it. Those outsiders are simply envious of our village's prosperity and are deliberately slandering our Liu Hai. Those who speak ill of him behind his back will inevitably face divine retribution. Uncle Jun's emotions ran high, and Dong Xinyu nearly found herself believing his fervent declarations. Feeling embarrassed, Dong Yuan's lingering concerns dissipated, and he smiled, thanking the villager. Little girl, your brother must return to the army. I can't call mother, but make sure to frequently contact father and me, all right? Especially father. Right now, his only focus is you, his precious daughter. With that, he picked up his bag and stood to leave. Uncle Jun, puzzled, asked, You're leaving just like that? Aren't you staying for a meal? Rest assured, our factory's cafeteria is no less than yours in Kyoto. We have meat at every meal, he replied dismissively. No need to be overly courteous. There are tasks awaiting my return to the army. This will suffice. When Liu Hai comes back, remind him to give my sister a proper name. She is already 4 months along. No more dilly-dallying. He should act like a man. I'm off, Dong Yuan said as he exited, leaving Uncle Jun momentarily stunned by the revelation of Xinyu's condition. Dong Xinyu hurried after him, calling, Brother, please drive safely. With tear-filled eyes. She was a girl of particularly sensitive nature, bidding farewell to her brother without knowing when they would meet again. Her heart was inevitably heavy with reluctance. Dong Yuan waved his hand, reassuring her, "Live well. As long as you are happy, your father, brother, and sisters will be pleased for you. As for mother, it's just a matter of time. Don't see me off. Take care of yourself and the baby. When your brother and sisters come to welcome your child into the world, we will all be there. Goodbye." As dusk approaches, the sky above is adorned with crimson clouds, and the silhouette of Dong Yuan walking along the dirt path is bathed in a golden hue by the setting sun. Behind him, Dong Xinyu's reluctant tears flow freely. Yet she remains silent. Uncle Jun approaches with a sigh, reassuring her, "Fear not, my dear, from this day forth, as you join our village in marriage. The entire community shall cherish you. Liu Hai, that lad, has shown promise. I believe he will one day lead you to a grand city closer to your family." "Thank you, Uncle Jun," Dong Xinyu replies, warmth blooming in her heart as she turns to face him. The current state of Panxing Village is far removed from the gossip-ridden place it once was. The absence of certain troublesome individuals has fostered a notably welcoming atmosphere, rich in human warmth. Uncle Jun laughs heartily. "Haven't you eaten yet? Come, let us dine at the factory. I must tell you, things have drastically changed there. We feast on meat daily, to the point of weariness. The people at the factory have been eagerly awaiting your return. They will be overjoyed to see you." Turning back, Uncle Jun locks the door of the tile-roofed house, handing the key to Dong Xinyu. "As the lady of the house now, this key is yours to keep. Let us go." A radiant smile graces Dong Xinyu's face, the warmth of the key in her hand reflecting her happiness. 2 days and nights later, Liu Hai emerges from the Longzhou train station, making a beeline for home. The months of longing have been unbearable. Throughout the journey, he had been restless, fearing that Dong Xinyu might not have returned home. The thought of not finding her there would signify a future of separation, an agonizing prospect that felt like 1,000 ants crawling over his heart. Upon exiting the station, Liu Hai wastes not a moment, rushing straight home. At last, he arrives in the village around 8 in the morning. Fortunately, a villager spots him and cheerfully exclaims, "Liu Hai, where have you been? Xinyu has been back for several days now. Hurry home." In that instant, Liu Hai is overwhelmed with joy, akin to a child relieved of a heavy burden that has finally been lifted. Yet, he dares not linger, driven by an urgency to see Dong Xinyu, the girl who has occupied his thoughts for months. Thus, he sprints homeward without pause. For the past couple of days, Dong Xinyu has not visited the factory, as she has been preoccupied with household chores, painting furniture, tidying up, and washing bedding. Liu Hai, being rather unrefined, had neglected domestic matters over the past few months. Dong Xinyu busies herself, maintaining the same rhythm of life she had before. Finally, upon his return home, Liu Hai spots Dong Xinyu by the water's edge, washing the bedding. Chapter 86. A warmth returns home. The water pond in front of Liu Hai's house is fed by a mountain spring, its flow constant throughout the year, resulting in a basin devoid of silt, only strewn with fragments of stone. The water is exceptionally pure. Dong Xinyu squats on the rocky shore, water lapping over her ankles. Clad in a dress tailored for her by Liu Hai at the seamstresses, the young lady has been in Kyoto for over 4 months, shedding the dark and dingy appearance she once had in Panxing Village. At this moment, the sun casts a gentle glow overhead, refracting in the crystalline spring water, shimmering like jewels, complementing her delicate, fair legs and her charming oval face, harmonizing beautifully with the lush mountains, resembling the most exquisite painting in the world. Liu Hai, having drifted through a life of uncertainty and anxiety in recent days, finds solace in this moment. Yang Sandog stares in astonishment, questioning how Xinyu has transformed so remarkably. Appearing like an entirely different person, Liu Hai, smiling, calls out to her. Dong Xinyu turns curiously, her 2 large braided pigtails cascading before her, her willow-like brows furrowed in confusion, exuding an endearing charm that tugs at one's heartstrings. Upon recognizing Liu Hai, her sweet dimples emerge, and she joyfully exclaims, "Liu Hai, I told you I would return." Even though Liu Hai's heart has been encased in decades of calluses, he cannot contain his emotions at this moment. He strides over with great enthusiasm and embraces Dong Xinyu, who, momentarily taken aback, gently pats his back, asking, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy? How do you think I feel?" Liu Hai replies, eyes closed, relishing the presence of the most genuine Dong Xinyu before him. I couldn't possibly be unhappy, she beams, radiating the essence of joy. I have wonderful news to share. We are soon to welcome a little one. Liu Hai loosens his grip slightly, cautious not to disturb the child within her. I know, and I am grateful that both you and our little one have returned safely to my side. Xinyu stands around 1.7 meters tall, while Liu Hai is 1.83 meters, making for a perfect pairing. The young lady requests to see you, she says. All right. Liu Hai smiles, admiring her exquisite features. Xinyu observes Liu Hai's face, now more angular and gaunt, and asks, haven't you been eating well? I've been a bit busy these past few days and neglected my meals, he replies. Make sure to eat more later, she insists, gently pressing her slender fingers against his buzz cut. I really like this hairstyle, she giggles. Xinyu, once distant, has grown familiar and affectionate over these 4 months of longing, exchanging letters, enduring hardships, and now, with their child on the way, she no longer cares about the opinions of others. Liu Hai wraps his arms around her waist, saying, let me handle the washing. You should rest and take care of our baby. All right, she agrees. Meanwhile, young Sandog feels utterly out of place, exclaiming, I can't take this anymore. Should I head home? I feel superfluous just standing here. Xinyu finally notices young Sandog behind Liu Hai. Is that really you, Sandog? After a moment of disbelief, young Sandog laments, sister-in-law, how is it that after months apart, you're questioning if I'm Sandog? It truly is you, she replies, observing his hairdo with curiosity. Wasn't he your head round before? How did it become so pointed? Liu Hai interjects, that rascal had a bird's nest on his head before, masking his pointiness and fooling everyone. Now that he has had a haircut, his true shape is revealed. Xinyu smile when unnoticed by me. How dull, cough. Making a joke at my expense. I see through both of you. Young Sandog wore a gloomy expression, ready to turn and leave. Liu Hai called out, where are you going? Where else could I go? Home. I'm utterly exhausted from these past 2 days. Nonsense, have a drink before you leave. And also summon Si Hai over. Now that sounds reasonable, young Sandog replied with a grin. Every household needs a matriarch. A home without one never truly feels like a home. Xinyu's return instantly infused warmth into the house. This lively pond was filled with the joyful memories of Liu Hai and his siblings, as well as young Sandog's childhood. July had arrived, bringing with it sweltering heat. After a tiring journey, young Sandog found a deep spot to dive in and swim. Liu Hai and Xinyu stood at the shallows, each grasping opposite ends of a blanket. As they twisted it, droplets splashed onto the shore, creating an ordinary yet tender scene of everyday life. Later, as Liu Hai cooked at home, wisps of smoke rose from the large tile-roofed house. When Zhang Sihai arrived, young Sandog stealthily attacked him from behind, kicking him into the pond. Incensed, Zhang Sihai, while holding onto his glasses, shouted angrily at young Sandog, "You scoundrel!" Young Sandog swam around him, occasionally kicking him playfully. Inside the house, Xinyu wanted to help with the cooking, but Liu Hai firmly refused, considering her condition. After all, she was now a precious treasure. Liu Hai took charge of the cooking while Xinyu assisted, displaying remarkable understanding and obedience. Although forbidden from cooking, she certainly did not lounge around waiting for food. Occasionally, she would hand Liu Hai a towel to wipe off his sweat, demonstrating their harmonious rapport. After more than an hour, they prepared a simple yet delightful meal: chives with wild duck eggs, green peppers with field snails. And Liu Hai had made a ginger chicken soup after Zhang Sihai brought over a free-range chicken. Xinyu even gathered wild water celery from the pond and picked a loofah from the garden. The simplest of home-cooked dishes, yet in this era, the ingredients were fresh, with the peppers retaining their spicy flavor and the loofah its distinctive taste. Thus, everyone relished the meal immensely. Afterwards, Liu Hai smiled and said to Si Hai, "Later this afternoon, please send out a broadcast announcement. The day after tomorrow, we will hold a wedding for Xinyu. I invite the entire village to feast." Upon hearing this, Xinyu's smile radiated sweetness. After months of waiting, the day had finally arrived. "No problem," Zhang Sihai replied. "I'll notify the village committee when I get back." The conversation then shifted to recent happenings in Kyoto. Of course, Liu Hai refrained from mentioning his charade of being a master, which had completely ensnared Xinyu's elder brother, Hongba. Before long, laughter echoed from the house. Liu Hai glanced at the furniture they had made. Only a couple of stools had been varnished, and the walls had merely been coated with a layer of cement. He resolved not to apply any paint. With Xinyu back, they would be living in this house. In these times, The wood came from the back mountain. Without the technological advancements that produced various composite boards, they were fortunate to avoid the dangers of formaldehyde. Thus, as long as they refrained from painting, the house could be occupied immediately after its completion. In the afternoon, they moved the household items from the factory back home. Chapter 87. Wedding Preparations. After Zhang Xihai's announcement was broadcasted, Liu Hai's home was soon filled with guests, including Uncle Jun and Uncle Yang. Marriage and funerals are not tasks one can undertake alone. These two called upon many villagers to convene, delegating responsibilities such as purchasing firecrackers and arranging for the chef. The atmosphere in the house was lively and bustling. As for Dong Xinyu's maternal family, following the previously established tradition on the wedding day, she would stay at Xiao Guomin's house in anticipation of her marriage. Xiao Guomin had already called Dong Xinyu's father, Dong Xinmin, to inquire about the arrangements. Dong Xinmin unequivocally instructed him to make the wedding festivities more exuberant, expressing that this was his beloved youngest daughter. He warned that if his little girl were to suffer any distress, he would not let it slide. Due to important obligations, Dong Xinmin could not return. After receiving Dong Xinmin's response, Xiao Guomin began tidying up his home, preparing for Dong Xinyu to stay over that night. This tidying continued until evening. Under the warm glow of the orange tungsten bulb, Liu Hai was jotting down a list of items to purchase for the next day. The sound of birds returning to their nests in the back mountains mingled with the chorus of frogs from the nearby pond. After taking a bath, Dong Xinyu entered the house. The weather was sweltering, and she donned a loose-fitting nightgown that Liu Hai had made for her, her long, slender legs clad in a pair of rubber shoes, exuding an aura of pure innocence. Approaching Liu Hai, she suggested he should rest early, noting he hadn't had a chance to relax during the days spent on the road. A hint of blush graced her cheeks, for she was aware that she would be sharing a bed with Liu Hai that night. Fortunately, the soft orange light from the bulb concealed her embarrassment. Liu Hai replied, "You should go to sleep. I will be done shortly." "Okay," she obediently replied as she slipped into her room. After about 10 minutes, Liu Hai washed himself by the pond, secured the main door with a wooden bolt, and entered the house with a fan made of bamboo leaves. At that moment, Dong Xinyu lay with her back to him, her silhouette perfectly framed in the moonlight. Liu Hai, being a normal man, found it impossible to remain composed in the presence of such a beautiful girl, especially one he had cherished throughout his past life. Therefore, as he lay down, he gently embraced Dong Xinyu from behind. "Are you still awake?" he asked softly. She murmured in response. Suddenly, Dong Xinyu turned and wrapped her arms around Liu Hai. Unable to resist, Liu Hai reciprocated her affection, and they began to explore each other's warmth. However, at the most critical moment, Dong Xinyu playfully reminded him of the little one nestled within her. This brought Liu Hai back to his senses, and he chuckled ruefully, acknowledging the presence of their child. He tenderly kissed her belly, embodying the anticipation of an expectant father. After 4 or 5 months, indeed, there were subtle changes in Dong Xinyu's abdomen. Liu Hai cuddled Dong Xinyu closely at the head of the bed, and she nestled against him, relishing the affection he bestowed upon her. Noticing the perspiration on her forehead, he gently fanned her with a palm leaf, ensuring she felt a cool breeze. "Rest now. For tomorrow morning we shall venture into town together to procure some goods." "Very well." Dong Xinyu tilted her head and planted a soft kiss on Liu Hai's cheek, then nestled sweetly against his chest and drifted into slumber. She resembled a gentle little lamb, evoking an instinctive urge to cherish her. Liu Hai embraced her tightly. This sense of security was something he had never experienced in his previous life, despite possessing a vast fortune. In this life, he vowed to treat the girl in his arms like a princess. As the night passed, dawn broke, casting its golden light upon the world, awakening it in an instant. The melodious call of a cuckoo filled the morning air, while wisps of smoke rose lazily from distant thatched roofs. In the woods behind the hill, birds chirped joyfully. In the spacious and bright-tiled house, Dong Xinyu awoke early, her large almond-shaped eyes blinking as she gazed at the slumbering Liu Hai. 2 delicate dimples gracing her face with happiness. Nothing could surpass the beauty of waking to the sight of one's beloved by one's side. After a while, the young girl murmured to herself about needing to shave her long beard before heading out. Liu Hai suddenly opened his eyes, and Dong Xinyu's clear gaze froze. Before she could comprehend, he pulled her close and kissed her passionately. "You're awake," he said, grinning. Dong Xinyu looked at him, and Liu Hai embraced her tighter. "Are you hungry?" "I'm not. With you by my side, I don't feel hunger, she replied, as obedient as a little lamb. Liu Hai playfully brushed her delicate nose, insisting, that one tea do, the little one in your belly will be hungry. I shall prepare breakfast. Okay, I will get up too. They both rose to tidy up and busied themselves in the kitchen. In this era, the abundance of resources in the water was remarkable. On summer mornings, fish would surface in schools to breathe. Thus, every household possessed a fish spear. Liu Hai aimed to make fish soup for Dong Xinyu. With spear in hand, he stood by the Hongqi River. With a swift thrust, he returned with a crucian carp weighing at least a pound. Their breakfast was simple yet delightful. Rice balls with lard and a bowl of rich crucian carp soup. The wild crucian had a subtly sweet flavor, with a light earthy taste that made it especially delicious. Around 8 in the morning, Yang Sengu, Zhang Sihai, and Uncle Jun arrived in a tractor to take them into town. Upon disembarking, Uncle Jun and Yang Senga headed to the meat factory to fetch pork, while Zhang Sihai and Uncle Jun went to purchase grains and oils. Liu Hai, hand in hand with Dong Xinyu, entered the supply and marketing cooperative to indulge in shopping. They found a 28-type permanent bicycle, commonly known as the 28 bar, priced at 157 yuan. A B-brand, plastic-faced 3-drawer Tibetan sewing machine was available for 150 yuan. Due to the heat the previous night, Liu Hai also purchased a Peony brand electric fan for 145 yuan. They acquired quilts, bamboo chairs, soap, and various kitchenware, ensuring nothing was overlooked. After completing their shopping, they held hands and went to buy a watch. The Shanghai brand offered 2 types of watches at the cooperative. One was a 19-diamond quick-win model, priced at a modest 125 yuan, while the other, a 17-diamond waterproof and shockproof Roman numeral model, was more expensive at 290 yuan. Liu Hai once vowed to provide Dong Xinyu with the finest life, and when it came to purchasing items, he naturally would not settle for anything inferior. Thus, with a firm resolve, he acquired a Grand Roma. But did you think that was the end? Far from it. After arranging for the delivery of these items to the tractor, he hurried over to the television section. Dong Xinyu, anxious, quickly interjected, "We've already bought so much today. We can forego the television for now and save a bit." The young lady was unaware of Liu Hai's current financial standing, which prompted her remarks. Liu Hai smiled reassuringly. If the village has a television, it will provide everyone with a source of entertainment. He approached the Xiaofeng black and white television, crouched down, and twisted the switch. With a decisive click, the television sprang to life. On one side, 2 adjustable knobs awaited. One controlled the brightness of the screen, while the other was for changing channels. Each turn of the knob emitted a distinct click. In 1982, local provincial stations had only recently been established, resulting in a limited number of channels, typically offering only a few hours of programming in the evening. During the day, the television received no signal, and for some reason, the volume had been cranked to maximum. As Liu Hai turned it on, the harsh hissing noise pierced the silence, promptly capturing the attention of a nearby salesperson. A woman immediately pointed at him, admonishing, "Don't touch that. Such an expensive appliance. Who gave you the right to meddle?" Liu Hai and Dong Xinyu turned in unison, surprised to see a familiar face. The salesperson was the very same who had mocked Liu Hai months prior when he bought shoes for Dong Xinyu. The salesperson, taken aback by their unexpected encounter, found herself at a loss for words. Liu Hai, now fiercely protective of Dong Xinyu, could not bear the thought of her enduring any disdainful gaze and spoke first. "Why are you here again? Is your job at the supply and marketing cooperative solely to prevent others from using your products?" The salesperson's face flushed crimson. Unbeknownst to Liu Hai, following their last encounter, she had been summoned to her supervisor's office and reprimanded for over an hour, leaving her with lingering psychological scars. Consequently, the anticipated confrontation did not materialize. Instead, she hurried over, asking, "Are you interested in purchasing this television?" "Yes, we must buy it," Liu Hai replied. "Oh, I meant to mention, there's a 12-inch model nearby. This 14-inch Xiaofeng is over 100 yuan more." "That's all right. Let's go with this one," Liu Hai said. Noting the salesperson's softened demeanor, Dong Xinyu, somewhat anxious, suggested, "The 12-inch model is a good option. It's much cheaper." Liu Hai affectionately pinched her small nose, asserting, "We only buy the best. This one it shall be." "Excuse me, could you please package it for us? We would like to take it with us now." "Certainly, certainly," the salesperson replied, her tone now markedly more eager as she busily prepared their purchase. The Xiaofeng television set, a product of imposed quotas, has languished at the supply and marketing cooperative for over a year, attracting numerous onlookers, yet failing to secure a single sale. In these times, most villagers beneath Shihe town are reluctant to even connect electricity, relying instead on kerosene lamps, making it implausible for anyone to spend over 400 yuan on an electricity-consuming device. Thus, should this television find a buyer, the director would undoubtedly rejoice, marking it as a notable achievement. The thought of having escaped the director's ire, who might have summoned him for a reprimand, filled him with immense relief. During this period, the duo garnered considerable attention, particularly due to Dong Xinyu's attire. Dressed in a flowing white dress, her feet adorned with round-toed leather shoes gifted by Liu Hai, and small white socks snug against her ankles, she appeared strikingly out of place in the crowd of that era. Her two large braided pigtails crowned with a white headband gave her an ethereal presence, as though she had traversed time from a distant future. Following Liu Hai's departure, the young saleswomen immediately began to whisper in admiration, marveling at her beauty and questioning her origins, noting that they had never seen anyone quite like her in their small town. The saleswoman attending to Liu Hai and his companion felt a complex swirl of emotions. She vividly recalled the first time the pair entered the cooperative. Dong Xinyu was dark-skinned, clad in patched clothing, and wore straw sandals, while her companion appeared no different from the typical villagers. Yet, only a few months had passed, and they had transformed remarkably, even purchasing such an expensive television. As conversations meandered, someone recalled the girl who used to sell husks at the market entrance. One of the saleswomen remembered her well, noting that she would consistently appear on the 15th of each month, yet had seemingly vanished in recent months. Alas, that girl had a rough life, but her features were undeniably exquisite. Dong Xinyu's beauty was now apparent, having frequently sold husks at a single spot, naturally drawing attention. The saleswomen all had some recollection of her. With a sigh, one remarked that the girl had evidently become prosperous, rendering her previous trade unnecessary. You say she has gone? Isn't that her over there? A few of the saleswomen turned to gaze at Dong Xinyu's silhouette, their eyes widening in disbelief. Indeed, it is her, they gasped. The transformation was astounding, akin to the metamorphosis of a swan from an ugly duckling. Outside, a group of women began to chatter excitedly, marveling that Liu Hai had spent over 1,000 yuan on this occasion. Naturally, he brought back only the finest goods, particularly the prized 28-barrel, which, upon being unloaded from the tractor, prompted the village elders to set off a string of firecrackers. Next came the television. Liu Hai proclaimed that every evening, provided it does not rain, he would set up a television in the courtyard, inviting everyone to partake in the viewing. The villagers erupted in laughter and chatter at this announcement. In the afternoon, an elderly gentleman who had previously taught at the village school arrived. Uncle Jun and the others swiftly busied themselves with red paper and other decorations, as a wedding was to take place the following day. Sun Maokai had somehow learned of Liu Hai's impending nuptials and brought along 2 chefs. Upon entering, he confronted Liu Hai, exclaiming, "This is where you err. You did not inform me of your wedding? We have arranged dozens of tables for the feast." The atmosphere grew increasingly jovial, with Liu Hai becoming busier and Dong Xinyu assisting by serving tea. As evening approached, Liu Hai rode to Chaoyang village on his newly acquired bicycle to fetch his grandfather. The sight of this pristine bicycle sparked considerable conversation among the villagers. That evening, Lu Zhenghua and his wife returned from the factory and were immediately informed of Liu Hai's fetching of the elder. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun scoffed, "A brand new bicycle? Liu Hai? Nonsense. If he could afford such a luxury, I would write my name backward." He considered it absurd that Liu Hai could possess such means. Chapter 89. Not a penny to spare, villagers remarked. "Your nephew is getting married. As the eldest son and uncle, will you not attend? Is that reasonable?" Lu Jing's temper flared. He believed that his siblings were all scheming to extract money from him. He saw through the facade and thought, "What nephew? He is no more than an ordinary friend to me." In his mind, he dismissed it, saying, "Why should I care?" With that, he turned and entered the house. Some villagers disapproved of him, whispering and pointing behind his back. Among the 4 siblings of the Lu family, Lu Zhenghua was the most miserly, lacking compassion, and he would surely face consequences for his actions. Indeed, the family lived in the village without ever cultivating a single vegetable, yet upon returning, he would shamelessly plunder his sister's garden as if it were his own. He sought to take advantage of every opportunity, sharing not a morsel with others, yet had the audacity to claim that his siblings were trying to swindle him. For his nephew's wedding, Contributing even a small token of 5 or 10 cents would have been a gesture of respect from the elder, yet he was so miserly it bordered on the absurd. Thick-skinned and impervious to public opinion, Lu Jun and his wife remained indifferent to the villagers' scrutiny. Once seated, Lu Jun felt a twinge of discomfort. Does Liu Hai not understand the simplest courtesies? I, his uncle, live nearby. He should have extended an invitation to me. Whether I choose to attend is my own affair. But he ought to at least come and respectfully greet me. This man, unwilling to part with even a dime, expected to be treated as a distinguished guest, demanding respect and honor without recognizing his own standing. Lu Huiwan, having overheard the conversation, wore a grim expression and remarked, Lu Zhenghua, Liu Hai's wedding has nothing to do with us. You may dine, and your presence is welcome. However, I demand a monetary gift. The utmost I can tolerate is merely a pound of rice. In this era, rural weddings predominantly involve giving gifts, be it eggs, quilts, pots, or dishes. For those averse to complications, a modest cash gift of around $1 suffices. This way, the burden on everyone remains light, allowing the rural banquet to retain its warmth and humanity. Yet, decades later, this once simple cultural practice has morphed into something feared by all. Such absurdities abound, like hosting a feast for the birth of piglets or throwing a party for each floor built on a new house. The essence of human connection has vanished, leaving behind only the cold, hard currency of monetary exchanges. Presently, a pound of fine rice costs merely 16 or 17 cents, which feels like an affront. A pound of rice. I fear he might consume it without the fortune to enjoy it. I wouldn't even part with a pound. Lu Zhenghua was fuming. This display seemed designed to compel Liu Hai to come and bow before him in supplication. However, while the couple was in the throes of their argument, they overheard several villagers outside engaged in animated discussion. The extravagance was excessive. They heard there would be 30 tables, with the finest chefs summoned from the county's state-run restaurant. The tables were laden with meat, with pork merely serving as an accompaniment. How enviable the villagers of Panxing must be. The couple stood momentarily stunned, and Lu Huiwan hurried outside to inquire, whose wedding are you discussing? And why is the pork merely an accessory? Your nephew's wedding. Surely you knew nothing of it, came the response. It was said that anyone from Panxing would receive a pack of Friendship brand filtered cigarettes. 30 tables, all accompanied by Urca liquor. Goodness! How much has your Lu family nephew earned to spend so lavishly on a wedding? It's a spectacle unseen in a lifetime. Need I even say? 3 large tiled houses have been erected, with a cement yard out front. Yesterday in town, I heard not only has he acquired a tricycle, but also a full set of 72 legs for it. He has even bought a Xiaofeng brand 14-inch black and white television. I reckon this lad has become a wealthy household. The couple stood at the door, stunned by these revelations. Lu Jun was seized one of the villagers and demanded, Are you speaking nonsense? I know my nephew's character all too well. Does he possess such means? If you doubt it, go see for yourself. The 3 bright tiled houses stand as undeniable proof. Moreover, are you not aware? Many from our village have gone to assist him, as your nephew leads the fishing team in making money. The villagers said as they walked away. The couple remained frozen for a time. After a while, Lu Huiwan turned to Lu Zhenghua, pondering if Liu Hai had truly amassed considerable wealth. Why had that old man never mentioned it? You ask me, but who should I inquire of? Lu Zhenghua felt a pang of anxiety. As the eldest son in his family, and the one living the most prosperous life, how could he bear it if this younger relative surpassed him? He had always taken pride in his own family's success, often flaunting it before his siblings, leaving him with a significant sense of disparity. After a moment's reflection, he suggested, Shall we go see for ourselves? Of course, we must. Let us take a pound of rice, that will suffice. At this very moment, Lu Huiwan contemplated the notion that a pound of rice and a hearty feast of meat would not be a loss, would it? In Panxing Village, everyone present would receive a pack of Friendship cigarettes, each valued at 30 cents, thus recouping their expenses. Moreover, we are from your dear uncle's family. Should you not show us respect, you ought to provide a few extra packs for your uncle, should you? This meticulous calculation echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. Subsequently, Lu Zhenghua was given an explanation. Lu Zhenghua's insatiable desire for small gains began to swell. Thus, the couple measured out exactly 1 pound of rice from their granary. Fearful of being too generous, even weighing each grain until it totaled precisely 1 pound, which they sealed in a bag, preparing to see the outcome the next day. On the eve of the wedding, Liu Hai's household was bustling with activity, chopping meat, slicing vegetables, sweeping the floor, and affixing double happiness characters and couplets. It was a scene of unparalleled festivity. Liu Hai was exceedingly courteous, distributing cigarettes to everyone, while the hostess, Dong Xinyu, assisted in pouring hot water. It felt akin to celebrating the most jubilant of festivals. Later that evening, Liu Hai moved the Xiaofeng brand television to the cement yard, extending the antenna. Villagers of all ages gathered in eager anticipation before the screen. After much effort, Yang Sengu finally tuned into a channel, constantly adjusting the antenna. Frustration brewed among the onlookers as they waited for a picture to materialize. Yang Sengu, is your technique up to par? If not, let's see Hai take a turn. His education is superior. He might manage to find a channel, someone suggested. Yang Sengu, infuriated, retorted, what good is education if you can't get the picture? Just wait. No need to panic. He adjusted the antenna again, moving it slowly. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd called out, hold it. That's the show, 80 years in the enemy camp. Maintain that position. Upon glancing back at the television, a picture finally emerged. Yang Sengu dared not move, gently releasing his grip, only for the screen to quickly distort again. He hastily readjusted his hold, restoring clarity. Damn it, I want to watch television too. How can I do that? Laughter erupted among the villagers. In those days, spending 400 to 500 yuan on a television was a steep price. Yet it did not guarantee a clear picture every evening. The signals were often weak, leaving many channels displaying fuzzy images, relying entirely on imagination to interpret the content being broadcast. According to their established custom, Dong Xinyu was to spend the night at Xiao Guomin's home, and the following day, Liu Hai would go to retrieve her. Thus, around 7 in the evening, Liu Hai took Dong Xinyu's hand as they walked along the banks of the Red Flag Canal. A sweet sensation filled Dong Xinyu's heart, and her charming dimples remained ever present. After a considerable distance, she remarked, I adore Panxing Village. It is, in my eyes, the most beautiful place. Having experienced so much, the young lady felt far more confident, a transformation brought about by Liu Hai. Liu Hai, smiling, replied, I cherish this era. For having you by my side brings me greater contentment than anything else. Tomorrow, you will marry me. Do you have any regrets? He asked. None whatsoever. Dong Xinyu asserted decisively. Upon returning to the capital, I understood that you were to me as the air I breathe, the mountains, the rivers, and the entire world. With your presence, I can fully relish the beauty of this world. Without you, everything would turn dim. Liu Hai, momentarily touched, recalled the sensation of sitting atop a skyscraper in a previous life, quietly gazing at the city's brilliance, yet feeling an overwhelming solitude. He drew her into his embrace. Truly, having you here is a blessing. Now, we shall patiently await the arrival of our little one. Dong Xinyu gazed at Liu Hai with clear eyes, nodded, and gently kissed him on the lips. Our family will thrive together. Liu Hai held her hand, riding the evening breeze, escorting her to Xiao Guomin's home. Sleep would be a distant thought that night, as the house was ablaze with light and revelry. At 5 o'clock the following morning, Liu Hai donned a fresh shirt adorned with a vibrant red flower, riding a bicycle amidst the enthusiastic company of Yang Sengu and others to fetch his bride. Lu Qing returned from school that morning as well. Upon witnessing Liu Hai riding the bicycle with Dong Xinyu, escorted by a cacophony of firecrackers, tears welled in the little girl's eyes. During the months of Dong Xinyu's absence, she had been acutely worried that she might never return. Now, with her becoming her true sister-in-law, how could her heart not rejoice? After Dong Xinyu was brought back, she hurried over. Dong Xinyu, deeply affectionate towards her, gently brushed her face and asked why she was crying, wondering if someone had bullied her. Lu Qing smiled and replied, I am happy because you will never leave our family again. Yes, I will live with you forever, Dong Xinyu smiled back. Then commenced the various wedding customs of the countryside, presided over by the village elders. Joy echoed throughout the Dong family as noon approached. Lu Hongju, the eldest, sat with the rest of the Lu family at the front table. Gradually, guests filled the tables. More than 30 tables were set, adorned with an abundance of chicken, duck, fish, beef, and mutton, with pork relegated to a mere side dish. It was a feast of grandeur. Someone calculated the expenses. A table laden with chicken, duck, beef, and mutton would cost at least 15 yuan, totaling 450 yuan for 30 tables. Assuming 10 individuals per table, each contributing 3 yuan for friendship cigarettes, and a bottle of premium liquor at 1 yuan 20, along with candies, the cost per table would be approximately 3 yuan 50. amounting to 105 yuan for 30 tables. Thus, the entire banquet would consume 555 yuan, not to mention various snacks and an additional meal in the evening. In total, this wedding would cost over 1,000 yuan just for the food. What a jest! In this day and age, which family can afford such extravagance? As the dishes began to arrive, Lu Jun made his appearance. The couple had come early in the morning. Upon seeing Liu Hai's grand tiled house, they were immensely astonished. However, the crowd was too vast, and the villagers of Panxing did not recognize them. Leaving no one to attend to their needs, they wandered around Lu's home, observing much, and indeed spotted a 3-in-1 radio, which included a Xiao Phone brand television. The two individuals came to the realization that, regardless of their acceptance or willingness to acknowledge it, the undeniable truth remained. Their nephew was leading a life far superior to their own. Their sentiments towards Liu Hai underwent a complete transformation, and they found themselves eager to embrace this familial connection. Thus, when mealtime arrived, they approached the main table without hesitation. Upon their arrival, Lu Hongju's fury erupted. "What are you two doing here? Today is Xiao Hai's wedding day. It would be best for you to leave immediately." The couple felt a wave of embarrassment. Yet the allure of the sumptuous array of poultry and meat before them was irresistible, especially since it was prepared by chefs from the county's state-run restaurant. Lu Huiwan had always maintained a poor disposition towards the elder, yet now, in her desire to foster a relationship with Liu Hai, her attitude shifted. She boldly seated herself before him, saying, "Father, I must express my discontent with your words. Our eldest nephew is getting married. How can we, as his uncle and aunt, not join in the celebration? Fear not, we come bearing blessings." Before long, Lu Qing approached, pouring a cup of tea for her grandfather. Lu Zhenghua anticipated that Lu Qing would also serve them, but instead, she took the kettle and walked away. Lu Huiwan quickly turned to her. "Qing, how has your studies been lately? Do you have confidence in getting into university? Keep striving, and aim to achieve the same as your cousin Lu Xing, so that your parents may rest easy." "I'm not particularly interested in an ordinary university," Lu Qing replied bluntly, her youthful candor rendering Lu Huiwan momentarily speechless. After all, Lu Xing was indeed attending merely a commonplace institution. Given Lu Qing's current high school performance, she possessed the capability to aspire to the country's finest universities, which was clearly a deliberate jab. With that, the young girl continued to serve tea to others. Meanwhile, Lu Chuyong, the third uncle, observed Liu Hai and the couple with furrowed brows. Noticing that the table at the forefront was occupied solely by elders, he remarked, "Xiao Hai, it is your wedding day. It would not be appropriate for me to raise a fuss. Kindly ask them to leave. They should not be fed here." To his surprise, Liu Hai interrupted him candidly before he could finish. "These past years, they have not offered me a single meal. Why should I allow them to partake in this feast?" He continued, "If they lack the decency to wait for an invitation, then they must not expect hospitality from the hosts." Lu Chuyong could only manage a wry smile. "All right, I will handle this matter. You focus on your guests." Liu Hai nodded and, hand in hand with Dong Xinyu, moved through the crowd, greeting and accepting the well wishes of the villagers. At that moment, Dong Xinyu radiated the essence of Liu Hai's beloved, her cheeks flushed, reveling in the warmth of his affection enveloping her. Everything felt surreal, akin to a dream. Observing Liu Hai navigate effortlessly through the crowd, his etiquette and poise impeccably measured, further reinforced the sense of unreality. It recalled the scene from when I first arrived at the Liu household, where Liu Hai spent his days indulging in leisure, rarely at home. Who would have thought that I would ultimately marry this fool? At this thought, the young lady instinctively tightened her grip on Liu Hai's hand, leaning closely against him. Meanwhile, after Lu Chuyong made his rounds, Lu Jinghua predictably slammed his hand on the table. However, before he could even finish, the elderly Lu Hongju delivered a sharp slap across his face, suppressing his fury with a harsh rebuke to leave. From the adjacent table, Xiao Guomin chimed in, warning that causing a ruckus at someone else's wedding would surely bring retribution. "Do not let our villagers intervene. You two should quietly depart, and we shall pretend we saw nothing." With the village secretary's words hanging in the air, it was evident that no one would extend kindness to the couple. Instantly, dozens of piercing gazes converged upon them. The couple, now terrified, felt their heads grow heavy with shame and ultimately left without consuming a single morsel. However, once they had departed, the humiliated Lu Huiwan began to lash out at Lu Jinghua, exclaiming, "This is how your family behaves. Once you have money, you forget your kin. What manner of people are you? I came here with goodwill, only to be cast out. Is it customary to eject guests from a wedding? Lu Jun's face turned ashen. He had never endured such humiliation in his life. As the couple continued their tirade, they suddenly spotted a young man standing across the Red Flag River, carrying a military backpack. Dressed in a liberation cap and oversized military green trousers, with liberation shoes on his feet, he silently gazed at the Lu family's large tiled house. After a moment of observation, a smile broke across his face, and he turned to leave. Lu Huiwan squinted at the young man's retreating figure, her mind racing to identify him. Suddenly, she was struck with disbelief, collapsing onto the ground as she pointed at him, exclaiming, "Isn't that Lu Jun? I thought he was dead. How could he appear here in broad daylight? Is he a ghost? Nonsense." Lu Jun, too, was not in a particularly good mood. How could someone presumed dead for years suddenly re-emerge? He glanced over, but the young man had already vanished around a corner, leaving Lu Jun even more furious. "Can you not be so dramatic? Hurry home. We've already made a fool of ourselves today," he grumbled, walking away. Lu Huiwan, still trembling, hurried after him. "It really is Lu Jun. I can't be mistaken. You're talking nonsense. How can a dead man come back to life?" Lu Jun retorted. "What? You dare to insult me? Slap. No, Huiwan, let me explain. Explain to your ancestors. What are you even talking about? Without me, you're just a mere peasant. And you dare to throw a tantrum?" That day was filled with festivity. As the guests departed and night fell, Yang Sanggu and the others helped tidy up both inside and out. Once everything was in order, Liu Hai generously offered some leftover dishes to Uncle Jun and Uncle Yang. He was aware that, although life had improved slightly for everyone, the villagers were still reluctant to spend their money, hesitating to indulge in lavish meals. Liu Hai encouraged them to share the remaining meat and vegetables, hoping to enhance their meals a bit. At 8 in the evening, the villagers, displaying a sense of propriety, refrained from lingering at his home to watch television, as it was his wedding night. Liu Hai, cradling Dong Xinyu in bed, gazed at the large red characters of happiness affixed to the window and the cabinet, both of them adorned with smiles. Regrettably, due to the little one growing inside Dong Xinyu, any thoughts of celebrating their love had to be suppressed. Their abode consisted of 3 spacious tiled rooms, a central living area flanked by 2 bedrooms, one belonging to Dong Xinyu and Liu Hai, and the other to Lu Qing. As the night passed, Lu Qing rose early, influenced by Dong Xinyu's industrious nature since childhood. Whenever at home, she was always bustling about, attending to various tasks. Not wishing to disturb her brother and sister-in-law, she began tidying up with a broom. While cleaning behind the house, she stumbled upon an unusual bag on the ground, a style rarely seen, likely originating from the southern regions. Who had left this bag here yesterday? Puzzled, she looked around but saw no one searching for it. Whose could it be? She took the bag inside and opened it, her confusion deepening. Inside was a suit and several particularly trendy skirts, the kind she had only glimpsed in school newspapers, exclusive to the South. At the very bottom lay a small black pouch. Upon opening it, she discovered a substantial bundle secured with a rubber band. To her astonishment, there were 300 yuan. Additionally, she found several brand new 329 hero pins and various student supplies. Whose belongings were these? As Lu Qing pondered this mystery, Liu Hai emerged from the house, inquiring about her discovery. "Brother, was there anyone wealthy among the guests who dined here yesterday? Or perhaps someone from out of town?" Liu Hai yawned, replying that all the guests were from their village, with the exception of Director's son, who had come from the county. This left them both puzzled. "I found this bag beside the house, and it contains several hundred yuan." Several hundred yuan? Liu Hai approached to examine the bag, his demeanor becoming serious. "Lead me to where you found it." Nodding, Lu Qing guided him to the side of the house. Liu Hai surveyed the area and suddenly noticed something strange near their father Lu Jiangwo's grave. Rushing over, he discovered signs of recent offerings. He vividly recalled that yesterday, individuals such as Xiao Guomin, their third uncle, fourth aunt, and grandfather had visited, but none had made offerings. Who could have paid their respects? As the siblings pondered this enigma, Uncle Yang jogged over, exclaiming, "Xiao Hai, I just saw someone in town who looks remarkably like your brother Lu Jun." Chapter 92, The Family's Objective Brother. Liu Hai and Lu Qing exclaimed simultaneously, their astonishment palpable. How can this be? Wasn't brother supposed to have died in a fight? How could he still be alive? Lu Qing was particularly agitated. The image of the elder brother, who used to place her on his shoulder and amuse her, instantly surfaced in her mind. Liu Hai was even more astonished, for having lived over 60 years in his previous life. He had never heard any news indicating that this elder brother was still alive. At this very moment, he realized there were indeed too many mysteries surrounding this situation. The news of his brother's death had only ever been a rumor. No body had ever been found. "Uncle Yang, are you certain?" Liu Hai inquired. Uncle Yang nodded firmly, expressing absolute certainty. However, when I rushed over, he had already boarded a large bus. It was undoubtedly him. Otherwise, how could the ticket seller have engaged in such jovial conversation with him? At this point, Liu Hai found it impossible to remain composed. He recalled that his brother had once cherished someone, which had led him to vehemently oppose their father's suggestion of a feigned marriage to Dong Xinyu, ultimately resulting in his abrupt departure from home. Shortly thereafter came the news of his death. If he truly were alive, why had he not returned home yesterday? With so many witnesses present, how could no one have recognized him? Subconsciously, he glanced at the bag nearby and hastily opened it, rummaging through its contents. Indeed, he discovered a note within the suit bag. It read, "Xiao Hai, 2 days ago, someone informed me that you were to marry Xinyu. After some contemplation, I decided to come back. However, when I gazed upon our father's grave, I lost the courage to reveal myself to you. Everything is well. Xinyu is a wonderful girl. You two should enjoy your lives together. This is the money I earned in the south over these years. Please take it. Furthermore, the world outside is vast and full of opportunities. I hope one day you can leave Panxing Village. You possess more capability than I do and can carve out your own path. If you ever wish to depart, come to the south. Here, anything is possible. I apologize for not being able to care for you all these years." Lu Jun took the note from Liu Hai, and as she read it, tears began to stream down her face. "Brother, why did you not come back to us if you were alive? Have you decided never to acknowledge us again?" Liu Hai's heart was a tumult of emotions. "Do you remember who it was that initially informed our family of the news that brother had died in a brawl?" he asked. Lu Jun shook her head. "I do not recall. Father came back from a trip one day and simply said he had heard that someone had died in a fight." Suddenly, Liu Hai's mind cleared. Perhaps no one had actually witnessed his brother's death in a fight. It was likely that their father, Lu Jangwo, had found his brother in another city, and after a quarrel, their relationship had become irreparably strained, leading to the father's return and his hasty declaration of death. Subsequently, he had lived in despair. With this thought, a surge of excitement welled up within Liu Hai. In his previous life, his sister had ignored him, even during the time of his death. When she was poised to inherit a vast fortune, she had still been unwilling to forgive him, living in solitude. If, in this life, their brother was indeed alive, the reunion of the three siblings would be the most perfect outcome. At that moment, Dong Xinyu stepped out of the house. Upon hearing that Lu Jun, the elder brother, was still alive, her face also illuminated with excitement. The young girl had always believed that her arrival had caused Lu Jun's demise, which had then led to Uncle Jianmin's sorrowful end. This emotional burden had weighed heavily on her heart. Life, in its essence, is the greatest joy. Holding Liu Hai's hand, I assured him that we would bring him back. Liu Hai nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he spoke to Uncle Yang, requesting him not to mention it in the village. Uncle Yang, however, magnanimously expressed concern about rumors circulating among the villagers regarding their marriage, especially since Dong Xinyu had once been Liu Hai's nominal sister-in-law. A certain awkwardness enveloped the group. Uncle Yang continued, reassuring them that they were overthinking it. Aside from a few gossips like Wang Taohong, the villagers were not particularly talkative. "Rest assured, I'm off to work in the fields," he declared, shouldering his hoe as he departed. The family of three began deliberating on the elder brother's matters. Liu Hai earnestly discussed the future of their household. First and foremost, Lu Jun must continue with her studies diligently, as gaining admission to a prestigious university was her paramount objective. Secondly, Liu Hai shared his own plans. The spicy fish factory had established a remarkably stable business, particularly after its products had begun to penetrate the market. The daily output had reached over 700 pounds, effectively balancing their procurement. The monthly gross profit was around 20,000, and after accounting for wages and other expenses, achieving a net profit of approximately 17 to 18,000 was feasible. However, Liu Hai was aware of the limitations within this industry, prompting him to devise a second phase for his plans. He was awaiting shifts in the market dynamics of Yinshan County, as it was anticipated that by the end of this year, the largest state-run electrical appliance factory would be open for external contracting. Throughout the 1980s, aside from the late decade-s stock market surge in the South, The most lucrative ventures were undeniably in electrical appliances. With soaring prices and rampant inflation, the populace found themselves with increasing disposable income, leading to an unprecedented demand for electrical goods. For instance, acquiring a refrigerator often necessitated connections. Thus, Liu Hai's next aspiration was to venture into this market. Yet, he recalled that in a previous life, the factory had undergone a bidding process, with the final contract amounting to 200,000. This indicated that Liu Hai needed to prepare at least 200,000 in cash beforehand. Lu Jun expressed her concerns about her brother, noting that the state-run electrical factory employed nearly 1,000 individuals. Even if each earned a modest 30 yuan, the monthly payroll alone would amount to 30,000. I have a classmate whose father is the director of the state-run electrical factory, and he mentioned that it has been struggling. Isn't that too risky? Liu Hai interjected, insisting on the necessity of taking risks. Don't worry about that. Xinyu, what are your thoughts? Xinyu took Liu Hai's hand, affirming, I trust your judgment. If you believe it can work, I have no objections. However, securing the contract for the factory will undoubtedly require a substantial sum. Do we have such funds? Liu Hai smiled reassuringly, saying, money is not an issue. I have my ways. All right, I believe in what you say, Xinyu replied with a gentle smile, radiant in the sunlight. Lu Jun couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy and joy for her brother and sister-in-law, finally witnessing their love blossom into fruition. In the county town, Wang Sherwin entered Director Zhao's office at the Aquatic Products Supply and Marketing Cooperative, a cigarette tucked between his fingers. After a prolonged discussion, Director Zhao ultimately returned the cigarette to him, stating that there was indeed a task assigned, but a suitable candidate had already been decided upon. You may take this cigarette with you, he concluded. Upon hearing this, Wang Sherwin grew anxious and implored Director Zhao, please assist me, or at the very least, reveal who has been chosen. I shall approach him for negotiation myself, without requiring your intervention. How does that sound? Director Zhao, slamming his hand on the table, retorted, negotiate? Are you suggesting we drag your little brother over with a tractor to shout and threaten? Do you not have any regard for the law?